Chapter 101. The news spread like wildfire. Within minutes of the announcement, the entire Nine Lotus Academy fell into unrest. Disciples abandoned their training grounds, instructors paused mid-lecture, and even elders turned their attention toward the central arena. Waves of people rushed in the same direction, their footsteps echoing through the mountain paths like a rising storm. Did you hear? Tony Clark is fighting 12 Grandmaster disciples. 1 against 12? Is he insane or suicidal? No. Finally, our academy is showing spine and dealing with this villain. The crowd surged forward, driven by excitement, curiosity, and bloodlust. Inside the preparation chamber near the arena, the 12 disciples stood together. Everyone laughed without a single worry. To them, Tony Clark was a dummy, and beating him would be pure fun. One leaned against his spear casually. Did you hear what he said? He wants to fight all 12 of us. Another snorted. Arrogant fool. He won't last 10 breaths. A third tightened his gloves slowly. Don't underestimate him. Either he is confident, or completely mad. More than anything, we should consider the Clark family name. Forget about the Clark family. Mark Smith entered the room, his voice calm yet filled with hidden intent. And Tony Clark, if possible. The room fell silent instantly. You all have my backing, Mark continued, scanning their faces. The Imperial family will protect you. If you show mercy, Tony Clark will take revenge on your families. The disciples exchanged glances. One by one, they nodded in agreement, swayed by the heavy rewards Mark had promised. Meanwhile, inside Tony's residence, the atmosphere was equally serious. Lily Frost stood quietly in front of Tony. This time she didn't ask questions. There were no arguments, no anger, only silence. Tony watched her curiously. You're not going to say anything? Lily didn't respond. Instead, she stepped forward and handed him a silver vest woven with fine silk jade. Its appearance was ordinary, but the moment Tony touched the fabric, his expression changed. Sky rank. The material carried a subtle, dense aura, layered with defensive structural energy far beyond ordinary equipment. This is my family heirloom, Lily said calmly. Tony looked at her, remaining silent for a moment. He knew the immense value of a family heirloom. This single act showed exactly how much Lily cared for him. He accepted it with a smile. You trust me that much? Lily met his gaze directly. I am not giving it because I trust you. I am giving it because you are mine. Tony smiled faintly. From the side, Leo Clark stepped forward with a serious expression. Brother, say one word. I will take you out of this academy safely, right now. No one can stop me. The room fell silent. Julie looked between them nervously. Tony shook his head. No need. Leo frowned. Are you serious? This is not a joke. 12 Grandmasters. I know, Tony interrupted calmly. Leo stared at him for a few seconds, then exhaled slowly. The bells of the Nine Lotus Academy fighting arena rang out, resonating across the entire campus. Dong, dong, dong. The signal had begun. The arena gates swung open. Live telecast drones activated instantly, projecting the battlefield across multiple regions. Large screens lit up around the stands, while the Marshall Network broadcasted the event to distant viewers. The arena ground was massive, a football field-sized battleground surrounded by layered spectator stands filled to capacity. At the center, 12 figures stood in a line, each displaying absolute confidence without any fear of loss. Opposite them, Tony Clark stood entirely alone, wearing his Sky Rank gauntlets. The contrast was overwhelming. The crowd erupted, eager for the show. Seeing the Sky Rank weapon on Tony also fueled their jealousy and envy. Finish him. He's dead. This is what happens when you act arrogant. The noise rose like thunder. Across the dark web Marshall Network, reactions flooded the commentary boards. 1 versus 12. This is insane. This Tony is either a genius or a clown. Betting starts now. He won't last 5 minutes. 5 minutes? He won't last 1. Inside the Clark family hall, elders watched the screen with tense expressions. What is this boy doing? Even Ryan Clark frowned deeply. In the Frost family home, a cold, heavy silence filled the halls. They had gathered for the 3rd time this month, and the reason was exactly the same. Tony Clark. Inside the Imperial Palace, laughter erupted. King Jamie Smith leaned back slightly. So this is how the Clark family heir faces his death. Ha ha ha. My son Mark really kept his promise. This ends today. The cheering of the crowd increased with each passing second. Vice Academy Master Rutherford stood at the edge of the arena. He had personally stepped in to conduct this fight as the arena master, wanting to ensure Tony Clark perished during the bout. Academy Master Da Vinci sat on a high platform, and below him, the 4 Peak Masters watched with intrigued expressions. Strangely, just beside Peak Master Natasha, Emma Rock stood with a stoic face, staring directly at Tony with deep thoughts. Ahuo! Vice Academy Master Rutherford shouted, raising his long spear into the air. The entire arena became dead silent. Are you ready, Tony Clark? Rutherford asked with a satisfied smile. No, I have a condition. Tony's voice resounded clearly through the speakers around the arena. Haha, Tony Clark, are you scared? Mark Smith, standing on the outer line of the arena, spoke up in a mocking tone. Going back on your words just hours after you said them. You shouldn't have opened your mouth if you weren't going to fight. Tisk, idiot. When did I say that I will not fight? Tony declared, his voice cutting through the taunts. What I meant is I won't fight these 12 people one by one. I will fight all of them at once. 1 versus 12. What? This Tony Clark, what is wrong with him? Did I hear him right? He wants to fight all of us at once. Is he for real? Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? Tony Clark's words sent a shockwave through all the spectators and masters. It felt as though he was simply bragging, openly requesting that everyone beat him together. Even Mark Smith's smile faded after hearing the declaration. Tony Clark, are you serious? Rutherford asked with an angry glare. Yes, is there any problem? Or are all these people afraid to fight a single man together? Tony provoked. The words thoroughly enraged the 12 disciple leaders standing against him. Let's go, guys. Let's teach him a lesson. I have had enough of his mouth. Since he wants a good beating, let's deliver a single kick from every one of us. Kill him. Chapter 102. All 12 disciples stood prepared to fight Tony Clark. Above the arena, Academy Master Da Vinci and the other peak masters watched the developments without interfering. Mark Smith smiled, unable to hide his satisfaction. The crazier Tony Clark acted, the more certain his defeat became. Vice Academy Master Rutherford turned to Da Vinci, pretending to be concerned. Academy Master, are you sure you want Tony Clark to go through with this? Da Vinci remained silent, wondering what the boy was planning. When Tony Clark challenged everyone, the Academy Master assumed there was a strategy, but he did not expect a reckless provocation like this. Since it is something Tony Clark has agreed to, I do not see anything wrong with it, Academy Master Da Vinci replied. Rutherford's smile grew wider. Then, are you all ready? Begin, Rutherford announced. The moment the words left his mouth, Ming Tian of Sword Peak stepped forward, a smug smile on his face. Everyone else, stand back. I do not need your help to deal with this arrogant air of ours. His voice dripped with confidence. The other disciples paused. Some nodded, and a few even stepped back willingly. Ming Tian was one of the strongest among the 12. If he wanted to humiliate Tony Clark alone, there was no reason for the others to interfere. By stepping aside, they could also avoid the revenge of the Clark family. Furthermore, even though they had agreed to fight Tony Clark, they never planned to gang up on him unfairly. Most of them simply wanted to teach him a lesson, believing they could accomplish it individually. Tony Clark raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mocking smile. He never expected these prideful fools to group together and attack him anyway. Ming Tian moved with incredible speed. His figure blurred as he shot toward Tony Clark, his fist crashing forward like a thunderclap. Learn your place, evil suitcase, Ming roared, executing the Black Panther sand movement. Tony Clark did not blink. His body shifted in a blur of movement that appeared almost lazy, and then the strike landed. The Tyrant Dragon fist first form, silent punch. A loud crack echoed through the arena. Ming Tian's voice died in his throat, his eyes bulging as Tony Clark's fist buried itself deep into his gut. The sheer force sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Ming's face twisted in pain. Before he could react, Tony Clark's knee slammed into his chin, lifting him completely off the ground. A casual palm strike then crashed into his chest, sending him flying backward like a ragdoll. Ming Tian hit the ground, skidding and tumbling across the dirt before finally coming to a stop. He lay motionless as the dust settled around his body. The others stared in stunned silence. That was Ming Tian, the strongest of the inner disciples. And he was knocked out so easily. How can Tony Clark be that strong without using any life energy? Is his body even more powerful than Ming Tian's Panther Strike? That should be impossible. They could not believe how easily and quickly Tony Clark had taken out one of the strongest fighters among them. The clash was entirely physical, with little to no life energy involved. Yet Tony Clark came out completely dominant. Why does everyone make the same mistake? Use life energy, you idiots, Mark almost cursed out loud. The spectators struggled to process what they had just witnessed. The arena became completely silent. Emma Rock watched the scene with gritted teeth. Tony Clark waited for another challenger, but the remaining disciples were too shocked to move. His mocking voice cut through their disbelief. Come on, do not tell me you came here just to watch. 12 of you against me, and you are too scared to move? Let me help you with that. Tony Clark sprang forward. Unlike Ming Tian, he ran casually without using any special technique. Because he had not learned any movement techniques, his approach looked ordinary. By the time the disciples realized the threat, Tony was already standing in front of another fighter. His palm slammed into the young man's face, sending him crashing backward. The disciple was caught completely off guard, unable to react to a level of strength that went far beyond expectations. A girl quickly tried to swing her sword at him, but Tony Clark's hand snatched the blade like a mere stick. His sky-rank gauntlets easily crushed the human-rank sword into pieces. The young woman stared in shock as her precious weapon crumbled in his hand. The Tyrant Dragon fist second form, coiling dragon punch. The girl gasped as the strike landed. Her reaction was quick, but Tony Clark was faster, making her attack look as though it were moving in slow motion. He yanked her forward, slamming his knee into her stomach, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Next, Tony Clark roared, his voice brimming with battle lust. With that, the chaos began. The remaining disciples finally snapped out of their shock, their pride and anger overwhelming their hesitation. Do not give him another chance. Take him down. Everyone, attack from all sides. Sina Yin, the prominent bald fighter, yelled angrily. Sina was still processing how the supposed joke of the Clark family had taken down Ming Tian, and then finished off two more in a split second. Though those two were not as strong as Sina or Ming Tian, they were still elites among the inner disciples. Yet the so-called waste had taken them out effortlessly. 7 disciples immediately surrounded Tony Clark, leaving him no way to escape. Tony Clark, you have nowhere to run, Sina Yin declared arrogantly, forgetting that he was relying on a massive group just to contain a single person he considered weak. Escape? Who, me? Tony Clark almost laughed. If he wanted to escape, he would not have deliberately approached them first. There was no use explaining common sense to opponents drunk on the illusion of victory. The group surged forward with weapons drawn and life energy surging, converging all their attacks on Tony Clark at once. One disciple lunged first, his sword slashing down with a fierce glow. Before the blade could touch Tony Clark, a punch flashed through the air. A sharp crack sounded as the disciple's wrist twisted at an unnatural angle. The sword flew from his grip, and a brutal kick slammed into his chest, sending him flying backward into another teammate. "Bastard," another shouted, his palm glowing with a fiery red light as he aimed a flaming fist at Tony Clark. Tony Clark sidestepped the attack easily, grabbing the attacker's outstretched arm and yanking him forward. A heavy thud echoed through the arena as his knee met the disciple's face. A sickening crunch followed as the man's nose shattered, spraying blood. From above, the Peak Masters watched the display in shock. Mark Smith's confident smile was entirely gone. He stared down at Tony, his mouth wide open in disbelief. Nobody, not even Natasha, expected this outcome. So, this is the strength he has been hiding. He is too strong, Lily muttered, her voice trembling with shock. Chapter 103. What are you doing? Attack him from all sides, Mark Smith shouted, his voice cracking with rage. But it was like fighting a storm. Tony Clark flickered across the arena, moving between his opponents like a ghost. A punch shattered a jaw, and elbow cracked against a temple. A sweeping kick sent another challenger tumbling across the stone floor. What speed is this? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Within seconds, 4 more disciples lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Mark Smith's face twisted. He could only watch as the man he considered the waste of the Clark family humiliated the Academy elites. Everyone, focus. Don't attack blindly. Keep him occupied. A lean girl shouted from the rear, quickly distancing herself from the melee. While the remaining disciples attempted to stand their ground against Tony, she took advantage of the space. She drew her bow, aiming directly at Tony from a distance. An arrow whistled through the air, passing just inches from Tony's head. "Hey, little girl, look where you're shooting," Tony cursed, slamming his fist into the head of a nearby disciple. Another arrow flew, nearly piercing his robes. The girl infused light energy into her projectiles, sending them hurtling forward like bullets. "He's in danger now," a spectator shouted. The crowd finally found its voice as Tony struggled to evade the incoming barrage. Mark Smith felt a surge of hope, silently urging the girl to shoot faster. Realizing the danger, Tony sprinted backward, breaking into a zigzag, snake-like pattern to disrupt her aim. The moment he gained enough distance, he reached into his storage ring and pulled out a massive iron box, the gift from 7th Octopus House Master Jasmine. "What? He also uses a bow?" Gasps echoed through the stands as Tony lifted a heavy, metallic bow from the container. The archer's face turned pale when she saw Tony notch an arrow and aim it directly at her. Tony strained for a second. The iron bow was incredibly heavy, and pulling the string demanded every ounce of his physical strength. "Now I understand why that old lady gave this heavy thing to me," Tony muttered. He drew the string back to his ear, channeled his life energy into the shaft, and released. The air exploded with a loud bang. The arrow pierced the lady's shoulder, the sheer momentum lifting her off her feet and launching her into the air. She screamed, sailing over the barrier and crashing directly into the spectator stands. The audience sat frozen, stunned by the terrifying power of the iron bow. A single shot had sent a human body flying. Even Tony blinked in surprise at the destruction. Sky-rank weapons truly were dangerous. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers debated the raw might of the weapon. "Sorry," Tony called out with a sheepish smile. He had never intended to shatter the girl's shoulder. A disciple who had been waiting for the perfect opening lunged forward, thrusting a spear toward Tony's unprotected back with full force. "Watch out," a voice cried from the stands. Tony did not even turn around. He simply swung the heavy iron bow backward like a club. The impact shattered the spear in an instant. The attacker froze, staring at the 2 broken halves of his earth-ranked spear in absolute disbelief. "How is he so powerful?" Mark Smith muttered, his eyes wide as he watched Tony toy with everyone inside the arena. Previously, when Tony defeated the 9th Prince Edward and the hammer-wielding Bond, the Academy assumed it was a fluke, a victory achieved through cheap tricks and borrowed treasures. Now, Tony was shattering that illusion. Several elders and peak masters leaned forward, finally recognizing his true cultivation level. The boy had already reached the early stage of a Grandmaster warrior. Only 3 people remained standing in the arena, Tony and 2 bulky disciples. Tony scanned the area. Every other challenger lay grounded, groaning in pain, or completely unconscious. "So these are the elite warriors of Nine Lotus Academy?" "Pathetic," Tony sneered, his mocking voice echoing through the silence. The spectators could only stare, shock etched onto every face. "It's not over yet," one of the bulky disciples shouted, tightening his grip around a massive mace. "Do you still think you can beat me?" Tony asked. "Shut up. You will learn reality when my mace breaks your head." The brute roared, charging forward and spinning the heavy weapon with full force. At the same moment, the last remaining disciple moved in from the opposite side to flank him. Tony took a step, then another, and on the 3rd step, he launched himself into the air, executing the flying dragon kick. He drove his boot directly into the chest of the disciple attacking from behind. "Gotcha," Tony muttered. The force sent the disciple rolling away across the dirt like a boulder. Simultaneously, the first brute arrived, bringing his spinning mace down toward Tony with terrifying momentum. The crowd held its breath, believing Tony had no time to react. "He's finished," Tony unleashed his killer move, the Fire Dragon Heart Punch. A booming explosion rocked the arena. Tony's bare fist collided directly with the head of the golden mace. The strike shattered the weapon into a shower of metallic fragments. Had his fist hit the disciple instead, the brute would have died on the spot. The audience erupted into chaos. What? He broke a golden mace with his bare hand? How is this possible? Did he use a hidden treasure? People stood up in the stands, unable to accept what they were seeing. Even the peak masters rose from their seats, their usual composure completely gone. Mark Smith shook his head in absolute disbelief. Until now, he had only felt frustration at Tony's success. But watching the shattered fragments of the mace fall to the ground, a cold prickle of fear washed over him. That single punch could have killed him in a direct confrontation. He was not alone in that realization. Many in the crowd understood that the attack Tony just unleashed would have ended any of their lives without a doubt. In the center of the arena, Tony stood alone, completely relaxed, without a single drop of sweat on his brow. Chapter 104. The arena was silent. The entire audience stared at Tony Clark, who stood at the center of the ring. Disbelief and shock hung heavy in the air. He really defeated all 12. No, this must be a dream. One man against all leaders of the inner disciples. Tony turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd without a shred of emotion. Does anybody have any other opinions? Come forward if you want to test my strength, Tony said, his voice ringing loud and serious. Nobody spoke. The answer was already clear. Tony was more worthy to stay inside the Nine Lotus Academy than any of them. This bastard, Mark muttered, clenching his fists silently while staring at Tony in complete shock. Until this moment, he had never considered Tony an opponent. In his opinion, Tony was a useless fellow without any talent in the martial path. But now, a clear threat loomed. Tony had just showcased a killer move that could even kill Mark Smith. Rutherford, the Vice Academy Master, stood at the edge of the arena. He finally stepped forward, needing to declare the winner. Forcing down his disappointment and his failed plan, he put on a practiced smile. Good, very good. The Clark family master is really worthy of his name. You are the clear winner of this fight. So, as promised, you will be the core disciple of the Nine Lotus Academy, and we will also support you with greater resources, Rutherford announced in a loud tone, his smile remaining entirely fake. Julie held her sister Lily's hand tightly, her face jubilant. She had never expected Tony to defeat everyone. Tony's brother Leo stood frozen in complete shock. Even for him, defeating these 12 people was no simple matter, yet Tony did it with absolute ease. From this moment on, nobody inside the Clark family would dare to challenge Tony's position as prince. Emma Rock stood behind Peak Master Natasha, her face contorted with growing anger. She had never expected Tony to be such a trickster, hiding his true strength so well behind false rumors. She used to think taking care of Tony and the Clark family would be easy once she reached the pinnacle of the martial path. After seeing this display of strength, she completely changed her opinion. Peak Master Natasha hesitated. Previously, she kicked Tony out of the healing tower for the sake of Emma Rock. But seeing his strength and his ability as a healer, she knew he would bring more value to the healing tower than Emma. Still, she had already made the decision to cast him out, and there was no turning back now. Academy Master Da Vinci felt immensely proud of Tony's performance. He prepared to stand up and announce a reward for the young warrior. Just as everything was going smoothly, Tony Clark raised his hand. Before the Academy Master says anything, I have news to tell you, Tony said, his tone crystal clear. The spectators leaned forward with renewed interest. I am leaving the Nine Lotus Academy tonight. I will no longer be a disciple of the Nine Lotus Academy, and I will never feel indebted to the Academy in any case, Tony declared loudly. Tony Clark, do not be impulsive, Da Vinci said in a hurry. I am not impulsive. After experiencing life inside the Academy, I realized how this place operates without rules. I never violated anyone. I never made any mistakes inside the Academy. I was blamed as a violent person after treating a girl with cancer. I was named a fake doctor after treating SSS class patients and earning revenue for the Academy. I was kicked out of the healing tower like a nobody. After seeing all these things, and how people spread rumors about me, I feel the Nine Lotus Academy is a waste of time. Tony's voice echoed clearly from every speaker around the arena. Each of his words caused a massive commotion among the spectators. Even Lily, Julie, and Leo did not expect this. Lily wanted to rush into the arena and stop Tony from speaking, but it was already too late. She knew Tony would not be stopped, even if she spoke up. The audience began to find truth in Tony's words, because everything he said was undeniable. They had heard far too many rumors about Tony Clark over the past month. Everyone claimed Tony Clark was a useless, evil burden without a single shred of talent in the martial path. Yet the truth stood right before their eyes. He had clearly shown his strength and proved his worthiness. What fool could think he was a talentless martial artist now? Not only that, Tony was a real doctor. The stories of women speaking about how Tony treated them without any pain were well known. Still, the rumors had spread like a toxic stain, obscuring the actual truth. Suddenly, Peak Master Ronan stood up. Tony Clark, I will take you as my disciple. I will also take good care of your ability and reputation. Consider my proposal, the Sword Peak Master Ronan said, his voice carrying an uncharacteristic note of pleading. Tony scoffed at Master Ronan's request. When I first stepped inside the academy, I was supposed to stay with my fiancée Lily on the Sword Peak. But you completely ignored me, and did not even come to help. Now you want to take me as a disciple? Danger and neglect followed me then. Sorry, Master Ronan. I have already made my decision. Tony Clark will never be indebted to the Nine Lotus Academy, Tony declared. Master Ronan fell silent, remembering exactly how he had ignored Tony and avoided seeing him on his very first day. Tony's father, Ryan Clark, watched the entire scene unfold through a projector screen, completely stunned. Yet, he also felt Tony's decision was right. People were spreading unnecessary rumors about his son, damaging his reputation. Originally, Ryan Clark wanted to send Tony to the academy so he could increase his strength through competition. But after seeing today's display of power, he was much more eager to see his son return, ready to present him with greater rewards and the full support of the clan. Is your decision final? The Academy Master Da Vinci asked at last, his expression deadly serious. Is your decision final? The Academy Master Da Vinci asked at last, his expression deadly serious. The entire arena stared back at Tony Clark. In the history of the Nine Lotus Academy, not a single person had ever rejected the institution itself. Tony Clark would likely be the first and last person to leave the academy of his own free will. Outside these walls, millions of martial artists toiled every single day just to secure a spot in the Nine Lotus Academy. It was a dream for countless people, yet here stood Tony Clark, rejecting the academy, as if it were a simple high school class or a summer vacation. Please say no, please, Lily muttered, her fingers tightening into white knots. Leaving the academy was unthinkable. A few rows away, Mark Smith silently prayed for Tony to stay inside the gates, purely so he could eradicate this rising threat before it grew any larger. My decision is final, Tony answered. I do not have the habit of turning back on my words. He spoke clearly, meeting the gaze of Academy Master Da Vinci without a hint of fear or nervousness. Ha ha ha, that is my son, Ryan Clark shouted back at the family estate, lifting his wine glass excitedly as he watched the live broadcast fill the projection screen. Emma Rock stood frozen, completely surprised by Tony's decision. She had fully expected him to stay inside the academy so he could deal with her and eliminate their future debt, but she never expected him to simply walk away and completely ignore her presence. Even Peak Master Natasha felt a jolt of surprise. She had expected Tony to use his victory to leverage a list of unreasonable demands. Instead, he strictly and plainly declared his intention to leave. Very well, Academy Master Da Vinci said at last, his tone grim. Stay for one more day. You can leave after tomorrow night. With that, Da Vinci turned and departed using the floating lily footsteps, his movements so fluid and elevated that he did not even appear to touch the earth as he moved. Tony watched him go, quite surprised by the proposal. What is this old geezer planning? Does he also have some ulterior motive against me? Tony thought, his brows furrowing as he processed Da Vinci's declaration. Tony stood alone in the center of the ring as the crowd began to disperse. The Peak Masters left with deeply dissatisfied faces, having nothing to gain from a boy who had already resigned. Almost all the spectators exited without waiting, seeing no reason to linger in Tony Clark's presence. Suddenly, a group of middle-aged women broke away from the stands. They crossed the arena boundary line and marched straight toward Tony with excited, hopeful smiles. Tony understood their intentions instantly. They were coming to request medical treatment. With a heavy sigh, Tony turned and walked briskly toward Lily, who was already rushing toward him with a look of deep worry as the crowd of women closed in. Within a few steps, Tony reached her side and took her arm. Why are you leaving the academy? Lily asked directly, her face twisted with anger. You could have easily become a core disciple. Can you not at least stay here for me? We can talk about this later, Tony said in a hushed tone, keeping his grip on her hand as he guided her away from the approaching crowd. Let us go now. The moment the battle ended in the arena, the heavy silence did not last long. All the old rumors about Tony Clark began shattering like spiderweb glass. The news spread like wildfire across the entire Nine Lotus Academy and far beyond its borders. Within hours, the reports transcended standard gossip and became an absolute sensation. Did you see it? He defeated all 12, not one by one, but all of them at once. That was not luck, that was pure strength. In the academy food hall, the very same disciples who once mocked Tony now spoke in hushed, hurried whispers, their voices filled with genuine disbelief rather than their usual arrogance. In the academy corridors, groups gathered in tight clusters, replaying the battle footage on their phones. Wasn't he the one they called a useless rich brat? Yes, the exact same one who supposedly had no talent in the martial path. And that cancer patient incident, they said he violated her. That was all fake, wasn't it? A girl questioned, her eyes full of doubt. Tony was definitely framed. The pieces began to connect in the minds of the public as people re-evaluated the accusations and the carefully manufactured narratives. The phrase Tony Clark was framed spread faster than any other topic. Inside the outer disciple quarters, a group sat huddled around a projection screen, replaying the arena footage on a continuous loop. Tony's sharp movements flickered across the screen over and over. Pause it here, one of them shouted. The image froze instantly, capturing Tony mid-strike, his fist colliding heavily with the golden mace. Look at that angle. No, look at the energy flow. That is not brute force. That is high-level martial technique. They leaned closer to the display screen, their breath fogging the glass. This is not something ordinary, another disciple whispered slowly. This is a complete, high-level martial system. This is definitely Sky rank. The room fell dead silent once more, because everyone knew exactly what that meant. Skyrank techniques were as rare as true dragons. Even core disciples had to prove their absolute worth over years of service, just to lay eyes on one of the 3 Skyrank fighting techniques held by the Academy. They were extremely rare, and elite families guarded them like sacred treasures. Yet Tony was using one freely, without the slightest hint of effort or restraint. On the dark web Marshall network, the video of Tony Clark's arena fight exploded. The view count climbed rapidly, passing millions within a matter of hours. The title alone was enough to draw eyes across the globe. 1 vs 12. The real genius Tony Clark crushes 9 Lotus elites. The comments section flooded endlessly with reactions. Replay at 2:14. That punch is insane. No wasted movement. This guy is trained to kill. Who said he has no talent? This is monstrous. Wait, why is he not using Clark family techniques? That single comment caught everyone's attention. Many analysts replayed the video repeatedly, frame by frame, move by move, examining the execution from every conceivable angle. This is not the water flow sword. This is not any known Clark family art. This is something else entirely. His fist technique is independent, and it is definitely Skyrank. The realization spread across the forums like wildfire. Across different regions, powerful families watched the footage in absolute silence. Inside the Grand Dragon Hall of the Thailand Wealth Association, an elder stroked his long beard while addressing the gathered elites of the nation. So, this is the so-called useless son of the Clark family? Another elder chuckled softly. Useless? They fooled the entire world. A third man leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the screen. This level of concealment, this level of patience, the Clark family played this beautifully. Or, someone added, their eyes narrowing into slits. The boy himself is far more dangerous than we thought. The room fell completely quiet, because that second possibility was far more terrifying to contemplate. A noble lady sitting among them watched the footage with intense focus, her lips curving into a slight smile. They hit him well, but now he has stepped into the light. We must be careful. Either way, our national team is fully ready for the next World Tree Blessing, she said confidently, a proud smile gracing her features. Meanwhile, inside the Frost family's private hall, multiple screens replayed the exact same battle again, and again, and again. No one spoke, because there was simply nothing left to say. The man they thought they understood was no longer the same person. The old rumors had not disappeared completely. Instead, they had transformed into wild, fantastical stories. People began characterizing Tony as a true monster who toyed with the world, and more exaggerated stories followed, laden with added drama and fantasy. Yet the real business elites ignored the fluff, focusing entirely on a single, burning question: why did Tony Clark reject core disciple status at the 9 Lotus Academy? Chapter 106. The door slammed shut behind Edward Smith as he kicked it in frustration. Edward Smith, 9th Prince of the Imperial British Royal Family, stood in the center of his residence with both fists clenched. The projection screen near the window glowed. It displayed the arena. It displayed Tony Clark standing at the center of it like he owned the ground beneath his feet. Edward stared at the screen with red eyes. He swiped his arm across the table. The entire projection array crashed to the floor. It shattered against the marble. This bastard. The words came out low. They stayed barely above a whisper, which felt worse than shouting. His personal servant Lassie stood near the doorway. She had rushed there the moment she heard Edward returned from the arena viewing. She had composed herself carefully on the way over. She prepared words, explanations, and the specific tone of voice that usually worked on Edward when he felt angry. She opened her mouth. Edward crossed the room in 4 steps and slapped her across the face. The sound cracked through the residence like a whip. Lassie's head snapped sideways. She caught herself against the wall, one hand flying up instinctively, eyes wide. Edward, shut up. He turned away, ran a hand through his hair, then spun back. Do you have any idea? He stopped. He started again with bloodshot eyes. Do you understand what happened today? Do you have any idea what I just watched? Lassie straightened slowly. Her cheek burned. She kept her voice even. I was there. I saw Tony. Then you saw him. Edward's voice cracked at the edges. You saw Tony Clark stand in front of the entire academy and beat 12 people like they were nothing. 12. Everyone, every single person in those stands, looked at him like he was some kind of legend. He could not finish the word. I have never personally spoken with Academy Master Da Vinci. Not once. Do you understand how many people spend their entire lives trying to get one word of acknowledgement from that man? Lassie said nothing. And Tony Clark? Edward laughed, but nothing in it resembled humor. Tony Clark stood there and rejected him. He rejected him like he was nobody. Like he was some junior disciple asking for a favor. He shook his head. In front of everyone. In front of the whole academy. Edward, listen to me. The second slap came faster than the first. Lassie's teeth clicked together. She tasted blood. Don't. Edward's voice dropped to something quiet and dangerous. Don't stand there and tell me to listen when your plans are the reason I am in this position. My plans failed. He said it flatly. Every single one failed. I gave you resources, I gave you time, I gave you every opportunity to handle one person, Lassie, and what did I get? He gestured at the shattered projection array on the floor. I got to watch him become a hero. Lassie pressed her lips together. Her cheek throbbed. Her pride throbbed worse. And now, Edward turned away, pacing. Now he is leaving. He is leaving the academy, which means I cannot touch him here. Which means every plan, every setup, every angle we built around this place is completely useless. All of it, useless. Edward. Lassie's voice came out sharper than she intended. Hitting me will not change what happened. He turned slowly. The look on his face made her want to step back. She did not. You are right. He walked toward her. It will not. He stopped directly in front of her. But it helps me remember whose fault it is. The third slap. This one she felt behind her eyes. She grabbed the wall. She kept herself upright through sheer stubbornness. Her vision blurred for a moment, then steadied. You wasted every plan. The healing tower situation. The academy test setup. The rumors. All of it. You told me it was handled. You told me he had no way out. He should not have. But he did. Edward tilted his head slightly. So explain to me, Lassie. Explain to me how someone who was supposed to be finished, expelled, disgraced, removed, ended up standing in an arena, being offered a core disciple position, by the academy master himself. Lassie was quiet for a moment before saying, he can still be destroyed. Edward blinked. There is still a chance. He left the academy. Fine. He beat 12 disciples. Fine. But his reputation can be destroyed in one day. Her eyes steadied. Edward watched her. People forget heroes quickly. Lassie continued. But they remember scandals forever. Give me some time, and I will make Tony Clark's name synonymous with disgrace. She met Edward's eyes directly. I will make him lose everything. Not just his reputation, his future. Silence. Edward studied her face for a long moment. Then he grabbed her by the collar and walked her backward, for steps, until her back hit the door. He pulled it open behind her. He shoved her through it. Lassie stumbled into the corridor, barely catching her balance. Edward stood in the doorway, looking down at her. Go. His voice was completely flat. Do exactly what you just said. Make him lose everything. Make his name mean nothing. A pause. But if you come back here with another failure. He looked at her for one more second. Don't come back. The door closed. Lassie stood in the empty corridor alone. Her face hurt. Her collar was twisted. Her hair had come loose on one side. She reached up slowly and straightened it. Then she turned and walked away from the door with measured, even steps. Her expression, by the time she reached the end of the corridor, was completely calm. Tony Clark. Her eyes were cold. I am telling the truth. I really do not know, Tony Clark said. I do not believe you, Lily said directly. Yes, I also do not believe you, brother-in-law. Why do you always hide the truth from us? You could have directly said I am a Grandmaster. I can pass the academy trial easily. But you never said it, Julie added from the side, supporting her sister. This time I am really telling the truth. I really do not know why the Academy Master Da Vinci asked me to stay one more day, Tony said again, as he tried his best to act like he was really telling the truth. But still, Tony's words failed to make them believe. Then tell me, why are you leaving the Academy? You are already a Grandmaster, and you will have a great chance at the World Tree Blessing along with us. What is the reason for you to leave the Academy? What will you do at home? Lily asked more questions, as she failed to get a single correct answer from Tony Clark. Tony Clark sighed heavily as he fell back on the sofa. Dealing with the entire Nine Lotus Academy is much easier than answering a beautiful wife, Tony muttered in a heavy tone. Chapter 107. Answer me, Tony. Lily asked in a frustrated tone, standing before him with a serious look. Tony fell back on the chair and held his head. Several thoughts raced inside his mind. Although he wanted to share everything with Lily, he kept himself silent. He considered the third heaven-blessed person. If he could bring this individual into his circle, the system would surely reward him with a heavenly rank movement technique. A dilemma gripped him, because the Imperial Prince Mark Smith was also a heaven-blessed person. The system mentioned 3 neutral, heaven-blessed people. Mark Smith is my arch-enemy, so there must be another heaven-blessed person inside the academy, Tony thought. I checked everyone in the spectator stands. Almost the entire academy was there during the arena fight, but the system found no one with heaven-blessed status except for Mark Smith. He pondered deeply. Tony, are you listening to me? Lily's loud tone brought him back to reality. Yes, yes, Tony replied in a shaky tone, startled. Then answer my question. Why are you leaving the academy? Do you think you are above everyone after reaching the Grandmaster stage? Don't you know how many overlords and supreme warriors there are? Even after all these years, your Clark family only produced just two supreme warriors. But the Nine Lotus Academy has produced 9 supreme warriors till now. Can't you see how powerful the academy is? Lily asked with a grim face, her arms folded across her chest. Tony remained silent for a long time, staring at Lily Frost, who continuously sought answers from him. Wifey, Tony called out in a slow voice. A loud knock interrupted him. Both Lily and Tony immediately turned their heads toward the door. Visitors were not a surprise, as many women had come looking for Tony earlier. However, the time was past midnight, and the sudden knock caught them off guard. Let me open the door. If my guess is right, it must be the Academy Master, Da Vinci. Tony stood up and walked toward the entrance. Lily Frost waited in silence, curious about the reason behind the late request from Da Vinci. Tony opened the door with interest, eager to learn why Da Vinci wanted him to stay for one more day. His eyes went wide in surprise. Lily's mouth opened slightly as she stared at the person standing at the threshold. It was a girl. She was a perfect beauty. She was not lean and tall like Lily, but rather short and chubby, with a round face, perfect eyes, and long hair tied with a hand fan. She must be from the Philippines, Lily thought, struggling to turn her head away. She refocused on Tony, who stared back at the girl with an infatuated look. What Lily did not know was that Tony stared at the system screen. Heaven-blessed person detected. The system screen glowed in golden text. Scanning. Heaven-chosen profile unlocked. Name Jane White. Age 18. Fate grade 4 stars. Cultivation base Grandmaster late. Destiny Jane White possesses a beast heart. Fate reading, her beast heart will bring chaos to the world one day. If she survives, she will become the mother goddess of the beast tribe. Tony stood in shock after reading her fate. Chaos. Are you Tony Clark? The beauty asked with a nervous look. Yes. Tony replied almost unconsciously, his heart filled with happiness. The third and final heaven-blessed person had come looking for him. Now he had the opportunity to acquire the heaven rank movement technique. Who are you, lady? You clearly do not belong to this academy. What are you doing here at this time? Lily Frost stepped between them and questioned the short beauty with a serious look. I am Jane White. Are you really Tony Clark? The lady asked again, her voice stuttering. Yes, I am Tony Clark. Please feel free to tell me what you need. Tony asked with a gentle smile. Lily felt like slapping Tony after hearing his calm and gentle tone toward the beauty. During the evening, many women had come to meet Tony. At that time, he acted arrogantly and rejected every request. Lily was the one who dealt with all those women. Now, just after seeing a beautiful girl, his entire behavior had completely changed. Sir, my sister is in a life and death situation. Please help her, Jane White asked in a hurried tone. Tony stepped outside the door with an excited face, clear that an opportunity had arrived. For the first two heaven-blessed people, he had to offer help and make them indebted to him. Now, the situation played out in his favor. He only needed to save the sister of Jane White, and she would be forever indebted to him. The system task would be completed easily. Tony, Lily called out in a harsh tone, which made him stop in his tracks. Lady White, I think you came to the wrong address. If you want to save your sister, go and visit the healing tower. Peak Master Natasha will definitely help you. Lily Frost said in a calm tone while standing beside Tony like a guardian angel. Lady, I do not know whether he is your husband or friend, but I really need his help right now. In fact, my sister is in the healing tower right now. Peak Master Natasha examined her and said she cannot save my sister's life. I heard people talking about miracle Dr. Tony Clark, which is why I came here with hope. Jane White said emotionally, tears filling her eyes. Ha, Lily smirked. Lady White, you really misunderstood the situation. Peak Master Natasha is a rank 7 doctor. If she cannot save your sister, how can my husband cure her? At least let him take a look. I heard Tony Clark has done miracles and treated many impossible patients. The healing tower nurses said Tony Clark might be helpful, which is why I came here. Jane White said in a pleading tone. Lady, you might not know this, but people created several false rumors about my husband. Maybe you heard those rumors and came here. Lily said again in a stern tone, as she clearly did not want Tony to go with the bewitching beauty. Please, I beg you, just let him take one look. If he says he cannot save her, I will not press anything further. My family is already in the stages of annihilation. My sister is the only one left for me. Please, Tony Clark, please come once. I beg you. Jane White began pleading, preparing to kneel before Tony Clark. Tony immediately stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder. Lily clenched her fists with an unwilling look. Tony turned his head and stared at Lily with a deep look. She understood his intention. Even though she felt very reluctant, she finally nodded her head after seeing the pitiful state of Jane White. Chapter 108. Two heavy beasts ran toward the healing tower with great speed. Tony Clark rode a snow leopard. Beside him, the beauty Jane White sat on top of a big brown bear. The bear kept pace with the leopard, moving with massive strides. Tony felt surprised by the ability of the brown bear. It remained docile and followed every command from Jane White. Perhaps this stems from her beast heart, Tony thought as he urged the snow leopard forward. The cat tried its best to outrun the large bear. What happened to your sister? Tony asked loudly without slowing down. An overlord rank martial cultivator slapped her to death. I was too late to reach my home. By the time I arrived, almost all of my family lay dead. Only my sister held her last breath. Jane White replied. Her tone remained serious. Her eyes turned red with fury. She held onto the brown bear with clenched fists. Tony felt surprised by the answer. The lady, Jane White, had already lost her entire family. Only her sister remained alive. Is it a family feud? Tony asked with a questioning look. Yes, it was the Lee family. That bastard Dong Lee attacked us with full force during the night. My family was not ready. My overlord rank ancestor had died recently. They took advantage of the situation. They tried to annihilate us completely to remove the competition from the business and martial path. Jane White replied, her voice filled with fury. Oh, that Lee family of the Philippines. I know them. I heard they tried to join families with your White family through marriage. Seems like I misheard it, Tony said. He remembered overhearing discussions at his father table during lunch. No, that was actually right. They first asked for the marriage of Dong Lee with me, but my ancestor did not agree to it because of some special situation. The Lee family could not do anything all these days because of the presence of my ancestor. After his death, they asked for the marriage again, and I directly rejected him. We thought the Lee family would bully us, but we never expected they would dare to completely annihilate us overnight. Jane White explained. Killing intent appeared on her face as she remembered the incident. They reached the healing tower. Both of them jumped off their beasts and hurried inside. So what is your plan next? Are you trying to take revenge on the Lee family? Tony asked with a curious look. Jane White remained silent for a long time. She took deep breaths to control her emotions. Right now, saving my sister is the most important thing for me. She is the only blood relation left for me in this world. Maybe in the future, if I live long enough, I will definitely take my revenge on the Lee family for what they did. Jane White said in a decisive tone. Why are you even hesitating, Lady White? With your beast heart, you can crush the entire Lee family with countless beasts. What is stopping you? Tony asked while staring into her eyes. Jane White walked alongside him. She stared into his eyes and stopped for a second in complete surprise. She stood dumbfounded because Tony Clark actually knew about her beast heart. It was her guarded secret. It was the reason why her ancestors rejected the marriage alliance with the Lee family. Even after deep thought, she could not understand how Tony Clark knew about her unique beast heart. How do you know? Who told you? She asked immediately in a shocked tone. Do not worry, nobody knows except me. Your secret is well guarded with me, Tony said with a smile. He pushed the intensive care unit room door on the 13th floor and entered inside. Jane White stared at the back of Tony through the small glass window on the door of the intensive care unit room. Her mind went blank for a second. This was the first time she saw Tony Clark. Previously, she knew Tony Clark as the talentless heir of the Clark family and a troublemaker. She spent her time in closed cultivation, continuously refining her beast heart to the perfect level. With the help of her ancestor, she had already made great advancements in the beast heart. Because of her closed cultivation, she did not know much about outside popular figures or recent incidents. For the last 3 days, she had been inside the healing tower. She heard many rumors and stories about Tony Clark. She feared Lee family disciples might see her here, so she did not dare to wander outside the healing tower much. What should I do now? Will he take advantage of me? Jane White began thinking deeply about how to deal with Tony Clark, now that he clearly knew about her secret. Inside, Tony Clark placed his hands behind his back and walked around the central table. A pale, white, slender girl lay there. She looked almost weakened to the state of a corpse. Several silver needles sat on different parts of her body. The elegant snow needle technique. Perfect, Tony thought after observing the placements of the silver needles. It must be the work of Peak Master Natasha, Tony muttered with a smile. The lady on the table lay in a state of coma with very shallow breathing. She looked like a human in a vegetative state. Tony placed his finger on one of the silver needles and sent the smallest amount of life energy into her body. He closed his eyes and observed the flow of his life energy inside the body of the patient. Jane White could not hold back her nerves. She finally stepped inside the intensive care unit room. She wanted to see what Tony was doing. Even though she had pleaded with Tony for treatment, deep inside she still had many doubts about his ability to heal. She could not completely trust him, so she could not stay outside. Tony ignored her presence completely and continued observing the condition of the lady. Her spinal tree had shattered to the core. She would not be able to cultivate in the martial path again. Her life would become that of a normal human. All the nerves were fragmented, and their connections were lost. The blood flow was severely deviated. Many organs were already in a state of failure. How is she even surviving? Tony thought as he felt a chill run down his spine. That overlord rank cultivator must have used his full strength to slam her onto the ground, Tony thought. Meanwhile, Lassie, the personal servant of the 9th Prince Edward Smith, hid in the dark corridors of the healing tower. She quietly observed the movements of Tony. Come out, Tony Clark. Just give me one chance. Let me prove my worth, Lassie muttered in a weak tone. She held a small glass vial filled with black liquid, her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 109. Tony withdrew his finger from the silver needle. His brows tightened as he sensed the complete collapse of internal vitality. The faint trace of life energy he had injected moments ago scattered like dust inside the fragile body. How is my sister, Monty? Jane White stepped forward, her voice trembling as she spoke. Tony did not answer immediately. He stood still, staring at the pale girl lying on the table. His silence stretched, making the air feel heavy and suffocating. The truth is, she is beyond saving. The words fell like a heavy hammer. Jane froze in shock. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled while she tried to form words that refused to come out. For a moment, even her breathing stopped. No chance. She spoke in a faint, broken voice. Tony did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on Monty White, but his mind had traveled far from the room. Inside his consciousness, several calculations ran at terrifying speed. If this were an ordinary patient, he would have already walked away. Even Peak Master Natasha had declared her unsavable, and that alone explained the level of damage. However, this was not just any patient. This was the key to the third heaven-blessed person. If he failed here, the system task would fail, and with it, the heaven rank movement technique. Tony closed his eyes. Memories of Pygma's inheritance surged through his mind like a storm. Ancient healing methods, forbidden reconstruction techniques, nerve restoration theories, dual energy circulation patterns, and even those strange pleasure-based healing mechanisms intertwined. The condition was catastrophic. The spinal structure was shattered, the neural pathways were severed, and the organs were already failing. This was not healing. It was rebuilding a broken body from nothing. Minutes passed in silence. Jane White stood on the verge of tears. Tony opened his eyes again, a sharp glint flickering within them. Lady Jane, I need to test something on your sister's body. If she responds, I might have a chance to save her. Jane's eyes lit up, and hope ignited through her tears. Please do it. She stepped forward and grabbed his hands tightly, as if she were afraid he might change his mind. Tony blinked at her sudden closeness, then gave a slightly awkward smile. Let me go first. I cannot work with my hands tied. She immediately released him, nodding repeatedly. Tony turned toward Monty again, and his entire demeanor changed. The casual tone disappeared, replaced by complete focus. He reached out and adjusted several silver needles with precise movements. He used Pygma's pleasure needle technique to alter the needle positions. Each correction of the silver needle was subtle, yet it completely altered the flow within the body. The elegant snow needle technique was designed to stabilize, not heal, and Tony modified it as he worked. Jane watched with wide eyes. Even without understanding the technique, she felt that what Tony was doing was far beyond ordinary methods. Tony placed his palm just above the chest of Monty without touching her. A stream of refined life energy flowed from his hand, but instead of dispersing, it condensed into a thin, controlled thread that entered her body. He frowned. The pathways were completely broken. The energy had no route to circulate. Then I need to create a new network, he muttered to himself. His fingers moved again, pressing several hidden pleasure points across her body in a specific sequence. The rhythm was strange, almost unnatural, but every movement was deliberate. This was no longer traditional healing. This was forced stimulation of pleasure. Time passed slowly, while Tony continued, and sweat formed on his forehead. Every second required intense concentration. One wrong move could end whatever faint life remained. Half an hour passed. Finally, Tony stepped back, his breathing slightly heavier. Is it done? Why is she not showing any signs? Jane asked in a worried tone. Just wait. He offered her a comforting look. Jane's heart pounded violently. For how long? 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes felt longer than her entire life. Her eyes were locked on her sister, and she was unwilling to blink even once. Every second that passed without movement chipped away at her hope. Her lips trembled. Young Master Tony. Just as despair began to take over, the body of Monty gave a slight twitch. The movement was so small that it could have been missed. The toes of Monty jerked slightly. There it is. The eyes of Tony sharpened instantly. Jane froze, then leaned forward, staring in disbelief. Another faint movement followed. Tears burst from her eyes. She moved. She moved. She covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably as hope returned like a flood. Tony exhaled slowly, the tension in his body easing. That means her consciousness has not completely faded. Good. This is the only reason she can still be saved. You can save her, right? Jane turned toward him, her expression a mix of desperation and hope. Tony looked at her seriously. Do not celebrate yet. What I did just now was only a stimulus. To actually save her, I will need rare resources. Extremely rare and priceless materials. The expression of Jane stiffened. How rare? More than what your white family can afford. Tony did not sugarcoat his reply. Those words struck harder than before. Jane stood still for a moment, then suddenly dropped to her knees. Please, she cried, bowing her head deeply. Please save my sister. I will do anything. You are from the Clark family. You have the resources. I beg you. Her shoulders trembled as tears fell continuously. I swear I will repay this debt. Even if I have to give my life, I will not forget this kindness. Tony watched her quietly. Then, he smiled with quiet confidence. Everything will be all right. You will also get your revenge. This is the promise of Tony Clark. Jane looked up, stunned. Tony actually agreed without any demands. Usually, after seeing her beauty, men could not stay still. When Tony stared at her during their first look, she thought he was like everyone else. Now, Tony had the perfect opportunity to demand anything from Jane White. Instead, he simply agreed to help. I will prepare the materials. Do not let anyone disturb her condition. Tony stepped out of the intensive care unit without waiting for a response. Jane White stood still in shock. Chapter 110. In the middle of the night, Tony Clark rode his snow leopard toward the Academy Administration office at full speed. In one hand, he held the golden orb, which connected a call to the Clark family manager, Lady Malkin. Young Master, what is your command? The lady asked from the other side. A smile remained on her face. Did you see the list I sent? Tony looked toward the device. Yes, Master. I think the list contains all the rare herbs and medical potions. Malkin replied in a steady tone. Collect everything on that list. If possible, gather at least 3 sets of them. Tony spoke with a serious expression. Young Master, is it really important? Some of the herbs on that list are too precious. Even the Clark family treasury has no stock of them, as they are the rarest of the rare. Malkin spoke in a hurry. Then purchase them, no matter the cost. I want them by tomorrow evening. Use our connections and favors. Send our hunting teams to gather all the herbs on the list. Tony declared his intent. But Master, I need the consent of the Patriarch for completing this task. Collecting these many rare herbs requires huge resources, and the movement of some connections beyond my control. Malkin replied in a humble tone. Do not worry. I will speak with my father right away. You can start the task. Tony spoke with a decisive air. As you command, Prince. Malkin bowed her head slightly before disconnecting the hovering screen. Without wasting much time, Tony connected a call to his father. Ryan Clark, who was in deep slumber, woke up to the sudden vibration of his golden orb. Ryan accepted the call after seeing the holographic image of his son, who moved on a beast in the middle of the night. What happened, Tony? Why are you running at this time? Is there any trouble? Ryan Clark asked with a look of worry. No, father. I have an urgent and important matter to deal with. I also need your help and resources. Tony kept his eyes forward as he rode the snow leopard under the moonlight. What is it? Ryan Clark asked, his curiosity growing at the sight of his son acting with such urgency. I need a set of rare herbs urgently. For that, I need to use family resources and connections. I know the value is too much, but the profit is very much worthy for my growth in the martial path. Tony Clark spoke in a determined tone. The patriarch, Ryan Clark, remained silent for a long time. He knew the value of the help Tony needed might be significant. Otherwise, he would not have called at this hour. After a long pause, Ryan Clark nodded his head. Thank you, father. There is also another matter which I need your approval for. Tony spoke again. Is it about leaving the academy? Do not worry, you can come home at any time. I will not be angry with you. Ryan Clark smiled as he remembered the performance of Tony in the arena fight. No, father. It is not about that. Do you know about the Philippines Lee family? Tony asked. Ryan Clark paused for a second to consider the name. Yes, 3 days back I received news that the Lee family used an overlord rank ancestor to annihilate the dominant white family completely. Are you talking about them? Ryan Clark asked. Yes, father. In fact, the white family is not completely wiped out at present. The princess of the white family, Jane White, is here inside the academy. Her sister, Monty White, is in a life and death situation. I am asking for those medicinal herbs and potions to save her life. Tony spoke in a calm tone. Ryan Clark frowned after hearing the truth from Tony. Disappointment colored his features. Tony, I think you are spending too much for a woman. Do not forget that you already have a wife. Ryan Clark said in a serious tone. Father, you misunderstood. I am not helping the white family lady because of her beauty. She has some specialty which I cannot reveal to you right now. Please believe me. She is definitely worth our help. The Clark family will gain greatly by helping her. Tony stressed his point. So then, what do you want to do, Tony? Ryan Clark asked. I want to annihilate the Lee family. Let us help the white family lady get her revenge, and make her continue to rule the Philippines, Tony said with confidence. Ryan Clark was dumbfounded after hearing the proposal. He did not understand why Tony would go to such lengths for a woman. Wiping out a big martial family was not an easy matter. The attack would need to be done in secret to guard the martial secrets of the warriors from the media and the public. Tony, do you even understand the consequences? The sleep of Ryan Clark vanished completely. The Lee family has an overlord rank ancestor, and a powerful one at that. If we really want to annihilate them, the Clark family must move a supreme warrior. Do you think that lady is worth such effort? Ryan Clark asked, his anger rising as he felt Tony was pushing too hard. Tony was silent for a moment. He clearly knew the value of moving a supreme rank warrior. It was akin to using an atomic bomb against a nation. Most importantly, the movement of supreme warriors among nations was strictly monitored and controlled by the Octopus organization. Father, if our family can get its hands on a sky rank movement technique by annihilating the Lee family, then what will you do? Will you move the family army? Tony asked with a serious look. Tony, speak clearly. If this is for a sky rank movement technique, even I will go on my own to annihilate any family in this world. Ryan Clark answered seriously. Then believe me, father, your son is going to get more than that by helping Jane White. Please help me this time, Tony said with a serious look. Ryan Clark was silent for a long time. He clearly did not understand what Tony was saying, but one thing remained clear to him. His son, Tony Clark, was not an idiot who would spend so much for a woman. Even in his family, Tony always had the time and resources to spend on women, yet he never touched any. He always created chaos by dealing with servants and harassing some women, but he never crossed the line. Okay, finally, Ryan Clark agreed. Tomorrow I will ask the two supremes of our family for help. If any one of them agrees, I will move all the required forces. Ryan Clark gave his word. Father, if a supreme warrior really comes, there is no need to send a second person, Tony said with a smile. Brat, I do not know what you are cooking, but make sure to stay safe, Ryan Clark said before closing the call. Chapter 111, Nine Lotus Academy. Near the dark bushes of the healing tower. Sister, did you do it? Lassie, the personal servant of Edward Smith, stood still. She did not answer. Sister, I am asking you, did you do it? The chubby lady placed a hand on the shoulder of Lassie. She asked with eagerness. No, Lassie replied. She stared into the distance where Tony Clark was running away on his snow leopard. Why? This was your only chance. By tomorrow evening, Tony Clark will not stay in this academy. You will not get another chance like this. The chubby girl looked at Lassie with a serious expression. What can I do? He is too fast. I do not know why he came out at this time to the healing tower, but he is moving with urgency. He gave me no chance to stop him or use the seductive potion, Lassie said. Her face fell. The chubby servant lady fell silent. Cha, I should have made my move. Lassie clenched her fists. What should we do now? You only have 1 day. If you do not make Tony Clark lose his reputation, Master Edward will definitely make his move against you, the sister of Lassie said. She spoke in despair. Lassie was silent for a long time. Except for waiting for another chance, we cannot do anything against Tony Clark, the chubby lady, Rosie said. She spoke in despair. She knew clearly. One misstep in this mission could cost her her head. She had to be careful until the end. Do not worry. It seems like Tony is saving a patient in the healing tower. He might come back soon. Then we will definitely get our chance, Lassie said. She placed a hand on her sister's shoulder to console her. Sister, please think twice. This is our last chance. We spent all our savings to get our hands on this seductive potion. It will make any man lose control, Rosie said. Lassie nodded. Do not worry, I have this. In any case, do not involve yourself in this matter. Except for me, nobody knows that you are my sister. If something goes wrong, at least you will be safe, Lassie said. Her look was serious. The chubby girl nodded reluctantly. Sister, we could have lived a happy life in the forest village. I do not understand why you are so eager to join the Imperial family. We thought the Imperial 9th Prince Edward would help us gain status. I never expected he would be so foolish to force a mastermind like you to this level, the chubby girl said. Tears welled in her eyes. Rosie, my fate is already decided, Lassie replied. If I succeed, our status will rise to a new rank. If not, I will lose my life. There is no turning back now. Tony Clark may be powerful in strength, but with the seductive potion, he will become a play doll. Once he uses my body, I will accuse him of raping me. I will ask for justice from the academy itself, Lassie said. She clenched her fists in determination. The chubby girl, Rosie, leaned her head against the shoulder of her sister. She sobbed with a look of reluctance. Their life was nothing but walking on a sword edge. One misstep could take their lives. Meanwhile, Tony Clark finally reached the administration hall. It was locked from all sides. Only 2 disciples stood as guards outside. The 2 guarding disciples were in deep slumber. They tried their best not to fall from their standing position. The snow leopard roared. The 2 guarding disciples jumped aside in horror. They opened their eyes wide. They saw the snow leopard first, and then they saw Tony Clark. We did not do anything. One of them fell to his knees immediately after seeing the face of Tony. The other disciple saw him and immediately fell to his knees as well. His expression was confused. I need some resources from the academy treasury. Whom should I meet? Tony asked. He looked at one of the disciples with a serious expression. Young Master Tony, we really do not know about such details. Please ask the administration elder, one of them replied. His tone stuttered. Do you mean Elder Jing? Where is she? Tony asked. He remembered the old lady he met in the administration hall on the first day. She is in that side room, but she might be sleeping at this time. Disturbing her at this time might not be good, the other disciple replied. He looked worried. You do not have to worry about her, Tony said with a smile. Tony walked to the side room. He kicked the door with a loud bang. There was no response. Tony kicked the door non-stop. The door began making a creaking noise. It was ready to break at any moment. Finally, the door opened with a sudden thrust. The old lady Elder Jing stared at him with an irritated look. Tony was taken aback after seeing the stunningly revealing clothes of Elder Jing. He stared at her from head to toe with a strange look. Why is this old lady wearing such silk clothes at this age? Tony wondered. His expression was confused. What are you staring at, evil boy? The lady asked. She was angry. She covered her silk nightgown with her winged robes and tied them tightly. Do not worry, I am not interested in old ladies, Tony said with a casual smirk. Why are you causing trouble at my door at this time? Do not forget that you are still inside the Nine Lotus Academy. If you are here to cause trouble, leave now. Otherwise. The lady stopped midway after seeing a dagger in the hand of Tony Clark. I am not here to see your old face. Just tell me who has the authority to open the academy treasury for me. I want some resources urgently, Tony asked. He played with the dagger in one hand. He intimidated her with a villainous look. What? Are you trying to rob the academy treasury? The eyes of the lady went wide in shock. Are you deaf or dumb? Tony said with irritation. I have enough academy cash to buy hundreds of old ladies like you, so do not irritate me. Just tell me who has the authority to open the academy treasury, Tony asked again. He looked impatient. Chapter 112. Tony Clark, do not go overboard. Leave now, before I call the Peak Masters. Elder Jing spoke in a shaky tone, her face wearing a mask of false bravery. Old lady, do you have half a brain or what? I am just asking you for simple information. With your old brain, you could have easily answered what I asked. Just say it. Tony spoke impatiently, pointing the sharp end of the dagger towards her head. Kill me if you want, but you will be staying in the academy prison for your entire life. Killing an elder of the academy is a big crime. Do you understand? The old woman tried to threaten him. Shush. Tony held the dagger to her forehead, a look of frustration on his face. You old geezer. I am asking for one last time. Just tell me who has the authority to open the academy treasury at this time. Just give me the answer. If you speak any other nonsense, I will go directly to the Sword Peak, and will enjoy the body of your only granddaughter, Han Jing. Tony threatened, his face twisted in irritation as he took a step forward toward the old woman. Elder Jing went silent for a second, the gravity of her mistake sinking in. Hearing the name of her granddaughter, Han Jing, made her stiffen. Please do not do it. Go to Vice Academy Master Rutherford. He has full authority to open the academy treasury to the full extent. Elder Jing replied, her voice stuttering. You dumb lady, stop playing with me. I know you joined hands with that Imperial Family prince, Mark Smith. That Vice Academy Master will not even open his room door after seeing my face. Seems like there is no other way. Just tell me how to reach the Academy Master at this time. Tony decided to meet the Academy Headmaster Da Vinci directly. The Academy Master, Da Vinci, will be available at Night Pool Mountain. Normal disciples cannot reach there. After crossing the Sword Peak, you must climb the highest-looking red snow mountain. Da Vinci will be staying on top of it. Elder Jing replied, her expression hesitant. Tony sighed loudly after hearing the answer he wanted. See, so simple. That is how you must answer a question. Tony turned back. He climbed onto the snow leopard, and the beast began to run with full energy. After Tony left, the old elder Jing stared at the two guarding disciples with a look of severity. "Tell me, which one of you showed my room to Tony?" Elder Jing asked, pointing a threatening finger at them. Both the guarding disciples stared at each other, their faces pale with fear. Before the other one could respond, the disciple who actually showed the room to Tony lifted his hand and pointed directly at his companion. "You, come inside," Elder Jing commanded, walking into her room without waiting for a response. "You, why did you do this to me?" the other guarding disciple asked, his eyes wet with tears. "Sorry, mate, I really do not want to lick that old pussy. Please forgive me," he replied in an apologetic tone. Meanwhile, the first prince of the Imperial British family, Mark Smith, was still awake at midnight. The servants had just brought news about Tony Clark entering the healing tower. "Yes, master, he was helping the white family lady from the Philippines," the servant replied in a hushed tone. "Leave it. We do not have enough time to deal with that evil boy, Tony. Till now, I considered Tony a weakling, who was easy to crush under my feet, but he is a real threat." Mark Smith tightened his grip around the wine glass. "Master, should we use force?" the servant asked. "No, we cannot act directly against Tony. The Clark family will always be watching his back. Now there is only one way to deal with Tony." Mark Smith stared deeply at the wine bottle. "What is it, master? Just tell me. I will do it," the servant said with eager anticipation. "No, Ashok, I can only do it. Tony Clark will definitely attend the World Tree Blessing this time to cross the Grandmaster stage during the trial grounds. I will definitely get an opportunity to eliminate him permanently. Write a letter to my father that I failed his task, but I will definitely take my revenge on Tony Clark during the World Tree Blessing." Mark Smith spoke slowly, his voice filled with deep resentment. Unlike the ninth Prince Edward Smith, the first Prince Mark Smith accepted his defeat against Tony. He held ulterior motives and possessed the patience to wait for the perfect time. "As you command, young master." The servant Ashok bowed his head before leaving silently. Mark Smith continued to think deeply while sipping from the wine glass. He still could not understand how the Imperial Family network failed to detect the real strength of Tony. All these years, everyone thought Tony was a useless suitcase without any talent in the martial path, but he had clearly hidden his strength well. "This is not over yet, Tony Clark. Your death is written in my hands. Do not worry, I will fulfill it," he said to himself with gritted teeth, before lifting the wine glass and gulping it in one go. Meanwhile, Tony Clark was on a completely different mission. While his enemies planned behind his back, Tony did his best to get his hands on the heaven rank movement technique. After a long ride, the snow leopard reached the base of Red Snow Mountain, just as Elder Jing had described. Why is this mountain called Night Pool Mountain when its color is red? Tony thought as he observed the mountain, with a bright flashlight, before he started climbing. Without wasting much time, Tony sat comfortably on the snow leopard and commanded it to move. The snowy mountain served as a playground for the snow leopard, and it continued to climb with ease. Just as they reached the halfway point, the wind speed increased, and the temperature dropped drastically. Why the hell is this Academy Master staying in such a place? Can he not have an official office room in a convenient location? Tony muttered, infusing life energy into the snow leopard to help it move freely. "Are you tired, Tony Clark?" A heavy voice echoed from the side of the rider. Chapter 113. Are you tired, Tony Clark? A heavy elderly tone came from the right side of Tony. Tony started and stopped abruptly, turning toward the voice. He opened his eyes wide and saw the elderly face of Academy Master Da Vinci, who was smiling casually. "How can you fly at this height?" Tony asked with a look of surprise. Da Vinci's smile widened. "A supreme warrior can do many things. Flying is one of many such things. You will know these secrets once you become a supreme warrior." Tony realized his mistake. The person standing before him was a supreme warrior. Every supreme warrior gained several abilities upon enlightenment. Da Vinci must have gained the power to fly for a short time. "Are you looking for me?" Da Vinci asked while Tony stared at him in silence. "Yes," Tony replied immediately. "I need some rare herbs and potions urgently. I think only you can open the Academy treasury at this time. That is why I came looking for you." "Oh." Da Vinci looked thoughtful. "First, let us go to my residence. We need to talk a bit." He snapped his fingers. Tony felt his body become light as a feather. He began floating along with his snow leopard. This was not flying. He felt no force or wind element, but he drifted like a feather in the air. They reached the top of Night Pool Mountain within moments. Tony breathed loudly after stepping onto the peak. He expected a grand residence or lavish decorations for the Academy Master. Instead, he saw only a thatched wooden hut with holes in the walls. "Is this your residence?" Tony asked with a confused look. "Ha ha ha ha." Da Vinci laughed heartily. "This is not my first time seeing people's reactions." He continued to laugh. "I do not know why people are always so shocked to see my home. Elder, why are you living in such a shabby place? If you want, there will be a milkstone house built solely for you." "It is not so simple, Tony. This place has a peculiar strategic position. The natural elemental gathering would be disturbed if I built a house here. This wooden thatched house is enough for me. I was raised in a similar house as a child. All my years and youth were spent in cultivation, and now I have lost my prime, but became a powerful person. What is the use? My age cannot be reversed. I will not find peace in those lavish milkstone houses. I chose this place to remember my childhood and my mother," Da Vinci said emotionally while offering a seat to Tony, which was carved from thick rock. Tony sat down while listening to the reply. Elder, I can see the difference in life energy in this place. This is definitely heaven for cultivators. I also have a little doubt. What is it, Tony? Do not tell me you want to stay here from now onwards. Da Vinci joked while preparing a fire stove at the center. No. My Clark family has better places to stay. More than that, I am leaving this academy soon. I am just wondering why this mountain is called Nightpool Mountain, while its color is clearly red. Usually people call it Red Mountain, right? Tony asked with a questioning glance. Da Vinci remained silent for a moment as he prepared the heat on the fire pit. Tony waited for the response. Da Vinci boiled water and added some rare tea leaves from his personal collection. A strong aroma filled the air between them. Tony felt refreshed just from the scent of the tea. I have personally collected these tea leaves from the Himalayas. They are definitely worth my struggle. Academy Master Da Vinci said proudly while stirring the pot skillfully with one hand. Tony did not respond to the statement. He watched as the old man casually picked up the red-hot teapot with his bare hand and poured tea into 2 jade glasses. Da Vinci offered one to Tony Clark. You still have not answered my question, Tony said without receiving the jade glass. The answer lies in your own question, Tony Clark, Da Vinci said as he placed the teacup in the hands of Tony. Tony held the tea glass and stared at Da Vinci with a confused look. Why do you think this mountain is red unlike all those white snow mountains? Da Vinci stared with a questioning look. I do not know exactly. My guess is that the color might be due to a chemical reaction, or there might be an active volcano inside this mountain. Is there any other secret? Tony asked as he slightly raised his eyebrow and watched the reaction of Da Vinci. You guessed it correctly, Tony Clark. It was a chemical reaction. In fact, this mountain is hollow inside, and only one particular tree has been growing inside this mountain for thousands of years. That tree is the reason for this abundant life energy. The tree survived just because of one pool at the base of the mountain. It was called the Night Pool. This Night Pool has a special ability. It can improve your comprehension by 100-fold, but it can only be useful for Grandmaster rank cultivators. Once you experience the World Tree Blessing, you have no use for this Night Pool. Da Vinci explained patiently. Wait, you said only one tree has been growing for thousands of years. Tony paused as he began analyzing those lifespan-increasing fruits. I heard only the Nine Lotus Academy has a source to produce lifespan-increasing fruits, which increase the lifespan of old people by 10 years after consuming one fruit. Is that it? That tree is inside this mountain? Tony asked eagerly, feeling like he had cracked the secret of the Nine Lotus Academy. Chapter 114. This is an open secret, Tony. It is not widely known to the public, but almost all the warlords and supreme warriors know about the existence of this lifespan-increasing tree inside the Nine Lotus Academy. Da Vinci sipped the herbal tea. Then why did not the Octopus organization occupy it? As far as I know, they take every single treasure worthy enough to change the balance of the world. Tony rested his chin on his palm. Because the lifespan-increasing fruits only work once for a person, we pay taxes to the Octopus organization for all the sold resources. Da Vinci smirked. Oh, I thought the same. If the fruits worked indefinitely, the first Academy Master could have lived for thousands of years like that tree. Tony tapped his fingers on the table. Let us talk about business. Why do you need resources from the Academy Treasury at this time? To treat a patient. She is important to me at this moment. Tony took a slow sip of the tea. Is this about the White family girl? Da Vinci leaned forward. Yes. Seems like you already know everything. Why are you doing this? The White family was already wiped out of this world. Those 2 sisters will not survive 1 week. The Philippines Lee family will not let those sisters live. Da Vinci observed Tony closely. Tony finished his herbal tea and placed the cup near the fire pit. He remained silent for a moment. Some things are worth the trouble, Elder. At present, Jane White is more important to me. I will go to any length to save her. I already ordered my family to annihilate the entire Lee family of the Philippines tomorrow. Tony spoke in a decisive tone. Da Vinci paused. He had assumed Tony was helping the lady because of her beauty. The thought of Tony annihilating the Lee family for her sake was unexpected. Do you like that lady? I am not doing this for the sake of lust. I think you know this well, Elder. Tony stared directly into Da Vinci's eyes. Da Vinci's expression shifted. He remained silent for a full minute, deep in thought. Tony Clark, do you know why I asked you to stay 1 more day in the academy? No, I am curious about it myself. Is there a specific reason? Yes, there is. I want to ask you a favor. Da Vinci held a long, steady stare. Tony stiffened. A request from the Supreme Warrior ranked Academy Master was the last thing he had anticipated. Do you want a favor from my family? No, I want a favor from you directly. Please say it, Elder. Helping a Supreme Warrior is an honor for me. Not so fast, Tony. It is not an easy matter. You might ask for a written favor for this, so think carefully. Tony sat in silence. He weighed his options for a long time, struggling to imagine what favor he could possibly perform for a Supreme Warrior. Elder, please tell me. What is it? If I can do it, I will not hesitate. It is about the World Tree Blessing. You need to bring something back during the next ceremony. I actually prepared to ask this favor from the Imperial Prince Mark Smith. After seeing you fight, I changed my opinion. Even until the last minute, I was hesitant. When I found that you were helping the White family lady not because of lust, I made my decision. Da Vinci took a long breath. There is one treasure that can improve the lifespan of a supreme warrior by at least 500 years. It is available only during the World Tree Blessing. Getting your hands on it is not simple. I hope you can help me get it and let this old man survive another 500 years. Da Vinci fell silent. He watched Tony intently. Tony calculated the implications. A treasure capable of extending life by 500 years was staggering. A supreme warrior could live up to 300 years at maximum. Only the first 150 years were spent in peak health. The final years were withered and fragile. If such a treasure existed, supreme warriors would kill each other like mad dogs to possess it. Aren't you afraid, Elder? You revealed such a valuable secret to me. Even if I cannot get it, I could use such a treasure for one of my family ancestors. Tony searched for any sign of deception on the face of the Academy Master. Of course I know. I am willing to offer you an equal amount of reward in exchange. I thought about this thoroughly before asking. Even if you bring such a treasure back, not anyone can use it. Only I know the secret to consuming it. It will be useless even if you backstab me and take it to your family. Tony realized the logic behind the request. He understood Da Vinci's gamble. He sat in silence for a long time, gathering his thoughts before he finally spoke. What is your exchange offer, Elder? Tell me. What can you give against 500 years of lifespan? Chapter 115. The cold mountain wind howled endlessly around the small wooden hut at the peak of Nightpool Mountain. Snow drifted across the red stone surface, while the flames inside the fire pit crackled softly, casting dancing shadows across the aged face of Academy Master Da Vinci. Tony Clark stared at the old man while slowly rotating the jade teacup between his fingers. The herbal fragrance inside the room was calming, but the atmosphere between them was anything but peaceful. What is your exchange offer, Elder? Tony asked with a serious look. Tell me, what can you give against 500 years of lifespan? Da Vinci did not answer immediately. The old man lifted the teacup toward his lips and took a long sip before placing it back near the fire pit. My supreme inheritance, he replied in a heavy tone. Tony's brows twitched. For any ordinary martial artist, such an offer would be enough to make them kneel on the spot. A supreme warrior's inheritance represented a lifetime of cultivation, enlightenment, battle experience, and secrets that countless people would kill for. Tony remained calm. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. I am not convinced. Da Vinci looked at him before laughing. Ha ha ha, I expected that answer. The old man leaned back against the wooden chair and sighed. If it was any other disciple, they would have agreed before I finished speaking. But you are different, Tony Clark. You are already standing behind the shadow of two supreme warriors inside your family. Naturally, my inheritance alone cannot tempt you. Tony did not smile. You already know all this, Elder Da Vinci. Stop testing me and come to the real point. The old man's fingers paused. For the first time since their meeting began, his expression became truly serious. There is something valuable, which is definitely worth 500 years of lifespan, but I cannot reveal it to you right now. Tony frowned. Sorry, Elder. I do not make deals based on blind promises. Tell me what it is. Only then can I decide whether risking my life for your lifespan treasure is worth it or not. Da Vinci fell silent. The room became quiet except for the crackling fire. Even the mountain wind outside seemed distant. Finally, the old man exhaled. It is about another world. Tony's eyes narrowed. A cultivation world. A world filled with people stronger than supreme warriors by hundreds of times. A world where Earth would look like a forgotten corner. Tony's fingers tightened around the teacup. Da Vinci continued in a calm but heavy tone. Even the Octopus organization does not know about this place. The method to reach that world, the coordinates, the conditions, everything remains hidden. Only me and two other independent supremes know this secret. Tony remained silent, but inside his mind, waves were crashing violently. Another cultivation world. A place where supreme warriors were considered weak. If such a world truly existed, everything would change. Da Vinci looked into Tony's eyes. If you bring me the lifespan treasure during the World Tree Blessing, I will tell you everything I know. I will also provide the resources and support necessary to help you reach that world. Tony placed the teacup down. The firelight reflected across his face. Elder, stop joking. Da Vinci raised an eyebrow. If such a world truly exists, why did you not go there yourself? Why are you desperately chasing a 500-year lifespan treasure instead of entering that world and living for thousands of years happily? Da Vinci smiled bitterly. There are conditions. What conditions? Conditions that my old body can no longer fulfill. The old man extended his wrinkled hand toward the fire. My bones are already tied to this earth. Even if the gate opens before me, I no longer possess the qualifications to enter. But you are different. His eyes sharpened. You are young. Your blood is strong. Your destiny has not settled yet. Tony remained unconvinced. Elder, your answers are too vague. You should at least tell me those conditions. Otherwise, how can this information be useful for me? Da Vinci shook his head. No. His tone was firm. A deal is a deal. Bring me the treasure first. Only then will I reveal everything. Tony stared at him. The two men measured each other again. One was an old supreme warrior nearing the end of his lifespan. The other was a rising monster whose potential could no longer be hidden. Da Vinci spoke again. And I promise one more thing. If you agree, my supreme inheritance will belong only to you. I will never pass it to another person on Earth. Tony leaned back while thinking. The information Da Vinci offered was enough to shake the entire world if revealed publicly. A hidden cultivation world. a secret unknown even to the Octopus organization. The value was immeasurable. Still, Tony did not immediately agree. Okay, Elder, he finally said. But I also have conditions. Da Vinci smiled. Greedy brat. Speak. I need resources that improve comprehension. Da Vinci nodded. The night pool. It can definitely help, but it only works for a few hours. After that it takes years to regain the ability. Tony's eyes flashed. You already told me about it. I want access to it in a few days. Agreed, Da Vinci said with a decisive look. Tony continued. And I want unrestricted access to your academy treasury. I will take whatever I want. You are not allowed to interfere. Da Vinci nearly choked on his tea. You are really shameless. Tony shrugged. You are buying 500 years of life. Stop acting stingy. The old man laughed before nodding. Fine. Agreed. And one more thing. Da Vinci narrowed his eyes. What now? In the future, you cannot stand against the Clark family. Chapter 116. In the future, you cannot stand against the Clark family. Tony Clark stared at Da Vinci with a serious look. This time, the old man became silent for much longer. As Academy Master of Nine Lotus Academy, remaining neutral was extremely important. Supporting any major family openly could destroy the Academy position and his reputation. Still, after looking at Tony carefully, and after thinking about his monstrous growth, Da Vinci finally answered. You are really pushing me to the limits, brat. But I can only promise this after you bring me the treasure. Fair enough. Tony smiled slightly. And after you use the lifespan treasure, you must show me the method personally. I also want to understand how it works. Da Vinci stared at him for a moment, before suddenly laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. You little fox. You truly plan to squeeze every drop of profit from this old man. And you are desperate enough to accept it. Tony smiled back calmly. For the next several hours, the two continued discussing world politics, hidden family conflicts, supreme warriors, and major powers operating in the shadows. The more Tony spoke, the more shocked Da Vinci became. The boy before him was frighteningly mature, and had clear plans to lead the Clark family to peak dominance. Tony's understanding of politics, manipulation, family feuds, and martial power structures was far beyond his age. At one point, Da Vinci even forgot he was speaking with a junior. Slowly, he became convinced of his decision to take Tony's support over Mark Smith. The sky outside slowly brightened. Morning sunlight finally spread across the snowy mountain peaks. Da Vinci stood up slowly with a heavy sigh. Since we reached an agreement, let me fulfill my part first. I will take you to the Academy treasury. Tony's eyes immediately brightened. The Academy treasury. The two left the wooden hut and descended toward the hidden underground vault beneath the sword peak. Da Vinci created a fog-like screen. While using his floating ability, Tony could not tell where they were actually going. After some time, they both stood before a long dome-shaped vault. It appeared like a train cave. They continued to float forward. Along the way, Da Vinci activated countless ancient formations hidden beneath the stone path's massive barriers opened silently, while ancient mechanisms rotated deep underground. Finally, they arrived before a gigantic metallic gate covered in ancient runes. Da Vinci pressed his palm against the surface. Several fingerprint formations activated simultaneously. After finally opening the modern safety alarms and metal doors, they passed through small rooms of regular rank treasures. Tony did not even take a proper look at them. After walking to the end, the real old treasury appeared in sight. As Da Vinci placed 7 different shaped locks in the heads of 7 serpents, the ancient locks rotated. Energy rippled through the circular lock which began making creaking noises. The gate slowly opened. The moment Tony stepped inside, even he could not hide his surprise. This place is more secure than my Clark family vault, Tony muttered in an appreciating tone. The treasury stretched endlessly like an underground train passage. Long metallic halls spread into different sections, each separated according to resource category. Weapons, ancient manuals, elemental treasures, formation artifacts, beast materials, alchemy resources, movement treasures. Everything was perfectly organized behind crystal barriers. Tony's eyes immediately began shining. Da Vinci suddenly felt uneasy. Very uneasy. Without hesitation, Tony directly began collecting items. This one. He casually swept dozens of high-grade life energy pills into his storage ring. Da Vinci's eyelids twitched violently. Boy, at least leave some for future disciples. Your Clark family also has many of these things. Tony ignored him completely. Soon, he arrived before a section filled with movement treasures. A pair of black boots floated in the air, while wind energy continuously circulated around them. Tony immediately read the description. Flying cloud boots, increases aerial movement speed by 30% for Grandmasters. I am taking this. Before Da Vinci could react, the boots disappeared into Tony's ring. The old man took a deep breath. Then Tony moved toward another section. Several crimson crystals burned softly like living flames. Tony's eyes lit up. Fire affinity crystals. Da Vinci nodded reluctantly. Those help improve elemental compatibility over long periods. Good. Tony immediately took all 6. Da Vinci's heart almost stopped. You greedy little bandit. Tony pretended not to hear him. Further ahead, he discovered a strange silver spear floating in isolation, while lightning crackled around it. Beside it rested a sky-rank chain weapon covered in ancient black runes. Tony even found several ancient mechanical treasures resembling lost Gongjia engineering techniques. One metallic arm caught his attention immediately. The fingers moved slightly on their own. What is this? Da Vinci reluctantly answered. An ancient puppet weapon recovered from ruins. Once activated, it can release Grandmaster level attacks automatically. Tony's eyes widened slightly. Interesting. He immediately stored it away. Da Vinci nearly coughed blood. This is robbery. Complete robbery. Tony finally stopped before a section containing cultivation manuals. Ancient jade scrolls floated quietly behind crystal barriers. One of them immediately caught his attention. Burning Heaven Mirage Shadows. Tony opened it slightly and smiled. Camouflage type martial art. Pseudo sky rank. He took it. Another manual soon followed. 9 pulse explosion art. Then another. Void tracing eyes. Da Vinci watched silently while his face darkened further and further. At this point, Tony no longer resembled a disciple. He looked exactly like a victorious warlord emptying an enemy treasury after conquest. Hours passed. Tony continued wandering happily, while Da Vinci followed behind him like an old man watching his life savings disappear one item at a time. Why are you taking so many manuals? You cannot use these many. You will lose focus. Da Vinci said in a warning tone. All these are not for me, elder. I have a beautiful wife and loyal servants. Tony replied with a glowing smile as he tossed another manual. Finally, Tony stopped abruptly at one end. At the very end of the treasury, inside a separate black compartment rested a single dark cube surrounded by ancient chains. The moment Tony looked at it, his instincts trembled. What is this? He asked slowly. Da Vinci's expression changed slightly. For the first time since entering the treasury, the old man looked serious again. That is something even I cannot fully understand. Chapter 117. Academy Master Da Vinci clasped his hands behind his back and stared at Tony in silence. Finally, he lost patience as Tony continued to pick all random treasures. Are you satisfied? Da Vinci asked in a grim tone. Tony was quiet for a moment. I need some herbs to save the White family girl. Tony reached into his storage ring and wrote a long list of herbs on a piece of paper. He held it out. These specific ones. Da Vinci took it. He unfolded it. He read through the list once, then read it again more slowly. His eyebrows moved upward incrementally with each name. He paused after reading just a few herb names. Tony, half of these herbs have not been seen in commercial circulation for decades. A few of them. He looked up. Are you certain? Yes. To save her, I need them right away. Tony replied with a decisive look. This will take time to source. My influence reaches far, but even I cannot produce extinct-grade herbs from nothing overnight, Da Vinci said with a helpless look. I know. Tony nodded slightly. I already moved my family. In case, if they cannot get any, I will leave that to you. Da Vinci looked at him for a long moment. Okay, I will handle it. Until then, use the treasury's aura gathering yantra. The spiritual density in that room should accelerate the life energy significantly. Da Vinci folded the paper carefully and placed it inside his robe. Also the girl, how much time does she have? Enough. If you move quickly, Tony said with a long stare. Da Vinci nodded once and left. Tony sat in a lotus position and closed his eyes. The Clark family war room had not been used for a long time. Wars, in the traditional sense, were explosions. The movement of armies was visible enough to send messages before a single blow was struck. Power was displayed openly, because display was half the purpose. What the Clark family was organizing was the opposite of all that. Kent Clark, the Clark family ancestor, supreme warrior, living legend, a man whose name alone made nations tremble in fear, currently sat at the head of the long table. He was enjoying a meal after 33 days of closed cultivation. Ryan Clark sat 2 seats down, hands folded on the table. The Lee family. My son Tony wants them finished. They have a powerful overlord. Do you want me to go? The old ancestor Kent asked with one look. Yes, ancestor, Ryan said with a humble bow. Kent lifted his head from the food plate. Then I will make my move on time. He looked at the 2 commanders standing at the table's opposite end. No banners, no announcements, no visible mobilization. We move forces through the northern passage in civilian configuration, small units, staggered timing. His eyes were steady. By the time the Octopus organization realizes what is happening, the task will already be finished. The commanders nodded without speaking. Questions? Kent asked. Nobody had any. Because when the Clark family ancestor said move, the only correct response was to move. Meanwhile, on the other side of the family compound, Malkin, the Clark family's chief operations manager, was having the most expensive afternoon of her professional career. The herb list Tony had sent through was open on the table, in front of her, annotated now with prices, source contacts, acquisition timelines, and the increasingly alarming total cost. Her pen stopped moving at one point. She stared at the number. She sent the acquisition order anyway, because Patriarch Ryan had been extremely clear that morning. Tony's orders execute without sealing. Whatever he needs. However much it costs. Malkin had served the Clark family for 13 years. She had processed large transactions before, land acquisitions, political arrangements, resource investments that could fund small nations for a year. But billions had changed hands in a single afternoon, and the list was not finished yet. She rubbed her temple. In the past, Patriarch Ryan would have reviewed every purchase related to Tony. He would have asked questions. He would have stopped the money flow. But Tony changed his stature with the arena fights. After that, Ryan Clark had returned from the projection screen with a different expression. Quieter, more certain. His son needed full, unconditional, unlimited support. Malkin sent the next acquisition order without hesitation. The billions kept moving. The healing tower corridor was very quiet in the afternoon. Most of the traffic through this section happened in the mornings. Patient intake, treatment scheduling, the general movement of healers and apprentices going about structured daily routines. By midday, the hallway outside the private treatment rooms settled into stillness. Lassie had been standing in it since morning. She shifted her weight slightly, then shifted it back. Her hands, folded in front of her, were not entirely steady, and she was very aware of that, so she pressed them together more firmly and made them stop. The small bottle was tucked inside her inner robe. Lassie had chosen the healing tower because Tony would come back here. He had unfinished work with the White family girl. He had to return. She checked the corridor again. Empty. She had been checking it every few minutes since morning. The same result each time. Apprentices passing occasionally, a doctor or two, nobody she was looking for. By late evening, a small doubt formed. By midday, the doubt had become something bigger. What if he already left? The thought arrived and refused to leave. Tony had declared his departure from the academy publicly, in front of thousands of people. He was not the type to make announcements and then delay. He was the type to say a thing and then do it, immediately, without looking back. What if he walked out this morning and he is already gone? Her hands tightened around each other. But then, her instinct pushed back. Quiet but firm. No. The White family girl. The treatment he had not finished. Tony Clark did not leave unfinished things. She had studied him long enough to be sure of that much. He would come here. Lassie exhaled slowly. She straightened her posture. She smoothed the front of her robe with one careful hand. The bottle pressed warm against her ribs. She settled back into stillness and waited. The corridor remained quiet. Afternoon light moved slowly across the floor through the high windows, shifting the shadows by degrees. Lassie did not move. Her body was still. Her eyes were fixed on the far end of the corridor, where the main entrance opened wide. But there was no sign of Tony Clark. And her hands, despite everything, were shaking again. Chapter 118. The Nine Lotus Academy treasury was silent except for the sound of breathing. Tony slowly opened his eyes. The life energy in the treasury room had thinned noticeably because of the heaven-devouring origin scripture. Hours of continuous cultivation had drawn it down like water from a well. Peak Grandmaster. Tony smiled in satisfaction. Now the World Tree blessing was no longer a distant possibility. He was genuinely eligible. He just needed to wait until the World Tree blessing appeared. He exhaled slowly and reached for his communication orb. He tapped at one corner and sent a communication request. It connected after 2 rings. Malkin. Young master. Her voice was crisp despite the late hour. Malkin had never once in 19 years allowed exhaustion to show in her professional tone. I was expecting your call. What about the herbs? Report. Every item on your list has been sourced and delivered to the healing tower patient room as you mentioned, master. Quality verified on each, quantity confirmed. But, except one. The morning dew root. Every contact I reached came back empty. It is simply not in circulation right now, young master. I am sorry. Tony was quiet for a moment. Do not apologize. You covered everything else in a single day. He leaned back slightly. The attack on the Lee family. What is the status? Already in motion, Malkin said with a satisfied look. Your great-grandfather, Supreme Kent, agreed personally. Forces moved out before sunset in civilian configuration. Dark route, staggered. No announcement, no banners. The Lee family will not see it coming. Tony smiled. Good. He stood, stretching once. Get some rest, Malkin. You have earned it. As you command, young master. Good night. He ended the call. Just then Da Vinci opened the door with a big laugh. I told you I would move quickly, Da Vinci said, and pressed the storage ring into Tony's hand. Tony channeled a thread of energy into it. The contents floated between them. Stack after stack of carefully preserved herbs, each bundled and labeled in Da Vinci's personal storage method, cool contained, spiritually sealed. Tony's eyes moved through them quickly. Near the bottom of the arrangement, bundled separately from the rest, wrapped in preservation silk, was the morning dew root. One complete set. Tony looked at it for a moment without speaking. Where did you get it, old man? Even my family failed to collect this morning dew root, Tony said in surprise. Ha ha ha. That one took 3 calls and a favor I have been holding for 11 years, Da Vinci said mildly. I hope it is worth it. It is worth it. It will save her life. Tony picked it up carefully. He gathered everything into his own storage, gave Da Vinci a single nod of genuine thanks, and moved toward the door. Tony. He paused. Da Vinci looked at him with the expression of someone who has more to say, and has decided against most of it. Remember your promise. Tony held his gaze for a moment. Then he left without answering. Outside, darkness filled everything. The academy had gone to sleep. No moon night, no light from above. Only the low amber glow of the stone lanterns spaced along the main routes. Everything beyond their reach was pure shadow. Tony moved through it on the snow leopard. The healing tower rose ahead, its upper windows faintly lit by the overnight duty staff. Tony guided the leopard along the side approach, dismounted at the eastern entrance, and moved through the door. As he pressed the 13th floor button, the door of the elevator closed behind him. But just at the last second, a shadow slipped inside the elevator. It was Lassie. She covered her face under a black silk mask. 3 seconds passed, and she directly used the seductive potion. A small detonation, barely audible, like a glass vial meeting a hard surface, and losing. The fog-like vapor expanded instantly, filling the enclosed space in less than a breath, colorless and fast and carrying something in it that was not just mist. Tony held his breath by reflex. Across from him in the fog, he heard the counting of a lady voice, barely audible, almost whispered. 1, 2, 3. He let the fog clear around him without moving, held his body still, let his internal energy cycle quietly through his system. 8, 9, 10. The fog was gone. Tony stood exactly where he had been standing. The figure across from him stopped counting. He crossed the distance in one step, reached out, and pulled the mask off her face in one clean motion. He looked at her. She looked at him. Edward's dog, Tony said. Lassie's jaw went wide open in complete shock. Because Tony was still standing with full consciousness. Those seductive potions do not work on me. He tilted his head slightly. I am a doctor, Lassie dog. He leaned forward slightly, just enough to be uncomfortable. So tell me something. His smirk appeared. Why did you use a seductive potion? Do you want to do that thing with me? Lassie was in utter shock. Not only had her expensive seductive potion failed, but Tony recognized her with one look. How did Tony Clark know about me? I am just a servant. Lassie did not understand what to do now. There was only one way. She clenched her fists and attacked. The poison dagger came from her left sleeve, fast, properly trained, aimed with genuine intent. Not a bluff. Not a warning strike. Tony caught her wrist. One hand. Clean. She tried to pull free. She could not. She tried the other hand. He had already anticipated it. 40 seconds later, the elevator doors opened. Tony dragged her to an empty room. By the time she realized what was happening, Lassie was sitting against the wall of the observation room on the 13th floor with her wrists and ankles tied by Tony's belt. I will deal with you later, Tony said through the narrowing gap. Do not damage anything. The lock clicked. He was already moving towards the treatment room to meet the White family sisters. Lassie sat in silence in a helpless state. She began cursing the bastard who sold her the expensive seductive potion. Chapter 119. The room where Monty White lay was quiet and dim. Tony entered the room, and he switched on all the lights. Jean White rose from the chair with a hopeful look. She had been here all day. Tony could see the particular exhaustion in her posture, the weariness of someone who had refused to take rest. She had no place to go now. All her family was wiped out from the Philippines. She looked at Tony's face, then she looked at the herbs he was holding. You came back, she said. Her voice was quite low. Did I not promise? Tony began to arrange the herbs delivered by his family, placing them on the preparation surface in a precise sequence. Do not worry, I brought everything. Your sister will be saved. Jean's hand went to her mouth. She watched him work without looking at her. His movements were precise and completely without doubt. The morning dew root was separated first, set aside, and the temperature preservation seal was maintained. Then the secondary compounds were arranged in treatment order. He used the grinding tools from the tower's preparation cabinet. He used the mortar and pestle, the ceramic heating element, and the specific small blade used for membrane separation on root compounds. He began grinding, measuring, the careful, exacting process of turning raw herbs into something the body could absorb and use. Each compound required different preparation, different timing, and different temperature. Jean stood back and watched in silence. She had seen healers work before, senior healers, peak masters, and specialists brought in at enormous expense from distant academies. But Tony had a peculiar style. His way of doing things was unique. Tony worked like a man solving a problem he had already solved before. There was no hesitation. There was no consultation. There was no second guessing. People call him useless. When did he become so skilled? Jean thought with a mesmerized look. She did not ask any questions or voice any doubts. She just watched his hands move with complete trust. Tony began applying the first compound on Monty White's body. Then he felt the heat. The touch of the woman's body made him breathe loudly. A heat started low in his chest, spreading under the skin like a small itching. His hands continued moving, completing the current step on reflex, while the rest of his attention turned inward. He felt shaking, sweating, the need for touch, and a craving for lust. His brow tightened slightly. The potion, Tony muttered while controlling his urges. The fog from the elevator had been more powerful than he had initially assessed. He thought the seductive potion was completely neutralized. But there had been a secondary layer underneath it. Some bastard really used his brain, Tony muttered as the craving and itching for lust increased. Seems like the potion is working against my will, he thought grimly. He worked faster. He finished the paste for the first application in one go. He finished the root membrane separation while his hands were still fully reliable. He sequenced the remaining compounds so that if his control slipped, Jean could follow the order without him. Sweat appeared on his forehead. The heat climbed. Jean also observed the subtle changes for the first time. His thoughts were beginning to shake, becoming fragmentary and intrusive with the specific craving for a woman. He suddenly turned toward Jean, but he controlled the instincts in the next second. Tony. Jean's voice came from somewhere to his left. Uncertain. Are you? Your face. She stared at him in confusion. Tony's cheeks turned red and sweat began covering his body from head to toe. I am fine. His voice came out strongly. Do not touch the compounds on the left side of the surface. They are temperature sensitive. You are sweating. What? I am fine, Tony said in a shaky tone while picking up the herb extract. But the bowl almost slipped from his hands. He placed it back on the table at the last second. He was not fine. The heat was becoming problematic, moving into his legs, his hands, and the base of his skull. His vision was clear, but the thinking behind it was developing gaps, little absences where concentration should have been. He finished the second compound. He reached for the third. His hand missed the container by 2 inches. He corrected. He picked it up. He continued. Almost. Almost done. Just finish. The heat spiked. Tony's knees made contact with the floor before he had consciously registered falling. The ceramic jar stayed upright. He had managed that much, some reflex protecting the work even as the rest of his body stopped cooperating. The floor was cold against his palms. He was aware of Jean making a sound. There was fear in it, movement, and her footsteps crossing the room quickly. His mind, at the edges, was chaos. Jean reached him and tried to hold him steady. But suddenly, Tony held her hand. She looked at him in surprise. She felt the manly touch. For a second, she lost her grip and Tony completely fell to the ground. His body touched the floor with a loud thud. He controlled the urge to pin her down and enjoy his lustful cravings. Jean's hands appeared in his vision, hovering, not knowing where to help. Tony, what is happening? Should I call someone? Tony. He looked up at her from the floor. His face was drenched in sweat. His eyes were too dull and tired. The heat coming off him was visible now, a faint distortion in the air, the kind that appears above surfaces that have absorbed too much. The compound's on the right, he said. His voice was controlled with visible effort. Blue sealed container. Mix it in urgent. His voice died down midway, and he completely lost consciousness. I do not. Tony, I do not know how to. But Tony had no response. She placed a hand on his forehead and was shocked. Too hot. Ah, she cried out in the next second as Tony tightly held her hand. Help me, he muttered in a shaky tone while reaching for her face. She took a back step. Tony's heart rate doubled, and his body began heating up at a rapid pace. Tony, who had little rationality left, tried to control the rushing blood. But soon, he found that the changes were uncontrollable. Soon his little brother stood up, and his brain began visualizing scenes of naked cuties, alluring bodies, and furious funking scenes. Meanwhile, the feeling became uncontrollable for Jean White. She was in a complete dilemma. Only Tony could save her sister, and all the resources were processed already. If he failed now, gathering rare herbs might not be possible again. She gritted her teeth and controlled the urge to pounce on the burning Tony. Did he get poisoned? Or did someone use a seductive potion? Jean could not decide what to do. Even if she wanted to bring any help, it was already late night, and anything could happen in her absence. Suddenly the body of her sister began shaking violently and stopped abruptly. Mani. She approached closely. Her heart raced after seeing falling blood pressure. Jean. Suddenly she felt her ankle tightly grabbed. When she looked down, she saw Tony looking at her with a playful and lust-filled stare. Seems like there is one thing I could do, Jean muttered as determination filled her eyes. Chapter 120. Jean bit her tongue and accepted her fate to save her sister, Mani. She leaned forward and collapsed beside Tony. She closed her eyes and waited for Tony to claim her body. She understood the weight of her actions and accepted them for the sake of the man who held the key to her sister's life. Tony finally understood his situation and opened his eyes. Water, he muttered in a weak tone. He stared at Jean, who lay beside him with her eyes closed. Without saying a word, Tony rolled onto his side, drawing her close. The feminine body offered him pleasure and comfort. He sucked on her fingers, and her cold skin offered respite to his feverish heat. Jean pulled her arm closer to her face, and Tony leaned forward to keep sucking her fingers. She withdrew her hand and leaned close to his face. For a heartbeat, Tony stared into her pitiful eyes, then leaned forward, and their lips met. Tony lost his final shred of rationality as he tasted the pleasure, pressing his body against hers to temper the heat. Sweet moans escaped from Jean's throat as their tongues interlocked. Jean, who had waited until this moment with iron resolve, did not hold back. She pulled his clothes away one by one. Tony's palms tore away her one-piece garment, which barely covered her chest. As their naked bodies met, Tony felt the soft mounds pressing hard against him. Her soft skin rubbed against his, and he held onto her tightly. She grabbed Tony's head with both arms, drinking in his hot saliva. A fish does not need to learn to swim, and a man does not need training for dual cultivation. His right hand moved to her curves and began pressing them like soft dough. Like a veteran guitar player, his forefinger played music with her nipple. Her moaning grew louder as she felt a tickling pleasure from her chest. Though she had witnessed this scene hundreds of times during her training classes, personally experiencing it gave her life a new perspective. Tony's desire pressed against her navel, trying to find its path. Like the butterfly doors of a car, her legs automatically opened wide into a large letter M shape. A soft pink slit appeared in Tony's vision as he stared down at the change in Jean's position. Before Tony could focus, Jean pulled him closer and kissed him deeply. His swollen tower searched for a place to rest, finally finding his prize. The path was narrow and tight, obstructing him at first. Like a beast that only knew how to hunt, Tony thrust hard against her, forcing his way inside. Jean cried out in pain, and tears filled her eyes. Perhaps out of instinct or anger, she bit Tony's lower lip and hugged him tightly like a koala. Fingernails pierced the skin on his back. Tony felt no pain, his brain filled with the urge to thrust. A streak of red fluid flowed between her legs. With that, she lost her precious first time. It was only 8 milliliters of red fluid. Like a sports car entering a runway, Tony continued to move in and out. Soon, white secretions coated the walls of her body, providing lubrication for smooth movement. The effect of the seductive potion was immense. Blood rushed through Tony's body. He lost all sense of reason and ravaged her body without holding back. The rocky floor of the operation room grew wet with the fluids flowing from her. A strong, sweet, aromatic smell filled the air. Jean lay flat on the floor, her legs raised high in a perfect V-shape. Tony's body moved between her legs like a machine. To ease the friction, Jean turned around, submitting her back to him. Her skin turned pink from the pressure, her chest firmed up, and deep finger marks marred her skin. 20 minutes passed. Tony finally regained some control over his thoughts. He was moving behind her in a doggy position. His hands held tight to her waist, and he thrust with loud, moaning sounds. Soon, his pleasurable moans turned into gasping. Thoughts of his wife and the reality of the situation pierced his brain. Control, he thought. I need control. A single thought bombarded his brain from all sides. Soon, the gasping turned into loud, unwilling cries. Like an angry person taking the last puff of a cigarette before tossing it away, Tony thrust hard against her one final time, and pushed her away with a ragged cry. He fell back on the floor and lay there, gasping for air. His gaze fixed on the ceiling. Sweat covered his body from head to toe. He lay on the floor, still naked. Jean turned toward Tony and stared at him, waiting to see his reaction. Water, Tony muttered in a weak tone, turning his gaze toward her. Jean pulled a wine jar from her storage ring and moved forward to pour it into his mouth. Tony snatched the bottle from her and gulped the cold, sweet wine. His throat struggled to take it all in, and he rose to his elbows. He finished the entire bottle in a single stroke. He tossed the empty glass against the wall and looked at Jean. His eyes were streaked with red, sending a shiver down Jean's spine. Sorry, he uttered. I do not regret my choice, she said, looking at him with determination. In the next second, they moved toward each other again. Finish fast, he said. Chapter 121. Nine Lotus Academy. The Healing Tower. Inside the operating room on the 13th floor, Tony Clark worked steadily on the body of the White family girl. Silence filled the room, broken only by the rhythmic clicking of his fingers against golden needles. He poured his focus into the treatment. The rarest of rare herbs vanished into the mix over one long night. He spent his entire fortune to save this one girl. Jean White sat in the corner, head bowed. She could not lift her gaze to look at Tony. The memories of the previous night replayed endlessly in her mind. She let go of her worry for her sister, Moni, because Tony Clark guaranteed her recovery. Soft mourning sounds escaped Moni's mouth. Jean did not feel worry or tension. Instead, happiness bloomed in her chest knowing her sister would live. She would not need to walk this world alone anymore. Outside, the sun rose from the mountains, casting a golden glow over the white snow-capped peaks. People began entering the healing tower to clean the floors before the doctors arrived. Because the 13th floor remained restricted to normal servants, it stayed silent and empty, save for Tony's operating room. Shoo. Tony released a loud sigh, finally stilling his hands after hours of intense treatment. Last night had exhausted his energy drastically. Jean lifted her head, staring at Tony's back. Not finished completely, Tony muttered softly. After a brief pause, he began removing the golden needles from the skin of Moni White. His hands moved with a magician's grace. He flicked and removed each needle with stylish precision. The needles grouped together at the center like a prearranged bundle. After removing the needles, Tony observed the lady's condition for a minute. He began massaging her skin from head to toe. Moni continued releasing pleasure-filled sounds even though her body remained unconscious. 1 hour of massaging passed. Tony removed his gloves and doctor's apron. He washed his face and hands near the jet tap and cleaned himself with wet tissues. Your sister will wake up in 6 hours. She will be completely fine. Even her cultivation will slowly recover, Tony promised. He turned around and walked toward her. Jean stared at the floor. She did not dare lift her head to look into Tony's eyes. A strange emotion filled her heart. Jean, Tony called out, his voice shifting, waiting for her to look up. She kept her gaze fixed on the floor. About last night, I am really... Jean interrupted him. Please do not say sorry. That was a choice I made on my own. I could have run away or called for help. This is not entirely your mistake, Jean White stated, her voice decisive. She slowly lifted her head and stared into his eyes. No, you might not know this, but you saved my life. I never expected that seduction potion would work on my body. I should have been more careful, Tony replied in an apologetic tone. Do not speak about it. I also do not want you to take responsibility for what happened. You already have a beautiful wife like Lily. A lowly girl like me is not worthy of standing beside you, Jean said, moisture pooling in her eyes. Please do not say that. If you want, I will take responsibility for this, Tony insisted. I said no. Please forget about what happened, Jean White replied with a serious look. Tony searched her eyes for a second. He did not understand her refusal, but he respected her choice. Okay, I will listen to you. But in the meantime, come with me. I need to fulfill my promise, Tony said. He placed his hands in his pockets and turned toward the door. Where? Jean asked, confused. You will know soon, Tony replied, taking slow and deliberate steps. Please wait. Jean White followed him after one long look at her sister. Soon, they reached the academy entrance, where a war jet waited for Tony. Family manager Lady Malkin handled the vessel. The Supreme is waiting for you, young master, Malkin greeted, smiling. Then do not waste time, Tony said. He sat inside the war jet and extended a hand for Jean White to sit beside him. Jean did not understand where Tony was taking her, but she trusted him and waited patiently. The war jet reached the velocity of sound, creating sonic waves as it rushed in a straight line toward one destination. 15 minutes passed before they reached the Philippines. My country. Tony, what are you doing? Jean asked, her face etched with worry. I am just fulfilling my promise. Did I not say I would help you take your revenge? Tony asked with a soft smile. Jean stared at Tony's face, stunned. She never expected Tony to go to such lengths. For a second, she thought Tony acted to repay the previous night. She shook her head. Going against the Lee family required at least a day of planning, or several hours of preparation. Tony did not communicate with a single person after last night. That means Tony had already planned this before reaching the operating room. Jean stared at him with admiration. She never expected Tony to go to such lengths for her. Why are you doing this? Jean asked, tears filling her eyes. She could not understand why the mighty young master of the Clark family was going to such lengths for a lonely girl who had already lost her entire family and power. She had nothing left to offer him except begging for help. Why? The question echoed in her mind. Young Master Tony, everything is ready. We almost reached the Lee family territory. Shall I descend? Manager Malkin asked with a smiling face. Oh yeah. Let's finish this quickly, Tony said, an evil grin appearing on his lips. Chapter 122. The Lee clan mansion in Manila City lay nestled in a fertile valley, surrounded by high cliffs and a flowing Grand River. It was a beautiful and peaceful white mansion, complete with pink autumn trees and sprawling gardens. Beauty meant nothing when death came knocking at the doors. The Lee family held major power in Manila City, controlled entirely by the Lee clan. They acted like a government with full legal authority. Their family symbol, the 3 autumn leaves, rose into the sky on a balloon. At the center of the mansion, a pole lifted the sign in golden color. The symbol flew proudly over every gate, and young family members played with an iron football. The family guards were all trusted Lee clan cultivators, their armor bearing the autumn leaves symbol. Today, none of that mattered. The Clark family had arrived. Enormous war jets revealed themselves. As the stealth mode deactivated, the Clark family jets came into view, hovering above the Lee family mansion. The Clark family army immediately set up jammers and anti-recording flashlights. Servants and guards scrambled, running inside the walls in panic. Flying war jets were forbidden over the Lee family estate. A voice boomed across the sky, thundering like divine judgment. A single figure shot forward from the flying ship on a hoverboard. His robes flared in the wind, black hair trailing behind him like a banner of war. He stood mid-air, one hand behind his back, a lazy smirk on his face. It was Tony Clark. Jean White followed closely behind him. Lee clan. His voice echoed with life energy. You have lived long enough. Countless eyes turned towards the entrance. Bang! Tony smashed the massive entrance gate into small pieces. Lee clan elders and disciples rushed out of their halls, expressions ranging from confusion to disbelief. Some laughed, assuming an idiot had come seeking death. Others felt an icy chill crawl down their backs. Tony Clark spoke, his tone sharp and cold. Today I, Tony Clark, stand before your gates to uproot your entire family. You have 2 choices. Surrender now, and maybe, just maybe, I will spare your dead bodies intact. He grinned. Or resist, and you can evaporate from the surface of the earth. Silence. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the Lee mansion. Lee family core members and elders watched Tony from the windows. The Clark family forces descended behind Tony Clark like Avengers come to kill Thanos. Anyone with half a brain could tell this was not a bluff or an intimidating act. They were here to deliver justice. Who are these people? Chen Li, the prince of the Lee family, asked with a confused look. The elder looked at Chen Li as if he were seeing an idiot. The flying ship clearly belonged to the Clark clan, and at its head stood their heir, Tony Clark. The servant behind replied in a shaky tone. From the inner walls of the Lee estate, a surge of life energy rippled outward. Several figures shot into the sky, streaks of light converging towards the gates. Leading them was an old man, with a long silver beard, and deep-set eyes that shimmered with restrained power. His robe bore the 3 autumn leaves insignia, embroidered in gold thread. He was clearly an elder of the Lee clan. He stepped forward, attempting to calm the fear below as he faced Tony Clark. Young Master Tony. The elder stepped forward, his voice echoing through the air. This is an unexpected visit. Please accept the Lee family hospitality. He cupped his fists in formal greeting, though his hands trembled slightly. I did not come here to see your nonsense. I came for revenge. Tony spoke directly. We, the Lee clan, have always respected the Clark family. We have never crossed you. So may I ask, why have you come to our gates with such killing intent? For a moment, Tony Clark just stared at him with an amused look. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed loudly with an arrogant expression. Not offended me? He repeated mockingly. Are you truly clueless, or just pretending? Tony Clark's expression turned cold. Young Master Tony, please speak directly. My family has an overlord rank cultivator. Keep in mind that the Lee family is not your branch family to play with. Ren Lee, the family head, spoke in a serious tone. He could not bear to see a young teenager mocking him, before his family. Boom. A wave of spiritual energy burst from the flying ship above Tony. A supreme. Dong Li felt his life escaping after sensing the power above him. The grand supreme ancestor of the Clark family, Kent Clark, stepped beside Tony, stroking his white beard with idle amusement. What is taking you so long? Kent asked slowly as he placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. The Lee clan elders immediately took out their weapons, preparing to respond to the Clark clan threat, though many were visibly scared. Wait. A new voice echoed like thunder through the sky. It was steady, deep, and filled with authority. Everyone turned toward the heart of the Lee mansion, where a majestic pressure surged upward, parting the clouds above like a divine blade. From the main hall of the Lee clan manor, a figure rose into the air. He wore flowing silver and crimson robes embroidered with golden plum blossoms. His long black hair was streaked with gray, and his stern face bore the weight of decades of leadership. His presence silenced everything. It was the Lee clan ancestor, the Overlord rank martial warrior, Dong Lee. The air turned heavier as he floated forward, stepping between his trembling family members and the Clark family looming forces. Young Master Tony Clark. He spoke calmly, hands clasped behind his back. I am Dong Lee, Overlord warrior of the Lee clan. He introduced himself politely with his head bowed. Dong Lee's gaze swept over Kent Clark and finally landed on his family members. He turned back to Tony Clark and bowed. It was not a groveling bow, but a formal, sincere gesture of submission. We surrender. Gasps erupted behind him. What? Ancestor. Several Lee clan elders stepped forward in protest, faces twisted in disbelief. Ancestor, how can we just surrender? Silence. Dong Lee's voice cracked like thunder. Those who spoke immediately shut their mouths. He turned to them with eyes that had once led the clan through wars, disasters, and family rivalries. Look around you. Can you not see the white family girl? She came with backing. Do you think we are in any position to bargain? His eyes landed on the supreme warrior, Kent Clark. Others might not recognize him, but how could he not? Kent Clark was a monster in his prime. His name once echoed across the continents. No one dared to provoke him. He was said to have reached the peak of the supreme warrior stage, a realm Dong Lee could not even dream of touching. If Kent Clark wanted to, Dong Lee knew that he could reduce Manila City to ashes in seconds. How could a single Lee clan stop him? Chapter 123. Looks like this old man really knows how to behave. Tony spoke loudly, his gaze sweeping over the Lee family members standing behind. Rage and insult rippled through the crowd at Tony's remark, yet nobody possessed the guts to raise a voice against the mighty Clark family elders standing before them. Even their greatest ancestral pillar, Overlord Dong Lee, acted completely submissive. How could any of them dare to speak? Supreme, I am begging you. Please show us mercy. At least spare my family's lives. Overlord Dong Lee dropped toward his knees, his voice trembling. Ancestor, Patriarch Ren Lee stepped forward, unable to endure the sight of his master kneeling before an outsider. Stop. Nobody speaks here. Dong Lee snapped, glaring back at his kin. Supreme warrior, my entire family is at your feet. Take our wealth, resources, connections, anything, but let my family survive. Warlord Dong Lee pleaded, completely yielding to the judgment of the Clark family supreme, Kent Clark. Little Lee, this is not my revenge. If it were mine, I would have wiped this entire city into dust and left long ago. I came here for my family's future heir. Kent Clark fell silent, letting his words hang heavy in the air. Dong Lee turned his desperate gaze toward Tony. Young Master Tony, I do not know how my family offended you. Please, I am ready to live my life at your feet. I only request you to spare the future generations of the Lee family. Dong Lee's voice cracked, thin and weak. Old man, you are begging the wrong person again. But you already know the reason. Can you not recognize the lady beside me? You know exactly who she is. Why act like an innocent child? Tony offered a mocking smile. Every eye in the Lee family shifted to the girl standing beside Tony Clark. She stared back at them with absolute, murderous intent. My name is Jean White. I am the princess of the White family. Her authoritative voice rang out as she pulled away her face mask, revealing her features to the stunned gathering. What? Impossible. How is she alive? The Lee family members stared at her as though a ghost had materialized before them. Patriarch Ren Lee dropped his jaw in shock. He had believed her long dead. How are you still alive? Overlord Dong Lee nearly collapsed backward from his kneeling position. What? Do you regret it, Dog Lee? Jean White sneered. Sad to say, you crushed my doppelganger image, not me. Now the time has come for the Lee family to pay for its sins. Tell me, how do all of you want to die? Jean White demanded, her intense gaze locking onto every single face without a trace of fear. Ren Lee's world spun. He had watched Jean White die by his own hands. He had seen her body fall among the hundreds of White family corpses. Her survival defied logic, but the true terror lay in her companions. She had returned with the ultimate power in this world, the Clark family. A supreme warrior stood with her, a man capable of crushing the entire Lee family with a single finger. In the next breath, Patriarch Ren Lee fell to his knees. The rest of the Lee family dropped to their knees a second later, following their leader as the grim reality settled over them. Supreme, I never knew the Clark family supported the White family. Otherwise, I would have never dared raise a finger against them. This is my error. I should have known of this connection. Please show mercy. Warlord Dong Lee began banging his head against the hard ground. Little Lee, as I said, you are dealing with the wrong person. If you want mercy, ask the White family girl. Kent Clark offered a slight smirk. Miss White. Dong Lee stammered, turning a hesitant look toward Jean White. Please show mercy. He whispered, his eyes glued to the floor. Mercy? You want mercy? After annihilating my entire family, you dare ask for mercy? Jean White stepped closer. You even killed a baby with your own hands. Why could you not show mercy then? Do you think you deserve mercy? She bent down, staring directly into Dong Lee's eyes with fierce intensity. No words came from Dong Lee's mouth. He remained utterly silent, unable to answer her questions. Inside, he cursed himself for failing to kill the real Jean White during the slaughter. Beside him, the patriarch cursed himself just as bitterly. Do not leave a single soul of the White family alive, not even the babies. The ancestors' commands echoed relentlessly in his mind. Their single oversight was now costing the entire Lee family everything. Enough of this drama. Miss White, why do you not finish your judgment? We are wasting time here. Just say the word. Tony spoke lazily, stretching his arms with a loud yawn. All eyes turned toward Tony Clark. He tossed out the phrase as casually as if he had come to buy onions and carrots from the market. Jean White did not answer immediately. She drew a long silver sword from her storage ring, pressing the cold edge against Dong Li's neck. I, the daughter of George White and the princess of the White family, declare this bastard Dong Li guilty for the crimes he committed against the White family. A sharp slash cut through the air. In the next second, Dong Li's head rolled across the ground. The execution was not entirely effortless. Dong Li attempted to resist, gathering his force against Jean White at the last moment. But Supreme Kent Clark deployed merely 1% of his power, freezing Dong Li instantly in place. Grandfather, Patriarch Ren Li wailed, tears streaming down his face. The entire Li family dissolved into loud cries of despair. This is not over yet, Jean White shouted, her trembling hands gripping the bloodied silver sword. Chapter 124. Jean White raised her bloodied hands, gripping the silver sword tightly as her voice rang out with absolute fury. This is not over yet. Grief instantly gave way to terror among the Li family as every eye locked onto Jean White. They expected her to slaughter every single one of them with her own hands. Such a massacre would surprise no one, given the atrocities committed against the White family. From the guard dogs to the innocent infants, from loyal servants to blood relatives, the Lees had left no one alive. Now, sheer shock gripped the survivors as a daughter of the White family returned, backed by overwhelming power, to exact her vengeance. Patriarch Ren Li pressed his forehead against the floor, tears streaming from his eyes. Lady White, I know my family committed an unforgivable crime. We were blind. Please show mercy. At least leave the younger generation alive. We will never seek revenge. If you demand it, we will serve you as slaves for our entire lives. Please spare the Li family. Jean White closed the distance, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Really? Do you regret it so quickly? Her voice trembled with rage as she lifted the blade once more. I am far from finished. Unlike his late ancestor, the patriarch simply bowed his head, waiting for the cold steel to sever his neck. Seconds ticked away, yet the fatal blow never came. Ren Li slowly opened his eyes, a faint glimmer of hope sparking within him. A sharp, agonizing shriek shattered the silence from right behind him. The patriarch spun around. Jean White had indeed claimed a life, but it was not his. His son, the prince of the Li family, Chen Li, lay gasping on the stones. Father, save me. Chen Li choked out the weak plea before collapsing entirely, the silver blade driven deep through his chest. Jean White wrenched the silver sword free and casually dragged the bloody metal across the patriarch's robes, while the man sat frozen in absolute horror. You little bitch. A younger member of the Li family bolted upright, unbridled fury driving him to draw a hidden dagger. In the blink of an eye, the youth vanished completely from the spot. He was not merely dead, nor was he shattered into pieces. The boy simply evaporated into thin air, leaving behind nothing but the heavy, metallic stench of blood. Jean White snapped her gaze towards Supreme Kent Clark. This was undeniably the Supreme's doing. Without moving a muscle or raising a single finger, he had reduced a Grandmaster-ranked warrior of the Li family into nothingness. For a heartbeat, confusion rippled through the remaining Li family members. Then, the thick scent of gore filling the air forced the horrifying truth upon their minds. Kent Clark offered a faint smile. Please continue. Those calm words snapped Jean White back to reality. Even Tony Clark found himself thoroughly surprised by his ancestors' sudden display of power. Just how powerful is a supreme warrior? The thought echoed silently in Tony's mind. Kill us. Kill as many as you want. Ren Li broke down completely, staring at his son's fresh corpse. I am finished with begging. Just take our lives and leave. Jean White ground her teeth together. Oh, really? You are so eager to die? Death is far too merciful a punishment for the Li family. Tony casually stretched, clearly enjoying the family's desperate struggle. Lady White, if your hands tire from touching these vermin, just say the word. My family's elders need only a single second to wipe them all out so we can leave early. Stunned silence gripped the Li family, as every gaze shifted back to Tony. No, Jean White replied, sliding the silver blade back into her storage ring. If I slaughter them all here, it will trivialize what happened to my people. My soul will never find peace that way. Tony offered a bright, cheerful smile. Then what do you want to do with them? If you like, I can have them all bound and hung up at your White family manor. Whenever sadness takes hold, you can simply execute one of them. Your soul will become exceptionally peaceful. The remaining Lees stared at Tony, as if looking directly into the eyes of a devil. The sheer casualness of his suggestions filled their hearts with pure terror. Horror twisted their expressions as a single thought echoed among them. Thank God we never offended him directly. No, young Master Tony. Quick execution is far too merciful. Jean White turned her ice-cold gaze back onto the patriarch. From this day onward, the entire Lee family will beg outside the gates of my White family manor, day after day. You will survive solely on whatever scraps are thrown to you. When I eventually reach the warlord warrior rank, I will return to satisfy my soul. Until that day comes, you will live as beggars. If a single soul violates this judgment, death will be the immediate answer. Rhythmic clapping shattered the tension as Tony burst into loud laughter. Brilliant, that is absolutely brilliant. Now I finally feel properly entertained for making this trip. Tony stepped forward, closing the distance to the kneeling patriarch. Hey, Dog Lee, did you catch all of that? Yes, young master, Renly stammered, his voice trembling violently. Then go and live like beggars at the White family manor. It is a lovely estate, and I am sure you will scrape together enough scraps to get by. I will even leave some of my Clark family servants to keep an eye on you, so do not worry. If any of you grow tired of living, simply stop begging. It is quite simple, right? Tony spoke with the casual ease of a man discussing dinner arrangements. Yes, young master, we agree. Thank you for sparing my family. Renly pressed his forehead hard against the floor, entirely broken. The younger members of the Lee family stared at their patriarch in complete confusion. A heavy realization hung over them, leaving them uncertain whether they had truly been spared, or given a punishment far worse than death itself. All right, Miss White, let us depart. I cannot stand the stench of dogs here. Tony turned on his heel. Jean White spat violently onto the ground before turning to follow him. Within seconds, the entire Clark family force cleared the area, and the operational jammers shut down. The radar systems across the Philippines detected nothing more than a brief, inexplicable blackout. No one had the opportunity to record or film the confrontation. Had any footage leaked, it would have immediately become the single biggest news story across the entire nation. As for Supreme Kent Clark, he vanished directly into thin air, requiring no warjet to make his departure. Chapter 125. Nine Lotus Academy. Tony Clark stood outside the academy gates. The warjets in the Clark family forces had already departed for the home base. Jean White had already left to check on her sister, Monty White's condition. Tony stood there in silence, his gaze fixed on the elderly figure before him. Thank you for your help, ancestor. Tony cupped his hands and offered a slight bow. Kent Clark appraised the youth from head to toe, his expression serious. Not bad. A peak Grandmaster warrior, ready for the World Tree blessing. Kent nodded, his voice deep. Your father, Ryan Clark, is always worried about your future. Clearly, there is no need for that anymore. This junior understands my father's concern, but I am neither slacking nor lazy. Tony smiled, confidence bleeding into his tone. In the future, my goal is to become a supreme warrior like you. What is so great about becoming a supreme warrior? Kent smirked, dismissive. If this is your goal, you had better stop cultivating and enjoy the rest of your life with all our family money. Ancestor, what do you mean? Becoming a supreme warrior is everyone's dream. Even with full support and resources, not everyone can reach the supreme warrior stage. Tony paused, lowering his voice. Are you not satisfied with your results? What is there to satisfy? Kent replied calmly. By the time I reached the supreme warrior stage, my age was already 150 years. Now I am already 200 years old. I might live another 100 years in old age, without much energy left to enjoy my life further or improve my lifespan. All my youth was spent in closed-door cultivation just to reach this stage, but it definitely was not worth it. Kent looked directly at the young man. That is why I am suggesting this to you. Do not waste your entire youth chasing the supreme warrior stage. Then what should I aim for? Should I stop cultivating entirely and spend my life on money, women, and gambling? Tony asked, his brow furrowing. What should I pursue, ancestor? A path to immortality. A stage where you can live the rest of your life in youth. A stage where you can stand at the pinnacle without worrying about time itself. Kent turned his eyes toward the distant horizon where the sun set slowly. Deep contemplation enveloped Tony. Kent Clark's mentality made perfect sense. No matter how talented a person might be, reaching the supreme warrior stage usually required more than 100 years. And by that time, even if power was achieved, youth was already gone. The 500-year lifespan treasure mentioned by Academy Master Da Vinci flashed through Tony's mind. If I can bring that treasure, it will definitely help my ancestor live longer. The thought lingered briefly before dissolving. Da Vinci had stated clearly that the treasure would only work for him. Another realization struck. Wait, the Academy Master also mentioned another world. A cultivation world, a world of magic. If I can reach that place, maybe, just maybe I can truly become immortal. Or at least live thousands of years while remaining in my prime youth with freedom and power. Tony weighed the possibilities. You understand what I am saying. Kent turned around to leave. It is okay. Do not waste your youth entirely on cultivation. That is my advice to you. I hope you become a great warrior like your father, and continue serving the Clark family. Thank you for today, ancestor. I will definitely repay this favor. Tony spoke quickly, shaking off his reverie. There are no favors between family members. Kent's parting words lingered. When you reach my position, you must also help the juniors of our family. Remember that. In the next second, he vanished from the spot. Tony stood there in silence for a long time, consumed by visions of immortality, and that mysterious world where people lived eternally in their youth. With the presence of the fate system, I can definitely achieve immortality. Tony clenched his fists, determination burning within him. System, Tony called out softly. The familiar interface materialized before his eyes. The display read, Quest status, Kevin 10, 100%, Hank Cooper, 100%, Jane White, 99%. What the hell, why is it still 99%? Tony frowned deeply. I already helped the White family girl, and even gained her favor. Serious analysis took over. Maybe Jean White still is not fully satisfied? Let us go. I will fully satisfy her now. Tony muttered the words, pivoting his steps toward the healing tower. On the path to the healing tower, Peak Master Natasha obstructed the entrance gate. Her angry glare locked onto him for a second, but no words left her lips. After a prolonged, piercing look, she simply turned around and departed in silence. The silence was unexpected. Her explicit warning echoed in his mind. She had forbidden him from ever stepping inside the healing tower again, while she remained Peak Master. Yet she had let him pass. Just as Tony took another step, a second obstacle blocked his path. This time, Emma Rock confronted him. Clad in a crisp doctor's uniform, she moved hurriedly among the arriving patients. "Do not think you can escape from me by leaving the academy." Emma spoke with absolute seriousness, already turning to walk away quickly. "Wait. You are forgetting about your disease. I can treat you. If you ever need help, just ask me." Tony left the offer hanging in the air as he continued on his way. Emma Rock froze, her doubtful expression tracking Tony's retreating back. In the past, such a claim would have earned absolute disbelief, even if hundreds of people swore to it. But now, endless discussions about Tony Clark and his miraculous healing methods chipped away at her certainty. Doubt crept in, carrying the faint, terrifying possibility that Tony might truly be capable of curing her condition and granting her a longer life. Still, she was not ready to accept his help yet. "Where is Tony Clark? We want that miracle pleasure healer," a wealthy woman shouted angrily, berating the nearby nurses. Emma Rock immediately marched over to defuse the situation, pressing a hand to her forehead in pure frustration. Every single day, affluent women arrived demanding Tony Clark's treatment services, providing her with endless, throbbing headaches. Chapter 126. The 13th floor of the healing tower loomed ahead. Tony was on his way to the operating room when he stopped in his tracks. He turned his gaze toward the locked observation room. He had forgotten about her. Tony reached for the door handle and stepped inside, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Lassie lay tied to the floor, her mouth bound by a thick cloth. Fear widened her eyes as she stared at Tony Clark. Tony closed the door behind him and approached her, his steps slow and deliberate. Muffled, desperate cries erupted from behind her gag. Lassie pushed her body against the floor, trying to scramble away. Tony planted his foot firmly on her ankle, pinning her in place. "Where are you escaping to, you little snail?" Tony mocked. He pulled a chair over and sat before her. Lassie glared at him, her eyes burning with hate. Tony reached out and tugged the cloth from her face. "Kill me if you want," Lassie said, her gaze fixed on him. "You will not get anything from me." Tony smiled at the icy tone in her voice. "I have many ways to make you talk, but I already know your identity and why you attacked me. I have not decided what to do with you yet, and that is why you are still alive. Then kill me. I have no more regrets," Lassie barked. "Killing you in one strike would be a waste of resources. It is funny that bastard Edward sent a beauty like you my way." "I hear you are his loyal servant who handles his personal tasks," Tony said, his eyes tracing the tension in her expression. "Do not talk about Edward," Lassie snapped. "He did not send me." She did not want to provide Tony with an excuse to target the ninth prince, Edward Smith. "Oh really?" Tony replied with a mocking smile. "Then why did you come to me and use a seductive potion? Did you fall for my body? I hate to disappoint you, but I already have a beautiful wife." "Enough," Lassie cried out. "Punish me if you want, but do not speak nonsense. Who wants to sleep with an evil boy like you? You are the lowest scum." Her insults wiped the smile from Tony's face. He stared at her with cold, dead eyes. Lassie goaded him, hoping to provoke Tony into ending her life quickly. She feared Tony handing her over to the academy, or torturing her for information. That would expose her connection to the ninth prince. A chill struck her heart as she watched his cold expression. Tony stood up in silence and unveiled a set of golden needles. He arranged them one by one, his face set in a serious line. "What are you doing?" Lassie asked, her voice trembling as she stared at the man, who was clearly planning something terrifying. "I am turning you into my puppet. A servant like you dared to insult the Clark family prince, so I must punish you and make an example of anyone who dares to raise their voice against me," Tony said. He picked up 5 needles in one hand. "No, please, just kill me," Lassie begged as she watched him prepare something far worse than death. "Do not worry, it will be over soon. You will not feel pain. In fact, you will feel pleasure all over your body," Tony said with a villainous grin. He flicked his fingers. The needles flew, landing in a perfect sequence. One struck her forehead, one hit her neck, one pierced the space between her chest, one landed at her navel. The last struck her lower region. A chilling sensation spread from every needle point. Her body began to tremble with overwhelming pleasure. "What did you do to me?" Lassie asked, laughing uncontrollably as if 1,000 hands were tickling her. "Do not worry. It is just a forbidden technique designed for women like you. I will come back later. Until then, enjoy the pleasure," Tony said with an evil grin. He turned and walked away. "No, please stop this," Lassie cried out desperately. "I cannot bear it. Please, Tony Clark, I beg you." Tony tied the cloth back around her mouth, then left the room while whistling a casual tune. As Tony locked the door, he spotted Jean White walking toward him. A bright smile lit her face. Tony understood immediately that her sister, Monty White, had likely awakened. "How is she?" Tony asked as Jean stopped before him. "She is all right. She spoke with me just now, all thanks to you. Without you, I cannot imagine how my life would have ended." "You are my greatest benefactor," Jean said, preparing to bow her head. "Please do not do that," Tony said. He placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "You also saved my life last night." For that mistake, I still do not know how to repay you. Please forgive me, he added softly. Do not say that. You did not do it intentionally. It was my choice as well. Everything happened because of an accident. In fact, I will remember what happened between us as a happy moment, Jean replied, staring directly into his eyes. Tony remained silent as he met her gaze, reading the emotions hidden deep within her eyes. Lady White, if you want, you can stay with my family. I will arrange proper protection for you. If not, at least allow me to arrange a safe house for you and your sister, Tony offered. Jean interrupted him with a gentle shake of her head. You have already done more than enough for me. I will go to my family's safe house. My ancestors prepared hidden shelters long ago in case our family encountered a calamity, Jean said decisively. Then at least wait a few days. I will prepare proper cultivation resources for you, Tony insisted. Tony Clark, she called out softly. Tony stared at her in silence. Jean leaned forward and kissed him. It was a soft kiss, filled with gratitude and goodbye. You are the best thing that has happened to me, she whispered before turning away. Tony stood frozen in place. He had not expected Jean to hold such deep feelings for him. He watched her leave, but he failed to notice the tears falling from her eyes. Had he seen them, he might have stopped her. A mechanical voice echoed inside his mind. System quest. Congratulations host for completing the first task. A heaven rank movement technique acquired. Chapter 127. Tony focused his attention on the shimmering blue interface that hovered in the air before him. The system displayed a congratulatory message for completing the first task. The words listed the names Kevin 10, Hank Cooper, and Jean White, noting that Tony had captured the fate thread of 3 heaven-blessed people. A rush of satisfaction hit him as he saw his reward. It was the Master of Illusion, titled Heavenly Mirage Steps. The system interface detailed the heaven rank movement technique. It was a mysterious art focusing on speed, illusion, and survival. The first level, Phantom of Illusion, allowed the user to leave blurry after images while moving. Enemies would struggle to find the real body. The effects included greatly increased speed, the creation of illusionary after images, and the ability to move lightly over walls and water. It was fast enough to confuse the eyes. The second level, Mirror Laugh, allowed after images to become mirror clones. These clones could laugh, speak, and imitate attacks. They could switch places with clones instantly, confusing enemy senses and causing fear. The third level, Invincible, allowed the user to move between reflections like a phantom. Most attacks would pass through empty air. It promised near untouchable movement and instant movement within sight, creating a mirror illusion domain. A system warning appeared in red text. It required a high level of life energy, and overuse could damage the user's mind, trapping them inside an illusion space forever. Tony scrolled to the status page. The fated villain system showed his name as Tony Clark. His age was 18 years and 10 months. His martial arts level was Grandmaster Warrior at the peak stage. His comprehension was the heaven-devouring origin scripture. His fighting technique was Tyrant Dragon Fist at major success. He had no movement technique listed until now. His healing inheritance was Pleasure Dr. Pigma, which was active. His Tyrant Dragon physique was at the first evolution and complete. His trump card was the Overlord rank Kill Strike with 1 use remaining. Below that, he checked his unclaimed rewards. Defeating Lassie's plan of seduction earned him 30 body refinement cards for 1 day each. Defeating the Lee family granted an enlightenment card for 12 hours. Creating a fate thread provided 13 drops of dragon blood essence. He checked his fate points. Defeating Ken Lion added 50. Suppressing the Mark Smith family added 50. Spoiling the plan of Academy eviction added 100. His total fate points stood at 1,330. What? Tony felt his mind go blank as he read through the 3 levels of the Mirage movement technique. How could this be? He wondered how such a movement technique existed on Earth. The Octopus organization would definitely seize him or banish him if they found out he possessed a movement technique like this. He knew that in the presence of a supreme warrior, all these movement techniques would become a joke. But when facing warriors of equal strength, or even someone 2 levels higher, this movement technique was still an overwhelming threat. He wondered how many days he needed to practice this movement technique to achieve mastery. He reread the final level, Invincible, where he could switch his physical position with any of his mirror images. It was simply unbelievable. He did not know which bastard created this technique, but this should not exist on Earth. Even the supreme warriors did not possess such a god-level movement technique. He paused. This was still only heaven rank. What would a mythic rank movement technique look like? He imagined one could travel thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Tony originally expected the heaven rank movement technique to be on the level of the Brazilian Baku family's butterfly dance technique, which was considered the strongest movement technique on Earth. Even the Octopus organization ranked it number 1 globally. But compared to the heavenly Mirage steps, the butterfly dance technique looked like a child learning how to walk. He pondered the implications of revealing this movement technique to outsiders. No, he should never show this to the world. This must remain his greatest secret. He muttered this inwardly as he slowly understood the terrifying consequences of using such a movement technique publicly. Unlike fighting techniques, which gradually lost effectiveness as cultivation levels increased, movement techniques were completely different. Their value only became greater with higher cultivation. That meant Tony would become nearly untouchable once he reached the Supreme Warrior stage. At that point, even the Octopus organization might not be capable of capturing him. He remembered the words spoken by his ancestor Kent Clark earlier. Do not aim for the supreme warrior. Tony fell completely into deep thought as he repeatedly reread the details of the Heavenly Mirage steps. His eyes landed on another section of the interface. Wait, when did he gather this many fate points? He realized he had forgotten to check the system tab for a long time. Tony curiously read through all the unclaimed rewards. Even defeating the Lee family was counted as a reward. The system was really gullible. He thought he could simply take his Clark family forces and wipe out small families every day to farm fate points. Did that not mean earning fate points was not difficult at all? His eyes lit up after seeing the Enlightenment card, thank God. Now he could save a lot of time mastering the Heavenly Mirage steps. Mastering the first level, Phantom of Illusion, should not be too difficult with this card. While Tony stood there staring at the system interface, many helping nurses continued walking past him with confused expressions. None of them understood why Tony Clark was smiling like an idiot while staring blankly into the air. Still, nobody had the courage to disturb him or ask what he was doing. Tony frowned slightly. Wait, what was a fate thread? The system never mentioned this before. He never even noticed anything called a fate thread. Was this because he became involved with heaven-blessed people? If that was the case, he already married Lilyfrost, a 5-star heaven-blessed woman. Then why did the system not mention fate threads back then? He decided to ask directly. System, what is a fate thread? The mechanical voice in his mind provided the definition. It was an invisible thread woven by heaven itself, connecting every life to countless future events. Once you interfere with someone's destiny, your own fate thread becomes entangled with theirs, pulling you into calamities and opportunities never meant for you. The deeper the entanglement, the harder it becomes to escape heaven's destined path. Tony's expression slowly stiffened. He realized that meant he was going to entangle himself in future events he was never meant to enter. He wondered if this was good or bad for him. He decided he made a pretty good harvest by helping those 3 heaven-blessed people. In any case, good karma should follow him, right? Just then, the glass orb in his storage ring began vibrating loudly. It seemed like his wife was already missing him. Chapter 128. Inside the healing tower on the 13th floor, Tony stood motionless. He remained entirely consumed by the information flooding his mind through the system. The details of the new movement technique demanded his full focus. A feminine figure shattered his trance. Moon goddess Hikaru approached him. She poked his arm, demanding to know what he was staring at. Tony started. He spun around, and the system screen flickered out of existence. Nothing, he replied, snapping back to reality. For a moment, the setting of the tower slipped from his mind. Then why are you standing there like a statue? Hikaru cocked her head. Did you lose yourself in thought? Yes, I was just lost in thought. Tony rushed to answer. It seems like you must be thinking about a woman, Hikaru joked. She grabbed his hand and pulled him down the corridor. Where are we going? Tony asked, confusion coloring his voice. I need to speak with you personally, she said. She did not turn her head, continuing to lead him through the halls. They reached the corner of the corridor and stepped into an empty operating room. Emma Rock stepped out of the elevator just in time to catch a glimpse of Tony Clark and Hikaru disappearing into the room. What is Tony doing with Moon Goddess Hikaru? Emma muttered, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. She hesitated for a moment, but curiosity won out. She crept silently toward the corner room. Wild thoughts raced through her mind, but she kept them to herself. She pressed herself against the wall, leaning close to the door frame. Inside the room, Tony perched on the edge of a flatbed. Hikaru stood before him, her arms folded tightly across her chest. What is it? Do you need some special help from me? Tony asked, flashing a wicked grin. He had no idea why she had dragged him to this empty space. The intensity of his gaze made Hikaru tense. Do not think too much. I brought you here to discuss something important, Hikaru replied, her expression serious. Then say it quickly. I need to leave this academy soon, Tony said. He produced a fresh bottle of water from his storage ring and took a long drink. Tomorrow is no moon day, Hikaru said, studying his face intently. So what? Tony asked, wiping his mouth after a gulp of water. Hikaru Luna stared at him in disbelief, her expression asking how he could possibly forget such a thing. Did you not promise to treat my moon goddess curse? Hikaru asked, looking disappointed. The meaning dawned on Tony. He recalled his promise. During their previous session, he had only addressed the numbness and skin irritation. He knew that no moon day offered the perfect conditions for a full cure, as the curse reached its peak potency at that time. Fine, fine. Do not feel bad. For your sake, I will remain at this academy for one more day. However, you must prepare all the necessary ingredients. I have already exhausted my family favors for this month. If I request more herbs, my father will certainly beat me, Tony said, waving a hand dismissively. Hikaru offered a smile upon hearing his reply. She produced a notepad and pen, handing them to him with a look of relief. Tony took the items and began writing with the ease of a doctor drafting a prescription. He paused occasionally, consulting Pigma's memories to ensure he wrote each herb name, using correct modern terminology. Hikaru leaned in, watching every character he committed to the page. Are you trying to rob my family? Do you truly require this? Hikaru asked, shock coloring her voice as she read the name 9-color flower. That herb only grows in the Brazilian Amazon, and it blooms, but once every 75 years. Tony flicked the pen against her forehead, reminiscent of a strict teacher correcting a student. Ah, Hikaru cried out, rubbing her forehead. Do you believe the moon goddess curse is easy to manage? You should pray to my picture every day, because I am the only man capable of treating your family's curse, Tony said, adopting a grandfatherly tone. Hikaru glared at him, though she quickly swallowed her frustration. Emma Rock stood on her toes, trying to peer through the small round opening in the door. The green curtain blocked her view completely. Hikaru's sharp cry rattled her nerves. She wondered if they were doing that thing inside. Unease crept into Emma's heart. Without a clear view or sound of the conversation, her imagination took over. Visions of Tony and Hikaru in intimate positions flooded her mind. She shook her head, forcing herself to stop dwelling on such vulgar images. Tony finished listing all 33 required herbs and potions. He handed the notebook back to Hikaru. She reached for it, but Tony held onto the edge. Hikaru looked up, confused, her fingers still gripping the back of the notebook. I forgot to warn you about the method of treatment, Tony said, his face growing serious. Is this about pain? Do not worry. I do not fear pain. If it means ridding myself of this moon goddess curse, I can endure anything, Hikaru said, wearing a confident smile. You guessed wrong, Tony said. He paused for dramatic effect. Actually, you will feel no pain. It will be a matter of pleasure. Hikaru stiffened. Memories of their previous session rushed back to her. She recalled the sounds she had made. It is okay. I can bear it, she replied, her voice trembling. No, that is not the main point, Tony said, leaning closer. The important thing is that you must be completely naked during the treatment. The bombshell dropped. Hikaru's mind went blank. Her mouth fell open as she stared at Tony in total disbelief. Chapter 129. No, that is not the main point. The important thing is you should be naked during the treatment. Tony finally dropped the bomb. Hikaru stood frozen, her eyes wide as she processed the words. By any chance, are you joking? She asked, her voice thin and weak. No. You better prepare some secret place, otherwise the entire academy will hear your moaning, Tony said with a sharp, devilish smile as he slid off the patient bed. Hikaru remained motionless, her mind racing with the image of herself standing naked before him. The operating room door swung open abruptly. Both Tony and Hikaru turned their heads toward the entrance. Emma stood in the doorway, scanning the room for the scene she had envisioned. Tony and Hikaru were standing casually, talking as if nothing had happened. Emma had expected to catch them red-handed in a mischievous act. Instead of feeling disappointment, a wave of relief washed over her that nothing was actually going on between the two. Do you want something? Tony asked, leaning against the counter with both hands tucked inside his pockets. The taunting smile on Tony's face sparked a sting of frustration in Emma. Nothing. I thought this room had a patient, Emma replied, turning sharply to leave. Wait, wifey, Tony called out, before freezing as he realized his mistake. Emma spun around and glared at him for a heartbeat, before marching away without looking back. What did you call her? Hikaru asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Sorry, my bad. I thought it was my wife. What is her name? Tony lied, quickly covering his slip. Even though Hikaru did not believe him, she felt unable to inquire further because she knew nothing about the connection between Tony and Emma. She is Emma Rock, Peak Master Natasha's personal assistant, Hikaru replied, studying Tony with lingering suspicion. Oh good. I was actually looking for her. You better not forget to find a secret place for your treatment. Remember, tomorrow night. I will not be available if you miss this chance, Tony said, rushing toward the exit without waiting for her response. Hikaru tensed, the importance of the treatment immediately erasing the memory of Tony calling Emma his wife. While she stood there wrestling with the awkwardness of the encounter, Tony hurried to catch up with Emma Rock. Are you spying on me? Tony asked as he finally caught up to her. Dream on. You are the scumbag I am avoiding every second, Emma replied, not slowing her steady pace. Then what is this about? Do not tell me lies. You clearly knew Hikaru and I were inside the room, Tony said, matching her stride. You are imagining things. I have my own business to deal with. Stop bothering me, Emma said, her face set in a serious, hard expression. Are you disappointed? Tony asked, wearing a mocking grin. What do you mean? Emma kept her gaze forward, refusing to falter. Of course, you must be thinking Hikaru and I were doing something indecent. Are you disappointed that your lovely husband is actually a good man? Tony asked, his smile deepening. Emma stopped walking, unable to answer the question. For a second, she glared at him with pure anger. Enough of this nonsense. Do not ever dare call me your wife again. My relationship with you ended when your family threw me out like trash. Tony fell silent, observing the frustration on her face as she relived the memory of the Clark family casting her out of the house. Emma turned and walked away, but Tony followed, trailing closely behind. She ignored him entirely and entered a patient room. She assessed the patient's vitals, corrected the prescription, and injected a recovery solution into the saline bottle before stepping back into the hall. As she moved to another patient room, Tony continued to shadow her. For half an hour, the routine continued. She focused entirely on the patients, determined to push his presence out of her mind. What? She finally snapped after exiting another patient room. Tony stared at her with a piercing look. Out of all the people in the world, my family found Emma for the yin flower. And to my misfortune, she is heaven's blessing. It seems nobody can escape fate. Stop staring at me and tell me what you want. If you are here to plead for mercy, you will not get it. I will take my revenge when the time comes, she said, her voice trembling with anger. You are thinking too much. Revenge against the Clark family? Do you think you can achieve that even in your next life? Tony scoffed. Anyway, listen to me carefully. If you ever change your mind, just say the word. I will take you back as my wife. This time, the Clark family will treat you with respect. That is my promise, Tony said, his tone turning serious as he stared directly into her eyes. Emma Rock stood motionless for a second, stunned by his words. Without waiting for her response, Tony turned and left on his own. He knew she would not agree so easily, but he had planted the opportunity, attempting to set his past mistakes right. Emma stood in the hallway, completely dumbfounded. She could not believe Tony had actually spoken those words. In the next second, she shook her head violently. How could I trust a Clark family member again? I must be stupid to believe his words. Emma muttered inwardly, her hands clenching into fists as vengeance burned in her chest. She watched his retreating back with an angry glare. One day, I will definitely knock on the Clark family door for justice. I will see how this Tony Clark acts so proudly at that time. Determination filled her thoughts. Tony Clark did not leave the healing tower immediately. He went searching for the locked room where Lassie was suffering through a nightmare. After checking several quarters, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lassie, caught in the throes of agonizing pleasure, gasped when she spotted Tony, as if seeing a god. Please, relieve me from this torture. Please, kill me. Please kill me. Lassie begged for an end to the tickling sensation that rippled uncontrollably from head to toe. Tony pulled a chair forward and sat down, watching her with a calm, unbothered expression. Chapter 130. Tony stared at Lassie for 5 minutes, his expression cold and serious. He studied her from head to toe. This was his first time executing this specific torture technique. Lassie had the fortune of being female, which meant she experienced pleasure rather than the nightmarish agony a male might have suffered. Lassie begged in a shaky tone, fighting to control the overwhelming sensation. Please kill me, she gasped. Tony moved at last. He flicked his wrist and began removing the golden needles one by one. Reality returned to Lassie as the needles left her body, like waking from a long nightmare. Tony stood up after removing all 5 needles, and turned away to mix herbs, ignoring her presence. Lassie lay flat on the floor like a detached flower, lacking the energy to move even a finger. Only her eyes remained, tracking Tony with raw fear. The herb mixture in his hands felt as lethal as a pointed gun. No, no, no. Her voice was pale and broken as she continued to beg. Please spare me, Tony Clark. She tried to reach for his feet, but her fingers failed to lift even an inch. I am sorry, Master Tony. Spare me. She forced the words out with the last of her will. Tony turned his head, wearing an evil grin. You should have thought twice before calling me a scumbag, he said. He retrieved the herb mixture, which now resembled a small pill resting in the white pestle. I am the scumbag. Please spare me, Lassie pleaded. Tony leaned down and lifted her head with one hand. No, no, please no. Lassie cried out. Tony ignored her pleas, picked up the pill, and shoved it into her mouth. She tried to resist swallowing. Her nightmare began when the pill dissolved into liquid, the sour taste forcing her throat to gulp it down. What is it? What did you do to me? She asked in a shaky tone, though nothing happened after a full minute. Oh, this is the poison of pleasure, Tony said. He sat back in his revolving chair, speaking with casual indifference. Don't worry, it remains dormant for 1 year. But after that year, if I do not provide the antidote, you will feel the same pleasure you experienced just now. Lassie's mind went numb at the recollection of the nightmare. No, please kill me if you want, but do not do this. I cannot bear it. Please kill me now, she pleaded, rolling across the floor to grab his feet. Why are you begging? Tony asked, looking down at her. You have 1 full year to live happily. Go and live. If you return after 1 year, maybe, just maybe, I will give you the antidote after forgetting all your drama. I do not believe you, Lassie replied, gritting her teeth. Rather than living this life, I prefer death. I cannot bear that torture a second time. Then go on, kill yourself. Why beg me to kill you? Tony asked. What should I do? Bloody my hands. I am the good person here, giving you a full year to live, and an opportunity to end it. Instead of begging, do it yourself. He produced a dagger from his storage ring and tossed it at her feet. Lassie lacked the energy to pick it up. She remained silent for a long time, staring at the steel blade and Tony's face. She could not bring herself to do it. What are we waiting for? Tony said, dropping the bomb. If you kill yourself right now, I guarantee that I will not harm your sister, Rosie. Lassie's mind went blank. She could not believe Tony Clark knew about Rosie. Even the Imperial Family and the 9th Prince Edward possessed no clue regarding her origins or relatives. How did you know about my sister? Lassie asked, her voice trembling. Not only your sister, I know where you come from and where your family lives, Tony said with a proud smile. Do you think that if you live in the mountains, nobody can find you? My family has a vast network, which even the Imperial Family cannot compete with. Silence filled the room. For a second, she thought Tony was bluffing, but she dismissed that thought immediately. He had spoken the name, Rosie. If I kill myself, will you really spare my family and sister? She asked, picking up the dagger. Yes, I promise, Tony said with a casual smile. Lassie mustered the courage to lift the dagger with all her remaining strength. Just as she pushed it against her throat, Tony interrupted. Wait, I might have another opportunity for you, he said, staring into her tear-filled eyes. What is it? Tell me. I will do anything to save my sister, Lassie begged, cupping her hands together. Go and infiltrate the Imperial Family, Tony said. Give me any crucial information you find. As long as you provide good intelligence, I will not take action against you or your family members. How is it? Are you willing? He offered her a hand to help her up. Lassie remained silent, staring at his outstretched hand. For 5 years, she had served the Imperial Family and advised the 9th Prince Edward with total loyalty. Yet this was her reward. Edward had forced her into this situation. Now, she had fallen to the point where she was becoming a pawn under Tony Clark. I will do it. What? I did not hear you, Tony said. Lassie stared directly into his eyes and used his hand to stand up. I will do it. I will become your trusted spy inside the Imperial family, Lassie said, her tone determined. Tony smiled and offered her a life energy pill as she struggled to stand. She did not know that the poison of pleasure was just a trick created by Tony. The real threat remained the fact that Tony knew about her sister, Rosie. Chapter 131. Tony Clark arrived at Lily's residence late in the night. He reached to knock, but the door swung open on its own. Lily stood nowhere in the foyer. He stepped inside and found her in a locked chamber, sitting in a lotus position, deep in cultivation. Tony exhaled a long breath. Usually, if Lily felt upset, she would wait for him to deliver a stern lecture, but her current silence indicated genuine anger. He shook his head, walked into his room, and collapsed onto the bed. It had been such a hectic day, and he muttered to himself about the location of the World Tree blessing before his eyes drifted shut. The news of the Clark family crushing the Lee family spread across the Marshall networks like a violent storm. In less than 3 hours, every major Marshall forum, dark web platform, and underground information network buzzed with a single topic. Users claimed the Clark family had crossed the border and openly interfered in another nation's Marshall territory. The Philippines Marshall government launched an immediate official complaint to the Octopus organization, while the British Imperial family publicly supported the complaint and demanded punishment against the Clark family. The Imperial family especially pressured the Third Octopus House, the Judgment Hall, to conduct an emergency investigation. Countless anonymous posts flooded the trending pages of the dark web Marshall forums. One user posted breaking news about the Clark family supreme warrior personally appearing in the Philippines. Another thread contained leaked photos of Dong Lee's corpse. Users debated whether the Clark family was trying to challenge international martial laws. A commenter asked about the White family annihilation, while another wanted to know why the Clark family moved a supreme warrior for Gene White. Someone told the thread to forget the White family and look at the images of the Lee family begging outside the ruined manor. They described how the entire Lee family stood there dressed like beggars. When users spotted Tony Clark in the Philippines, they debated whether he participated. One person mentioned the evil suitcase, but others shut that down, noting that Tony had defeated 12 core disciples alone in the arena fight, and that the monster had hidden his strength from the world. The discussion shifted to why the Clark family supported the White family. Some suspected valuable secrets, while others joked about Tony having feelings for her, though skeptics dismissed the idea because of his obsession with Lily Frost. One user typed out a laugh, calling it rich people problems. In another hidden Marshall network, a different discussion took place, where members understood the terrifying implications of a supreme warrior moving personally. Users on the War God Forum for Overlord Warriors expressed concern, calling it a dangerous situation. One member noted that the Clark family broke Marshall territory rules and used a supreme warrior to kill one of their own. Another replied that the Philippines government had cause for international escalation. A third user argued that the real danger lay in the precedent. They claimed that if one family moved a supreme warrior across borders, every other family would follow, and the martial balance would collapse. They asked what the White family could have possessed to trigger such a response. Another claimed to have investigated the White family, but when asked for results, they admitted to finding nothing unusual. They found just a small pharmaceutical empire with minor martial influence and no supreme backing. They asked why Kent Clark would personally move, and the response was simple. That was the terrifying part, for nobody knew. As online discussions exploded, the Philippines martial government descended into chaos. Emergency meetings ran through the night. Government officials shouted at military representatives, while martial commanders demanded international intervention. Meanwhile, the Lee family's humiliation spread rapidly. Photographs of the once proud Lee family begging outside the White Manor became the hottest topic on the internet. Some mocked them, while others pitied them. Many feared the Clark family more after witnessing such ruthless punishment. The biggest change occurred elsewhere. Before the day prior, the destruction of the White family had been a minor family feud that nobody cared about. Now, everyone began investigating. The White family business network received massive investments overnight, and several smaller families reopened old business contracts. Businessmen who previously ignored the White family now rushed to express support. Everyone understood one terrifying fact. The Clark family openly backed the White family. They questioned why else the family would risk violating martial laws or send a supreme warrior personally. Inside the Frost family manor, the elders discussed the matter with gravity. One elder muttered nervously about Tony Clark becoming uncontrollable. Another replied that his methods were effective, noting that the White family owed him their entire future. A third added that he crossed international rules, and their family might need to get involved to support him in the future. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Clark family headquarters remained tense. Several elders gathered around Ryan Clark with dark expressions. One elder stated that the British Imperial family was using the issue to target them politically. The Octopus organization had already received the official complaint. Another elder frowned, noting that the third house master had personally requested reports. They questioned why Supreme Kent had moved personally, as the situation escalated too quickly. Ryan Clark rubbed his forehead in silence. Even he had not expected Tony's actions to create such a massive international wave overnight. Still, he did not regret supporting his son, especially after seeing Tony's recent growth. A family servant hurried inside to announce that the octopus organization had officially reacted. The room turned serious as Ryan asked what happened. The servant replied that the 7 octopus house masters had gathered for an emergency midnight discussion. The atmosphere grew heavy. The 7 house masters represented the true authority of the octopus organization. Very few matters in the world required all 7 houses to gather together. This proved how sensitive the situation had become. The atmosphere inside the octopus organization headquarters was ice cold. 7 gigantic holographic screens floated around the central hall. Each screen represented one house master, covering the first house of welfare and secrecy, the second house of harmony, the third house of judgment, the 4th house of intelligence, the 5th house of martial research, the 6th house of international control, and the 7th house of punishment. The 3rd house master spoke first. He stated that the Clark family violated martial territorial law by moving a supreme warrior across international borders, and the Philippines government officially demanded punishment. Another house master interrupted coldly, asking why the issue was not reported earlier, considering the Lee family had annihilated the White family first. Someone answered that the White family incident lacked international importance. The first speaker grunted, noting that nobody cared until a supreme warrior became involved. Silence followed until another voice spoke slowly. The speaker claimed the bigger issue was not the Lee family. Someone asked what it was. The speaker identified the marriage allegiance of the Clark and Frost families. Those 2 families contained 5 supreme warriors, which allowed Supreme Kent to dare to disobey martial laws. Someone countered that their bond was not enough to threaten the octopus organization. The previous speaker argued that it was enough to destabilize the regional balance if left unchecked. The discussions continued for more than 2 hours. Finally, the 7 house masters reached a decision to conduct an official inquiry, summoning everyone directly involved in the Lee family incident for investigation. The Philippines government would participate, and soon after, several official summons orders were released overnight. One for Supreme Kent Clark, one for Gene White and the Lee family patriarch, and, surprisingly, one for Tony Clark personally. Meanwhile, the person at the center of the storm remained unaware of everything happening around him. Tony Clark slept peacefully on a soft bed, saliva drooling from his mouth. Chapter 132. Early morning. The entire Nine Lotus Academy shook from the sudden arrival of an envoy from the 3rd octopus house. A black war jet landed, and the vehicle bearing the octopus insignia descended slowly before the academy gates like a dark cloud pressing against every heart. Disciples witnessed the silver octopus symbol engraved on the vehicle, and panic spread through the crowd. The octopus organization. Why would they come here? Did something happen inside the academy? Is this because of the Tony Clark and the Philippines incident? The disciples began whispering among themselves, while they secretly followed the envoy from behind. Nobody dared approach too closely, yet everyone watched to see what would happen. The envoy was an elderly middle-aged man wearing a dark gray martial coat, with the 3rd house emblem stitched near his shoulder. His expression remained completely emotionless as he walked through the academy paths. Even the elders lowered their heads respectfully while they greeted him. The envoy went straight to the sword peak. Soon, the envoy stopped before the residence of Lilyfrost. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door opened slowly. Lilyfrost appeared wearing a loose white cultivation robe, her silver hair tied casually behind her shoulders. The octopus insignia caught her eye, and her expression changed. Envoy. Lily muttered in surprise, her eyes turning cold. I came for Tony Clark. The envoy announced the purpose in an official tone. Lily remained silent for a second before she nodded slowly. Inside the residence, Tony slept peacefully on the couch while he hugged one side of the snow leopard like a pillow. Tony. Lily called out coldly. No response followed. Tony Clark. Tony nearly rolled onto the floor in shock. What the hell? Is the academy under attack? Tony shouted while he rubbed his eyes. The snow leopard beside him jumped up and growled in confusion. Someone came looking for you, Lily said coldly. Tony yawned lazily and walked toward the entrance while he scratched his messy hair. The moment he stepped outside, Tony Clark froze for a second. Hundreds of disciples had already gathered outside the residence, staring directly at him with burning curiosity. Some looked excited, some looked afraid, and some looked at him like they were witnessing a criminal about to be arrested publicly. Tony shifted his gaze toward the envoy standing before him. The envoy drew out a black scroll. In an official tone, he declared the summons. Tony Clark. You have been summoned to the judgment hall by the 3rd Octopus House Master. The trial will begin tomorrow, at 10 in the morning. Will you come with me right now, or will you arrive there on your own? The surrounding disciples exploded into murmurs. A trial. The Octopus organization is actually intervening. This is huge. Tony received the notice and opened it lazily. His eyes scanned the contents briefly. Then he folded the notice and stuffed it inside his pocket. I will be there on time, Tony replied indifferently. The envoy stared at him for a second before he nodded slightly. Without wasting another word, he turned around and left immediately. The gathered disciples continued staring at Tony like he was some terrifying monster. Tony swept his gaze across the crowd. What is your family name? Tony asked calmly. The disciples became stiff instantly. Nobody dared answer. Then, the crowd scattered like frightened chickens. Some turned around and ran away without looking back. Within seconds, the noisy area became almost empty. Am I really that scary? Tony muttered. Bang! Lily slammed the residence door behind him. Tony turned around to find Lily staring at him coldly with her arms folded. The atmosphere inside the room grew heavy. After several seconds of silence, Lily finally spoke. Why did you go to such lengths for her? Tony blinked once. For whom? Jean White. Lily's tone grew colder. Is she your lover? Tony let out a loud sigh before he sat down casually on the couch. I already told you. I did it for another reason. I do not believe you. Lily replied immediately. Tony rubbed his forehead helplessly. Lily, not every woman around me is my lover. Oh really? Lily laughed coldly. Then what about the moon goddess Hikaru? Tony's expression twitched slightly. What does Hikaru have to do with this? First Hikaru, now Jean White, and tomorrow maybe another woman will suddenly appear beside you. Lily. No, let me finish. She interrupted angrily. Her emotions, which she had been suppressing for days, finally exploded. Do you know how the Academy talks about you right now? They say Tony Clark treats women personally inside locked operating rooms. They say the moon goddess Hikaru keeps searching for you everywhere. And now you crossed international martial laws for Jean White. Tony frowned slightly. I did not do that for love. Then why? Lily demanded immediately. Tony remained silent for several seconds because he could not explain the fate system. Seeing his silence, Lily became even more furious. See, even you cannot explain properly. Tony finally stood up slowly. You are overthinking everything. Lily laughed angrily. Overthinking. You brought Jean White personally into the Clark family warjet. You crushed the Lee family for her. You even moved a supreme warrior. Do you think the world is blind? Tony's patience began running thin. Then do not believe me, he replied coldly. Lily's eyes widened slightly after she heard his tone. What did you say? Tony stared directly into her eyes. You were the one who said I could keep any concubine or lover I wanted. Then why are you bothered now? Crash. Lily smashed the nearby flower vase onto the ground. The entire room fell silent instantly. Even the snow leopard stepped backward. You bastard, Lily muttered while she breathed heavily. Tony looked at the shattered vase silently for a second before he shook his head in frustration. Forget it. Without waiting further, he turned around and walked out of the residence. The snow leopard hurried to follow behind him. Lily stood there silently while she stared at the broken vase pieces scattered across the floor. For the first time, she realized she felt genuine anger because of another woman. That realization made her even more frustrated. Meanwhile, inside the Clark family residence, the atmosphere remained equally tense. The official notice from the Octopus organization had reached the family headquarters. Several elders gathered inside the main hall while they discussed the matter anxiously. This is becoming troublesome. The third house personally summoned Tony Clark. The Imperial Family is definitely behind this. They are using international law to suppress us politically. It was all our mistake. What is our relation with the White family? I do not understand why the patriarch allowed this. The third elder said mockingly. Ryan Clark sat silently at the center while he held the black summons notice. His expression remained calm, but inwardly, he made calculations. Finally, he stood up and left the hall. Soon, he arrived before the isolated mountain residence belonging to Supreme Kent Clark. The old Supreme sat calmly beside a chess table while he drank tea peacefully, as if nothing important had happened. Ryan bowed slightly. Ancestor. Kent Clark glanced toward him. You came because of the Octopus organization. Yes. Ryan handed over the notice silently. Kent read through it once before he tossed it onto the table carelessly. Do not worry. His tone remained relaxed. It is just a small matter. Ryan frowned slightly. The third Octopus house personally intervened. Kent laughed lightly. The Octopus organization will not start a war against the Clark family over a deadly family dog. He picked up another teacup calmly. I will attend the judgment call tomorrow personally. Ryan relaxed slightly after he heard those words. As long as Supreme Kent appeared personally, very few people in the world would dare pressure the Clark family openly. Chapter 133. The Eastern Mountain region of Nine Lotus Academy is always silent. Tony Clark walked alone with both hands inside his pockets, while the snow leopard quietly followed several steps behind him. His expression remained calm, but inside, his thoughts were a complete mess. The argument with Lily continued replaying in his mind. Frustration welled up in him. This was the first time since arriving at the academy that Tony felt genuinely frustrated. Tony muttered under his breath, women are troublesome. A heavy, elderly voice echoed beside him. That is a dangerous statement for a married man. Tony did not react in surprise. He simply turned his head toward the familiar figure walking beside him. Academy Master Da Vinci had appeared out of nowhere again. The old man walked casually with both hands behind his back as if he had always been there from the beginning. Da Vinci asked with a teasing smile, why so upset? Tony sighed, nothing. I just had a little quarrel with my wife. Da Vinci burst into laughter, so even the mighty Tony Clark gets bullied by his wife. Tony rolled his eyes, you sound experienced. Da Vinci coughed awkwardly and straightened his expression. I only know a little from observing others. Tony studied him. How could you know about marriage struggles? I heard you never married. Da Vinci fell silent for a moment before he smiled faintly. That is true. In order to reach this position, I made many sacrifices. Marriage was one of them. Surprise flared in Tony. He studied the old man carefully. This was the first time Da Vinci had spoken seriously about his personal life. Tony smirked mischievously. You must have enjoyed multiple women instead. Da Vinci laughed loudly. What about you? Are you not also playing around with many women inside this academy? He winked. Tony's brows twitched. What are you implying? Da Vinci's smile turned meaningful. Do you think I do not know what happened between you and the White family girl? Tony stopped walking instantly. Are you spying on me? Da Vinci raised a hand. Do not get angry. I actually came to save you from that seduction potion incident, but you dealt with that servant girl quite easily, so I thought there was no need for me to interfere. He paused dramatically before smiling again. Curiously, I stayed behind for a little while. Tony braced himself for bad news, and Da Vinci coughed lightly, and I happened to glance at what occurred inside the operating room. Silence stretched between them. Tony turned toward the old man with a completely expressionless face. Da Vinci laughed loudly after seeing Tony's dark look. Do not worry. I will keep it as our secret. He leaned closer slightly. Otherwise, if your wife finds out what happened between you and Jean White, she might break both your legs. Da Vinci grinned shamelessly. Tony stared at him coldly for several seconds. Finally, he spoke in a calm voice. If that happens, I will smash that 500-year lifespan treasure with my own hands. Da Vinci's laughter stopped instantly. The two of them stared at each other silently before they both laughed together. Da Vinci muttered while shaking his head helplessly, You little bastard. After calming down, the Academy Master spoke again. By the way, do you want to cultivate at the night pool? I can prepare it for you tonight. Tony thought for a moment before shaking his head. No need. First I need to deal with the headache of tomorrow's Judgment Hall inquiry. After that, I will think about cultivation. Da Vinci nodded slowly. Do not worry too much about tomorrow. I will also use some of my connections to help you during the judgment call. Tony arched an eyebrow. You are helping me that much? Da Vinci smiled mysteriously, of course. If you die too early, my 500 years of lifespan will disappear too. Tony chuckled. Da Vinci's expression became serious, but that is not important right now. I came mainly to give you another piece of information. Tony narrowed his eyes. What is it? Da Vinci stated, the World Tree Blessing is going to appear very soon. Tony's expression froze instantly. His breathing paused for a second. The World Tree Blessing was not some ordinary event. It was one of the greatest opportunities on Earth. Every appearance of the World Tree could completely change the fate of young geniuses worldwide. The Clark family always received first-hand information regarding such events, yet even his family had not informed him about this. Da Vinci already knew the details. Tony asked, You seem very certain. Da Vinci nodded slowly. This time is different. The number of available spots will likely be far fewer than before. Tony's expression grew serious. What do you mean fewer? Da Vinci answered. I cannot explain too much right now. You will know soon enough. Tony frowned. What type of World Tree Blessing is this? Is it minor, continental, or global? Da Vinci smiled faintly. That is exactly what I cannot tell you. Just remember one thing. Prepare properly. If you fail to secure your position inside the World Tree Blessing, our agreement ends there. Tony fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy between them. Even the snow leopard lowered its head instinctively. Finally, Da Vinci turned around slowly. Get stronger quickly, Tony Clark. We have only one chance. The next second, his figure vanished into the night wind. Tony remained standing there silently for several minutes. The news about the World Tree Blessing had shaken him far more than the Judgment Hall summons. Tony thought deeply, if the number of spots is truly smaller this time, then the entire world will go mad. There will be a big competition to decide who will get the World Tree Blessing. Without wasting more time, he headed toward the healing tower. Tonight was the no moon day, and he had already promised Hikaru that he would treat her moon goddess curse. As Tony approached the healing tower region, a soft fragrance entered his senses. Chapter 134. A soft fragrance drifted into Tony's senses as he neared the healing tower region. A soft hand slipped into his before he could react. Tony turned his head. Moon goddess Hikaru stood beside him in silence. Her moon-like eyes darted about, betraying her nervousness, while the loose silver robe swayed slightly against her frame. I have been looking for you for a long time, and I even thought about going to Lily's residence, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Tony offered a deliberate smile. No, do not come anywhere near Lily's residence. My wife is already upset. By the way, are you missing me? Hikaru ignored the teasing and pulled him along by the arm. Follow me, she urged. Tony pulled back with a questioning look. Where are you taking me? Hikaru pressed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. She scanned the area before tugging him away. The pair slipped past the academy grounds without a word. After nearly 20 minutes of travel through hidden mountain paths, they reached a lonely peak, far removed from the academy. A single small white tree stood at the center, glowing faintly under the fading night sky. Darkness closed in from all sides, a symptom of the no moon day. Tony studied the strange tree. The surrounding area appeared completely ordinary, but Hikaru walked toward a small opening beneath the roots. Come, she signaled. Before Tony could ask a question, Hikaru dropped downward into the dark. Tony paused for a heartbeat, then followed her. They slid rapidly through a hidden ice tunnel, plunging deep beneath the mountain. After several seconds, the tunnel opened up into a cavern. Tony took in the sight, his eyes widening. A massive underground glacier cave lay before him. A small stream flowed through the lower region, and ice flakes stretched downward like giant silver swords toward a crystal-clear pond. Countless natural crystals embedded in the cave walls cast a faint blue glow across the space. Cold mist drifted gently over the water surface. The scene seemed unreal, leaving even Tony stunned for several seconds. Wow, this place. How did you find it? Tony asked. Hikaru covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with nerves. Shush, do not shout, she whispered. She gripped his hand again and guided him deeper into the glacier cave. A stone bed made entirely of pure ice crystal rested at the center of the underground pond. Dozens of rare herbs, jade bottles, golden needles, and several glowing moon-colored flowers sat neatly arranged beside the bed. Hikaru stopped beside the ice bed, lowering her gaze. "This is the place I picked," she said, her voice tight. "Nobody knows about it. The herbs are already prepared." She lifted her gaze to his. "Shall we begin? Are you ready?" Tony asked. Hikaru looked away, the implication clear. She struggled to keep her thoughts in check. The prospect of having to undress for the treatment weighed on her. Tony Clark, meanwhile, focused on controlling his wandering gaze. The atmosphere felt strained following their earlier conversation. The requirement for her to remain unclothed during the treatment hung heavy in the air. "You should cleanse your body first," Tony said, adopting a professional tone. The moon goddess curse reacts strongly to impure life energy. Hikaru nodded and stepped into the crystal-clear pond without another word. The icy water rippled around her. She had entered wearing her clothes, but the thin silver robe soaked through instantly, clinging to her frame. Tony rubbed his forehead. He wondered why the sight of her body caused him such trouble. He pushed the thought aside and focused on the treatment. With a wave of his hand, he levitated several herbs into the air. Boom! A gigantic black cauldron materialized in the center of the cavern with a heavy thud, the sound echoing off the ice walls. Hikaru spun around in shock. The vessel stood nearly as tall as Tony. Ancient beast carvings covered the surface, and dark red patterns glowed near the base. The entire object radiated an ancient, oppressive aura. "Where did you get that?" Hikaru asked, her eyes wide as she stepped back from the pond. Tony glanced at her, then grinned proudly. "The Academy treasury." Hikaru's lips parted. "But this thing is huge. How did they even allow you to take it out?" Tony laughed, his expression shameless. "Do not underestimate the Clark family heir. How did you pay for this?" "It must have cost a fortune in Academy credits," Hikaru asked, staring at the massive cauldron. "Those idiots tossed it into a corner without knowing its real use." "Thankfully, I saw it," Tony said. Hikaru studied the cauldron again. A faint, ancient pressure emanated from it. "How are you going to use it?" she asked. "Does this not require enormous flames?" Tony smirked. "That is why I borrowed some useful treasures from the Academy treasury." He waved his hand, and 6 crimson crystals floated into the air. The temperature in the glacier cave rose instantly. "Fire crystals?" Hikaru exclaimed. Tony nodded. "High-grade fire crystals. They are enough to melt steel within seconds." Tony placed the 6 crystals beneath the cauldron and activated his life energy. Boom! Crimson flames erupted from the crystals instantly, and the black cauldron began to tremble. Ancient beast carvings engraved across the surface lit up in succession. A roar echoed from within the cauldron. Hikaru's eyes went wide. The flames beneath the cauldron twisted, rising into the shape of a gigantic fire tiger. Then the flames transformed into a serpent, then a wolf, and finally a dragon-like beast head. Dancing, beast-shaped flames illuminated the underground glacier cave. Even Tony stood stunned. He had only wanted to refine some medicine pills. Why was this object reacting like a legendary artifact? Meanwhile, dark clouds began to gather in the sky above the hidden mountain. Several disciples within Nine Lotus Academy raised their heads, looking up in confusion. "Why did the weather suddenly change?" One of them asked. "That pressure, what is happening?" Another murmured. Several elders emerged from their residences, staring suspiciously toward the distant mountains. Chapter 135. Inside the glacier cave, Tony regained his focus. One by one, the rare herbs Hikaru had brought drifted into the air. 9-color flower, moon ice grass, silver spirit mushroom, and blue soul petals danced around the cauldron like stars orbiting a moon. Tony watched, surprised. The cauldron made the work effortless. His fingers moved rapidly, sending one herb after another into the cauldron. Flames roared, swallowing the ingredients instantly. A rich medicinal fragrance exploded outward. Hikaru stared, stunned. She had watched alchemists before, but this was different. Tony was not refining pills like modern martial doctors. His process looked ancient, mystical, and almost mythical. Memories of the pleasure Dr. Pigma flowed through Tony's mind. Countless hand signs emerged naturally from his fingers. Glowing medicinal liquids drifted from the cauldron and condensed rapidly. 1, 2, 3 silver pills formed in midair. Each pill released a mist that shimmered like moonlight. Tony caught them in one hand. Holy shit. He caught his breath, shocked. The medicinal quality exceeded his expectations. The cauldron calmed as Tony drew the fire crystals away with his life energy. The beast-shaped flames faded gradually. Dark clouds swirled violently above the hidden mountain. Hikaru stared at Tony, as if looking at an ancient master healer. "You," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Where did you learn all this?" Tony smirked, wiping sweat from his forehead. "A goddess taught me after seeing how handsome I am." Hikaru rolled her eyes despite her nervousness. "Okay, enough distractions. The real treatment starts now." Tony's expression grew serious again. Hikaru's heartbeat accelerated. The time had come. "Lie down there," Tony said, pointing toward the crystal ice bed. Hikaru obeyed, trying to suppress her nervousness. The cold bed touched her skin through the wet silver robe. Tony approached slowly, opening his golden needle case. 108 golden needles reflected the glacier light. Hikaru swallowed nervously. "Tony, do I really need to remove the robe?" Tony interrupted calmly. "I will not take advantage." Silence filled the cave, save for the sound of the waterfall. Hikaru's face flushed red. After several moments of hesitation, she untied the robe and turned away in embarrassment. Her rosy skin, white breasts, and curvy waist lay exposed. Her thick thighs concealed her lower form. She was a feast for any man. Hikaru bit her lower lip, struggling to open her eyes. Thoughts ran wildly through her mind, but her main concern was what Tony thought. "Am I not more beautiful than your wife?" she muttered in a shaky tone. Tony was surprised by her question. Until now, he had only teased her with that dialogue, but he could not say that now. Her body was a masterpiece, perhaps not inferior to Lily. Tony shook his head and drew a deep breath. His mind nearly wavered. Focus, he told himself. This is medical treatment. He activated the heaven-devouring origin scripture to calm his thoughts. Tears swirled in Hikaru's eyes. She expected some appreciation, but Tony remained silent and ignored her question. At least he could have said I am beautiful, she thought with her eyes closed. Tony focused entirely on treating her condition. Swish, swish, swish. The golden needles flew out like streams of light. Hikaru trembled as the needles landed across her body in perfect sequence. Forehead, neck, heart, spinal points, and lower abdomen. Every major yin-moon meridian connected instantly. The moon goddess curse reacted violently. Dark silver veins appeared beneath Hikaru's white skin. Ah, she moaned, the sound painful yet strangely pleasurable. Tony's eyes sharpened. Do not resist. The curse energy has accumulated for years and is trying to escape through your moon meridians. Tony pressed one hand against her navel. Warm life energy flooded into her body. Hikaru arched slightly. She opened her thighs. The pleasure doctor techniques activated. Unlike ordinary healing, Padma's art stimulated pleasure nerves to force life energy circulation naturally. The stronger the pleasure, the smoother the healing process. This was why the inheritance was considered absurd. Hikaru bit her lips, her breathing ragged. Tony, I cannot endure it, Tony said. Golden runes appeared around his fingertips. His fingers moved rapidly across her meridians, controlling the moon curse. A silver moon-shaped symbol erupted behind Hikaru's back. Tony widened his eyes. The spinal tree. The cultivation spinal tree became visible inside Hikaru's body, its branches expanding rapidly. 1 branch, 3 branches, 7 branches. Silver life energy flooded into her body from the glacier cave surroundings. The entire underground pond trembled. Even Hikaru looked stunned. My cultivation, it is growing, she whispered. Ha ha ha, Tony grinned. As expected of pleasure Dr. Pigma's methods, the moon goddess curse was not entirely a curse. It was also suppressing your true potential. Hikaru's body trembled as overwhelming pleasure and life energy surged through her meridians. Tony, I cannot, she moaned. Her voice echoed across the glacier cave, while moonlight energy exploded around her. Tony ignored her cries and continued the treatment. He opened her mouth and dropped one of the 3 pills inside. She could not swallow it, so Tony decided to help. He took a large gulp of water and pressed his lips to hers, forcing the water into her mouth. She received it eagerly, his touch satisfying her cravings. Tony pulled away immediately, afraid the treatment would turn into something more. She stretched out her hands to pull him close, but Tony rejected her invitation. He leaned in to collect the curse energy. He hesitated for a second, considering which of the 9 holes in the human body would be the best point of extraction. His gaze moved slowly toward the area between her thighs. Chapter 136. Tony directed his focus toward her lower anatomy. While other openings presented themselves, he opted for the canal to ensure safety during the extraction. Hikaru cried out, not only from pleasure, but from the sudden, intimate contact. For a second, she snapped her eyes open and stared at Tony in shock. Tony offered a wink, using 2 fingers in a scissor motion to stimulate the sensitive area. The moon goddess curse, buried deep within her for years, finally began to yield to his specialized techniques. Tony moved his fingers rapidly, channeling life energy through his palms. Suddenly, a violent rush of energy erupted. A dark purple gas billowed from her lower body like poisonous smoke escaping a sealed prison. Ah ha ha, Hikaru cried out as her entire body trembled. The curse core finally came out, he muttered. He wasted no time, pulling a small transparent glass vial from his storage ring. The purple gas twisted in the air, a living creature desperate to escape. Tony formed a series of hand seals using Pigma's ancient memories. The golden needles surrounding Hikaru vibrated in unison. Shing, shing, shing. The purple vapor pulled directly toward the glass vial. It struggled, but the vacuum of energy sucked it completely inside. Tony sealed the vial with 3-layered talisman papers from his storage. He released a long breath only after double-checking the seal. Hikaru collapsed onto the ice bed, gasping for air. Sweat coated her skin. The terrifying moon goddess curse, her tormentor for years, had vanished. Tony tucked the sealed vial back into his storage ring. Hikaru lifted her head as her breathing evened out. Why are you keeping that thing? She asked, her voice weak. Shouldn't you throw it away immediately? Tony offered a faint smirk. It might be curse energy, but it also has medicinal value. Hikaru stared at him, speechless. Even after removing such a dangerous curse, he was already calculating its medicinal use. Monster, she muttered. Tony ignored her, turning his gaze toward her. Only then did the reality of her state settle in. Her body froze. Golden needles still studded her skin, and Tony sat beside her, observing with calm detachment. Her face flushed crimson. Remove these needles, now, she demanded, attempting to cover herself. Tony leaned back with a shameless grin. Such a fierce patient. He began singing in a playful, dramatic tone. A moon goddess trapped in ice is so cold. A proud beauty lying naked before me. One little doctor touched her body. Now her red face shines like a moon. Hikaru nearly exploded with embarrassment. Tony Clark. Ha ha ha. Tony laughed, beginning to remove the golden needles one by one. Each needle removal sent a strange, numbing pleasure through her body, amplifying her mortification. She was wide awake now, and every sensation was vivid. Stop smiling like an idiot, and remove them properly, she snapped, refusing to meet his eyes. Tony slowed his movements. Doctor and patient respect is fading these days. You shameless pervert, she retorted. Tony laughed, continuing the treatment. Finally, the last needle came out. Before Tony could speak, splash. Hikaru dived into the crystal pond like a frightened rabbit. Tony blinked. She is really that embarrassed. He observed her more closely and realized something else. She was not hiding. She was smiling, truly smiling from the heart. For the first time since they met, she looked free. Silver moonlight energy flowed naturally around her, and she swam through the water with a soft laugh. Her cold, noble exterior had melted away, leaving the impression of a young girl who had finally escaped a cage. Tony watched in silence. That smile felt beautiful. Ha ha ha. Hikaru laughed as she floated across the pond. It is gone. It is really gone. Her voice trembled with emotion. Tony offered a faint smile. I told you already. I am a genius doctor. You saved my life, Tony, she said, turning toward him. For several seconds, neither spoke. Only the sound of the waterfall echoed within the glacier cave. Tony gathered his medical equipment. The giant cauldron vanished into his storage ring. He packed away the scattered herbs, jade bottles, and golden needles. Hikaru dressed near the edge of the pond, while Tony looked away. Soft footsteps approached him after a few minutes. He turned to find Hikaru wearing a fresh silver robe. Her wet silver hair rested against her shoulders, and faint moonlight clung to her skin. They stared at one another in silence. A new tension hung between them, a problem they both understood but left unsaid. Lily Frost. Tony looked away. Without a word, they sat by the pond, dipping their legs into the freezing water. Peace descended on the cave. Hikaru leaned her head against Tony's shoulder. This time, he did not pull away. After a long silence, Hikaru spoke. Are you really going tomorrow? To the judgment hall, Tony replied. She nodded. Tony let out a light sigh. I have no choice. The octopus organization summoned me personally. Hikaru tightened her grip on her robe. Will they punish you? They will try, Tony said with a faint smirk. But the Clark family is not easy to suppress. Hikaru remained silent for a moment before she asked another question. Are you leaving the academy after this? Most likely, Tony said, gazing at the glowing pond. Hikaru's expression dimmed. Will you ever come back? Tony went quiet, then offered a playful smile. Maybe if the moon goddess family sends all their beautiful ladies to me for treatment. Hikaru punched his shoulder. Scoundrel. Tony laughed. But seriously, will you come back? Tony turned his attention to the glowing cave walls. I do not know. The World Tree Blessing is my next target. After that, many things will probably change. Hikaru lowered her eyes. The glacier cave grew brighter as golden sunlight filtered through the crystal cracks in the upper walls. The blue ice turned gold. Morning had arrived. Tony stood. I need to leave. The judgment hall inquiry starts soon. Hikaru stood as well. Before Tony could walk away, she reached out and held his hand. Tony stopped. They stood in silence for several seconds. He understood the meaning behind her eyes. The affection, the hesitation, the unwillingness to let go. It made things complicated. If he accepted her feelings now, everything between him and Lily would become messy. Tony exhaled and gently squeezed her hand before letting go. Take care of yourself, he said. Hikaru lowered her head, swallowing the emotions in her heart. You too. Tony took one final look at her before turning to walk toward the tunnel exit alone. Chapter 137. The third octopus house sat ready. The judgment hall of the octopus organization stood prepared, with every servant in a perfect position. Today marked an important event. The entire house structure centered on one primary hall. The gigantic circular chamber consisted entirely of black stone. Ancient octopus symbols glowed faintly along the walls, while hundreds of floating screens displayed martial laws from different nations. At the very top, on an elevated crescent-shaped platform, the 9 octopus house masters sat upon their thrones. Each throne displayed a different insignia, with its own specific color. Beneath them, 33 supreme warriors sat in a semicircle like silent gods judging the world itself. Every single one of them represented the pinnacle of Earth's martial power. Any one of these individuals could shake nations with a single order. At the center of the hall stood one lone figure, Supreme Kent Clark. He stood proudly with both hands behind his back like a king lion surrounded by wolves. No nervousness touched his face. No fear lingered in his eyes. Only calm arrogance defined his stance. Several supreme warriors observed him with complicated expressions. Some admired him. Others hated him. Many simply waited for the entertainment. At the center of the hall floated a gigantic golden sand timer. The final grains fell rapidly. The trial stood on the verge of beginning. A Clark family supreme frowned slightly, asking where Tony Clark was, but only a scoff came in reply. A foolish junior making supreme warriors wait, the speaker noted, suggesting he probably got scared and ran away. The Clark family spoiled that brat too much. Several murmurs spread through the hall. Even some of the supreme warriors showed slight displeasure. The giant black doors groaned as they slowly opened. A whistling sound echoed casually through the judgment hall. Everyone turned toward the entrance. Tony Clark walked inside lazily with both hands inside his pockets. He whistled casually, as if he had entered a shopping mall instead of the world's highest martial court. The final grain of sand dropped the moment he entered. Tony thought about how perfect his timing was. Many elders frowned deeply. Some Supreme Warriors narrowed their eyes coldly. Even several Housemasters looked displeased by Tony's complete lack of seriousness. This brat had no manners at all. That explains why everyone calls Tony Clark a fool. Tony ignored every stare. Without greeting the gathering, he walked forward and stopped beside Supreme Kent Clark. Kent glanced at him briefly before looking forward again. Not a single word passed between them. Yet that silence showed their confidence. Soon, one old servant carrying a long black staff stepped forward. The servant announced that the trial concerning Supreme Kent Clark crossing international martial borders and killing Overlord Dong Li would commence. His voice echoed across the entire judgment hall. The third Housemaster Bellard would begin the inquiry. At the top platform, third Housemaster Bellard slowly stood. He wore dark judicial robes, while several holographic screens floated around him. The first images appeared. Destroyed Li family buildings, dead bodies, and Dong Li's corpse covered the display. The humiliated Li family begged outside the White Manor. Then another image appeared, showing Tony Clark standing beside Jean White during the incident. Bellard's voice turned cold. He asked how Supreme Kent Clark defended himself, noting that he had crossed national martial borders without prior permission, interfered directly in another nation's internal affairs, and killed an Overlord-level warrior personally. Before Kent could speak, Tony stepped forward casually. He looked around lazily. He asked if this show was called the Half-Truth Circus, or perhaps a mini-clown gathering. Silence filled the room, and several elders became furious. They called him impudent and told him to watch his mouth, asking how he dared a junior to insult the judgment hall. Tony shrugged. He told them to stop presenting edited stories like entertainment programs. Bellard's face darkened slightly. He noted that Tony was not the one being questioned. Tony replied that his name was already on their summons list, so he was involved. Several Supreme Warriors exchanged glances. This brat possessed courage, or perhaps madness. Tony continued calmly. He acknowledged the destruction of the Li family and Dong Li's corpse, admitting those were very dramatic. He asked why they did not show the White family massacre first. Tony pointed toward the floating images. The Li family annihilated one of their loyal partner families, he explained. They slaughtered servants, children, babies, and even pets. They wiped out the White family entirely. He asked where those pictures were. Bellard frowned and dismissed the White family issue as a minor regional matter. Tony laughed. He pointed out that a family getting massacred counted as a minor regional matter, but when the Clark family retaliated, the entire world gathered. Slow applause echoed through the judgment hall. At the sixth house throne, Housemaster Nagi Luna sat calmly clapping with a faint smile. The entire hall stood stunned. Nagi Luna belonged directly to the Moon Goddess family, one of the oldest neutral factions in the world. Nagi Luna smiled slightly. She called the logic interesting, noting that for once, a junior asked proper questions instead of trembling in fear. Many people felt shocked after hearing support from the sixth housemaster herself. Several Supreme Warriors narrowed their eyes. Logically, Tony's argument held weight. One elder from the British Imperial faction interrupted coldly, stating that the Li family issue did not justify Supreme Kent violating martial border laws. Tony turned toward him. He asked if the White family had ties with the Imperial family instead of theirs, would they still call it a minor matter? The elder's expression stiffened. Tony did not stop there. No nation protected the White family, he argued. No housemaster intervened. No judgment hall appeared. The Clark family protected its own allies, so he asked what the crime was. Several people fell silent. Even some Supreme Warriors nodded slightly. Bellard's expression turned colder. He accused Tony of twisting the issue. Tony smirked. He told Bellard that the man simply disliked the Clark family acting independently. Murmurs spread across the hall again. This time, even some housemasters frowned. Tony continued relentlessly. He spoke about martial law, and told them to answer where martial law was when the White family suffered slaughter. Silence consumed the room. Several Imperial supporters looked ugly. Bellard finally spoke coldly. He stated that nothing could justify a Supreme Warrior crossing national borders without prior permission. Tony opened his mouth to refute, but he stopped in the next second. Supreme Kent Clark finally moved. He placed one hand over Tony's shoulder, stopping him calmly. For the first time since the trial began, Kent Clark raised his head. He stared directly at all 9 housemasters and the 33 Supreme Warriors before he prepared to speak. Chapter 138. Kent Clark lifted his gaze. He locked eyes with the 9 housemasters and the 33 Supreme Warriors who held his fate in their hands. Silence hung heavy in the air before he began to speak. The Philippines is my mother-in-law's country. According to my tradition, it is my second home. Kent Clark declared this calmly while staring directly at the 9 housemasters. And what I do with some minor family clashes, there is an internal matter. The echo of his voice rumbled through the judgment hall like a heavy hammer against stone. If you do not agree, then put it to a vote and make the final call. Do not waste my time. Kent slowly folded both hands behind his back. Absolute silence suffocated the hall. Observers stared at Kent Clark with widened eyes, and even several Supreme Warriors appeared speechless. No one expected him to brush aside an international martial law issue as a mere family squabble. Tony nearly laughed aloud at his ancestors' shameless logic. It was exactly what he expected of Supreme Kent, that old lion who feared nothing. Housemasters exchanged strange looks among themselves. Then, a mocking laugh echoed from the spectator seats where the Imperial Family faction sat. Ha ha ha. And elderly Supreme Warrior slowly stood while staring coldly at Kent Clark. He wore a dark imperial robe with crown patterns across his shoulders. It was the Imperial British family ancestor, Ragnar Smith. Senior Kent has 7 wives, correct? Ragnar asked with a sneer. The implication hit the room immediately. Ragnar smiled coldly. Then according to your logic, can you breach martial laws freely in all 7 countries where your wives came from? Several Imperial supporters let out quiet laughs. Tony narrowed his eyes. Even Bellard secretly smirked, thinking Ragnar had finally cornered Kent. Kent Clark glanced toward Ragnar Smith with an expression of lazy indifference. I can satisfy 7 women. That is my strength. The judgment hall turned instantly quiet again. Kent continued with calm composure. What about you, dumb Smith? I heard your wife eloped with a servant on your wedding night. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded from the body of Ragnar Smith. The entire judgment hall trembled violently. Several Supreme Warriors frowned, recoiling from the sudden pressure. Tony's eyes widened. He thought to himself that Supreme Kent fought dirtier than he did. How dare you call me dumb? Ragnar roared while rising from his seat. Killing intent flooded the hall, and the temperature began to rise rapidly. Kent Clark's eyes turned cold in an instant. Boom. A second overwhelming aura erupted from the body of Kent like a roaring ancient beast. Cracks spread across the black stone floor beneath his feet. Chaos descended upon the judgment hall. Several Supreme Warriors stood up nervously. If these 2 monsters fought inside these walls, half the building would disappear in an instant. Enough. Stop this immediately. All 9 Housemasters rose from their seats simultaneously. Terrifying pressure descended across the entire hall, forcefully suppressing the violent auras of Ragnar and Kent. Bellard looked furious. Let us finish this through voting, he shouted. Inwardly, Bellard felt a surge of satisfaction, believing the Imperial family's influence would sway the Supreme Warrior votes against Kent Clark. The voting process began. Black-robed servants carrying silver voting boxes entered the hall silently. Each servant approached one Supreme Warrior after another. Even the 9 Housemasters cast their votes personally. The atmosphere grew heavy again. No one spoke. Only the soft sound of footsteps echoed across the hall. Tony observed his surroundings. Many Supreme Warriors avoided direct eye contact with Kent Clark. Some appeared hesitant or thoughtful, while others clearly wanted to avoid offending either side. Kent Clark stood silently at the center of the hall, as immovable as a mountain. He displayed no anxiety or tension, only absolute confidence. Tony felt a flicker of admiration. He thought to himself that it was no wonder this old lion became a Supreme Warrior. The servants collected the votes. Each token came in one of 2 colors. Green meant not guilty. Red meant guilty. The final rounds of voting approached. Just as one servant prepared to close the last voting box, a loud creak pierced the air. The gigantic judgment hall doors swung open once again. Everyone turned toward the entrance. The entire hall stood up instantly, and even the 9 Housemasters rose from their seats. Shock filled the room, for walking through the doors was Academy Master Da Vinci. Beside him walked an extremely old man supported by a black wooden cane. The old man looked ancient beyond imagination. His white hair reached the floor, and his body appeared so thin and frail that he might collapse at any moment. Yet, the moment he stepped into the hall, every Supreme Warrior instinctively lowered their heads. This old man was the founder of the Octopus organization itself, Master Long, the oldest living Supreme Warrior on Earth, and the strongest among them all. No one expected him to appear personally. Even Bellard's face changed drastically. Da Vinci smiled calmly. Do not mind us. Master Long came to cast his vote as well. Shock rippled through the hall. Tony stared at the old man. For some strange reason, he could not sense any life energy fluctuations from Master Long at all. It felt as though the old man had become one with the surrounding world itself. Even Kent Clark cupped his hands respectfully and bowed slightly. Senior Long. Master Long nodded once. Then, to everyone's surprise, his eyes shifted directly toward Tony Clark, and he offered a faint smile. Tony's heart skipped a beat. He wondered why this old monster was staring at him. Even the surrounding Supreme Warriors noticed the detail. Several expressions shifted subtly. Servants brought another voting box to Master Long. The old founder calmly picked one token. He turned it green before everyone's eyes and dropped it inside. Clink. The sound echoed loudly inside the silent judgment hall. This gesture shocked every Supreme Warrior in the room. In the next second, many shifted their decisions and voted in favor of Kent. The voting process ended completely. The servants gathered the boxes at the center platform. Silence filled the hall. Everyone stared toward the boxes. The atmosphere grew tense. One servant opened the first box. Inside, green and red tokens lay mixed together. The servant picked up the first token nervously. Green, he shouted. Another servant opened the second vote. Red. The third vote followed. Green. The judgment hall became quieter as the servants announced the votes one after another. Chapter 139. The voting continued within the silent judgment hall. A servant announced a green token. Another called out red. Then green again. Then red. The atmosphere grew heavier with every passing vote. Even the Supreme Warriors who had remained calm until now narrowed their eyes. The result hung in a dangerous balance. Neither side held a clear advantage. Bellard's expression soured. Ragnar Smith's face remained cold and tense. Kent Clark stood in silence, showing no reaction. Tony observed the tally, leaning lazily beside his ancestor. He muttered to himself, noting how the Imperial family must have spent a fortune, as the red votes piled up higher than he had expected. Only a few votes remained. Tension inside the hall reached a breaking point. Then, Kent Clark's expression shifted. At the same moment, the old founder, Master Long, turned his head toward the outside world. Both supreme monsters reacted in unison. Their eyes sharpened, turning serious in an instant. The entire judgment hall froze. No one had ever seen the two of them react in such perfect sync. Even the voting servants stopped moving. Silence filled the hall. Seconds dragged on. Academy Master Da Vinci lifted his head sharply. One by one, the 9 house masters turned toward that same direction. Their expressions transformed. Shock and disbelief took over, and some stood up without even realizing it. Tony frowned, wondering what on earth was happening. Before anyone could ask, Master Long vanished from his seat. Until this moment, the man looked like a frail elder who could barely stand. Now, he moved with a blur, executing a unique technique to clear the hall in just a few steps. Each stride crossed dozens of meters. In moments, the founder had exited the judgment hall entirely. Chaos erupted. Kent Clark moved immediately, saying nothing and ignoring the unfinished vote. Tony called out to his ancestor, asking for an explanation, but Kent offered no response. Tony rushed to keep pace, trailing forcefully behind him. The surrounding supreme warriors rose from their seats. Panic and excitement rippled through the room. Murmurs broke out about an energy fluctuation. Some whispered that it was impossible, while others questioned if it could truly be the World Tree blessing. A massive tremor shook the room. The judgment hall descended into complete disorder. Everyone rushed for the exit. Even the 9 house masters abandoned the platform. Ballard's face twitched in anger as he shouted for the voting to continue later, then vanished. Outside the Octopus headquarters, dozens of massive war jets activated. The skies roared with the sound of engines. Tony finally caught up to Kent Clark near the outer platform, just as the elder prepared to board a Clark family jet. Tony called out, insisting his own ship was faster. Kent turned toward him. A black advanced war jet descended from above. Malkin's voice echoed from the intercom, announcing that the boarding path stood ready. Kent Clark glanced at the jet, then grabbed Tony by the collar. Tony stammered in surprise, but Kent jumped upward, carrying him like a chicken. They landed directly onto the roof of the jet and slipped inside. Kent commanded the pilot to move. Malkin confirmed that the destination was locked. The war jet blasted into the sky like a black meteor. Behind them, dozens of other jets rose into the air. From below, the sky resembled a swarm of shooting stars rushing toward one point on the planet. Inside the jet, Tony stabilized himself. He asked what was happening. Kent stared through the transparent glass, his eyes narrowed. He explained that a strange, new energy had appeared, describing it as strong, ancient, and extremely potent. Kent's eyes sharpened as he suggested it might be the World Tree blessing. Tony's heart accelerated. The news left him unable to remain calm. Within minutes, the jets covered enormous distances over the Pacific Ocean. Suddenly, a gigantic golden light appeared on the horizon, resting at the center of the endless sea. Tony's eyes widened. An enormous circular golden dome floated at the center of the ocean. It resembled a massive sunflower blooming above the waves. Golden roots of light spread beneath the water, while layers of energy waves expanded outward. The entire sky above the dome glowed gold, turning even the nearby clouds luminous. More war jets arrived from every direction. Several supreme warriors exited their vehicles to float in the sky, observing the phenomenon with gravity. Tony could only stare from the cabin of his jet, lacking the ability to fly on his own. He muttered an irritated curse under his breath. Without hesitation, he pulled his hoverboard from the storage compartment. It activated instantly, and Tony rose into the air. Many supreme warriors glanced at him, but only briefly. They returned their focus to the golden dome, as the scene was simply too shocking to ignore. The World Tree blessing was a legendary event. This time, it appeared directly above the Pacific Ocean. More jets arrived every minute. The Octopus organization issued emergency commands. They declared the region restricted, ordered all civilian satellites to be redirected, and commanded that unauthorized drones be destroyed. They banned normal human ships from coming within 1,000 acres and ordered the airspace sealed. Within minutes, military-grade barriers and defensive formations deployed around the oceanic zone. Because the event occurred at sea, controlling the spread of information proved much easier. Dozens of formation masters arrived under escort. Master Long stood closest to the glowing dome, his eyes unusually serious. Even the strongest individual on Earth appeared tense. The gigantic golden structure pulsed slowly like a living heartbeat. It had not yet fully matured. Energy waves continued to intensify. Master Long shouted a sharp order, demanding that every formation master be called immediately for a full analysis of the World Tree fruit. The surrounding Octopus organization heads bowed and obeyed. Commands spread in every direction. Meanwhile, Tony stared at the glowing golden dome. For some strange reason, the fate system inside his body began to vibrate violently. Chapter 140. The Golden World Tree blessing floated silently above the Pacific Ocean, like a divine sun born from another realm. Golden roots spread beneath the sea while terrifying waves of life energy pulsed continuously across the sky. Every supreme warrior present stared at the phenomenon with burning eyes. Some were excited, some were fearful, some were already calculating how many spots their factions could secure. Suddenly, the ocean waters below began trembling violently. A massive boom echoed through the air. Gigantic waves rose hundreds of meters into the air. Tony turned his head sharply. From beneath the sea, strange floating crystal white pods emerged one after another. Each pod looked like a giant seashell fused with transparent crystal. Ancient blue runes glowed across their surfaces, while sea beasts circled around them protectively. Tony stared at the scene. What the hell are those things? Soon, humanoid figures stepped out from the floating crystal pods. Their appearances resembled humans, yet not fully. Blue markings covered their skin. Their ears were sharper. Their eyes glowed faintly silver beneath the moonlight. Several even carried tridents made of strange black metal. Most shocking of all, they stood directly above the ocean surface without any support. The reality settled in for Tony. These people were powerful. Very powerful. Yet, none of the supreme warriors around him appeared shocked. Instead, several supreme warriors frowned with irritation, as if seeing annoying old rivals. An old supreme warrior muttered coldly. The demonic sea tribe came again. Demonic sea tribe. Tony felt a surge of curiosity. This was his first time hearing about them. Soon, a tall middle-aged man from the sea tribe stepped forward. A silver crown made of coral rested above his forehead. His voice echoed heavily across the ocean. This world tree blessing appeared within the sea domain. According to ancient agreement, everything born within the ocean belongs first to the sea tribe. His words caused several human supreme warriors to sneer. Master Long stepped forward slowly. His ancient eyes stared at the opponent with anger. The demonic sea tribe truly has courage. Do we not already have rules? Every world tree blessing, your tribe receives 10% reserved spots. The crowned sea tribe leader narrowed his silver eyes. 10% is no longer enough. This world tree blessing appeared in our territory. We demand 40%. A massive explosion of energy rippled outward. The surrounding human supreme warriors erupted with anger. Ridiculous. Dream on. You sea monsters are becoming too greedy. Several supreme warriors released their auras directly. At the same time, hundreds of additional crystal pods rose from beneath the ocean behind the demonic sea tribe. The sea turned dark blue. Dozens of terrifying sea beasts circled beneath the water surface. The demonic sea tribe had arrived fully prepared for war. Tony stood on his hoverboard and observed the scene in silence. Interesting. So Earth has hidden tribes living beneath the ocean too. The atmosphere became tense. One wrong sentence could trigger a battle between the human martial world and the demonic sea tribe. Several weapons were already unsheathed. Sea tridents, ancient spears, curved ocean blades. Even the supreme warriors behind Master Long prepared themselves. The sea winds became colder. Master Long raised his hand to stop the aggression. 20%. The ocean became silent. Several human supremes looked unhappy, but Master Long commanded respect. If you want more than that, we settle this through war instead. The demonic sea tribe leader turned back and waited in silence. After a small delay, an old lady whose body was covered in colorful fish scales came forward. A young girl with a sharp look walked in a steady pace behind her. All the demonic sea tribe people made loud noises upon her arrival. The old lady stared at Master Long in silence for several seconds. We accept your deal, old man. But remember, this time you lose more people during the trail. The old lady said this confidently while caressing the head of the young girl. Master Long frowned as he stared at the young lady, who seemed a peak Grandmaster with great potential. Not bad, Luca. Master Long turned to the old demonic tribe lady. Seems like you raised a better warrior this time. But make sure she does not fall during the battle. The old woman Luca laughed mockingly. The tension eased slightly. The weapons disappeared one after another. Tony exhaled, his chest loosening. Even he understood that a battle between so many supreme warriors would become a worldwide disaster. Later, Tony examined the young girl with a curious look. Soon after, dozens of formation masters arrived near the world tree blessing. The demonic sea tribe also sent several of their ancient formation experts. Unlike humans, their formation robes resembled flowing blue scales. Without wasting time, the analysis began. Gigantic formation arrays appeared across the ocean surface. Golden symbols floated around the world tree pod. One formation master after another poured life energy into the analysis formation. Hours passed. Finally, one old formation master coughed blood violently. His expression turned pale. It is done. Everyone turned serious. Master Long stepped forward. Speak. The old formation master swallowed nervously. This world tree blessing will take 13 days to ripen completely. Murmurs spread everywhere. 13 days. That meant the entire world martial community would gather here before maturity. The formation master expression became uglier. And this time only peak Grandmaster warriors can enter. And only 330 members can enter inside. Not anymore. Silence descended. Tony eyes widened. Only peak Grandmasters. And only 330. Last time it was 1,300 spots. This is so little. Many older factions looked grim. This restriction meant most supreme-backed factions would lose direct control inside the blessing realm. The next sentence shocked everyone even more. The danger level is far beyond previous blessings. Based on formation readings, this blessing may contain a dream realm inheritance. A massive roar of voices erupted. Dream realm. Impossible. And inheritance level blessing. Even Master Long ancient eyes trembled. The formation master continued shakily. There may also be world tree seeds. Even the supreme warriors struggled to remain calm. Tony frowned. World tree seeds. One demonic sea tribe elder laughed loudly. Humph. All this excitement for a half-ripened trash blessing. Without warning, the sea elder raised his trident. A terrifying blue beam shot directly toward the golden world tree pod. Everyone's expressions changed. Stop him. It was too late. The attack struck the golden barrier. Something horrifying happened. The golden pod absorbed the attack silently for 1 second. Then, a massive explosion erupted. The same attack reflected back. Not once, not twice, but amplified thousands of times stronger. The blue beam swallowed the demonic sea elder completely. He evaporated into nothingness. The ocean split apart beneath the reflected attack. Shock froze everyone. Even the demonic sea tribe turned pale. The formation masters trembled. One of them whispered fearfully, "The world tree pod is protecting itself. And this blessing is far more dangerous than any previous one." The most troubling part for everyone was that only 330 spots were present, and 66 were given to the demonic tribe. The octopus organization called for a meeting to decide on spot distribution. Suddenly, beside Tony, the Academy Master Da Vinci appeared with a smiling face. His expression said only one sentence. "Did I not tell you about this?" Chapter 141. Academy Master Da Vinci appeared beside Tony with a familiar, cryptic smile. His expression suggested only one thing. As if he had told Tony about this already. "How did you know about this before everyone else?" Tony asked, staring at the gigantic world tree blessing pod floating above the Pacific Ocean. Da Vinci offered only a mysterious smile. "You will know when the time comes," he replied, his voice calm. "But the real problem right now is that there are very limited spots available for the world tree blessing. It is your duty to secure one." Tony shot Da Vinci a doubtful look. Da Vinci turned his gaze to the glowing golden pod. 66 spots were already handed over to the demonic sea tribe. "We only have 264 left. I am absolutely sure that this time, no family will receive reserved spots like before." "What do you mean?" Tony interrupted. "Everyone will have to fight for even a single spot. It will be a dogfight among families, and many will miss their chance to get the world tree blessing," Da Vinci said with a confident nod. "What do you think will happen?" Tony asked, his curiosity piqued. "How will they decide who can enter? There are thousands of peak Grandmaster disciples around the world." "I do not know," Da Vinci said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Now the final decision rests entirely with the octopus organization. If I had to guess, they will probably conduct either a competition or some type of lottery system to decide the distribution of the spots." Tony scoffed. "I do not know about the lottery system, but if they host a competition, I will definitely secure my spot. In any case, you are there to get one for me." Da Vinci laughed lightly. "TCHHH, do you really think you are my only hope? Do not underestimate me." He looked at Tony seriously. "Along with you, I already have 3 more disciples working under me. They also promised to bring me what I want. You better compete properly. If you fail, there are others available for me." Da Vinci paused, his smile returning. "But you would miss a golden opportunity if you fail to retrieve that 500-year lifespan treasure." "Wait, you already have backup plans?" Tony stared at him, speechless. "It is okay, I do not mind competition. But when exactly are you planning to reveal the details to me? Without knowing anything, how can I blindly search for some mysterious 500-year lifespan treasure?" Da Vinci shook his head. "You do not need to worry about that. When you officially secure a confirmed spot for the world tree blessing, I will personally reveal the information to you. Until then, use either your family influence or your own strength to secure a place." Da Vinci floated away in silence toward Master Long. Tony stood his ground, watching the Academy Master retreat. He had expected Da Vinci to prepare multiple backup candidates. After all, Tony had not revealed all his trump cards or his full potential yet. What was that about? A familiar elderly voice echoed beside him. Tony turned. Supreme Kent Clark had appeared silently beside him again. "We have a small deal," Tony replied casually. "I was just asking him for world tree blessing spots." Kent Clark narrowed his eyes. "Be careful with that fellow." Tony shifted. "Why?" Kent stared toward the distant sky before replying. "Recently, I received information that Academy Master Da Vinci has connections with the demonic sea tribe." Tony felt his heart skip a beat. "He is not necessarily a bad person," Kent continued, "but it would still be wise for you to remain vigilant around him." Tony nodded respectfully. "Understood, Ancestor." Before Kent could continue, Master Long's ancient voice echoed across the ocean region. "What are all of you waiting for? Let us go decide what to do next." The surrounding Supreme Warriors moved toward the temporary Octopus Organization meeting platform. Just then, a mocking female voice echoed from the sea. "Old Long." Everyone turned. Demonic Sea Tribe leader Luca floated above the ocean surface, smiling coldly. "According to your word, our tribe receives 66 spots. Do not go back on your promise. Prepare your humans properly, otherwise nobody will return alive from this world tree blessing." Several human Supreme Warriors frowned at the warning. Luca snapped her fingers. The giant, shell-shaped crystal pods sank beneath the ocean surface with a rhythmic, low hum. The sea waters closed, as if nothing had ever appeared. In moments, the demonic sea tribe vanished. Since the world tree blessing had not ripened fully, nobody could interfere with it. The Octopus Organization sealed the surrounding oceanic zone. They blocked satellite signals and released false internet reports to confuse civilian governments. Military ships surrounded the Pacific area in secret. The martial world moved faster than any nation could react. Meanwhile, the news about the world tree blessing exploded across the Marshall network. The entire internet descended into madness. The world tree blessing has appeared. Only 330 total spots. The demonic sea tribe already claimed 66 places. The remaining spots are for humans. Thousands of discussions exploded within minutes. Fantasy stories spread everywhere. Some claimed a god-level inheritance was hidden inside the blessing. Others said ancient ghosts guarded the inner realm, or that a mythical weapon existed inside the world tree core. Rumors even spread that immortality seeds were hidden within the blessing. The stories became more exaggerated with every passing hour. Despite the chaos, everyone cared about one question: how will the spots be distributed? Unlike previous world tree blessings, where at least 1,000 spots existed for humanity, this time only 264 human spots remained. Normally, major families automatically secured 30 to 50 reserved positions through influence, but now, everything changed. Immediately, the Clark family, the Imperial British family, the Frost family, the Moon Goddess family, the Baku tribe of Nigeria, and dozens of other influential factions began pressuring the Octopus organization for reserved allocations. At the same time, countless smaller factions and loyal tribes rushed toward the Octopus houses, demanding fair distribution. Many feared the Octopus organization would side entirely with the major powers and leave only scraps for everyone else. To control the chaos, the Octopus organization heads met at the Nine Lotus Academy. All 7 house masters gathered urgently alongside Master Long and Academy Master Da Vinci. The discussions continued for hours, and the entire martial world waited anxiously for their decision. Chapter 142. Inside the healing tower, Peak Master Natasha rushed toward the 13th floor with an excited smile. Several nurses stared at her. This was the first time they had seen the cold Peak Master showing such emotion openly. She reached the intensive care unit. Without caring about patient privacy, she shoved the operating room door open. "Emma," Natasha called out. Inside the room, several doctors jumped in shock. Emma Rock stood near the operating table wearing a green surgical coat. She operated on a brain patient using silver needles. Even after hearing the loud voice, Emma maintained steady hands and turned her head. "Peak Master," Natasha smiled. "Emma, the world tree blessing has appeared." Emma froze. Her fingers tightened around the silver needles. Her breathing slowed. Her eyes trembled. This was the moment she had been waiting for. It was her only opportunity to save herself. Emma Rock passed the needles to the blank-faced doctor beside her. With a few hurried steps, she reached Peak Master Natasha at the entrance. "Master, is it true?" Emma asked, her eyes trembling. Natasha nodded. "Yes, I am absolutely certain. The world tree blessing has appeared. I saw the live visuals personally." Emma stood frozen. Then, genuine tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her fists clenched with determination. This was the moment she had been waiting for. For months, she had searched for a way to survive. Now, hope appeared before her again. Natasha's expression became complicated. "There is one problem." Emma looked up. "What happened?" Natasha sighed. "There are only 264 spots remaining for humans." Emma's expression changed. "What? So few? I heard the last world tree blessing had more than 1,300 spots." Natasha nodded grimly. "Yes, but this world tree blessing appears completely different. The dream realm rumors alone are enough to shake the martial world. But do not worry. Fewer spots also means greater rewards for those who survive. I am already using all my influence to secure at least one confirmed spot for you." Emma's breathing quickened. "Master, thank you so much. I will not disappoint you." Natasha placed a hand on Emma's shoulder. "You must remain careful. The Clark family will definitely secure many spots for their younger generation. If they discover your presence, they may attempt to harm you. You must stay alert. Understand?" Emma's face darkened when the Clark family was mentioned. Her eyes filled with killing intent. "Don't worry, Master. You know my strength. If the Clark family dares to come against me, they will pay the price." A faint smile appeared on Emma's lips. "Dealing with a few Clark family youngsters might finally satisfy my revenge." The surrounding doctors lowered their heads after hearing her murderous tone. Natasha remained silent. She understood the hatred buried inside Emma's heart. "From now onward, your only focus is the world tree blessing. Forget your doctor duties temporarily. Take any resources you want from the administration department. I will personally authorize everything." Emma nodded. She removed her surgical gloves and walked out. Her eyes burned with ambition. Meanwhile, the existence of only 264 human spots threw the martial world into panic. Smaller families and weaker factions began moving frantically. Every family with a promising peak Grandmaster disciple used every connection they possessed. If they failed this time, their younger generation might fall behind forever. The unrest spread across the martial network. Everyone moved at full speed. Resources, influence, political alliances, everything became valuable overnight. Fear also spread among the martial world. The rumors surrounding this world tree blessing felt terrifying. The Dream Realm. The information about the Dream Realm existed only inside forgotten cultivation texts from thousands of years ago. Nobody truly knew what they were. All surviving records carried one similarity. More than 90% of the geniuses entering those realms died. The few survivors later became rulers of entire continents. Some ancient texts claimed several survivors managed to enter another cultivation world entirely through space cracks. Nobody knew whether those stories were real or fantasy. One thing was certain. This world tree blessing was dangerous beyond imagination. Meanwhile, more influential figures began arriving at Nine Lotus Academy. Clark family head Ryan Clark arrived personally. The Frost family representatives came. Several Imperial British family ancestors descended. Multiple Supreme Warriors arrived quietly. The Octopus organization's emergency meeting was held inside Nine Lotus Academy. The Academy servants nearly collapsed from stress while trying to receive so many influential guests. Academy Master Da Vinci had personally ordered one thing. No one is allowed near the meeting hall under any circumstance. That order became a nightmare. Every family head wanted immediate access to the octopus organization. Everyone wanted reserved slots. Everyone wanted advantages. Everyone feared being left behind. By evening, the pressure inside the academy became overwhelming. War vehicles arrived endlessly. Even the peak masters became restless. Many wanted guaranteed places for their direct disciples. Missing this opportunity meant waiting another 2 or 3 years for the next World Tree appearance. Several high-ranking academy servants entered the emergency meeting hall nervously. All 7 Octopus House Masters sat together alongside Master Long and Academy Master Da Vinci. The discussions had continued for several hours. The head servant bowed deeply. "What is it?" Master Long asked calmly. The servant swallowed. "It is becoming very difficult to control the family heads outside. There are already more than 100 influential family representatives gathered inside Nine Lotus Academy. They all demand an immediate audience with the Octopus organization. We cannot delay them much longer." The hall became silent. The 7 house masters turned toward Master Long. Everyone waited for his final decision. Master Long remained silent before turning toward 3rd House Master Bellard. Bellard stood respectfully. Master Long spoke. "I already expressed my opinion. The final authority belongs to your octopus organization." He looked across all 7 house masters. "I know there is no absolute leader among you. Make a collective decision." Bellard turned toward the remaining house masters. 6th House Master Nagi Luna stood up. The Moon Goddess family leader's expression remained serious. "There is no need for further discussion. Master Long only desires the prosperity of our martial community. My decision is simple. We should follow Master Long's proposal completely." Several house masters nodded. One by one, the remaining house masters stood up and voiced agreement. Bellard sighed. "The 7 houses accept Master Long's decision." Master Long nodded. He turned toward the head servant. "Call everyone inside. Allow all family heads to enter the main hall." The servant's face relaxed. "Yes, Master Long." He ran outside. Outside the hall, over 100 family leaders and supreme representatives stood up from their seats as the giant meeting doors began opening. The real battle for the World Tree blessing spots would begin now. Chapter 143. Hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the meeting hall. As the gigantic doors swung open, the gathered family heads forgot their status and prestige. Even the leaders of minor clans pushed themselves toward the front. They feared their voices would not reach the ears of the Octopus House Masters. The atmosphere turned chaotic. The Chinese Ming clan head shouted before he even stepped inside. "Please do not ignore the smaller families. My family has a genius who defeated 15 peak grandmasters at once. You must give him an opportunity to enter the World Tree blessing." Countless voices exploded. "My grandson is only 16 and already at peak grandmaster rank. Our tribe protected the western martial borders for 30 years. The Octopus organization cannot abandon loyal supporters. My disciple possesses rare bloodline talent. The Brazilian Silver family requests at least 3 guaranteed slots." The massive meeting hall transformed into a noisy fish market. Everyone shouted over one another. Nobody wanted to lose this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom! A wave of vibrating life energy swept across the hall. The ground trembled slightly. The voices stopped. Academy Master Da Vinci lowered his hand, his expression irritated. "If all of you continue barking like street dogs, then leave the hall immediately." The noise froze. Several family heads lowered their heads. Jamie Smith, the Imperial British family head, stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back. "Do not forget how much the Imperial family supports the Octopus organization every year. We pay enormous amounts of taxes, military resources, and strategic support." He swept his gaze across the house masters. "For that reason alone, you should not abandon the hand supporting your organization during its time of need. The Imperial family demands at least 20% of the World Tree blessing spots. Otherwise, I will not sit quietly." The hall erupted again. "What? 20%? Ridiculous. That is robbery. The Imperial family wants to monopolize everything." Smaller family heads became furious. Larger factions frowned. As the arguments spiraled out of control, Clark family head Ryan Clark stepped forward. Ryan bowed slightly toward Master Long. "Senior Long." Ryan waited for the elder to acknowledge him before he continued. "By now, everyone here understands the seriousness of the situation. Rather than arguing endlessly, please tell us your final decision. How do you intend to distribute the limited spots for the World Tree blessing? We will all respect your judgment." Ryan's calm tone stabilized the atmosphere. Silence spread. Everyone's attention landed upon one person, Master Long. The ancient man stood up from his seat, leaning against his black wooden cane. Despite his frail appearance, the hall became silent. Nobody dared interrupt him. Master Long looked across the gathered family heads. "This World Tree blessing is different. There are rumors about a dream realm, possibly even inheritance traces beyond our current martial civilization." Several people became excited after hearing those words again. Master Long raised one hand, silencing them. "Do not celebrate too early. I personally believe this World Tree blessing is extremely dangerous. The survival rate may be lower than any previous blessing in history." The hall became heavy. Several family heads exchanged nervous looks. Master Long continued. "That is exactly why, after discussion with all Octopus House Masters, we reached one collective decision. We will send only the strongest peak grandmasters of the younger generation. Strength can only be decided through battle." The atmosphere became tense. Several clever family heads guessed the answer before he announced it fully. Master Long spoke the final words. There will be a tournament. The Golden Air Tournament. Boom. The hall exploded into commotion. A tournament. No reserved spots. Impossible. Master Long ignored the chaos. This time, not a single spot will be reserved for any family. Every word struck like thunder. Every single spot for the World Tree Blessing must be earned personally. Not through family backing. Not through political influence. And not through hidden arrangements. I will personally oversee the distribution process. Only the strongest peak grandmasters of the younger generation deserve entry. Jamie Smith stepped forward again, his face flushed with anger. If talent alone decides everything, then what about major families like ours? The Imperial King's expression looked ugly. We continuously support the martial community. We spend enormous resources maintaining order. Why should the larger factions continue supporting the Octopus organization if we receive no advantages? His voice grew sharper. At minimum, you should consider the influence and responsibility carried by the larger ruling families. Several powerful family leaders supported him. The Nigerian Baku family stood up. So the smaller factions receive equal treatment, despite contributing nothing. This decision unfairly punishes the stronger organizations. The Brazilian Silver family leader joined in the protest. The atmosphere grew tense. Master Long nodded once. We already considered that issue. That is why rewards will exist based on tournament ranking. The number 1 winner will receive 30 additional spots for their family, clan, or section. Shock spread. 30 spots. Even several supreme warriors outside the hall reacted. Master Long continued. The second place winner receives 20. The third place winner receives 10. Murmurs spread across the hall. This changed everything. The competition became valuable for the larger families again. Master Long raised his cane. As for all remaining participants, ranking alone decides qualification. 1 qualified spot per person. He looked toward Jamie Smith. So raise your younger generation properly. If your geniuses are truly superior, then your families will naturally gain more spots. Jamie Smith's expression relaxed. He felt delighted. He firmly believed his eldest son, Mark Smith, could crush the younger generation competition. Ryan Clark's expression became complicated. Unlike Jamie, he was not fully confident about Tony and Leo securing top rankings against the entire world's peak grandmasters. Master Long struck his cane against the ground. The World Tree Blessing opens in 13 days. The tournament begins exactly 7 days from now at sunrise in the Nine Lotus Academy. The atmosphere became heated. Many family heads began calculating preparation strategies. Master Long's final words carried terrifying pressure. Let this be absolutely clear. The Octopus organization will tolerate no illegal methods, no assassinations, no manipulation of weaker families. Everyone is free to participate fairly. His ancient eyes swept across the hall. And if I discover anyone breaking these rules, I will personally take action myself. The hall became silent. Nobody doubted his words. Even Jamie Smith lowered his head. The official decision became finalized. The martial world's greatest young generation tournament would begin in 7 days. The winners would enter the World Tree Blessing. One by one, the family heads left the hall with complicated expressions. Some looked excited, some nervous, some planned secret training methods. The Octopus organization began assigning responsibilities for the upcoming tournament. Barrier formations, security, broadcast systems, anti-assassination measures. Everything needed preparation. Amidst the chaos, Academy Master Da Vinci slipped away from the meeting hall alone. His expression looked serious. Unlike the others, he was not heading toward preparation meetings. He urgently needed to meet someone before the tournament began. Chapter 144. Where are you going so hurriedly? Tony Clark stopped Academy Master Da Vinci. The Academy Master used his movement technique to accelerate toward the warjet. Tell me fast. I have urgent work. Da Vinci spoke with a displeased tone. Tony ignored the irritation on the face of the Academy Master. He stepped forward. I need the night pool today. I must prepare for the World Tree Blessing. Tony spoke with determination. Da Vinci paused for a second. His expression shifted. It will be ready by tonight. He turned around to leave. Tony grabbed his sleeve to stop him once more. Where are you rushing to? Is there something important right now? Can I come with you? Tony asked. No, absolutely not. I have no time to waste. Da Vinci replied coldly. He walked away without looking back. Tony watched as Da Vinci boarded the warjet. The man flew away without even bringing a driver. The black warjet disappeared rapidly into the evening sky. Where is this fellow going at a time like this? Tony muttered. He narrowed his eyes. There is a serious discussion happening inside the meeting hall regarding the World Tree Blessing Tournament, so why is he rushing away? The warning spoken earlier by Supreme Kent Clark surfaced in his mind. Be careful around Da Vinci. He may have connections with the demonic sea tribe. Tony fell into deep thought. Could it really be true? He muttered inwardly. It actually makes sense. That old fox knew about the World Tree Blessing before everyone else. He knew there would be limited spots and a tournament among the younger peak grandmasters. Ancestor Kent was not speaking nonsense. Still, Tony sensed no direct hostility toward himself. At least for now. Regardless, Da Vinci promised to prepare the night pool tonight. Tony began thinking about his own preparations. This is the perfect opportunity to use those 13 drops of dragon blood essence. There was still the Enlightenment card remaining. The 30x body refinement card. The Heavenly Mirage Steps technique waited for mastery. If I combine everything together, I will become much stronger before the tournament begins. Tony's thoughts shifted toward another person. The slender silver-haired girl stood beside demonic sea tribe leader Luca earlier. Why did she feel so strange? Tony muttered softly. I felt something very weird from her. Her presence felt unusual. What are you thinking about? Lilyfrost appeared beside him and asked. Tony glanced at her briefly. Nothing. His tone sounded dry. He walked away from the place without waiting for her response. Lily remained standing there. Seems like he is still angry about me. She watched Tony's departing back while biting her lower lip softly. Meanwhile, inside the massive meeting hall, the emergency gathering came to an end. One by one, the 7 Octopus House Masters left to prepare for the upcoming Golden Air Tournament. The atmosphere outside the hall remained tense as countless influential family heads discussed the shocking announcement. Imperial Family head Jamie Smith approached Ryan Clark with a wide smile on his face. Why does the mighty Clark family patriarch seem so nervous? Jamie asked mockingly. Are you afraid your sons won't even secure a single spot for the World Tree Blessing? Several nearby family heads turned toward them with interest. Ryan Clark looked at Jamie calmly. Don't be too proud, Jamie. There are hidden tigers and crouching dragons everywhere. Do you really think your son is guaranteed to win? Ryan replied with a faint mocking smile. Jamie laughed proudly. I do not know about your sons, but my son Mark Smith, the first prince, is guaranteed to obtain one of the top 3 positions during the Golden Air Tournament. His confidence sounded overwhelming. Jamie trusted Mark completely. Ryan Clark sneered. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Let's see who gets the last laugh. Ryan turned to leave. He had no interest in continuing a pointless verbal battle with Jamie Smith. As Ryan stepped away from the meeting hall, another familiar figure approached him quickly. Andrew Frost. The Frost family patriarch smiled warmly while walking beside him. What is that Imperial bastard blabbering about now? Andrew asked casually. Ryan sighed. As always, he is boasting about his son becoming #1 in the tournament. His expression became more complicated. Honestly, I also feel a little uncomfortable right now. Andrew looked surprised. The Clark family patriarch is worried? Ryan nodded. My second son Leo should at least place among the top competitors. I am more worried about my eldest son Tony. If he fails to secure a spot during this World Tree Blessing, he may remain stuck behind others for years. That is what worries me the most. Andrew Frost remained silent for a few moments. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry too much about Tony. We will make arrangements if necessary. We will make sure he enters the World Tree Blessing somehow. Ryan glanced at him thoughtfully. Andrew hesitated. Actually, I have a small request. What is it? Ryan asked. Andrew coughed awkwardly. It is about Lily Frost. Even though my daughter is engaged to your son, the marriage has not officially happened yet. Ryan's expression became strange. Andrew waved both hands. No, do not misunderstand. I only wanted to ask something simple. My daughter Lily Frost wishes to fight representing the Frost family during the Golden Air Tournament. I came to ask your opinion directly. Are you okay with that? Andrew asked carefully. Ryan Clark almost cursed loudly inside his heart. Lily Frost was guaranteed to place among the top competitors. In the best-case scenario, she might even secure one of the top 3 rankings. This old fox still wanted Lily to fight under the Frost family banner instead of the Clark family. Ryan could not reject the request openly. Lily remained Andrew's daughter officially. Maintaining the relationship between Tony and Lily was important for the Clark family. Reluctantly, Ryan nodded his head. Yes, she is still your daughter. Naturally, she should represent your family. I have no objections. Ryan gave his nod, even though his face looked ugly while saying it. Andrew Frost became delighted. Thank you so much. He repeatedly thanked Ryan before quickly leaving the area. He feared Ryan might change his decision midway. The moment Andrew disappeared from sight, Ryan Clark's expression darkened. Without wasting another second, he sent an emergency command through the Clark family communication network. All Clark family youngsters at peak Grandmaster stage must return immediately. The family will begin preparation for the Golden Air Tournament tonight. The order spread throughout the Marshall network. However, one particular person completely ignored the command. Tony Clark. He already had entirely different plans of his own. Chapter 145. Night covered the Pacific Ocean like a giant black curtain, while countless restricted zone warships guarded the World Tree Blessing area from every direction. Far beneath the ocean surface, inside a gigantic crystal palace glowing with blue spiritual light, Academy Master Da Vinci sat across from demonic sea tribe leader Luca. The atmosphere felt cold. Luca's silver eyes locked onto Da Vinci, while dozens of ancient sea guards stood behind her in silence. The giant hall looked unreal. Blue whales floated slowly outside the transparent crystal walls, while glowing sea beasts swam around the underwater palace like guardians. At the center floated a miniature projection of the World Tree Blessing pod. Luca slammed her hand against the crystal table. You chose Tony Clark. Her cold voice echoed across the palace hall. Da Vinci remained calm. Yes. Luca's expression turned ugly. Out of all people, you chose the heir of the Clark family. Her silver eyes narrowed. Are you losing your mind? Mark Smith holds more power. The Imperial family possesses more influence. The Smith bloodline suits direct combat in dangerous realms. Luca leaned forward. Yet you ignored all of them and chose Tony Clark. Da Vinci sipped tea before answering. You judge too much based on visible strength. Luca scoffed. And what else should I judge? Tony Clark lives in chaos. He acts without thought. He provokes enemies everywhere. He fails to behave like a proper heir. Da Vinci smiled. Exactly. Luca frowned. Da Vinci looked toward the floating world tree projection. The truly dangerous people are never predictable. Silence filled the underwater palace. Luca spoke again. What if he fails? Da Vinci shrugged. If he fails, your granddaughter Elsa can kill him inside the blessing. The surrounding sea guards looked up after hearing that. Luca narrowed her eyes. You are willing to sacrifice him that easily? Da Vinci smiled. I am confident Tony Clark will obtain at least one world tree seed before your granddaughter. The atmosphere grew tense. Luca's body released a wave of cold pressure. You think Elsa will lose? Da Vinci remained relaxed. I did not say that. But among all the younger generation candidates, Tony possesses the highest unpredictability. Luca remained silent for several moments. She waved her hand. Crystal screens floated around the palace hall. Each screen displayed different peak Grandmaster geniuses from around the world. Mark Smith, Lily Frost, Leo Clark, Elsa of the Demonic Sea Tribe, Emma Rock. Several hidden sect geniuses, ancient bloodline heirs. Dozens more appeared. Luca stared at the projections. This world tree blessing is too important. If the records are true, the dream realm may contain ancient longevity seeds. Da Vinci's eyes sharpened. 500 years. Both became silent. That number could drive even supreme warriors to madness. A single world tree seed could increase lifespan by 500 years. Not temporary recovery. Not fake vitality. Actual lifespan extension. For supreme warriors nearing old age, this treasure carried more value than entire kingdoms. Luca spoke again. Master Long is also searching for those seeds. Every old monster on Earth is secretly waiting for them. Da Vinci nodded. That is why this blessing will become bloodier than people expect. Luca's expression turned grim. The dream realm worries me more. Ancient records claim only a handful survived those realms. Da Vinci smiled. That is exactly why only monsters deserve to enter. The two continued discussing candidate selections. Mark Smith represented overwhelming direct combat power. Elsa possessed terrifying adaptability and sea bloodline abilities. Lily Frost held nearly perfect balance and sword intent talent. Emma Rock possessed medical knowledge and hidden hatred strong enough to survive anything. Tony Clark represented pure unpredictability. Luca stood up. If Tony truly secures a world tree seed before Elsa, then perhaps your judgment was correct. Da Vinci stood as well. But if he disappoints me, you may do whatever you want with him inside the blessing. Luca smiled coldly. Oh, do not worry. If he becomes useless, Elsa will definitely enjoy hunting him personally. Meanwhile, inside Nine Lotus Academy, Tony Clark sat alone inside his residence while moonlight entered through the windows. The snow leopard slept beside the cultivation bed. Tony remained deep in thought. The world tree blessing, the tournament, Da Vinci, the demonic sea tribe, everything felt increasingly dangerous. A system notification chimed in his mind. Tony sat upright. A system quest had appeared. Special opportunity detected. World tree blessing. Quest objective. Examine the world tree blessing before the bloom stage. Reward. Ancient treasure. Perk. Permission to enter first layer of world tree blessing. Tony's eyes widened. What? His breathing paused. And opportunity to enter the first layer early. This felt insane. Tony understood the value of this quest. If completed successfully, he could potentially gain advantages before the official blessing even opened. His expression calmed. The world tree pod had not bloomed yet. The entire Pacific region remained locked down by the Octopus Organization. Thousands of restrictions and formations protected the area. Rushing blindly would be a mistake. Tony leaned back. There are still 7 days remaining. First I need a proper method to bypass security and approach the world tree safely. Only after thinking carefully did Tony suppress the excitement in his heart. He took a jade manual from his storage ring. The Heaven Rank Movement Technique. Heavenly Mirage Steps. The jade manual glowed beneath the moonlight. Tony opened it. Ancient golden words floated before his eyes. Heavenly Mirage Steps. Movement Technique. Heaven Rank. Mastery creates illusionary shadows between heaven and earth. At peak perfection, the user may step between dimensions briefly. Tony's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha. Now this is a real treasure. He activated the Enlightenment card. A clear sensation filled his mind. The world around him slowed. Every word inside the Jade Manual appeared crystal clear. Tony entered a deep state of comprehension and began understanding the Mirage Steps. Chapter 146. The atmosphere in the massive central hall of the Clark family residence felt unusually heavy. Rows upon rows of young martial warriors stood in silence, their expressions serious. 83 peak Grandmaster warriors stood in formation. Every single one of them represented the strongest younger generation of the Clark family. The pressure released by so many peak Grandmasters gathered in one place made the surrounding air feel heavy. At the very front stood two figures, Leo Clark and Kevin Clark, the son of the third elder. The two represented the current brightest martial talents among the younger Clark generation. Yet despite the grand gathering, one important person was missing. Tony Clark. Patriarch Ryan Clark sat at the head seat, staring coldly at the empty position reserved for Tony. His face twisted into a scowl. This bastard, he muttered to himself. At a time like this, he still dares to skip the family gathering. Several elders noticed the dark mood of the patriarch. The seventh elder broke the silence, his tone thick with dissatisfaction. Humph. The future prince of the Clark family cannot even attend an emergency gathering. He swept his eyes toward the empty seat, his gaze mocking. Where is Tony Clark? Did he run away already after hearing about the Golden Air Tournament? Several elders laughed. Only the third elder remained silent, observing the reactions with a calm gaze. Ryan Clark suppressed the irritation in his heart, his voice cold. He is still inside Nine Lotus Academy preparing for the tournament. The seventh elder sneered. Preparing. He can prepare after attending the family gathering. The seventh elder looked around the room, his brow furrowing. What about Lily Frost? Why is she not present either? The atmosphere turned awkward. Ryan's expression darkened for a moment before he answered in a calm tone. Lily Frost will participate representing the Frost family. The marriage knot between her and Tony is not tied yet. Officially, she still belongs to the Frost family. Several elders looked unhappy. What? Then does that not mean we are losing one of the strongest younger talents? That old fox Andrew Frost truly knows how to take advantage. Humph. The Frost family benefited too much from this marriage arrangement. Many elders became visibly dissatisfied. Lily Frost was already considered one of the strongest younger peak grandmasters in the world. Losing her support during the Golden Air Tournament felt painful. Finally, Patriarch Ryan Clark stood up from his seat. The entire hall went silent. He swept his sharp eyes across all 83 peak grandmasters standing below. This gathering concerns the future of our Clark family. His heavy voice echoed across the hall. The Golden Air Tournament is no longer a normal competition. It is directly connected to the World Tree Blessing. The younger generation straightened their backs. Their breathing became heavy. Ryan continued in a calm tone. You all already know the importance of the World Tree Blessing. Inside it may exist Dream Realm inheritances, World Tree seeds, and opportunities capable of changing your fate forever. He narrowed his eyes. If anyone from our Clark family secures a spot and survives, your future will rise beyond imagination. The atmosphere became heated. Many younger warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Ryan waved his hand. Several servants entered, carrying dozens of jade boxes with great care. Ryan spoke again. For encouragement, the family will reward every peak grandmaster participant with 100 life energy stones. The younger generation erupted in excitement. Even some elders looked shocked. 100 life energy stones per person. That was an enormous expenditure even for the Clark family. Servants began distributing the rewards with care. The younger generation breathed quickly as they received the precious stones. Ryan continued his address. And if any one of you successfully secures a qualification spot, the family will reward you greatly afterward. The atmosphere turned fiery. Before Ryan could continue, the third elder stood up slowly. He swept his calm eyes across the younger generation. As previously discussed, he said slowly, whoever obtains a World Tree Blessing spot first and successfully crosses the Grandmaster Warrior stage will become the next prince of the Clark family. The atmosphere froze. Many younger warriors widened their eyes. Leo Clark's expression shifted. Ryan's face darkened. He disliked the third elder bringing up this matter publicly. Still, Ryan did not refute the statement. The elders had already discussed this agreement privately. The third elder continued in a calm tone. The Clark family does not need weak princes. We need true monsters capable of leading future generations. He let his eyes land briefly on Leo Clark. And this tournament will prove who truly deserves that position. Several younger warriors became restless. Kevin Clark, the son of the third elder, raised his head with pride. He viewed this as his greatest opportunity to rise above Tony and Leo. More encouraging speeches followed from different elders. Some spoke about family glory. Some spoke about revenge against rival families. Some promised resources and authority for successful participants. The fighting spirit of the younger generation rose higher and higher. Meanwhile, the same scene played out throughout the entire martial world. Inside the Imperial Family Palace, King Jamie Smith stood before over 60 younger peak grandmasters, his expression cold. Unlike the Clark family gathering, the atmosphere here felt oppressive. Jamie swept his eyes across the younger generation. You all already know the situation. The Imperial family must dominate the Golden Air Tournament. His tone grew colder. And whoever fails to secure a World Tree Blessing spot will be punished personally by me. The younger generation paled. Mark Smith narrowed his eyes. Jamie continued, showing no mercy. The Imperial family does not raise useless trash. If you fail, then do not blame me for being ruthless. The atmosphere became silent. Inside the Frost family, Andrew Frost approached Lily Frost inside the sword training chamber. Lily, he called out. His voice sounded serious. Lily stopped her sword movement, turning toward him with a calm gaze. Andrew stared at his daughter with care. This tournament, you must protect the Frost family future. Lily remained silent. Andrew sighed. The World Tree Blessing is too important. We cannot afford failure. Lily nodded. I understand. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, every peak master began personally training their direct disciples. Massive amounts of academy resources opened immediately. Rare herbs, life pools, and training formations were activated. The academy became filled with cultivation pressure day and night. Everyone understood the stakes. This Golden Air Tournament would change the younger generation hierarchy of the entire world. Inside the healing tower, Emma Rock listened in silence while Peak Master Natasha explained the final decision. The Octopus organization confirmed it, Natasha said in a serious tone. The only way to secure a World Tree Blessing spot is through battle. Emma remained silent. She showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, a faint, confident smile played upon her lips. Good. Natasha blinked. Emma stood up. Then I will simply fight my way in. Her eyes burned with determination. And not only that, I will take the #1 position during the Golden Air Tournament. Natasha stood stunned by the confidence in her voice. Emma continued in a calm tone. As for the extra spots rewarded afterward, I will donate them to Nine Lotus Academy. Natasha stared at Emma for several moments. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Good. As expected of my disciple. Far away, inside his residence, Tony Clark remained unaware that countless younger monsters across the world were already preparing desperately to crush one another during the upcoming Golden Air Tournament. Chapter 147. Inside his silent residence, Tony Clark sat cross-legged beneath the dim moonlight, while the heaven-rank jade manual floated quietly before him. The room remained completely silent except for the faint sound of pages turning slowly. Tony scanned every single line inside the Heavenly Mirage Steps manual, without missing even a word. Unlike ordinary martial techniques, heaven-rank manuals could not be mastered through brute memorization, especially movement techniques. One wrong understanding of the theory itself could cripple the practitioner permanently. That was why Tony did not rush into practice immediately. Instead, he focused entirely on understanding the foundation principles behind the technique. The Heavenly Mirage Steps manual spoke of how the body deceives the eye. The shadow deceives the senses. The mind deceives heaven. The true path of mirage lies between existence and illusion. Tony slowly narrowed his eyes. The deeper he read, the stranger the technique became. This was not merely about speed, nor was it purely about afterimages. The real core of the Heavenly Mirage Steps revolved around disturbing perception itself. At beginner mastery, the user could create false afterimages. At intermediate mastery, even spiritual senses would become confused. At peak mastery, the technique description became terrifying. One step across heaven, one shadow beyond reality. The mirage body touches space itself. Tony slowly exhaled. No wonder heaven-rank techniques are treated like national treasures, he muttered softly. This thing is insane. The enlightenment card continued amplifying his comprehension. Inside his mind, countless movement patterns began forming naturally. The pathways of life energy circulation, the coordination between breathing and muscle movement, the synchronization of vision and step control, everything gradually became clearer. At some point, Tony understood something important. The Heavenly Mirage Steps required an environment rich in life energy essence during the first training phase. That was exactly why he requested Da Vinci to prepare the night pool for him. Only there could the technique truly begin cultivation properly. Tony continued reading silently. The night pool is ready. Tony slowly opened his eyes. Academy Master Da Vinci stood calmly near the doorway with both hands behind his back. This time, Da Vinci did not glance toward the heaven-rank jade manual floating before Tony. He did not ask questions, and neither of them spoke further. Everyone had their own secrets, and some secrets were better left untouched. Soon, Tony silently followed Da Vinci outside the residence. The moonlight stretched across Nine Lotus Academy, while distant explosions echoed continuously from various cultivation peaks. The entire academy had entered absolute madness after the official announcement of the Golden Air Tournament. Disciples trained day and night without rest. Several even cultivated openly in courtyards while swallowing breakthrough pills desperately. Others fought for training grounds and spiritual pools. The academy itself no longer resembled a peaceful cultivation institution. It resembled a battlefield preparing for war. The martial world exploded after the Octopus organization officially released the full tournament details. The official notice stated that the Golden Air Tournament would be held at the Nine Lotus Academy beginning in 7 days. The requirements were set to the peak Grandmaster warrior realm, and there were no age restrictions. All martial factions were allowed participation. The first round qualification limit was set to 1,000 participants. Killing during combat was permitted, and outside interference was strictly forbidden. The announcement instantly shook the entire martial world. Millions of martial warriors flooded hidden forums and dark web networks immediately. The reactions became absolute chaos. What kind of crazy tournament is this? Only peak Grandmasters can enter. Killing allowed. This is basically a survival war. Only 1,000 advance from the first round. Thousands of hidden monsters are going to appear now. The martial networks nearly crashed repeatedly from the sudden traffic explosion. Predictions, betting markets, and combat analysis videos appeared overnight. The biggest shock was not even the killing rule. It was the no age limit condition. That single line caused terrifying hidden experts to begin emerging worldwide. Peak Grandmasters who had hidden inside sects for decades suddenly became active again. Several old cultivation families directly released sealed geniuses who had not appeared publicly for years. Many people finally realized something terrifying. The martial world contained far more monsters than previously imagined. Meanwhile, the value of cultivation resources exploded overnight. Life energy stones tripled in price within hours. Peak Grandmaster breakthrough pills completely disappeared from several markets. Ancient herbs became auction treasures immediately. Countless martial warriors standing at late-stage Master Warrior or half-step Grandmaster levels desperately tried to force breakthroughs before tournament registration closed. Black markets became filled with desperate buyers. Several smaller sects even sold family treasures to purchase cultivation resources for their younger disciples. One hidden forum post immediately became famous worldwide. Right now, becoming peak Grandmaster is more valuable than becoming rich. The comments beneath instantly exploded. My family spent 30 years of savings for one breakthrough pill. Our sect master sold his sword treasury. Everyone is going insane for this tournament. The martial governments worldwide also began reacting nervously, because this was not simply a martial event anymore. It involved the future balance of global power itself. If one family obtained too many World Tree blessing spots, their future strength would become terrifying. Several nations immediately began secretly supporting their martial factions financially. Underground military cargo carrying cultivation resources moved across borders continuously. Even ordinary governments noticed strange global movements, yet none dared interfere openly because the Octopus organization had already sealed the World Tree blessing area completely. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, the atmosphere became increasingly intense. Every peak master personally supervised disciple training now. The alchemy hall operated day and night without rest. The weapon forging yard glowed continuously from high-temperature spirit flames. Long lines formed outside cultivation resource centers. Several disciples even began fighting publicly over training spots. Academy elders no longer stopped such fights unless deaths occurred, because everyone understood one thing clearly now. The Golden Air Tournament would reshape the younger generation hierarchy of the entire world. Far beneath the Pacific Ocean, Elsa of the Demonic Sea Tribe quietly watched Tony Clark's arena battle footage repeatedly inside the Crystal Palace. Unlike the others, she did not focus on his martial technique, his speed, or his strength. She focused only on Tony's eyes during battle. After several moments, a strange smile slowly appeared on her lips. "So this is Tony Clark," she muttered softly. "He looks far more interesting than Mark Smith." Inside hidden ancient mountains, underground sects, royal martial palaces, and forbidden cultivation grounds, countless younger monsters quietly began preparing themselves for the Golden Air Tournament. The entire martial world was moving, and all of them shared one common goal: the Golden Air Tournament and the World Tree Blessing. Chapter 148. Far beneath the Pacific Ocean, inside the ancient Crystal Palace of the Demonic Sea Tribe, silver blue light flowed across the giant walls like living rivers. Massive sea beasts swim silently outside the transparent crystal dome, while ancient formation symbols rotated beneath the ocean floor continuously. At the center of the palace hall stood Elsa. Her silver blue hair floated lightly behind her while cold ocean aura surrounded her body naturally. In her hand rested a long black staff nearly twice her height. At the end of the weapon curved a terrifying crescent-shaped blade glowing faintly with blue runes. The weapon looked less like a spear and more like an execution tool meant to harvest lives. Demonic Sea Tribe leader Luca sat upon the crystal throne, observing her granddaughter silently. The old lady's silver eyes reflected unusual seriousness tonight. Not even during wars against human supremes had she shown this level of caution. Finally, Luca spoke. "Elsa." Elsa lowered her head slightly. "Grandmother." Luca tapped the crystal armrest lightly with her finger. "The World Tree Blessing is different this time." Her voice echoed heavily through the silent palace. "Very different." Elsa listened carefully. Luca continued slowly. "Your target is not treasures, not inheritance, not weapons, not cultivation manuals." Her eyes sharpened. "Your only target is the World Tree Seeds." The atmosphere became heavier. Elsa narrowed her eyes. "The legendary seeds capable of increasing lifespan by 500 years. Even supreme warriors desired them desperately." Luca continued coldly. "If you encounter ancient weapons, ignore them. If you discover inheritance palaces, ignore them. If humans fight over treasures, ignore them." Elsa spoke. "And if they attack me?" Luca replied. "Escape if possible. Kill only if necessary. You must conserve your strength until the seeds appear." The old lady stood up. Her terrifying supreme aura caused the ocean waters outside the palace to shake violently. "Your brothers and sisters will handle the human hunters. Your task is different. Your task decides the future of our Demonic Sea Tribe." Elsa tightened her grip over the long black staff. A dangerous, arrogant smile appeared on her lips. "Grandmother, you are worrying too much." Her silver eyes gleamed proudly. "If the seeds truly exist, then nobody from the younger generation can compete against me underwater." Luca did not smile. Her expression became even more serious. "Do not underestimate the humans, particularly that old fox Da Vinci." Elsa's expression changed slightly. Luca walked toward the giant crystal window overlooking the dark ocean. "That man has been preparing for this blessing far too long. He already knew about the World Tree Blessing before most supremes. That alone proves how dangerous he is." Elsa asked. "You think he selected seed hunters already?" Luca nodded slowly. "Without question. And if I know Da Vinci correctly, he will not choose obvious talents. He will choose monsters." Silence filled the Crystal Palace. Luca turned toward Elsa once more. "That is why your mission will not be easy." A faint, cold smile appeared on Luca's face. "If you obtain the seeds first, then our Demonic Sea Tribe will hold the upper hand over humanity for the next 500 years. Elsa raised her long curved blade staff. Blue ocean aura spread around her feet violently. "I promise you, Grandmother, no human will take those seeds before me." The sea outside the Crystal Palace exploded violently as Elsa released her cultivation pressure fully for the first time. Countless sea creatures fled in fear. Even several Demonic Sea Tribe guards lowered their heads nervously. Luca observed her granddaughter with satisfaction. "Princess Elsa." One sea guard entered the palace hall and knelt quickly. "The preparation chamber is ready." Elsa nodded. Without another word, she turned and walked toward the deeper forbidden areas of the Crystal Palace. The long curved blade behind her dragged across the crystal floor, releasing sharp metallic sounds. Tonight, the Demonic Sea Tribe's strongest younger monster officially entered closed cultivation. Meanwhile, far away inside Nine Lotus Academy, Academy Master Da Vinci stood inside a hidden underground chamber beneath the academy itself. Unlike the luxurious crystal palace of the demonic sea tribe, this place looked ancient and dark. Dozens of old candles burned silently across the stone walls, while strange ancient formations glowed beneath the ground. 3 figures knelt before Da Vinci respectfully. 2 men, 1 woman. All 3 radiated terrifying peak Grandmaster, or a far beyond ordinary younger geniuses. Yet, none of their names existed publicly within the martial world. Da Vinci stared at them silently. The atmosphere inside the underground chamber felt extremely oppressive. One of the young men raised his head slightly. Master, is it finally time? Da Vinci nodded. Yes. The world tree blessing appeared earlier than expected. The second young man smirked. So the old monsters finally became restless. Da Vinci ignored the comment and walked toward the center formation, speaking calmly. I raised all 3 of you personally since childhood. I protected your cultivation. I gave you forbidden manuals. I hid your existence from the world. His voice became heavier. And now, the time for repayment has arrived. The underground chamber became silent. The 3 disciples lowered their heads deeper. The woman spoke. Master, give the order. Da Vinci turned around. His calm eyes reflected faint candlelight strangely. The world tree seeds. All 3 disciples raised their heads. Da Vinci continued seriously. Your target is not ordinary treasures, nor inheritance, nor fame during the Golden Air Tournament. His eyes sharpened. Your mission is to secure the world tree seeds before anyone else. The atmosphere became cold. One disciple frowned. Even against the demonic sea tribe? Da Vinci nodded. Yes. And against every younger monster participating this time. The second disciple grinned. That sounds more interesting. Da Vinci raised one finger. But remember one thing carefully. This world tree blessing is not normal. Even I cannot fully predict what exists inside. His expression turned serious. The dream realm rumors are most likely true. And if that is true, then death inside will become extremely common. The 3 disciples remained calm. None feared death. Da Vinci observed them before speaking once more. Among the younger generation, many monsters appeared this time. The Imperial Family, the Clark family, the demonic sea tribe, ancient hidden sections. All of them possessed dangerous talents. Da Vinci's eyes narrowed. Particularly, Tony Clark. The 3 disciples reacted. The female disciple frowned. That arrogant air? Da Vinci smiled mysteriously. Do not underestimate him. He may become either your greatest obstacle, or the sharpest blade in this blessing. Silence filled the underground chamber. Da Vinci raised his hand. The ancient formation beneath the chamber activated. Terrifying life energy erupted throughout the underground chamber. The 3 disciples sat cross-legged inside the formation. Da Vinci watched them. Outside, the entire martial world continued preparing for the Golden Air Tournament madness. Meanwhile, the real monsters had already begun moving in the shadows. Chapter 149. The night pool rested deep beneath the forbidden region of Nine Lotus Academy, like a hidden world separated from reality itself. Cold silver mist floated endlessly across the massive underground cave, while streams of Densian energy moved through the air like invisible rivers. The atmosphere felt ancient, silent, heavy and mysterious. The entire underground region was illuminated only by pale moon crystals, embedded naturally within the cave walls. Their dim silver light reflected across the giant black waters of the night pool, making the place look unreal. At the center of the underground cave rested the night pool itself, nearly the size of a football field. The water looked dark like ink, yet faint silver ripples shimmered continuously across its surface as if moonlight itself had dissolved inside the pool. Ancient formation symbols glowed beneath the waters slowly, constantly drawing in energy from the surrounding mountains into the pool. This was one of the greatest cultivation treasures of Nine Lotus Academy. Even peak masters rarely received permission to use it freely. But the most shocking thing within the cave was not the pool. Near the edge of the black waters stood an ancient silver tree nearly 20 feet tall. Its bark looked like crystallized moonlight. Silver leaves swayed softly despite the absence of wind. Tiny glowing fruits hung from the branches like miniature moons. Tony narrowed his eyes at the tree for several moments. The life aura coming from it was terrifying. Even standing far away, his body instinctively absorbed the faint life essence leaking from the fruits. Tony murmured, "So this is the ancient life-saving tree." He recalled Da Vinci mentioning it briefly before leaving earlier. One fruit could extend the lifespan of old monsters by 5 years. No wonder this place was treated like forbidden territory. Tony exhaled and shifted his attention toward the night pool again. Right now, lifespan treasures were meaningless for him. Strength mattered more. Without hesitation, he removed his outer robes and stepped toward the black waters. The moment his feet touched the night pool, a freezing sensation shot through his body. His brows twitched slightly. The yin energy inside the pool was absurdly dense. It felt like thousands of tiny icy needles piercing his skin continuously. Yet strangely, his mind became clearer. Even the surrounding sounds became sharper. Tony walked deeper into the pool until the dark waters reached his waist. Only then did he take out the heaven-ranked jade manual. The golden words floating above the manual glowed faintly beneath the silver cave light. The jade manual described the heaven-rank movement technique, Heavenly Mirage Steps. It was a mysterious movement art that focused on speed, illusion, and survival. Tony reread the opening theory. Unlike fist techniques, movement techniques depended heavily on understanding rather than brute force, especially heaven-rank movement arts. One wrong step could destroy the body's coordination permanently. Tony closed his eyes. The Enlightenment card continued sharpening his thoughts. Inside his mind, the theory behind the heavenly mirage steps became clearer. The body deceives the eye. The shadow deceives the senses. The real body hides between illusion and movement. The true essence of this technique was not speed alone. It was confusion, distortion, and false perception. Tony opened his eyes sharply. He moved. Shuuk. His body flashed across the night pool instantly. One blurry afterimage appeared briefly before disappearing. Tony stopped, frowning slightly. Too unstable. The life energy circulation path was wrong. He adjusted his breathing according to the Jade manual again, and moved once more. Shuuk. This time, two blurry afterimages appeared across the black waters. The silver mist exploded outward slightly. Tony's eyes brightened. It works. Without hesitation, he continued practicing repeatedly. Hours passed inside the underground cave. The night pool became increasingly chaotic. Tony's figure flashed across the black waters, while blurry shadows followed behind him repeatedly. Sometimes he lost balance completely and crashed into the cave walls. Sometimes the illusionary shadows collapsed instantly. Sometimes the movement path failed midway, causing his meridians to ache painfully. Still, Tony continued. The Densian energy inside the night pool entered his body, while the Heaven Rank Manual's theory became instinctive. Gradually, Tony began understanding the real meaning behind the technique. The Heavenly Mirage steps did not require maximum speed. It required rhythm, false motion, and breaking enemy perception. At some point, Tony stepped lightly across the water again. Shuuruk. This time, 5 blurry afterimages appeared behind him simultaneously. The shadows moved independently for several moments before fading slowly into the silver mist. Tony stopped near the opposite side of the pool. Not a single ripple appeared beneath his feet. He stood directly above the water surface itself. Tony lowered his head, observing the black waters beneath his feet. A grin appeared on his face. It finally worked. At that moment, the Heaven Rank Jade manual glowed brightly. Golden words floated before Tony's eyes. Level 1, Phantom of Illusion. The user leaves blurry afterimages while moving. Enemies struggle to locate the real body. Effects, greatly increases movement speed. Creates illusionary afterimages, harder to lock onto. Can move lightly over walls and water, and fast enough to confuse the eyes. Tony exhaled deeply. Level 1 Mastery. Finally completed. But immediately, Tony noticed something shocking. The night pool around him had changed drastically. The Densian energy previously flooding the cave had become extremely thin. Even the silver mist faded significantly. The ancient formation symbols beneath the water rotated far slower than before. Tony's expression shifted. He had unknowingly absorbed nearly all usable energy inside the night pool, while mastering the first stage of the Heavenly Mirage steps. No wonder Heaven Rank techniques are terrifying, Tony muttered softly. Just mastering level 1 nearly emptied an entire legendary cultivation pool. Tony clenched his fist. Shuuk. His figure blurred across the water surface again. 5 afterimages followed behind him like ghosts. This time, even Tony felt shocked by the speed. More importantly, it was silent. Even his movements across water created almost no sound now. Tony stopped near the edge of the night pool, while silver mist drifted slowly around him. A dangerous grin appeared on his face. With this, killing monsters inside the World Tree Blessing will become much easier. Chapter 150. Tony stepped out of the night pool cave slowly, while cold silver mist drifted behind him like ghost smoke. The underground darkness faded as he climbed the ancient stone stairs leading back toward the surface of Nine Lotus Academy. His body felt light. Every movement carried a floating sensation. The sound of his footsteps became nearly non-existent. Tony stopped midway and glanced toward the nearby cave wall. He moved in a blur. 5 blurry afterimages flashed across the stone passage before disappearing. Tony stood 20 meters ahead. Not even dust moved behind him. A grin spread across his face. Heaven Rank really deserves its reputation, he muttered. This was not simply speed. The Heavenly Mirage steps altered rhythm and perception. If ordinary enemies fought him now, they would not even know which body was real. Tony calmed himself. The movement technique consumed terrifying amounts of energy. Using it continuously in real combat would drain him. Most importantly, he still mastered only the first stage. Level 1, Phantom of Illusion. He remained far from perfection. Tony walked out of the underground forbidden region. The moment he returned to the surface, the atmosphere of Nine Lotus Academy shifted. The academy had transformed overnight. Warships hovered in the sky. Luxury martial vehicles entered through the academy gates one after another. Countless unfamiliar peak Grandmaster auras filled the surroundings. The academy no longer resembled a cultivation school. It looked like the gathering ground of monsters. Tony narrowed his eyes. Several hidden experts observed everyone entering and leaving the academy. Clearly, the Octopus organization had tightened security everywhere because of the Golden Air Tournament. Meanwhile, the martial network exploded with discussions regarding the tournament rules. One detail stood out. Killing during combat was permitted. That single line turned the entire martial world restless. Many weaker participants withdrew from registration after reading the rules. Others grew even more excited. Videos flooded every martial forum. Titles included top 100 monsters of the Golden Air Tournament. Who can defeat Mark Smith? Can Tony Clark become a dark horse? And Demonic Sea Tribe Princess Elsa analysis. Several underground betting organizations opened massive gambling pools regarding the final rankings. The number 1 predicted candidate remained Mark Smith. This was mostly because of his terrifying public record. Strangely, Tony's popularity rose rapidly after the Academy arena footage spread. Many analysts replayed his fight against the 12 disciples countless times to identify his martial technique. Yet nobody succeeded. That mystery made Tony more dangerous in the eyes of the public. A sharp chime sounded. A system notification appeared before Tony's eyes. Danger detected. Tony's expression shifted. His instincts reacted. He blurred sideways, using heavenly mirage steps instinctively. A giant crack exploded across the ground where Tony had stood. Dust and stone fragments scattered violently. Tony turned sharply. A masked man stood atop the academy cliff nearby, silent. He wore black robes and a silver mask. A peak Grandmaster aura radiated from him. He was dangerous. Very dangerous. Tony narrowed his eyes. "You attacked me without warning," Tony said. The masked man replied in an emotionless voice. "I wanted to test something." Tony sighed, his voice tight with annoyance. "Then your parents forgot to teach you manners." The masked man did not react. Instead, his figure disappeared. Tony's eyes sharpened. He moved fast. Before Tony could fully react, a fist swung toward his face. Tony activated heavenly mirage steps again. 5 afterimages exploded outward. The masked man's punch shattered one illusionary body directly, but Tony's real body appeared behind him. Tony kicked toward the masked man's spine. The masked man twisted unnaturally and blocked the strike casually. Both combatants separated rapidly. Tony's expression grew serious. The masked man was not ordinary. He adapted too quickly to the afterimages. The masked man stared toward Tony in silence. The masked man vanished again. Dozens of attacks exploded from different angles simultaneously. Palm strikes, kicks, and finger attacks rained down. Tony's eyes narrowed. This fellow was testing him deliberately. Tony moved across the academy cliff like black lightning. 5 blurry shadows followed behind him. The masked man attacked repeatedly, yet every strike landed only on illusions. The cliffside exploded from the missed attacks. Tony moved across walls and rocks without touching the ground fully. The heavenly mirage steps displayed terrifying mobility. The masked man stopped attacking. Silence returned. He spoke calmly, interesting. Tony remained alert as the masked man turned around. "You really are qualified," the stranger said. Tony frowned. "Qualified for what?" he asked. The masked man ignored the question. His figure vanished instantly. Tony tried to sense him, but there was nothing. He was gone. Tony exhaled while staring toward the destroyed cliffside. "That was not random," he muttered. "That bastard was measuring me. But who dares to mess with me?" Tony's thoughts moved to Da Vinci. He felt Da Vinci's hand in this testing. "I did not use my dragon fist," Tony thought. "Otherwise, that fellow could have died here." Meanwhile, far away atop another academy building, the masked man stood beside a woman wearing similar silver-black robes. "How was he?" the woman asked. The masked man remained silent before answering. "If my guess is not wrong, he mastered a heaven-rank movement technique." The woman's eyes narrowed. "So he is really hiding it." The masked man looked toward Tony's distant residence. "Master's judgment may be correct. That Tony Clark is more dangerous than he appears." Tony had no idea that multiple hidden monsters were already watching him from the shadows. The Golden Heir tournament had not even begun. Many small families joined hands to protect their heirs. Some used spar matches to kill opponents, while others bought physical shields and strong armor. Chapter 151. Tony stood silently atop the broken academy cliff, while cold wind swept across the shattered rocks around him. The masked man had already disappeared completely. Not even aura traces remained behind. Tony narrowed his eyes while replaying the short fight inside his mind repeatedly. "That fellow failed to capture me, but he has enough strength to keep up with me," Tony muttered. Still, Tony did not feel dissatisfied. Throughout the entire exchange, neither side truly fought seriously. Tony never used his body refinement power, dragon fist strength, weapons, or killing intent. He merely tested the practical effects of the heavenly mirage steps in real combat. The result satisfied him greatly. The movement technique proved terrifying in actual battle. The illusionary afterimages genuinely disrupted enemy judgment. Most importantly, the silent movement ability was absurdly useful. Tony could move across walls, rocks, and terrain with almost no sound at all. That alone would become invaluable inside dangerous regions like the World Tree Blessing. Tony glanced toward his own hands. "With this, escaping will become easier than killing," he muttered. That was the true point of movement techniques. Survival. Soon afterward, Tony left the academy cliff and returned toward the inner academy grounds. Meanwhile, the entire Nine Lotus Academy had become increasingly crowded overnight. Peak Grandmaster auras could be sensed everywhere. Luxury martial vehicles entered continuously through the academy gates while academy servants hurried around nervously trying to arrange accommodations. Even hidden old monsters occasionally appeared publicly. The atmosphere inside the academy resembled a giant furnace slowly heating toward eruption. Then suddenly, a boom shook the air. A giant holographic screen activated above the academy sky once again. Golden light spread across the clouds. Countless disciples stopped moving and raised their heads. The octopus organization symbol appeared above the academy. An ancient, emotionless voice echoed across the martial world simultaneously. The official announcement declared the Golden Heir tournament registration officially opened. The remaining time before the tournament was 6 days. Immediately, countless discussions exploded throughout the academy. It finally opened. "Quick, register immediately. Only peak grandmasters are allowed. What if the slots get limited later?" The academy descended into noise. Additional details appeared across the floating screen. The first round venue was the Nine Lotus Academy Central Grounds. The nature of the first round was a qualification examination. Only 1,000 participants would advance. Further tournament details would be announced after registration closed. Tony observed the announcement while standing near the academy walkway. Interesting. The first round was not direct combat. At least, not openly. The Octopus organization clearly did not want 20,000 peak Grandmasters slaughtering each other immediately inside Nine Lotus Academy. Still, Tony understood something important. Even if the examination itself was not combat, competition would still become brutal. Across the martial networks, the registration announcement spread worldwide within minutes. This time, the reactions became more realistic and measured instead of instant chaos because registration had only just opened. No one yet knew how many peak Grandmasters would ultimately participate. Still, the martial world began moving rapidly. Several hidden sects publicly announced participation for the first time in decades. Ancient cultivation families activated transportation formations non-stop. Martial airports became flooded with incoming private war vehicles. Meanwhile, the prices of cultivation resources began rising again, particularly breakthrough resources. Many half-step peak Grandmasters desperately attempted advancement before registration closed. One martial forum post gained massive attention. Peak Grandmaster pills sold out in South Asia within 17 minutes. The comments exploded beneath it rapidly. Our sect treasury got emptied overnight. People are selling family heirlooms for breakthrough medicine. 3 disciples exploded their meridians forcing advancement yesterday. This golden air tournament is driving the world crazy. Inside the Imperial Family Palace, Jamie Smith watched the registration announcement, while servants moved around nervously. One elder asked for direction. Should we begin contacting alliance factions now? Jamie nodded. Yes. Promise protection. Promise resources. Promise future support. His eyes sharpened. I want external support groups prepared before the tournament begins. The elder understood. Even if the first round was not direct combat, influence still mattered heavily. Inside the Frost family temporary residence, Andrew Frost entered the sword chamber of Lily Frost. The room radiated a cold sword aura. Lily opened her eyes and lowered her sword. The registration opened already, Andrew said. Lily nodded. The world is changing because of this tournament, Andrew continued. Many hidden monsters are coming out, so do not underestimate anyone. I know, Lily replied. But inwardly, only one face appeared inside her mind. Tony Clark. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, Tony walked toward the registration building, while countless participants moved around the academy hurriedly. Several people noticed him. That is Tony Clark, the guy who defeated 12 inner disciples. I heard he mastered some unknown sky rank fist art. No, they say it is heaven rank. Whispers spread as Tony walked past them. He ignored everything. Soon, he reached the Octopus Organization registration hall. The building had become overcrowded. Peak Grandmasters from various nations stood in long lines, while Academy officials processed identities and cultivation verification. Tony stepped forward. One Octopus official raised his head. Name: Tony Clark. The official paused before looking up carefully. Tony's name carried weight now. The official processed the registration crystal. A golden participant token floated before Tony. Participant ID, 97. Tony raised his brows. Only 97 participants registered so far. That made sense logically. Registration had only just opened. The true flood of participants would arrive gradually over the next few days as martial factions worldwide mobilized. The official spoke. Registration successful. You will receive first-round qualification details after registration closes. Tony nodded before taking the token. But just as he turned around, he sensed multiple gazes landing upon him simultaneously. Tony raised his eyes. Across the crowded registration hall, several unfamiliar peak Grandmasters observed him silently. They were not Academy disciples or ordinary martial heirs. They were real monsters. For the first time since the World Tree announcement, Tony realized the Golden Air Tournament had truly begun. Chapter 152, Day 5 before the Golden Air Tournament. The atmosphere inside Nine Lotus Academy had changed overnight. It no longer resembled a cultivation institution. It resembled the center of a gathering storm. Warships hovered across the skies, while countless martial vehicles entered through the giant academy gates day and night. Peak Grandmaster auras could be sensed everywhere. Even ordinary disciples walked carefully while lowering their voices. Everyone understood one thing clearly. The real monsters of the younger generation were arriving. The official registration numbers increased steadily across the giant floating holographic screens above the academy. 2,843 participants. Although the numbers looked manageable compared to the rumors online, every new registration carried weight. None of these people were ordinary martial warriors. Peak Grandmasters under the age of 50 were considered geniuses in normal times. Now thousands of them gathered together inside one academy. The martial world had gone mad for the World Tree blessing. Inside the Central Academy Market District, chaos erupted. The giant cultivation bazaar remained overcrowded from morning until midnight. Sect representatives shouted prices. Hidden information brokers sold participant rumors. Merchants displayed combat footage recordings of famous geniuses for absurd prices. The value of cultivation resources skyrocketed every hour. 300 spirit crystals for one recovery pill, one merchant shouted. Are you robbing people? A buyer countered. Buy it or leave. Tomorrow the price will double. Arguments erupted everywhere. Dozens of temporary alliance groups recruited participants. One large banner announced that the North Mountain Alliance was recruiting peak Grandmasters, with guaranteed resource support during the tournament, and priority healing rights included. Nearby, another group displayed their needs. The Oceanic Front was recruiting movement-type martial warriors. The market district looked more like a war preparation zone than a cultivation bazaar. Tony Clark walked through the crowded market. His snow leopard followed lazily, causing many people to avoid his path. Several martial warriors recognized him. "That is Tony Clark," one muttered. "The one who defeated 12 inner disciples. I heard his movement technique is abnormal. Be careful. That guy hides his strength." Unlike before, very few people mocked Tony. The Academy arena battle had changed public opinion. Not everyone respected him yet, but most stopped treating him like trash. Tony ignored the whispers. He cared more about preparation than reputation, especially after mastering the Heavenly Mirage steps. The technique was terrifying, but it consumed enormous energy, especially during continuous movement. Tony needed recovery resources and concealment tools before the tournament began. He stopped before a small hidden shop located between two giant market buildings. Unlike the flashy cultivation stores nearby, this place looked old and quiet. A wooden board displayed the words "strange utility items." Tony entered. An old man wearing round glasses read a newspaper while drinking tea. He did not raise his head when he spoke. "What do you want?" "Items useful for survival," Tony replied. The old man glanced upward. His eyes narrowed. "Tony Clark. Interesting." Tony remained expressionless. The old man placed the newspaper aside and took out several items from beneath the counter. Low-grade sea breathing talisman. Can maintain underwater breathing for 30 minutes. Useful for hidden movement. Tony's eyes flickered. Interesting. Aura concealment powder, the old man continued. Suppresses life aura temporarily. Not perfect against supremes, but enough against ordinary peak grandmasters. Another item appeared. Shadow recovery pills. Restores movement-type martial energy faster than normal medicine. Tony observed the items. This old fellow was not ordinary. Most merchants would not stock such specialized survival tools. "How much?" Tony asked. The old man smiled. "For others, expensive. But for a heaven rank movement technique user, I will give a discount." Tony's eyes narrowed dangerously. The old man laughed softly. "Relax. I simply observed your footsteps while entering. Your body rhythm differs from ordinary martial warriors." Tony remained silent. "And interesting old monster." After several exchanges, Tony purchased 3 sea breathing talismans, 2 aura concealment powders, and recovery medicine. He stored them inside his ring. Just as Tony prepared to leave, the old man spoke again. "Young man." Tony paused. The old merchant sipped tea before continuing. "Don't trust temporary alliances during the tournament. People become uglier near opportunities connected to lifespan." Tony turned his head. The old man continued. "The world tree blessing changes human hearts. Remember that." Tony left without replying. Inwardly, he remembered those words. Across another section of the Academy market, a giant military warship descended from the sky. The surrounding crowd stepped backward. The warship doors opened. A giant man nearly 7 feet tall stepped out. His upper body remained bare despite the cold wind, while massive battle scars covered his skin. A gigantic black axe rested across his shoulder. The pressure released from his body caused nearby disciples to become pale. "That is Victor Volkov," one participant whispered. "The Berserker axe from the Northern Ice Federation." Surrounding martial warriors stepped away. Elsewhere inside the academy, a barefoot monk wearing simple gray robes entered the registration hall alone. No aura leaked from his body. No guards followed him. Yet, everyone subconsciously avoided standing near him. One hidden sect elder widened his eyes. "Impossible. That is the silent monk from the Himalayan temple." Far above the academy rooftops, a young woman wearing dark green robes observed the crowded academy below. Tiny poisonous insects crawled around her fingers. She smiled. "So many people. This tournament will become fun." Back inside the market district, Tony sensed the increasingly terrifying atmosphere surrounding Nine Lotus Academy. More monsters continued arriving. And this was only day 5. The system notification chirped. Hidden objective updated. Examine the World Tree Blessing before Bloom stage. Warning. Delaying will lose the reward value. Tony narrowed his eyes. The system itself pushed him to reach the World Tree Blessing. Chapter 153. For days before the Golden Air Tournament, the atmosphere inside Nine Lotus Academy grew heavier with every passing hour. Warships arrived continuously from different nations. Hidden sect geniuses appeared in public. Peak Grandmaster auras filled the academy grounds. Even ordinary disciples stopped speaking loudly. The air grew thick with tension. The Golden Air Tournament was no longer a distant event. It approached rapidly. The official registration numbers increased steadily on the floating holographic screens above the academy. 7,421 participants. The growth speed shocked many people, especially because registration had only been open for 1 full day. The martial world had grown restless because of the World Tree Blessing. Inside the martial networks, discussions flooded the channels. More than 7,000 peak grandmasters had arrived. This generation was insane. Several hidden clans had finally emerged. Isolated island sects were participating. The first round qualification might become harder than the finals. Prediction lists appeared online. Some ranked famous heirs. Some ranked hidden sect geniuses, others focused on combat potential. Tony Clark's name appeared often. Martial analysts replayed the academy arena battle repeatedly. Experts concluded something terrifying. Tony had never used his full strength during that fight. That realization caused people to become wary. Tony sat inside his residence and studied the movement pathways of the heavenly mirage steps. The heaven rank technique required stabilization, especially the energy control during rapid directional changes. The communication device vibrated loudly. Tony frowned and answered. "What do you want?" Tony asked. An angry roar exploded from the other side. "You still remember you have a home?" Tony pulled the device away from his ear. His father's furious voice blasted through the communicator. The World Tree blessing appeared. The Golden Heir tournament opened. Every important heir has returned to their families for preparation. "Where the hell are you?" Tony leaned backward. "Inside the academy. Cultivating." His father exploded. "Cultivating my ass. You disappear for days. You fight everywhere. You offend people everywhere. Now the entire martial world is gathering, while you roam around like a street dog." Tony rubbed his forehead. "Are you done? Done?" His father's voice rose in pitch. "Come back home immediately. The elders are preparing for Golden Heir support meetings. Even your ancestor asked about you yesterday." Tony paused. "The ancestor asked? You think your recent actions stayed hidden?" His father snorted. The academy arena battle spread everywhere. "Stop wasting time and return immediately." The call disconnected. Tony stared at the device inside. That old man loved shouting. He stood up. Returning home matched his plans. He needed to contact one specific person. Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark. Unlike the other old monsters of the Clark family, Lucy rarely involved herself in politics, but her influence across the oceans and international martial routes was terrifying, particularly among hidden sea organizations. Tony stored the sea-breathing talismans, or a concealment powder, and shadow recovery pills inside his storage ring. The preparations for the future World Tree infiltration had begun inside his mind. He did not intend to reveal the full details to anyone yet, not even his family. He left the academy grounds. The roads surrounding the academy had become overcrowded with martial vehicles, flying transports, and luxury warships. Participants and sect representatives filled the region. Temporary camps appeared outside the academy boundaries. The area around Nine Lotus Academy had transformed into the center of the martial world. The Clark family residence remained tense. Dozens of elders gathered inside meeting halls to discuss tournament preparation. Young geniuses moved between cultivation grounds. Servants carried cultivation resources. The family had entered war preparation mode. A flying vehicle descended above the Clark residence. Tony stepped out. Servants noticed him. Whispers spread through the courtyard. "That is Tony Clark. The monster has arrived. Quick, inform everyone." Tony ignored the crowd and walked toward the inner residence. A furious aura exploded from inside the courtyard. "You finally came back?" His father appeared at the entrance and glared. Younger disciples lowered their heads. Tony met his gaze. "You shouted enough through the communicator already." His father bristled. "You little bastard. You still dare talk back?" Tony walked past him. "I came back. What more do you want?" His father stood speechless. Sometimes he wondered if Tony feared anything. Tony moved toward an isolated courtyard hidden behind ancient silver trees. This place remained peaceful and silent. No guards, no servants, no disciples. A single old woman sat beside a pond feeding spirit fish. Her silver hair flowed behind her, and a faint supreme aura distorted the air. Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark. She was one of the oldest monsters of the Clark family. Tony approached. Lucy spoke without turning. "You finally remembered this old lady exists?" Tony smiled. "You still look younger than half the elders outside." Lucy laughed. "You came asking for help." Tony sat opposite her. "You know everything." Lucy glanced toward him. Her eyes narrowed. She sensed something unusual about his movement rhythm. She did not ask. She continued feeding the spirit fish. "So, what trouble are you planning this time, Tony?" Chapter 154. The Clark family residence remained quiet beneath the night sky. Unlike the noisy outer courtyards filled with disciples and elders preparing for the Golden Heir tournament, the inner ancestral region felt calm and isolated. Spirit fish moved beneath the crystal pond, while moonlight reflected across the water surface. Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark observed Tony from across the stone table. Her silver eyes remained sharp despite her relaxed posture. Tony sat opposite her. Neither spoke for several moments. Lucy placed fish food into the pond before she spoke. "What exactly are you planning?" Tony smiled. "I need help entering a restricted region." Lucy narrowed her eyes. "Restricted?" Tony nodded. Lucy stared at him. "You came personally to ask me. That means this matter involves either the ocean or supreme-level attention." Tony did not deny it. Lucy understood. Her expression became serious. "The World Tree?" Tony remained silent. Then he nodded once. Lucy leaned backward and stared toward the pond. The atmosphere around her became heavy. Even the nearby spirit fish stopped moving. After several moments, she asked what he was trying to obtain there. Tony replied that he could not reveal certain things. Lucy's eyes became dangerous. "You dare hide things from me while asking for help?" A terrifying invisible pressure descended across the courtyard. The pond water exploded upward. Even the surrounding spirit trees bent beneath the supreme aura. Tony felt enormous pressure crashing against his body. He did not lower his head. Instead, Tony spoke again. "I know the danger, but I also know there is opportunity there." Lucy stared at him. No hesitation. No panic. no fear, only confidence. Finally, the terrifying pressure disappeared. Lucy laughed softly. You really changed. Tony smiled. Lucy stood up and shook her head. You little bastard. If something happens to you, I will personally skin you alive before your father even gets the chance. Tony grinned. So you agree? Lucy snorted. I agree because of your confidence. Not because I support your madness. She turned around. Follow me. Without another word, Lucy walked deeper into the ancestral region. Tony followed quietly. Neither informed the other elders. Neither alerted the family guards. Everything happened silently beneath the night sky. Tony smiled inwardly. This is the advantage of big families. Connections, influence, and hidden paths ordinary people could never touch. That was the true terrifying point of supreme families. Lucy led Tony toward a hidden underground transport chamber beneath the Clark residence. Ancient formations glowed across the floor, while hidden martial vehicles remained sealed nearby. Lucy activated a communication crystal. This is Lucy Clark. I need contact with Sea Route Handler 37. The crystal remained silent. Then a female voice answered. Yes, Supreme Lucy. Lucy continued. I require discreet transport assistance near the Pacific Restricted Region. The voice paused. Understood. But movement near the World Tree perimeter became heavily monitored recently. Lucy replied. That is not your concern. The voice became respectful. Yes, Supreme Lucy. Tony observed everything. No negotiations. No explanations. Just authority. That alone showed the influence Lucy possessed across hidden ocean routes. Lucy ended the connection and turned toward Tony. You leave tomorrow night. Until then, do not die before your own stupid plan even begins. Tony laughed. I will try my best. Lucy smacked the back of his head. Try harder. Day 3 before the Golden Air Tournament. Fear had finally started spreading. The first confirmed murder happened publicly. A peak Grandmaster participant from the southern mountain village lay dead near one of the temporary participant residences outside Nine Lotus Academy. His throat had been sliced open cleanly. No valuables were stolen. No personal grudge was discovered. Only one thing was missing. His participant registration token. The martial networks exploded. Someone already started eliminating participants? This is insane. It is only day 3. They are killing before the tournament even begins. The atmosphere throughout Nine Lotus Academy became tense. Many participants stopped moving alone. Several hidden sects formed temporary defensive groups. Others hired mercenaries for protection. The Octopus organization reacted seriously. Dozens of supreme-grade security formations activated across the Academy region overnight. Large floating surveillance arrays appeared above the Academy skies. Hundreds of Octopus organization enforcers entered the Academy grounds. And official announcement spread worldwide. Unauthorized combat near tournament grounds is strictly prohibited. Participants involved in murder, crippling, or sabotage before the tournament may face permanent disqualification. Octopus Organization Security Authority is expanded. The martial world truly felt pressure. The Octopus Organization rarely intervened unless situations became serious. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, disciples panicked. I heard someone got poisoned yesterday too. They say hidden assassins already entered the academy. No one is safe anymore. Inside the Imperial Family camp, Jamie Smith folded the official murder report. One elder spoke carefully. The Octopus Organization increased security heavily. Jamie smiled. Good. The weaker ones will become even more afraid now. His expression became cold. And fear creates mistakes. Tony reached the Pacific Sea. In the distance, he saw crystal-like pods. That is the village of the demonic sea tribe. Tony turned with a look of astonishment. Ancestor. Lucy looked at him with a serious expression. Do not worry. We have some allies here. They will help us. You stay silent. Understand? Tony nodded. Chapter 155. The silent night sky arched over the Pacific Ocean. Cold sea spray stung Tony's face as giant waves crashed against the dark rocky shores below. Dozens of crystal floating pods drifted above the ocean surface in the distance. Soft blue light glowed from within them like miniature moons traversing the sea. Tony narrowed his eyes. Each pod resembled a transparent shell carved from crystal coral. Faint silhouettes moved inside some of them. The region looked mysterious and unreal beneath the moonlight. That is the village of the demonic sea tribe, Tony muttered. Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark stood atop the cliff. Her robes fluttered in the sea wind. She gave a small nod. Yes, the outer floating village. The real tribe lives much deeper. Tony studied the crystal pods. This was his first glimpse of the hidden demonic sea tribe territory. Ancestor, Tony turned with a look of astonishment. Lucy cut him off. Do not speak once we enter. We have allies here. They will help us. Her eyes sharpened. You stay silent. Do you understand? Tony bobbed his head in a quick nod. Yes, Ancestor. Lucy snorted and turned toward the ocean. The two of them descended toward the shore. The sea remained silent. No fish. No seabirds. Only giant waves moving beneath the moonlight. Lucy stopped near an isolated rocky outcrop close to the floating crystal pods. She stood in silence. Minutes passed. Tony held his tongue. The atmosphere grew tense. The ocean waters split with a thunderous crack. An old woman rose from beneath the surface. Long silver blue hair floated around her body. Strange coral jewelry adorned her arms and neck. Unlike ordinary humans, faint glowing blue scales traced her eyes and wrists. The old woman frowned at the sight of Lucy Clark. Lucy. Her tone sounded sour. You actually came. Lucy folded her arms. What? You hoped I was dead? The old woman of the demonic sea tribe clicked her tongue. You humans only appear when trouble follows. Her sharp eyes landed on Tony. Who is this? Lucy did not answer immediately. She produced an ancient silver token from her storage ring. The moment the old sea woman saw it, her expression changed. Lucy tossed the token. I came to collect my favor. Silence hung in the air. The sea woman reluctantly cut the token and stared at it. Her expression grew ugly. You still kept this thing, she muttered bitterly. Lucy replied in a calm tone. You owe me. The old woman remained silent before sighing. What do you want? Lucy turned toward Tony. He understood and stepped forward. Take me close to the world tree blessing without anyone noticing. The sea woman froze. What? Her aura fluctuated violently. Are you insane? The entire region is under surveillance. Supreme warriors from the Octopus organization are everywhere. Even our tribe is being monitored. Tony remained silent. The old sea woman shook her head. No, absolutely impossible. Lucy stepped forward. Without another word, she tossed the silver token back to the sea woman. The old woman caught it. Her expression grew complex. The favor carried enormous weight. Finally, she cursed under her breath. Damn humans. She spoke in a cold tone. Follow me. Tony's eyes brightened. Preparations began beneath the ocean night. The old sea woman led them into one of the floating crystal pods. The environment inside looked surprisingly normal. Coral furniture, blue crystal lamps, and ancient sea maps filled the space. Several strange breathing herbs floated inside glass water containers. The old sea woman began preparing various items. Lucy sat nearby, observing Tony. You understand the danger now, she asked. Tony nodded. Yes. Lucy narrowed her eyes. If anything goes wrong, do not try acting heroic. Escape immediately. Tony smiled. I know. Lucy snorted. You know nothing. She threw a black dagger at him. Tony caught it. This blade contains my aura. If you truly face death, break it. Tony's expression shifted. That meant Lucy would intervene directly if necessary. For a supreme ancestor to prepare such backup personally, the mission had to be dangerous. Night covered the Pacific Ocean. The floating crystal pods dimmed their lights. The old sea woman stood up. It is time. Tony rose. Lucy approached him one last time. She slapped the back of his head. Tony grimaced. Ow, why? Lucy replied. For making this old lady nervous. Tony rubbed his head. Lucy's expression softened. Come back alive. Tony nodded. The old sea woman took out a strange dark blue coral object. It resembled a twisted breathing pipe made from living crystal. Put this in your mouth once we dive. It will help you breathe underwater. Tony accepted it. Without wasting time, the old sea woman grabbed Tony's arm. They plunged into the ocean depths. Cold water swallowed Tony. The coral object worked. He could breathe faintly underwater. The old sea woman moved with terrifying speed. The ocean parted around her body. Tony followed, using heavenly mirage steps to reduce the disturbance. Hours passed in the deep darkness. The pressure grew heavy. Tony felt his chest tighten. The old sea woman stopped. Tony widened his eyes. In the darkness ahead, a gigantic golden stalk extended upward through the ocean. It looked like a root of heaven descending into the sea. Countless golden particles drifted around it. The pressure from it felt ancient and terrifying. The world tree blessing. Even in its immature state, its aura surpassed anything Tony had ever seen. The old sea woman pointed upward. From here, you climb alone. Tony looked up. The golden stalk extended toward the surface. The old sea woman continued. Hold the stalk tightly. Glide upward slowly. The outer barriers become thinner near the upper region. Her expression darkened. And do not touch anything strange. Tony nodded. He grabbed the golden stalk. Warm energy entered his body. Tony narrowed his eyes. The object carried a terrifying life aura. He began moving upward, holding the stalk tight. The deeper he climbed, the stronger the pressure became. Golden particles drifted around his body. Tony finally saw it. Far above the darkness, a gigantic golden barrier surrounded the world tree blessing like a miniature sun beneath the sea. Ancient runes floated across its surface. The pressure felt enough to crush a peak Grandmaster. Tony inhaled deeply. A sound echoed in his mind. System detected world tree blessing barrier. Ancient entry authority recognized. Hidden access path opened. Tony's eyes widened. Before he could react, golden light wrapped around his body. The barrier before him distorted like flowing water. Tony disappeared inside. Chapter 156. The moment the golden barrier swallowed Tony, his vision distorted violently. For a brief second, countless streams of life energy tore through his body from every direction. Then, silence. Absolute silence. Tony opened his eyes and froze. The world before him resembled neither the Pacific Ocean nor the Earth itself. A vast golden sky stretched above him, and giant root mountains floated in the distance. Countless streams of glowing life energy flowed across the air like rivers suspended in heaven. The ground beneath Tony's feet looked translucent, like solidified crystal mixed with golden grass. Ancient life aura filled the surroundings. Dense, pure, terrifying. Tony inhaled. His body trembled. One breath in this place contained more life energy than ordinary cultivation grounds outside. What is this place? He muttered. This was not some simple inheritance zone. This felt like a living world still forming. In the distance, gigantic incomplete landmasses floated beneath the golden sky. Endless tree roots connected them. Some regions looked unfinished. Broken mountains, half-formed rivers, spatial distortions. Even gravity felt unstable in certain directions. The entire realm resembled a half-awakened ancient ecosystem. Tony narrowed his eyes. So the World Tree blessing has not fully bloomed yet. Ding. World Tree pre-bloom state detected. Chaotic life energy density is extremely high. Warning. Many regions remain unstable. Premature interference may trigger annihilation. Tony's expression became cautious. The system sounded unusually serious. He began walking forward. The moment his foot touched the crystal ground, a ripple of golden life energy spread outward. Tony stopped. He waited. Nothing happened. This place really is alive, he said. Even the ground reacted to life aura. Tony continued moving while observing his surroundings. The deeper he walked, the stranger the environment became. Some floating roots carried rivers of glowing liquid life energy. Some regions contained giant unopened flower mountains emitting terrifying aura pressure. Gigantic sleeping skeletons lay wrapped around ancient roots in one distant area. The sight sent chills through him. Those things, even dead, still emitted pressure strong enough to crush peak grandmasters. Tony avoided that direction. This place is definitely not safe, he muttered. Heavenly mirage steps activated on instinct. Tony blurred sideways. The space where he stood collapsed inward like broken glass. A giant spatial crack appeared and healed slowly. Tony's expression shifted. No warning. No aura fluctuation. The space simply shattered. This realm is unstable, he thought. He noticed something strange. The further he walked, the smoother his heavenly mirage steps became. The movement technique seemed compatible with this environment, particularly the illusionary rhythm. Tony moved once to test it. 5 blurry afterimages appeared behind him. They looked far more solid than before. Tony felt a moment of shock. The World Tree aura strengthens illusion movement, he noted. Far above the floating lands, giant streams of golden life mist gathered toward the center of the realm. Tony looked up. He finally saw it properly. The true body of the World Tree blessing. A colossal golden tree silhouette stretched across the sky. Its roots formed mountains. Its branches resembled continents. Its leaves looked like miniature suns floating in heaven. Tony stood in silence. Even his breathing slowed. The sheer scale defied comprehension. Ding. Unknown primordial energy detected. System authority reactivating. Tony frowned. What? The system screen distorted violently. Golden symbols flickered before his eyes. The surrounding life energy streams began vibrating. Tony grew alert. What is happening now? A soft feminine voice echoed inside the golden realm. At last, someone crossed the outer bloom. Tony stiffened. The voice did not come from outside. It echoed directly inside his consciousness. Golden light gathered before him. A faint feminine silhouette formed within the floating life mist. She was not fully visible or solid, but like fragmented consciousness stitched together by light. She had long hair, ancient robes, and golden eyes. Yet the figure looked incomplete, as if half her existence had already faded away. Tony narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The feminine silhouette observed him for several moments. System host, she spoke softly. Your growth exceeded expectation. Tony's expression became cautious. The system. This thing connected to the system. The feminine figure raised one translucent hand. The chaotic life energy began gathering around her body like rivers. The chaotic life essence, she said. I finally found enough. Tony frowned. What exactly are you? The figure remained silent before she replied. A remnant consciousness left behind to protect the system. The golden mist trembled. Even speaking seemed difficult for her. Tony understood the situation. This existence was extremely weak. She was not powerful or complete. She resembled a dying fragment, surviving through the system itself. The feminine figure looked toward the giant world tree sky. My creator is dying, she whispered. Tony's eyes narrowed. Creator. The figure continued. Trapped in another world. Hunted. Waiting. The atmosphere became heavier. Another world. The phrase sounded absurd. Yet inside this impossible realm, Tony knew she was not lying. The feminine figure turned toward him again. Her golden eyes reflected Tony's figure. Help me gather the chaotic life essence, she said. And one day, a path shall open beyond this world. Tony remained silent. The figure continued softly. A chance to transcend mortality. A chance for immortality. The golden realm became quiet. Tony narrowed his eyes. Immortality. For martial warriors, that word surpassed every treasure on earth. Still, Tony did not lose his head to greed. And why should I trust you, he asked. The feminine figure observed him. A faint smile appeared on her incomplete face. Good. My choice in choosing you is not bad. Chapter 157. Tony stared at the incomplete feminine figure floating before him. Endless streams of chaotic life energy drifted across the golden world around them. Immortality. Another world. A trapped creator. An ordinary martial warrior would have lost control hearing such things, but Tony remained calm. He observed the fragmented spirit. You still have not answered properly, Tony said. The spirit looked toward him. What exactly happens if I help you? The fragmented woman remained silent briefly before she replied. The chaotic life essence before bloom can heal my damaged consciousness. Her figure flickered violently. Without it, I will eventually disappear. Tony observed her unstable form. The spirit was already weakened. Still, Tony did not relax his caution. And after healing, the feminine spirit raised her golden eyes. One day, you must help my creator directly. The surrounding chaotic life streams trembled. Tony narrowed his eyes. So this is investment. The spirit gave a faint smile. Correct. You help me survive, and I show you the path beyond this world. Tony folded his arms. At least the spirit spoke honestly. No fake righteousness. No emotional manipulation. That suited Tony much better. Still, another important thing remained. Tony stared at her. I decide my own actions. If helping your creator later becomes impossible, or dangerous beyond reason, I will leave. The spirit observed him for several moments. Then she nodded softly. Acceptable. The path itself already requires courage. Tony relaxed slightly. Good. He still held control. He had no interest in becoming someone else's puppet. Suddenly, the fragmented spirit raised her hand. The surrounding chaotic life energy began gathering violently around them. Boom. Golden mist exploded through the air, while streams of primordial energy descended like waterfalls from the sky. Tony's expression sharpened. What now? The spirit replied. Gathering begins. Do not resist. Before Tony could speak again, the chaotic life energy surged directly into the system interface. The golden mist throughout the realm flowed toward the fragmented woman. Her unstable body became clearer. It was not fully solid, but far more stable than before. The entire world tree realm reacted as well. Ancient roots vibrated. Golden rivers flowed faster. Even distant floating mountains trembled. Tony observed everything. This chaotic life essence possessed terrifying value. Minutes passed. The fragmented woman's form became increasingly complete. Her long golden hair became visible, and ancient runic patterns appeared across her robes. Most importantly, the exhaustion within her eyes weakened. Then, the gathering stopped. Silence returned. The spirit exhaled softly. Better, Tony asked. So now what? The spirit turned toward him. Follow. Without a word, she floated across the golden crystal ground. Tony followed cautiously. The true advantage of entering early began revealing itself. The spirit guided Tony across hidden safe routes, throughout the unfinished world tree realm. Some regions looked peaceful, but contained terrifying spatial collapses beneath the ground. Some floating routes appeared dangerous, but led toward future blessing regions. Several times, Tony sensed terrifying sleeping creatures beneath giant roots, while passing nearby. One of them alone released enough pressure to freeze Tony's blood. The spirit warned him, do not approach ancient guardians. They awaken when bloom begins. Tony memorized the warning. As they continued deeper into the realm, the spirit showed Tony strange locations hidden throughout the world tree blessing. Some resembled unopened flower buds the size of mountains. Some looked like crystal altars wrapped around ancient roots. Others floated within rivers of golden life essence. The spirit explained. Future seed locations. Tony's eyes sharpened. The world tree seeds. The treasures capable of increasing lifespan by 500 years. Tony already knew several future spawn locations before the tournament began. This advantage was heaven-defying. The spirit also showed hidden route tunnels, unstable forbidden zones, safe climbing routes, and concealed movement paths. Tony memorized everything. The more he explored this realm, the more terrifying the world tree blessing became. This was not a simple inheritance ground. It resembled a living ancient civilization, sleeping beneath heaven. The spirit stopped moving. Tony looked upward. Before them stood a gigantic golden lake floating in midair. The liquid inside looked thick and ancient, like condensed life itself. The surrounding space distorted heavily around it. Tony sensed danger. What is this? The spirit replied. Primordial chaotic blessing essence. Formed before full bloom. Tony narrowed his eyes. Even standing nearby made his body react. His blood circulation accelerated. His spinal tree core vibrated. His life aura became unstable. The spirit turned toward him. Your body contains ancient dragon traces. Tony's expression changed. Dragon traces. The spirit continued. Very weak. Very incomplete. But this energy may awaken it. The primordial lake trembled violently. The spirit spoke. This process is dangerous. Your genes may collapse, or evolve. Tony stared at the chaotic golden lake and smiled. When did my life ever become safe? The spirit observed him. For the first time, a faint approving look appeared inside her golden eyes. Enter. Without hesitation, Tony stepped into the floating primordial lake. Boom. The moment his body touched the chaotic essence, absolute agony exploded through him. Tony's entire body trembled. His veins glowed golden. His bones cracked. His blood began transforming. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar echoed throughout the world tree realm. Tony's pupils transformed vertically. Golden scales appeared across portions of his skin. His spinal tree core exploded with golden light. The life energy pathways throughout his body shattered and reconstructed repeatedly. Tony nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Yet, the primordial energy continued forcing evolution. The spirit watched while golden runes floated around Tony. Gradually, a phantom dragon silhouette appeared behind Tony's body. It was ancient, tyrannical, and primordial. Inside Tony's body, his entire life essence underwent transformation. The spinal tree core mutated. New branches formed. Golden life veins spread throughout his organs. Even his cells seemed reborn beneath the primordial blessing. Finally, a terrifying aura explosion erupted from the lake. Tony rose from the chaotic essence. Golden dragon markings glowed beneath his skin. His eyes carried faint ancient pressure. The spirit stared. She whispered. Dragon Lord transformation, successfully awakened. Chapter 158. The entire floating primordial lake trembled as golden waves exploded outward from the body of Tony. Ancient dragon pressure filled the surrounding region instantly. Even the nearby floating roots vibrated beneath the aura release. Tony remained suspended above the chaotic essence, while streams of golden primordial energy flowed around his body, like living serpents. His transformation had not yet fully stabilized. Golden dragon markings flickered beneath his skin repeatedly. They were sometimes visible and sometimes hidden. His pupils carried faint vertical dragon slits before they slowly returned to normal. Inside the body of Tony, complete reconstruction continued. His blood, his bones, and his organs shifted. Even the spinal tree core itself transformed. Previously, the spinal tree of Tony resembled ordinary martial branches carrying life energy through cultivation pathways. Now, a faint golden dragon-shaped core coiled around the center of the spinal tree structure. Ancient primordial energy flowed through every branch continuously. The life energy density inside his body increased several times over. His recovery speed became absurd. Tiny cracks appearing throughout his body healed instantly beneath the primordial aura. The spirit observed him while golden runes floated around the lake. "That is unexpected," she whispered. Tony opened his eyes. The surrounding chaotic energy trembled. His senses sharpened enormously. He heard distant life rivers flowing through the roots of the world tree. He sensed hidden energy streams beneath floating islands. Even the unstable spatial cracks nearby became easier to predict. Tony clenched his fist. The surrounding air cracked from the physical force alone. His raw body strength had increased dramatically. This did not happen through a cultivation breakthrough, but through biological evolution. The spirit floated closer. "Your genes adapted far better than expected." Tony frowned. "Adapted?" The spirit nodded. "Ordinary humans cannot withstand primordial chaotic blessing essence. Their bodies collapse, or they mutate into failures." Tony looked toward the floating golden lake. This thing carried terrifying danger. The Dragon Lord transformation was not yet fully complete. It resembled an awakened bloodline seed, rather than perfected power. The spirit noticed his thoughts. "Current stage is only the initial awakening. Future evolution depends on you." Tony raised his brows. "So this thing can continue growing?" The spirit looked toward the sky of the world tree. "Primordial life evolution paths possess no fixed limits." Tony narrowed his eyes. That sentence carried terrifying meaning. Special physique mutation detected. Dragon Lord transformation successfully awakened. Body evolution path updated. Life energy purity increased. Spinal tree core mutated successfully. Future evolution potential expanded. Tony observed the notifications before he asked, "What exactly is Dragon Lord transformation?" The spirit remained quiet before she answered. "It is an ancient primordial evolution branch. It is extremely rare and extremely dangerous. Those who fully awaken it often stop remaining human." Silence spread. Tony did not panic. Instead, he became interested. Deep inside, he could feel it. His body no longer resembled that of an ordinary martial warrior. His life aura had become heavier, ancient, and tyrannical. Even standing still, he naturally emitted faint pressure. Tony smirked. "So I became some half-monster?" The spirit gave a faint smile. "Primordial beings are above monsters." The world tree realm trembled. Golden light spread across the distant sky. The expression of the spirit changed. "Time is running short," she said. Tony became alert. "What happened?" The spirit looked upward. "World tree bloom is approaching. The realm is becoming unstable." Tony noticed it as well. Several distant floating islands had begun shifting positions. Spatial cracks appeared more frequently. The life rivers flowed more violently than before. The entire unfinished world seemed to be waking up. The spirit floated forward. "Follow quickly." Tony followed. The spirit led him toward a giant root tunnel hidden beneath several floating islands. The deeper they entered, the stranger the environment became. Ancient murals appeared across the inner root walls. Some depicted giant trees devouring stars. Some showed endless wars between ancient races. Others displayed dragon-like beings kneeling before a colossal golden tree. Tony observed everything. "What exactly existed here before?" The spirit answered. "World trees are not natural plants. They are civilization pillars, gateways, and anchors between worlds." Tony became more serious. As they continued deeper through the hidden root tunnels, the spirit showed Tony several hidden paths. Some tunnels led directly beneath future seed regions. Some bypassed dangerous, unstable zones entirely. One hidden route path connected near the central bloom region. Tony memorized everything. These routes would become priceless advantages once the Golden Air Tournament entered the World Tree Blessing. The spirit stopped. Tony noticed something strange ahead. Footprints. They were faint, but they were present. Tony sharpened his focus. "Someone entered here before?" The spirit observed the footprints. Her expression became colder. "Not recent, but yes." Tony frowned. "How is that possible?" The spirit remained silent before she answered. "There are always hidden people." Tony looked toward the ancient footprints. A dangerous feeling rose inside him. Far away, outside the barrier of the World Tree, the Pacific Ocean skies were fortified. Warships hovered everywhere. Supreme formations covered the skies. Octopus Organization patrols monitored the region. Nobody realized a young man had already entered the World Tree before the tournament began. Chapter 159. Deep inside the World Tree Blessing, the gigantic first seed chamber radiated terrifying golden pressure. Ancient runes floated endlessly around the massive unopened bud. Tony stood before the colossal structure as primordial life aura pressed against his body from every direction. The closer he stepped, the stronger his transformed spinal tree core reacted. Golden dragon veins beneath his skin faintly glowed. Beside him, the spirit turned, her expression growing serious. "You must leave now." Tony frowned. "So fast?" The spirit looked upward toward the golden sky. The unfinished realm trembled. Distant floating islands shifted unnaturally. Unstable spatial cracks spread through the air. Giant life rivers flowed with increasing violence. "Your transformation," the spirit continued, her voice soft, "and my awakening, already disturbed the pre-bloom balance." Tony's expression shifted. "Meaning?" The World Tree noticed us. Silence hung between them. Tony looked toward the gigantic first seed chamber. The unopened golden bud emitted a heavier pressure than before, as if something inside had begun to wake. The spirit floated backward. If you remain longer, the outer guardians may detect abnormalities. Tony clicked his tongue. He wanted to explore more. This place held too many secrets. Ancient murals, hidden paths, future seed locations. Perhaps even more terrifying things lay deeper inside. Still, he possessed enough sense to recognize danger. He had already gained enormous advantages. Hidden roots, future seed locations, the Dragon Lord transformation, World Tree map knowledge, a spirit alliance. That alone amounted to heaven-defying luck. The spirit watched him. You can return later, after the bloom begins. Tony nodded. Fine. He studied her carefully. What should I call you? The spirit remained silent for a beat, then answered softly, Nora. Tony raised his brows. A simple name for someone speaking about immortality. Nora gave a faint smile. My creator hated complicated titles. Tony stored that detail in his mind. Nora raised one hand, and the surrounding world tree roots trembled. Ancient runes spread across the crystal ground beneath Tony's feet. I will send you near the outer bloom barrier. After that, survive by yourself. Tony grinned. That part I'm good at. Nora shook her head. Overconfidence kills faster than enemies. Before Tony could reply, golden light exploded beneath his feet. Ancient root tunnels moved like living serpents. The world tree shifted pathways. Tony braced himself as the surroundings blurred. Outside the world tree barrier, the Pacific Ocean region remained heavily fortified. Warships hovered above the skies. Octopus Organization patrol formations scanned the ocean surface. Supreme warriors floated across the air, and formation masters monitored the gigantic golden bloom barrier. Everything remained stable until a shockwave erupted from inside the world tree blessing. The golden barrier trembled. Supreme warriors turned their heads. What happened? The barrier moved? The ocean erupted beneath the pressure wave. Massive tides surged in every direction. Several floating formations shattered. Inside the central monitoring zone, dozens of formation masters turned pale. The internal energy flow changed suddenly. Impossible. The bloom pulse accelerated. Chaos spread across the restricted region. More warships rushed toward the perimeter. Supreme warriors released aura pressure to monitor the unstable barrier. Then, cracks spread across portions of the outer golden barrier. Silence followed, then uproar. The barrier cracked? How is that possible? Did someone attack it? Check all perimeter formations immediately. The Octopus Organization entered an emergency state. Ancestor Long appeared above the ocean skies, his aura suppressing the chaotic atmosphere. What happened? He asked coldly. Several formation masters knelt. We don't know, Senior Long. There was no external attack detected. The energy fluctuation originated from inside the world tree itself. Long's expression grew serious. More supreme warriors gathered near the cracked barrier. Members of the demonic sea tribe appeared from the ocean, looking shocked. One old formation master examined the fluctuating barrier. His expression changed. Impossible. Nearby supremes turned toward him. What? The old formation master swallowed heavily. The bloom cycle, it accelerated. Silence spread. Another formation master recalculated several floating energy arrays. His face turned pale. No mistake. The world tree blessing flowering time changed. Ancestor Long narrowed his eyes. How many days? The formation master's hands trembled while observing the calculations. Previously, the estimated bloom time was 13 days. But now, only 9 days remain. The surrounding ocean atmosphere exploded into chaos. What? 4 days earlier? How can bloom timing suddenly change? Did something happen inside? Even the supreme warriors looked shocked. This should not happen naturally. Far beneath the ocean, Tony stumbled forward from a giant root tunnel as the golden light faded. Nora's voice echoed one final time in his consciousness. Remember, the first seed chamber awakens first. Someone else already knows that. Before Tony could ask further, silence returned. Nora had hidden herself again inside the system. Then, a shockwave erupted above the ocean. Tony looked upward. Even underwater, he felt the world tree barrier trembling. Tony's expression became strange. Don't tell me. Chapter 160. Far above the Pacific Ocean, the atmosphere descended into complete chaos. The gigantic golden world tree barrier trembled violently, while cracks spread across portions of the outer bloom shell. Supreme warriors hovered across the skies with expressions of irritation. Formation masters rushed around nervously, and countless floating calculation arrays rotated continuously above the ocean surface. Nobody understood what had happened, but everyone grasped one terrifying fact. The world tree blessing was blooming earlier. 4 entire days earlier, deep beneath the ocean currents, Tony stabilized himself near the massive golden stalk, watching the chaos above through the surface of the water. Dozens of terrifying supreme auras swept across the region repeatedly. The Octopus Organization had entered emergency mode. Tony frowned as the realization settled in. This has become troublesome, he muttered. He had expected several more peaceful days before the world tree became unstable, but now, everything accelerated. Suddenly, a familiar sea aura approached rapidly through the water. The old demonic sea tribe woman appeared beside Tony, her face tight with tension. What did you do in there? She demanded. Tony blinked. Why are you asking me? The old woman growled, her frustration evident. The entire barrier shook. The bloom timing changed. Even the Supreme Guardians became alarmed. She stared at Tony with suspicion. You seriously did nothing? Tony maintained a calm expression. I only entered and came out. That part technically wasn't a lie. The old sea woman stared at him for several moments before clicking her tongue in annoyance. Forget it. We need to leave immediately before the ocean gets fully sealed. She grabbed Tony's arm without wasting time. They descended deeper into the ocean currents together. Above the Pacific skies, Ancestor Long observed the trembling world tree barrier with a grave expression. Beside him, several octopus house masters discussed the situation with urgency. This acceleration makes no sense, one master noted. Could the world tree detect something? Another asked. No external intrusion was found, a third replied. Then why did the bloom cycle suddenly change? The atmosphere became heavy. Third House Master Bellard offered a cold directive. He told the warriors to seal the entire surrounding region immediately. No unauthorized movement. No hidden approaches. No exceptions. Several supreme warriors nodded. The demonic sea tribe representatives looked displeased by the order. One sea elder offered a cold reply. The ocean does not belong to the octopus organization. Bellard glared back, his eyes sharp. And the world tree doesn't belong to your tribe either. The atmosphere turned tense again. Ancestor Long interrupted the standoff. Enough. He narrowed his old eyes toward the trembling golden barrier. Something changed inside. Silence followed. Even the sea tribe elders turned serious. If the internal pre-bloom state had truly changed, this world tree blessing might become far more dangerous than previous generations. Back inside Nine Lotus Academy, the campus exploded into chaos after the official emergency announcement spread. Huge holographic screens activated throughout the academy skies. The emergency message appeared publicly. The world tree blessing bloom cycle had updated. 9 days remained until the full bloom. Silence spread briefly before an absolute uproar erupted across the academy. 9 days, students shouted. It was 13 before. What happened? Did somebody trigger something? Participants everywhere grew restless. The atmosphere inside the academy changed drastically overnight. Previously, people prepared steadily, but now, the pressure mounted. 4 entire preparation days had vanished. Cultivation markets turned into war zones. Resource prices tripled within hours. Peak Grandmaster breakthrough medicine sold out, and several hidden sects began openly fighting over cultivation resources. One martial forum post spread like wildfire. The world tree is waking early. The comments beneath the post flooded instantly. This blessing isn't normal. I heard the barrier cracked. My sect elder said previous blessings never accelerated like this. Something terrifying is happening. Fear began spreading throughout the younger generation. Some registered participants quietly withdrew their names. Inside the Imperial Family temporary headquarters, Jamie Smith folded the latest emergency report, his expression growing serious. This changes everything. Nearby elders nodded nervously. The compressed timeline meant less preparation, less alliance building, and less resource gathering. But for true monsters, this sudden chaos also created opportunity. Inside the Frost family residence, Lily Frost stared toward the updated bloom announcement displayed above the academy sky. An uneasy feeling rose inside her heart, as though something had already started moving beneath the surface. Far beneath the ocean, Tony and the old sea woman returned to the floating crystal pod village region. The moment they emerged from the surface, Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark appeared nearby. Her expression relaxed after seeing Tony alive, then turned cold again. You little bastard, she scolded. Do you know how much chaos happened outside? Tony coughed awkwardly. A little. Lucy smacked the back of his head. Ow, Tony cried out. Lucy narrowed her eyes. Don't play stupid. Even the bloom timing changed. She stared at him carefully. Did you really do nothing inside? Tony remained calm. He knew the world tree acceleration happened after Nora recovered, the primordial energy shifted, and the Dragon Lord transformation awakened. None of that could be explained safely. He sighed. I really don't know why it changed. Lucy stared at him for several moments, then stopped asking. Deep down, she sensed something strange about Tony. It wasn't visible externally, but his life aura had changed. It felt heavier, ancient, almost like a sleeping beast hiding beneath his skin. Lucy chose not to ask directly. Everyone had secrets, particularly talented monsters. She turned around. Come, we leave immediately. The entire Pacific region will soon become impossible to approach secretly. Tony nodded and took one final glance toward the distant golden world tree barrier. Deep inside the unfinished primordial realm, the gigantic first seed chamber pulsed once beneath endless golden darkness. Somewhere far deeper beyond the visible bloom regions, something ancient opened its eyes. Chapter 161. The journey back to the Clark family was quiet. The flying vehicle cut through the sky at terrifying speed, while Tony sat beside Supreme Ancestor Lucy Clark, staring out the window. Clouds drifted past in a blur. In the past, Lucy would have filled the silence with questions. She had lived for centuries, and she wasn't foolish enough to believe Tony's story completely. The timing was too coincidental. The world tree blessing had remained stable for years according to historical records. If any other person stood before her, Lucy would have already broken his bones to extract every secret. Tony looked toward her. Yes, are you all right? He offered a weak smile. Ancestor, your concern touches my heart. He turned his gaze back to the window, wisely choosing to end the conversation. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Octopus organization, dozens of formation masters analyzed the sudden change in the world tree. The conference hall felt heavy with tension. Ancestor Long occupied the highest seat. The room remained silent until an old formation master stood up. We have completed the code analysis. Eyes turned toward him. The previous estimate was 13 days. After the recent fluctuation, only 9 days remain before flowering. The old formation master gestured, and screens filled the air. However, the internal structure has also changed. What do you mean? The old man manipulated the screens to display the internal scans of the world tree. They looked significantly diminished. Gasps filled the room. Ancestor Long stood with a serious expression. We cannot wait anymore. Release the first round examination details immediately. We must finish the tournament earlier than anticipated. The announcement reached the world within the hour. Martial networks exploded. Discussion forums crashed. Hidden sects gathered for emergency meetings. The official registration count had reached 21,000 participants, and registration remained open. It was the fate of the frontrunners. The Golden Air Tournament, Round 1, took place at the Nine Lotus Academy mountain region. There were 1,000 flags total. The objective was to acquire a flag and place it on the central stage. Only the first 1,000 participants to successfully place a flag would advance. Combat was permitted. Unfortunate deaths were not punishable, but intentional murder was prohibited. Crippling, robbery, and flag theft were allowed. When the rules appeared, chaos erupted online. Many participants withdrew. One famous comment spread through martial networks. Strength alone won't matter. Speed matters. Intelligence matters. Luck matters. Far beneath the ocean, the change in the world tree bothered Luca. She had lived too long to believe in coincidences. The female warrior who had escorted Tony into the deep sea arrived in the chamber. Luca stared at her. What exactly happened? The woman bowed her head. Nothing unusual, tribe leader. Luca narrowed her eyes. And the woman hesitated. I do not know what happened. He went alone. It might be his doing, but we have no exact details. Luca repeated the last part quietly. Nothing happened? The world tree accelerated. The barrier cracked. The flowering period shortened. And I am supposed to believe nothing happened. Proof remained elusive. Luca waved her away after a long silence. She sat alone, staring into the distance. Tony Clark, what did you do? She muttered. By the time Tony arrived at the Clark family main residence, the entire family had shifted into preparation mode. Training grounds bustled with activity. Cultivation rooms remained filled. Young geniuses rushed about, and the atmosphere resembled a battlefield camp. Disciples pointed at Tony as he walked through the main gate. Murmurs followed him. Tony returned. He kept walking, ignoring them. A mocking voice cut through the air. Kevin Clark approached, a sword slung over his shoulder. Disciples gathered to watch. Kevin smirked. The famous Tony Clark. I heard you have been wandering around while the rest of us prepared for the tournament. Tony continued walking. Kevin's smile twitched. Tell me, did you finally realize cultivation requires talent? Laughter rippled through the crowd. Tony stopped and turned. Their eyes locked. Kevin froze. A chill traced his spine, and an overwhelming pressure gripped his heart. The sensation vanished as quickly as it appeared. Tony turned and walked away. The disciples looked at Kevin, confused. Kevin, what happened? Kevin stood silent. Something felt wrong, though he could not explain it. Tony reached the inner courtyard. The world tree would bloom in 9 days. The first round would begin soon, and he had much to do. He entered a secluded cultivation courtyard and activated the isolation sensors. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His transformed spinal tree core shimmered in his consciousness. The Dragon Lord transformation required refinement. Most importantly, he needed to prepare for the hidden heaven-blessed people of the martial world. Chapter 162. While Tony Clark remained in seclusion, the martial world continued moving at a frightening pace. The news of the world tree blessing shortening its flowering period from 13 days to 9 days spread like wildfire across every martial network, hidden forum, sect channel, and family communication platform. What initially seemed like a competition between geniuses had gradually transformed into something much bigger. It had become a war for lifespan. It had become a war for destiny. And most importantly, it had become a war for the 264 spots inside the World Tree Blessing. Every major family, sect, organization, and hidden power understood one thing clearly. Once the World Tree bloomed, no amount of influence would matter. The only thing that would matter was who qualified. As a result, registration numbers continued climbing every hour. 25,000, 28,000, 30,000, then 31,000. The number still had not stopped. Many participants were not young geniuses. That was the truly terrifying part. A 90-year-old peak Grandmaster from the Northern Mountains publicly registered. A retired sect elder, who had disappeared 20 years ago suddenly emerged and announced his participation. Several wandering peak Grandmasters, who had spent decades seeking breakthrough opportunities, also arrived at Nine Lotus Academy. The martial world was shocked. Many younger disciples, who initially dreamed about becoming famous through the Golden Air tournament, suddenly realized the brutal truth. They were not competing against people their age. They were competing against monsters who had cultivated for 50, 60, and sometimes 80 years. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Family headquarters, another important event was taking place. Deep beneath the royal palace existed a restricted treasury protected by countless formations. Only the most important heirs were permitted entry. Mark Smith followed behind King Jamie Smith silently as the massive treasury doors slowly opened. Ancient swords filled the chamber, thousands of them. Each weapon emitted powerful aura fluctuations. Many had existed longer than entire nations. Mark gripped his hands together, his excitement visible despite his usual calm demeanor. "Grandfather, why bring me here now?" Jamie Smith walked toward the deepest part of the treasury, without answering immediately. Several minutes later, they stopped before a black stone platform. A single sword rested upon it. The weapon looked strangely ordinary. Its blade was dark silver. Its hilt resembled a coiled serpent. Most importantly, the sword seemed alive. Mark stood closer, sensing a strange pressure radiating from the steel. The moment he looked at the blade, a faint hissing sound echoed inside his mind. Jamie set his jaw. This sword has accompanied the Imperial family for 3 generations. Mark widened his eyes. He naturally understood the significance. Anything preserved for that long inside the family treasury could not be ordinary. The Serpent Spirit Sword, Jamie continued. Sky rank. The words caused Mark to struggle for air. Sky rank. Even for the Imperial family, such treasures were rare. Inside this weapon sleeps a serpent spirit. Not a complete one, but enough to greatly increase your combat ability. Mark stepped forward. The sword vibrated faintly. Then, a phantom serpent image appeared briefly behind it before disappearing again. The pressure alone caused nearby guards to lower their heads. Jamie placed a hand on Mark's shoulder. The world tree has changed. Jamie's voice turned colder. I don't care about treasures. I don't care about inheritances. I don't care about the reputation of the tournament. His eyes locked onto Mark. Bring back a world tree seed. Mark nodded immediately. I understand. The old king smiled for the first time in several days. Good. Far away beneath the ocean, inside the crystal palace of the demonic sea tribe leader Luca sat silently upon her throne. Her thoughts continuously returned to the same problem. Tony Clark. Something about that boy bothered her. The timing was simply too suspicious. Unfortunately, suspicion without evidence meant nothing. After several days of investigation, all she discovered was that Tony had indeed traveled into the deep sea. Beyond that, nothing. No witnesses. No proof. No traces. Eventually, Luca pushed those thoughts aside. The world tree blessing mattered more. Her granddaughter Elsa stood before her with a long crescent blade staff resting across her shoulder. Unlike many human geniuses who pursued inheritances, treasures, and opportunities, Elsa's mission remained simple. The world tree seeds, Elsa said. Her voice echoed throughout the crystal hall. Nothing else matters. Not treasures. Not opportunities. Not inheritance. Not glory. The seeds are worth more than everything combined. Elsa nodded. I understand. And avoid unnecessary conflict with humans. That statement surprised Elsa. The demonic sea tribe and humanity rarely got along. Why? Luca narrowed her eyes. Because every second spent fighting is a second somebody else uses to obtain a seed. Then I will take the seeds before anyone else. Luca nodded with satisfaction. That was exactly what she wanted to hear. Meanwhile, Nine Lotus Academy had become completely unrecognizable. The academy no longer resembled an educational institution. It resembled the capital city of the martial world. Every inn was full. Every training ground was occupied. Every cultivation chamber had waiting lists. Participants filled every corner of the academy region. Warships continuously arrived from distant countries. Flying beasts crossed the skies. Temporary camps appeared outside the academy walls. The registration count finally crossed 32,000. Then it continued rising. Martial networks became increasingly chaotic. Predictions, rankings, rumors, conspiracy theories. Every topic dominated discussions. One particular rumor gained enormous popularity. Someone had caused the world tree blessing to awaken early. Nobody knew who. Nobody possessed evidence. Yet countless people believed it. The mystery only increased excitement surrounding the event. Meanwhile, the Octopus organization remained under immense pressure. Formation masters worked day and night. Supreme warriors continuously monitored the world tree. Security around the Pacific region increased further. Nobody wanted another surprise. Unfortunately, no matter how much they investigated, they discovered nothing. The reason behind the acceleration remained completely unknown. That frightened many people because unknown variables were always the most dangerous. Back inside the Clark family, the world outside continued changing rapidly. But inside one isolated cultivation courtyard, everything remained silent. Days passed quietly. Nobody disturbed the sealed chamber. Not even Patriarch Ryan Clark. The isolation formations remained active continuously. Inside the room, Tony sat cross-legged in complete darkness. Golden energy slowly flowed through his body. His transformed spinal tree core rotated steadily. Ancient life energy circulated through newly formed pathways. Every breath refined the Dragon Lord transformation further. Every heartbeat strengthened his foundation. He remained completely unaware of the growing chaos outside. Unaware that registration numbers had surpassed 32,000. Unaware that the tournament schedule might change again. Unaware that countless geniuses were preparing desperately. For now, Tony cultivated. And outside, the storm continued gathering strength. Chapter 163. While Tony remained in seclusion, the Golden Air Tournament continued swallowing the attention of the entire martial world. What had originally been viewed as a rare opportunity for young geniuses was gradually revealing its true nature. As more information surfaced and more participants arrived at Nine Lotus Academy, people finally understood a simple fact. This was not a competition for glory. This was a competition for survival. The world tree seeds could increase lifespan by 500 years. 500 years. That single reward was enough to drive even the most rational cultivator mad. The registration numbers reflected this reality better than any explanation. 3 days ago, most participants were famous young geniuses. Today, the situation was completely different. Old monsters began appearing one after another. Retired sect elders who had not stepped into public view for decades suddenly registered. Peak grandmasters who had exhausted their potential and spent years waiting for a miracle emerged from remote mountains. Several wandering cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan openly declared they would risk everything for a chance at the World Tree blessing. The martial networks exploded with discussion. Many young participants who initially dreamed about becoming famous suddenly discovered they would be competing against men and women who possessed 50 years more experience than them. Fear quietly spread, but so did excitement. Whenever opportunity appeared, danger always followed. Inside the Imperial family's ancestral grounds, Mark Smith stood alone atop a black stone platform overlooking a vast training valley. The sky-rank serpent spirit sword rested across his knees, while streams of spiritual energy continuously flowed between the weapon and his body. Ever since receiving the sword, he had barely left cultivation. The pressure coming from the upcoming tournament was greater than anyone realized. Previously, Mark believed he stood at the top of his generation. Then Tony Clark appeared. The Academy arena battle had forced many people to reevaluate their assumptions. Mark replayed the recordings multiple times. The more he watched, the less comfortable he became. He did not understand Tony. That uncertainty irritated him. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared beside the platform. King Jamie Smith stood silently for several moments before speaking. "You are distracted," the old king said. Mark opened his eyes. "I am thinking." "Thinking wins nothing," Jamie said. His voice remained calm. "The World Tree will not care about your doubts." Mark lowered his head slightly. "I understand." Jamie turned slowly toward the distant mountains. "The registration count has already surpassed 32,000. The strongest families have revealed their heirs. The hidden sects have sent their disciples. The demonic sea tribe is participating. The wandering peak grandmasters are gathering." He looked toward Mark. "And yet you are thinking about Tony Clark." Mark remained silent. The old king smiled faintly. "Good." Mark looked surprised. Jamie spoke again. "Never underestimate an opponent. Arrogance is how talented people die." The old king turned and began walking away. Before leaving, he spoke one final sentence. "When the tournament begins, forget family pride. Forget reputation. Forget fairness. The only thing that matters is obtaining the first place and securing 30 spots inside the World Tree blessing." Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, the crystal halls of the demonic sea tribe glowed softly beneath the sea currents. Luca stood alone inside a chamber filled with floating water screens. Information from across the world flooded her screens. Registration numbers, participant profiles, security reports, and World Tree observations dominated the data. Her attention returned to the same report. Tony Clark. Again. The old tribe leader frowned. Something about that boy continued bothering her. Her instincts refused to let the matter go. The World Tree had changed. Somehow, Tony Clark had been near the center of those changes. Unfortunately, instinct was not proof. After several days of investigation, she reached a dead end. Even the tribe member who escorted Tony into the deep sea knew almost nothing. The boy had entered. The boy had returned. That was all. Eventually, Luca sighed. The World Tree mattered more than suspicions. Turning away from the reports, she looked toward another screen. Elsa was training. The young woman moved across a vast underwater battlefield while wielding her crescent-bladed staff. Every strike sent powerful currents ripping through the surrounding water. Several tribe warriors attacked simultaneously. None could touch her. Luca's expression softened slightly. Regardless of what happened, the demonic sea tribe still possessed its own monster. "Don't disappoint me, child," she murmured. Meanwhile, Nine Lotus Academy had transformed completely. The academy gates remained open day and night. Above the academy, giant floating screens displayed the latest tournament information. Countless people gathered beneath them every day. The number everyone watched most carefully was the registration count. 32,847. Then, 32,981. Then, 33,114. The number climbed relentlessly. Each increase made the competition seem more impossible. Everyone knew the first round only contained 1,000 flags. More than 33,000 participants would compete. Only 1,000 would advance. The tournament had not even started, yet thousands were already destined to fail. Far away inside the Clark family residence, life remained surprisingly quiet. Most of the younger generation trained desperately. Some sought guidance from elders. Others consumed resources as quickly as possible. The pressure of the approaching tournament affected everyone. Everyone except Tony. Inside an isolated cultivation courtyard, silence ruled. Dust gathered outside the sealed stone doors. Days passed. No one entered. No one left. Even Kevin Clark eventually stopped visiting. His strange encounter with Tony before seclusion remained fresh in his mind. The memory disturbed him. Every time he remembered that brief moment, he stood before something dangerous, something ancient, something sleeping. Eventually, Kevin convinced himself he had imagined it. There was no other explanation. Meanwhile, deep within the cultivation chamber, Tony sat motionless. Golden energy flowed through his body like rivers of liquid sunlight. The transformed spinal tree core rotated inside him. Each rotation strengthened the foundation of his Dragon Lord transformation. Each breath refined the primordial energy absorbed from the World Tree. He remained unaware of the growing tension outside, unaware that registration numbers continued rising, unaware that the strongest geniuses of the world were gathering, unaware that the first round would soon begin. For now, Tony cultivated in peace. But beyond the stone walls of his chamber, the greatest tournament Earth had seen in decades was rapidly approaching. Chapter 164. The day finally arrived. Long before sunrise, Nine Lotus Academy had already awakened. Countless lights illuminated the mountains as streams of people moved through the academy grounds, like rivers flowing toward a single destination. Flying vehicles descended from the skies continuously, carrying participants, spectators, reporters, family representatives, sect elders, and powerful warriors from every corner of the world. The Golden Air Tournament. For months, the martial world had spoken about nothing else. For days, rumors had spread without end. Now, the waiting was finally over. The massive competition grounds occupied an entire mountain region, prepared specially by the Octopus Organization and Nine Lotus Academy. Several smaller peaks had been connected through giant stone bridges, hanging platforms, forest paths, cliffside routes, and natural valleys. From above, the battlefield resembled a giant maze carved into the mountains. Thousands of formations glowed beneath the earth. Hundreds of supreme warriors stood guard. Not even a peak Grandmaster could secretly alter the terrain without being discovered. At the center of the entire mountain range stood a gigantic circular stage made of black stone. 1,000 golden pedestals had been placed around it. Those pedestals represented qualification. Those pedestals represented opportunity. Those pedestals represented the dreams of tens of thousands of people. And there were only 1,000 of them. Above the stage floated exactly 1,000 golden flags. Each flag carried the symbol of Nine Lotus Academy. Each flag contained a unique identification formation. Each flag possessed a secret code personally engraved by the Octopus Organization. Replication was impossible. Counterfeiting was impossible. Stealing one was allowed. Creating one was not. The rules had been announced repeatedly during the previous days. Obtain a flag. Protect it. Bring it back. Place it on one of the 1,000 pedestals. Advance. Fail, and your journey ends. Simple, brutal, effective. By the time the sun appeared above the eastern horizon, the spectator stands were already overflowing. Millions watched through live broadcasts. Major martial networks transmitted the event worldwide. Every important family had sent representatives. Every powerful organization had observers present. Even ordinary humans watched from afar, despite barely understanding the significance of the competition. The atmosphere was electric. Famous faces filled the crowd. Hidden sect heirs, military prodigies, clan geniuses, wandering monsters, ancient peak grandmasters seeking one final opportunity before death. The sheer number of participants was enough to make people's scalps tingle. 33,000. A number so absurd that many people still struggled to believe it. 33,000 peak grandmasters. Even some supreme warriors found the sight shocking. High above the competition grounds, the leaders of the Octopus Organization occupied a massive floating platform. Ancestor Long sat at the center. The 9 house masters sat beside him. Representatives from major powers occupied nearby seats. The atmosphere remained dignified and solemn. This was no longer merely a tournament. This was an event capable of changing the balance of the martial world. Meanwhile, within the participant gathering area, countless groups had quietly formed. Alliances, temporary partnerships, family coalitions, hidden agreements. Everyone understood the reality. No matter how talented an individual might be, surviving 33,000 competitors alone would not be easy. Some groups numbered only 3 or 4 people. Others consisted of dozens. The Imperial Family naturally formed one of the largest camps. Mark Smith stood at its center. The sky-rank serpent spirit sword rested quietly behind his back. His eyes remained fixed on the mountain battlefield ahead. Several Imperial Family geniuses surrounded him. None dared disturb him. Meanwhile, another area belonged to the demonic sea tribe. Their arrival attracted considerable attention. Crystal white robes, strange weapons, cold expressions. Elsa stood among them while holding her crescent-blade staff. Unlike many participants who looked nervous or excited, she appeared completely calm. Her grandmother Luca sat among the spectator area, silently observing the crowd. From time to time, her eyes drifted toward the Clark family seating area. Unfortunately, Tony Clark was nowhere to be seen. That fact bothered her slightly. Elsewhere, hidden sect disciples quietly observed one another. Old peak grandmasters stood together discussing strategies. Mercenary groups negotiated alliances. Information brokers sold last-minute intelligence. The tournament had not started, yet the battlefield had already begun. As time passed, more and more participants arrived. Only one person remained absent, Tony Clark. Inside the Clark family seating area, Patriarch Ryan's expression had gradually become uglier. He still has not arrived, Ryan muttered to himself, his jaw tight. An elder beside him shook his head helplessly. No, the elder replied. Several elders immediately became dissatisfied. What is that boy doing? One elder asked, his brows furrowing. The tournament is starting, another added with a dismissive wave. Does he think this is some family banquet? A third elder grumbled. Even Kevin Clark looked around repeatedly. Though he disliked Tony, he still wanted to see him participate. Meanwhile, the Frost family representatives had also noticed his absence. Lily Frost remained silent. Her gaze occasionally swept across the participant area, yet she said nothing. Just as the discussions grew louder, a deep, resonant bell suddenly tolled throughout the mountain region. The sound echoed across valleys and cliffs. The crowd instantly became quiet. 33,000 participants turned their attention toward the central stage. Ancestor Long slowly rose from his seat. The entire mountain range seemed to become silent. Even the wind appeared to stop. Millions watching through live broadcasts unconsciously held their breath. The tournament was about to begin, and at that exact moment, a figure casually walked through the participant entrance. His hands were behind his back. His expression looked relaxed, as though he had merely arrived for a morning stroll. Tony Clark. For a moment, countless eyes turned toward him. The Clark family elders froze. Mark Smith narrowed his eyes. After disappearing into seclusion for days, Tony had finally arrived. And somehow, just by standing there, he seemed different. Then he casually found an empty spot among the participants and stood there. Almost at the same moment, Ancestor Long's voice echoed across the entire mountain range. The first round of the Golden Air Tournament begins now. His words rolled across the mountains like thunder. Chapter 165. The moment Ancestor Long declared the beginning of the first round, the atmosphere exploded. A thunderous roar swept across the mountain region as more than 33,000 participants rushed forward simultaneously. The sight was enough to make countless spectators stand up from their seats. From the sky, the mountain range resembled a flood of human figures pouring into paths, bridges, forests, valleys, and cliff roots. Everyone understood one thing: the first 1,000 flags would never be easy to obtain. Yet human nature remained the same. Most people preferred to gamble on speed. "If I get there first, I get the flag," one participant yelled. "Move," another shouted. "Do not block me," a third cried out. Thousands surged forward like a tidal wave. Dust rose into the sky. Trees shook violently. Several bridges became overcrowded. Meanwhile, some participants did not move at all. The truly dangerous geniuses remained calm. Mark Smith stood silently as the chaos unfolded ahead. Behind him, Imperial Family members looked anxious. "Young Master Mark, should we move?" one member asked. Mark shook his head. "Not yet." His eyes narrowed toward the distant mountains. The Academy is not stupid enough to place flags on an open road. Nearby, several Imperial Family elites nodded. The same scene repeated elsewhere. Lily Frost remained motionless. Dawn Frost stood beside her. Neither moved. The Frost family disciples waited. Emma Rock folded her arms while standing atop a large stone. Her gaze swept across the rushing crowd. Kevin Clark and Leo Clark remained among the later groups. Even Kevin 10 chose patience over recklessness. Jean White stood beside several White family supporters while observing the situation. Hank Cooper leaned against a tree with a relaxed smile. He appeared calm. Across the gathering area, dozens of famous geniuses watched the first wave disappear into the mountains. Nobody believed the competition would end so simply. They were right. The first signs appeared less than 10 minutes later. Boom! A violent explosion echoed from halfway up the mountain. The spectators looked toward the giant projection screens floating above the competition grounds. The live broadcasts shifted focus. A massive transparent barrier had emerged across an entire mountain path. Several hundred participants had rushed into it without preparation. The moment they entered, terrifying pressure descended from above. Many cultivators were forced to their knees. Some were thrown backward. Others struggled to remain standing. The audience erupted. "So that is the first test," a spectator shouted. "Pressure formation," another added. "They hid it inside the mountain," a third exclaimed. Unfortunately, that was only the beginning. Moments later, another route activated. This time, hurricane-like winds exploded from deep mountain valleys. Roar! The terrifying wind pressure swept through pathways. Trees snapped apart. Several participants were sent flying like leaves. One unfortunate cultivator crashed into a cliff wall and lost consciousness. The commentators grew excited. "The first obstacle has appeared," one commentator said. "The mountain itself is the examination," another chimed in. "Anyone lacking strength will not even reach the flag locations," the lead announcer added. Meanwhile, the smart participants began moving. Mark Smith stepped forward. The moment he started running, the Imperial Family elites followed immediately. His speed was not particularly flashy, yet every step carried terrifying efficiency. The pressure formation seemed unable to affect him significantly. The blasting mountain winds parted before him. Within minutes, he overtook thousands of participants. The spectators reacted immediately. "Mark Smith," a voice called out. "The Imperial Family genius finally moved," another replied. "As expected," a third added. Elsewhere, Lily Frost entered the mountain. A layer of frost appeared beneath her feet. The violent winds that blocked others seemed weakened around her. Dawn Frost followed closely behind. Emma Rock displayed frightening physical strength. She shattered several formation nodes hidden beneath a cliff path. The surrounding participants changed routes after witnessing her brutality. Leo Clark demonstrated why he remained one of the strongest young members of the Clark family. His sword flashed repeatedly. Every obstacle before him was cleanly split apart. Kevin Clark followed another route, while competing fiercely against several hidden sect geniuses. The battle for position had begun. However, the real surprises came from unknown participants. A bald monk from a hidden mountain temple walked through a pressure zone where hundreds had collapsed. His expression never changed. His footsteps never slowed. People watching the broadcast grew stunned. "Who is that?" a viewer asked. "No idea," another replied. "He is not on any ranking list," a third shouted. Elsewhere, a young woman carrying a bamboo umbrella crossed a dangerous cliff route while appearing relaxed. Several famous participants were left behind by her. Nobody knew her identity. Nobody recognized her family. Yet her performance attracted attention. Then came a giant man carrying an iron pillar instead of a weapon. Every step he took shook the ground. The blasting winds could not move him. The pressure formations could not bend him. He simply walked forward like a mountain moving through another mountain. The commentators grew excited. "Unknown talent," one said. Another unknown talent has appeared, another agreed. Interesting, the lead announcer laughed. Nearly 1 hour passed. The mountain region revealed its true difficulty. Many participants who rushed ahead first had been eliminated. Some were injured, some lost consciousness, some gave up, others discovered a cruel truth. Even after crossing half the mountain, there were still no flags. The academy had hidden them well. Frustration began spreading. Fatigue accumulated. The pressure increased. Meanwhile, the first flag appeared. A golden flash emerged atop a giant stone platform near the upper mountain region. The moment the flag appeared, dozens of participants charged toward it. A fierce battle erupted immediately. Sword lights, fist techniques, movement arts. The area descended into chaos. Then, a silver sword flashed. Everyone froze. Mark Smith landed atop the platform. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield. Nobody moved. Nobody dared move. The pressure he emitted was overwhelming. Without saying a word, Mark reached out and grabbed the first golden flag. The crowd watching the broadcast erupted. The first flag, a viewer cheered. Mark Smith got it, another shouted. As expected, a third added. The Imperial Family elders smiled. Meanwhile, other geniuses increased their pace. The first flag had appeared. More would follow soon. The true competition was beginning. And yet, far behind the mountain entrance, one person remained exactly where he started. Tony Clark. He stood alone among the empty gathering grounds. Everyone else had entered the mountain. Even the slowest participants had disappeared. Only Tony remained. His hands rested behind his back. His expression looked bored, almost sleepy. The nearby academy staff exchanged confused looks. Several spectators focused on him through the live broadcast. What is he doing? A spectator asked. Did he give up? Another wondered. Why is he not moving? A third questioned. Even some Clark family elders became furious. That idiot, one elder cursed. The competition started an hour ago, another complained. Has he gone mad? A third fumed. Ryan Clark frowned deeply. Tony's image appeared briefly on one of the screens. Lily Frost watched the screen. Her expression became strange. She understood Tony better than most. Because of that, she sensed something was wrong. Tony was not panicking. Tony was not nervous. Tony was not lost. Instead, he looked like a hunter patiently waiting for prey. At that moment, Tony lifted his head and looked toward the distant mountain peaks. A faint smile appeared on his face. Finally, the real game was about to begin. Chapter 166. The moment Mark Smith stepped forward, countless eyes landed on him. As one of the recognized prodigies participating in the examination, his actions naturally attracted attention. Without hesitation, he walked to the mountain and firmly planted his flag into the rocky surface. A faint golden light erupted from the flag before quickly fading away. A small mark appeared above it, confirming that the placement had been accepted. Mark Smith revealed a confident smile before continuing upward without looking back. His success immediately broke the hesitation among the crowd. Soon, more participants surged forward. One flag after another was planted across the mountain, creating a colorful sea of banners stretching from the base toward the clouds. Emma Rock, Lily Frost, Kevin Ten, Hank Cooper, Gene White, Leo Clark, Don Frost, and numerous other well-known geniuses advanced steadily, each claiming their own territory on the mountain. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as the number of flags continued rising. 100, 200, 300. Families watching from the viewing platforms could no longer remain calm. As their descendants successfully advanced, cheers erupted from different corners. One elder shouted, "Haha, that is my grandson." Others joined in, as expected of the White family. A matron cheered, "Our heir has already reached the upper regions." The proud laughter of elders echoed throughout the area. For many families, this examination was more than a simple test. It was an opportunity to display the strength of the next generation before the entire academy. As time passed, the number of planted flags quickly exceeded 500. Excitement filled the crowd. Yet amid all the commotion, one person sat completely detached from the event. Tony Clark remained seated beneath a tree near the entrance, resting lazily against the trunk with a blade of grass hanging from his mouth. While others desperately fought to advance, he watched the crowd as though he were observing a boring street performance. Many participants secretly glanced at him from time to time. After all, ever since the herb garden incident, Tony had become one of the most talked about individuals in the academy. Nobody could understand what he was thinking. Was he waiting? Did he give up? Or was he planning something else entirely? Considering his personality, most people believed the last possibility. Then, just as the number of flags continued climbing, Tony finally stood up. The simple action immediately attracted attention. Many students turned toward him. Even some elders observing the examination raised their eyebrows. One elder muttered, "Finally decided to move?" Another added, "Let's see what he is planning." A third sighed, "I doubt anything good will come of it." However, what happened next completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Instead of heading toward the mountain, Tony walked directly into the crowd. His pace was unhurried, almost casual, as though he were taking a stroll through a marketplace. Then he suddenly stopped in front of a young man preparing to advance. The young man frowned. It was Elvin Clay, the younger brother of Elsa Clay. Several people instantly recognized him. Elvin looked at Tony with vigilance and asked, "Why are you blocking my way?" Tony studied him for a moment before revealing a friendly smile. "Nothing serious. I just remembered that I know your family quite well." The moment those words were spoken, Many nearby spectators immediately recalled the incident involving Elsa Clay at the herb garden. Some even began suppressing laughter. Elvin's expression darkened as he demanded, "What does that have to do with me?" Tony extended his hand calmly. "Simple. Give me your flag and go get another one." For a brief moment, the entire area fell silent. The surrounding participants stared blankly at Tony, wondering if they had misheard him. Even several elders nearly choked. He was not trying to hide it. He was not making excuses. He was not setting a trap. He was openly asking someone to hand over their flag in front of thousands of spectators. Elvin's face instantly turned red with anger. Elvin challenged him. "You think I'm going to give you my flag?" Tony shrugged casually. "You can refuse if you want. I'm simply making a suggestion. Still, since your sister and I are already acquainted, I figured helping me out shouldn't be a problem." The surrounding crowd almost burst into laughter. One spectator whispered, "Helping? This is outright robbery." Elvin's fists clenched tightly. His entire body trembled with rage. Every instinct urged him to attack Tony immediately, but he knew very well that doing so would only create trouble for himself. The academy rules were strict, and causing a disturbance during the examination would bring severe consequences. Most importantly, he was not confident he could actually do anything to Tony. After a long struggle, Elvin finally gritted his teeth and pulled out his flag. With a furious glare, he threw it toward Tony's feet. The flag landed on the ground with a dull thud. Many people secretly nodded. Although humiliating, at least Elvin had preserved a bit of his dignity. Unfortunately, Tony clearly disagreed. He glanced at the flag before looking back at Elvin and stating, "No." Elvin frowned, asking, "What do you mean no?" Tony pointed toward the flag lying in the dirt. "Pick it up, clean it, and place it in my hand properly. If you're giving someone a gift, at least show basic respect." The crowd was completely stunned. Several participants even rubbed their ears, wondering whether they had heard correctly. Not only was he stealing the flag, he was demanding proper etiquette while being robbed. Elvin's face twisted with disbelief. For a moment, everyone thought he would explode. Yet after staring at Tony's calm expression, he ultimately lowered his head. The humiliation almost made him cough blood. Slowly, he bent down and picked up the flag. After brushing away the dust, he stepped forward and placed it directly into Tony's waiting hand. The entire process was performed exactly as instructed. Respectfully, the surrounding spectators stood frozen. Even many elders watching from above wore strange expressions. They had witnessed countless arrogant geniuses throughout their lives. But someone who could rob another participant in broad daylight, while forcing the victim to maintain proper manners, was something entirely new. Tony accepted the flag with satisfaction before patting Elvin's shoulder. "See? That wasn't difficult at all. Good cooperation." Elvin nearly spat blood on the spot. Meanwhile, laughter and disbelief spread through the crowd. High above, one academy elder stared at the scene for several seconds before turning toward his companions to ask, "Should we stop him?" Another elder looked at Tony twirling the stolen flag, as though it rightfully belonged to him. After a long silence, he sighed, "The problem is, I'm not entirely sure which rule he's actually breaking." All eyes were focused on Tony Clark, and everyone had a feeling this was only the beginning. Chapter 167. Tony Clark arrived at the registration platform. The staff member responsible for verification glanced at the flag in Tony's hand before recording his qualification. "You are qualified." Tony nodded and walked into the designated area reserved for successful candidates. The moment he entered, countless eyes turned toward him. News of the daylight robbery had already spread throughout the examination grounds. Participants stared at him as though he were some rare beast. Tony showed no shame. Everything felt perfectly normal. Not far away, a newly qualified youth heard the discussions surrounding Tony. Looking at Tony standing proudly among the successful participants, the youth sneered. "Some people truly have thick skin. Others climb mountains, while certain people rob their way into qualification." A sharp smack landed on the back of his head. The youth yelped in pain. Turning around, he found his older cousin glaring at him with murderous eyes. "Have you lost your mind?" she hissed. "Keep your mouth shut before you drag our family into unnecessary trouble." The young man scowled, his posture stiff. "I only stated facts. Facts will not help you when trouble arrives." The woman glared at him, her hand twitching. This idiot did not understand. The issue was not whether Tony was right or wrong. The issue was that nobody wanted their family becoming Tony's next target. Who would voluntarily attract that monster's attention? Tony overheard everything. His gaze shifted toward the young woman. A playful smile appeared. "At least you know what you are playing with," he said with a lazy wink. The woman's eyes brightened. She smiled sweetly and adjusted her posture, pushing forward her chest while pretending to smooth her uniform. Nearby girls rolled their eyes. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. The woman did not care. In the martial world, strength was attractive, potential was attractive, fame was attractive. Tony currently possessed all three. Tony chuckled and looked away. The woman stared at the floor, disappointment tightening her expression. Her cousin exhaled, relief flooding his features. His family had survived this encounter. As the sun descended toward the horizon, the mountain examination entered its most brutal stage. The remaining positions became fewer. Competition intensified dramatically. The peaceful atmosphere from the morning vanished. Shouting echoed throughout the mountain. Explosions erupted from various locations. Participants no longer bothered hiding their intentions. Many openly fought for favorable positions. Some blocked routes. Some distracted opponents. Some used teamwork. Others relied entirely on individual strength. The mountain had transformed into a battlefield. One talented genius from a second-rate family became famous after single-handedly protecting 5 younger relatives while advancing upward. Elsewhere, 3 different families formed an alliance to help their strongest heir secure a qualification slot. Resources were shared. Information was exchanged. Temporary loyalties emerged. The moment a common goal appeared, strangers became allies. Not everyone played fairly. Several cunning participants spread false information. Others lured competitors into dead ends. One clever fox convinced 3 groups to fight each other before quietly claiming the position they had all been competing for. The spectators watching below were thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, countless cameras transmitted everything across the national martial network. The examination had become viral. Discussion forums exploded. Comment sections moved faster than anyone could read. That alliance strategy is brilliant. Look at Mark Smith. Emma Rock is incredible. That guy just betrayed his own teammates. Tony still has not done anything else after stealing that flag. Millions followed the event. Every major family monitored developments closely. The academy examination had become the center of national attention. Eventually, the number reached 999. Silence gradually spread. Everyone knew only one position remained. One final qualification. One final opportunity. Hundreds of exhausted participants stared at the mountain. Some prayed. Some clenched their fists. Some desperately searched for possibilities. Suddenly, a young girl from a minor city found an overlooked location near the middle region. With trembling hands, she planted her flag. The mountain shook. A brilliant pillar of light erupted into the sky. The entire examination ground fell silent. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then the giant formation covering the mountain activated. Thousands of planted flags released streams of light. The streams connected together. They merged together. They formed a gigantic golden number above the academy. 1,000. The number illuminated the sky like a second sun. The first round was officially over. Cheers erupted everywhere. Some participants celebrated wildly. Others collapsed from exhaustion. Many families hugged one another. Meanwhile, countless eliminated participants lowered their heads in disappointment. Victory and defeat. Such was the reality of cultivation. Just as the crowd began discussing the results, the sky darkened. A powerful pressure descended upon the entire academy. The noise vanished instantly. Everyone looked upward. Even the academy elders stood respectfully. A giant golden formation appeared above the clouds. Countless runes rotated across the heavens. Ancient symbols illuminated the sky. Hearts trembled. A figure slowly emerged from within the golden light. An old man, dressed in simple white robes, holding a crystal staff. Despite his ordinary appearance, the moment he appeared, the entire world seemed to revolve around him. Younger participants held their breath. Even family patriarchs lowered their heads respectfully. Everyone recognized him. Academy Master Da Vinci, the ruler of the Nine Lotus Academy. His gaze swept across the examination grounds. Wherever his eyes passed, people straightened their backs. His voice echoed across heaven and earth. Today, more than 100,000 hopefuls entered this academy. His calm voice reached every corner of the grounds. Many arrived carrying dreams. Many arrived carrying ambitions. Many arrived believing themselves exceptional. The old man paused briefly. Yet only 1,000 remain. The giant golden number floating above the academy shone brighter. Do not celebrate too early, he said. The first round merely removed the weak. The true examination begins now. Many participants felt their hearts skip a beat. Da Vinci's gaze swept across the 1,000 qualified participants. Tonight, the details of the second round shall be revealed. His voice became majestic. Those who qualified will remain within academy grounds. Those who failed shall depart peacefully before tomorrow's sunset. The academy master raised his staff toward the heavens. The giant formation behind him exploded with golden light. Rest well. Prepare yourselves. Because from this point onward, you are no longer competing for admission. You are competing for your future. The sky erupted with golden light. The number 1,000 illuminated the heavens. The first round had ended. Chapter 168. The first round ended amidst cheers, disappointment, and endless discussions. Thousands of eliminated participants slowly left the mountain region, while the 1,000 successful qualifiers gathered near the central stage. The giant projection screens floating above the academy continuously replayed important moments from the competition. Every famous genius had become the topic of discussion. Mark Smith was the first person to obtain a flag. Emma Rock bulldozed through multiple challengers. Several hidden talents shocked the world. And Tony Clark somehow managed to make people angry despite qualifying successfully. Even now, many participants complained about him. Not because he cheated, not because he broke any rules, but because his method felt shameless. While everyone else fought through pressure formations, climbed dangerous routes, and battled dozens of competitors, Tony appeared exactly where opportunities emerged. Nobody could prove anything. Yet many people shifted uncomfortably. Meanwhile, near the academy grounds, Julie Frost finally emerged from the crowd. The moment she stepped into the resting area, her legs nearly gave out. Her clothes were stained with dust. Sweat soaked her back. Her breathing remained uneven despite the competition having ended several minutes ago. Unlike Lily, who possessed overwhelming talent and advanced relatively comfortably, Julie had experienced a nightmare. Ever since obtaining her flag, she had spent almost 2 hours protecting it. Every person she met intended to rob her. Every path contained opponents. Every shortcut contained ambushes. By the time she finally reached the qualification stage, exhaustion gripped her more tightly than a life and death battle. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before her. Tony. Julie watched him approach and immediately leaned against him, ignoring appearances. The exhaustion in her body was simply too much. Tony laughed while supporting her shoulders. Julie, congratulations. Looking at you now, I can confidently say you have earned your place among the top 1,000. Julie closed her eyes and groaned. Do not congratulate me. I do not even want to think about flags anymore. Ever since I came down from the mountain, I have been fighting without stopping. One group tried to rob me near the eastern ridge, another group ambushed me near the valley, and after escaping those people I somehow attracted another 3 idiots, who followed me all the way to the central stage. If I hear the word flag one more time today, I am going to punch someone. Tony nodded seriously. A reasonable reaction. Julie opened one eye. Easy for you to say. At that moment, Lily arrived as well. Compared to her younger sister, she appeared far more composed. There was some dust on her clothes and a few signs of battle, but nothing serious. The difference between their performances was obvious. Julie glanced at Tony, then at Lily, then back at Tony. Her expression tightened with suspicion. You know what annoys me the most? Tony recognized the danger in this conversation. What? Julie pointed at him. You do not look tired. Tony smiled. Natural talent. Lily snorted. Talent. Tony turned toward her. Lily crossed her arms. You are the last person who should talk about talent today. I watched what happened. Hundreds of people were risking their lives trying to reach hidden flag locations while you wandered around looking bored. Then you suddenly appeared near one of the hidden areas and snatched a flag right under the noses of people who spent almost an hour reaching it. I still cannot determine whether you are lucky, shameless, or secretly receiving help from heaven. Tony coughed. I prefer the word efficient. Julie laughed despite her exhaustion. See? That is exactly why people get angry when talking about you. Tony spread his hands. Did I break any rules? No. Did I steal somebody's flag after they obtained it? No. Then what is the problem? Lily stared at him for several seconds. The problem is that your face makes people want to hit you. Julie nodded. Agreed. For the first time all day, all 3 of them laughed. The tension from the competition slowly faded. Around them, countless participants were discussing the same thing. The second round. The announcement from Academy Master Da Vinci had already spread across the entire academy. 500 stone stools. 1,000 participants. 500 survivors. The rules sounded simple, yet they were terrifying. Julie's smile vanished. I have a bad feeling about tomorrow. Tony turned to her. Why? Because there are exactly 500 stools and exactly 1,000 participants. That means every single person walking into the arena knows half of us are going home. Nobody needs to search for flags. Nobody needs to explore mountains. The moment the competition starts, everyone will rush toward the same location. Lily nodded thoughtfully. The first round tested awareness and adaptability. Tomorrow's round will test strength directly. Once someone sits on a stool, they will immediately become a target. The more they discussed it, the uglier the situation appeared. Every stool would become a battlefield. Every qualified participant would be fighting for territory. Temporary alliances would emerge. Family members would cooperate. Strong participants would likely dominate entire sections of the arena. The weaker ones would be forced into desperate battles for the remaining positions. Far away, the battle god arena stood illuminated beneath the evening sky. The massive structure resembled a sleeping beast waiting for dawn. Inside the arena, 500 stone stools had already been placed. Tomorrow they would become the center of attention for the entire martial world. Mark Smith would enter. Emma Rock would enter. Leo Clark. Kevin Clark. Gene White. Hank Cooper. Hidden geniuses. Old peak grandmasters. Every survivor of the first round would gather there, and somewhere among them stood Tony Clark, who remained surprisingly calm despite the growing tension. As they prepared to leave the competition grounds, Tony glanced toward the distant battle god arena and smiled faintly. The first round had been a game of opportunity. The second round would be a game of strength, and unlike most people, he was actually looking forward to it. Chapter 169. The next morning, Nine Lotus Academy was far more crowded than it had been during the first round. Yesterday's mountain trial had reduced more than 33,000 participants to a mere 1,000 survivors. Instead of reducing the excitement, the result had achieved the opposite effect. News of the surviving geniuses had spread throughout the martial world overnight. Every major family, sect, organization, and academy wanted to witness what happened next. By now, the battle god arena had become the center of attention. The massive arena resembled a giant stone bowl carved into the earth. Tens of thousands of spectators filled the surrounding stands. Floating platforms hovered above the arena for important guests and powerful families. The highest platform naturally belonged to the Octopus organization and the 9 house masters. Even before the competition started, countless discussions filled the air. A man in the front row leaned toward his neighbor. Mark Smith is definitely securing a seat. The woman beside him nodded. Emma Rock too. A group of cultivators nearby debated the odds. I heard the Clark family has several strong participants. Someone else chimed in. Don't forget the White family girl. A young man looked around, brow furrowed in thought. What about the hidden talents from yesterday? Everywhere people looked, conversations revolved around the same topic. Who would win the top 500? Who would be eliminated? Who would reveal themselves today? Inside the arena, the atmosphere was thick with nervous energy. The 1,000 remaining contestants stood separated into various groups. Some belonged to large families. Others represented hidden sections. Quite a few stood completely alone. Tony arrived together with Lily and Julie. Compared to yesterday, Julie appeared much healthier. A night's rest had restored most of her energy, though her sister still occasionally teased her about the mountain trial. Julie brushed dust from her sleeve, her expression annoyed. I still think yesterday was ridiculous. I spent half the competition protecting a flag from thieves, robbers, and lunatics. If I see another golden flag anytime soon, I am going to throw it into a lake. Tony laughed, his eyes crinkling. That is a strange thing to say considering you qualified. Julie glared at him, crossing her arms. Easy for you to say. You didn't climb half the mountain while carrying a target on your back. Lily rolled her eyes at her younger sister. Don't encourage him. He is probably still proud of what he did. Tony kept his face neutral, maintaining an air of innocence. What exactly did I do? Julie turned to him, curiosity replacing her frustration. What did he do? Lily stared at Tony before shaking her head. Nothing useful. While everyone else was risking their lives, this shameless fellow somehow appeared at exactly the right moment and stole an opportunity others spent an hour fighting for. Tony objected, holding up his hands. That is such an ugly word. Lily raised an eyebrow. Then what should I call it? Efficient resource acquisition. Julie burst out laughing, the tension leaving her shoulders. Even Lily couldn't help smiling at the audacity. Unfortunately, Tony's reputation had already spread. Several nearby participants shifted, avoiding the immediate environment and maintaining a safe distance from them. Nobody wanted to become involved. Meanwhile, famous geniuses continued arriving one after another. Mark Smith entered accompanied by several Imperial Family members. The moment he appeared, a loud cheering echoed through the arena. The publicity his family possessed remained immense, and his rank ensured everyone paid attention to his background and entry into the arena. Emma Rock arrived shortly afterward. Unlike Mark, she ignored everyone completely and occupied a corner of the participant area by herself. Leo Clark and Kevin Clark entered together. Jean White stood with several White family supporters. Hank Cooper looked as relaxed as if he were attending a social gathering, rather than a major tournament. The unknown talents from yesterday soon appeared. The bald monk, the giant carrying an iron pillar, the woman with the bamboo umbrella, several others whose names still remained unknown. As the scheduled starting time approached, the atmosphere gradually changed. The casual conversations disappeared. Smiles vanished. Everyone's attention shifted toward the battlefield. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Vice Principal Rutherford stepped onto the central platform overlooking the arena. The noise immediately died down. He swept his gaze across the crowd before he spoke. Everyone, the top 500 competition is about to begin. All unrelated personnel, please retreat beyond the designated boundaries of the Battle God Arena. His voice echoed clearly throughout the massive venue. After ensuring everything was prepared, Rutherford raised his hand. The arena floor trembled. A moment later, 500 stone stools slowly rose from beneath the ground. They were arranged throughout the battlefield with roughly equal spacing between them. Each stool looked ordinary, yet every participant stared at them intensely. Every stool represented qualification. Rutherford waited until the crowd focused upon the battlefield. Then he continued. Attention, participants. The rules are extremely simple. In the middle of the Battle God Arena stand 500 stone stools. As long as you occupy one of those stools when the round concludes, you will advance into the top 500. The competition duration will be 3 hours. The participants understood the problem immediately. Securing a stool wasn't difficult. Keeping it for 3 hours would be another matter entirely. I will count to 3. Every participant tensed, muscles coiled. 1. Spiritual energy surged throughout the arena. 2. The atmosphere became suffocating. 3. The instant the word left his mouth, 1,000 participants exploded forward. The Battle God Arena instantly descended into chaos. The strongest geniuses rushed toward the central region. Others targeted the edges. Some immediately attacked rivals. Some formed temporary alliances. Others searched for easier opportunities. The battlefield transformed into complete disorder within seconds. Tony watched the chaos for a moment before shaking his head. Why are they all working so hard? Before either Lily or Julie could answer, Tony leaped into the air. The movement attracted immediate attention. Several participants glanced up, thinking he had discovered something important. Instead, Tony simply flew toward a stone stool located near the edge of the battlefield and sat down comfortably. The spectators watching through the live broadcast stared in disbelief. The competition had only begun. People were still fighting desperately for positions, yet Tony had already occupied a seat. Julie laughed, shaking her head. That actually suits him. Unfortunately, Tony's peaceful moment lasted less than 10 seconds. A young man landed directly before him. His cultivation had already reached the internal post stage. His expression carried obvious arrogance. Move aside. Tony blinked, tilting his head. He genuinely thought he had misunderstood the man. The young man frowned, pointing a finger. Didn't you hear me? I said move aside. Tony looked around the area, then pointed at his own chest. You are talking to me. The young man sneered. Who else? Several nearby participants slowed their pace, recognizing Tony. The situation grew far more interesting. Tony stared at the man for several seconds before laughing. The young man stepped forward, his face turning red. What are you laughing at? Tony stopped laughing, his eyes sharpening. You are the first person today brave enough to tell me to move. The young man smiled coldly. Then move. A heartbeat later, Tony's palm struck forward. The attack looked casual, almost lazy. Yet the result shocked everyone nearby. The arrogant participant screamed as his body shot through the air like a cannonball. He crossed half the battlefield before crashing into the ground and rolling several dozen meters. Silence fell over the section. Several spectators blinked repeatedly, struggling to process the speed of the exchange. The difference was too large, as the fight ended before it truly began. Tony dusted his hands. Without the slightest embarrassment, he raised his voice. I am the young master of the Clark family. Does anyone else want this seat? The surrounding participants immediately changed direction, eager to avoid him. Some cursed inwardly, others laughed. One particularly slender participant sitting on a nearby stool immediately stood up, bowing slightly. Young Master Tony, please take this one instead. Tony looked pleasantly surprised. What a reasonable person. The poor fellow didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meanwhile, Julie arrived near Tony's position. After fighting her way through several challengers, she stood beside him and smiled proudly. Tony glanced toward another participant occupying the neighboring stool. The participant immediately stood up, offering the seat with a nervous smile. Miss Julie, please sit here. Julie nearly burst into laughter. Not far away, Lily covered her face with her hand. For the first time in her life, she discovered that shamelessness could actually be contagious. Chapter 170. The moment Tony sent the arrogant post-stage participant flying across half the arena, a brief silence spread through the surrounding battlefield. Many spectators had expected a fight. Some had even anticipated an upset. Instead, the battle ended before it properly began. The unfortunate challenger lay embedded in a broken stone wall several dozen meters away, while medical staff hurried toward him. The commentators overseeing the live broadcast exchanged awkward looks. One of them finally coughed, leaning into the microphone. It is as expected of Tony Clark. Unfortunately, nobody knew what exactly to expect from Tony Clark anymore. The man simply ignored common logic. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the competition continued growing more intense. The easiest seats had already been occupied. The strongest geniuses located in the central region of the battlefield maintained an invisible boundary around themselves. Mark Smith sat calmly near the center, with his sword resting across his knees. During the last 20 minutes, 4 challengers had attempted to take his position. All 4 had been defeated. The 5th challenger walked halfway toward him before changing direction. Emma Rock occupied a similar situation. The ground around her stool was covered with cracks. Nobody wanted to become the next victim. Leo Clark occupied another central position. Several Clark family members had gathered around him, forming a loose defensive circle. The same thing happened throughout the arena. Alliances had begun emerging naturally. Family members supported family members. Sects disciplined under the same sect edicts. Friends protected friends. Those without support quickly discovered how difficult survival could be. The rush seemed simple. In reality, it felt endless, especially for participants constantly facing challenges. Julie watched the battlefield carefully while sitting on her newly acquired stool. I suddenly understand why everyone wanted a seat near you. Tony narrowed his eyes, his expression feigning offense. What do you mean? It means people are afraid of you. Tony nodded thoughtfully, a smirk playing on his lips. That is a sign of respect. Julie immediately laughed, shaking her head. That is definitely not respect. An eerie appearance could be seen nearby. Several people had originally planned to challenge Julie. Unfortunately, after watching Tony launch somebody into the horizon, they decided to seek easier targets. Nobody wanted to spend the rest of the tournament drinking soup through a straw. The result was obvious. Julie's area became surprisingly peaceful. Lily arrived shortly afterward. Unlike Julie, she had earned her position properly through battle. The journey had not been easy. Several local geniuses still occasionally approached. However, none possessed enough strength to threaten her seriously. When she finally settled onto a stool not far from Tony, she immediately noticed the strange atmosphere surrounding him. Participants were actively avoiding his section. Even pathways through the battlefield curved around his position. Lily stared at the scene before turning toward Julie. You are enjoying this. Julie did not even bother hiding her smile. A little. A little? Lily pointed toward the empty space surrounding them. People are treating this area like a restricted zone. Julie looked around. Then she looked at Tony. Then she looked around again. The corners of her mouth raised in amusement. Tony sat with his arms crossed, appearing completely shameless. This is what influence looks like. Lily rolled her eyes at his comment. This is what abuse of reputation looks like. Meanwhile, high above the arena, the elders and spectators were also noticing the situation. Several academy elders sat together, keeping tabs on the progress. One elder sighed, tapping his fingers on the table. That boy is impossible. Another elder nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, it seems effective. Indeed, it was effective. While dozens of participants continued fighting desperately for positions, Tony sat comfortably while chatting with Julie. The contrast made people angry. Far away, Kevin Clark happened to notice the scene. His expression immediately darkened. The competition had barely reached its halfway point, yet Tony already looked as though he was attending a picnic. Meanwhile, he himself had fought 6 challenges. The difference was infuriating. Shameless. Leo Clark laughed, leaning back in his seat. You only realized that now? Kevin did not answer, because Leo was not right, but simply observant. Everyone already knew Tony's true character. The problem was that his shameless methods somehow worked. As the first hour passed, the battlefield gradually entered a new phase. The weaker participants had mostly been eliminated. The remaining contestants possessed genuine ability. As a result, challenges became increasingly dangerous. Several hidden talents began attracting attention. The bald monk defeated 3 challengers without standing from his stool. A giant carrying an iron pillar smashed apart an entire alliance, attempting to remove him. The mysterious blue-armed woman revealed terrifying movement techniques, appearing and disappearing like a shadow. The crowd watching through live broadcasts became increasingly excited. Many previously unknown names began spreading across martial networks. Participants changed constantly. Rankings shifted every few minutes. Nobody knew who would ultimately survive. The intensity strengthened inside the arena. A middle-aged participant with a scar across his face slowly approached Tony's area. Unlike previous challengers, he did not appear reckless. His eyes continuously observed the battlefield, calculating, evaluating, and lingering. Eventually, he stopped before Tony. Several nearby spectators immediately became interested. Another challenge? Tony opened one eye, his posture lazy. What? The man stood there quietly, his gaze steady. He then pointed toward an elderly cultivator fighting in the distance. I do not want your seat. Tony sat up straight, his curiosity piqued. Then why are you here? The man lowered his voice, his expression grave. Because a group of old peak grandmasters formed an alliance. Tony immediately became interested. Julie and Lily also turned serious, leaning in to listen. The participant continued his explanation. They have been targeting younger competitors. Individually they are not strong enough to challenge the top geniuses, but together they are removing weaker participants one after another. Tony followed the man's gaze. Sure enough, several elderly cultivators were moving systematically through the battlefield. Whenever one lost his seat, another provided support. Whenever somebody challenged them, nearby allies immediately interfered. The method was not particularly honorable. Unfortunately, it was extremely effective. Lily frowned, her arms crossing tightly. They are using numbers. The participant nodded, his eyes scanning the arena. They know this might be their final chance to enter the World Tree blessing. Nobody argued. For many old peak grandmasters, the World Tree represented hope. 500 years of additional lifespan could completely change their fate. Such people would naturally fight desperately. Tony leaned back while watching the distant alliance. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Julie immediately recognized that smile. Usually, whenever Tony smiled like that, somebody suffered. What are you thinking? Tony stood up from his stool, stretching his limbs. Nothing complicated. He stretched lazily before looking toward the growing alliance. I just realized something. What? Tony grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. They are playing unfair. Julie stared at him, bewildered. Lily stared. Several nearby participants stared. After everything Tony had done today, the last person qualified to complain about fairness was Tony Clark. Yet somehow, he looked completely serious. And that made the situation far more dangerous. Because everyone who knew Tony understood one thing. Whenever Tony became interested in something, peace rarely survived for long. Chapter 171. The Battle God Arena remained noisy as the second round entered its final hour. The initial madness had long since settled. Most participants who lacked strength had been eliminated. The remaining 500 seats changed owners less frequently now. The battlefield had divided itself naturally into zones controlled by powerful individuals. The central area belonged to monsters. Mark Smith sat calmly with his eyes closed. The serpent spirit sword resting beside him emitted faint pressure that discouraged challengers from approaching. Emma Rock had become another forbidden zone. The stone floor around her seat was cracked from previous battles, serving as a warning to anyone considering a challenge. Leo Clark remained seated near the center as well, while several other famous geniuses successfully defended their positions. The outer regions told a different story. Every few minutes another battle erupted. Someone would lose a seat. Someone would gain one. Someone would be thrown across the arena. The competition had transformed into a battle of endurance. Spectators watching through the live broadcast were impressed by the hidden talents emerging from the tournament. Several unknown participants survived despite lacking family support. The bald monk remained seated while calmly chanting scriptures. The giant carrying an iron pillar appeared as stable as a mountain. The mysterious woman with the bamboo umbrella defeated challengers without revealing her full strength. Many powerful families quietly took notes. The Golden Air Tournament wasn't merely a competition. It was an opportunity to discover future talents. Meanwhile, Tony Clark continued doing what he did best. Absolutely nothing. He occupied his seat near the edge of the battlefield. He looked so relaxed that many people wanted to hit him. Julie sat beside him. Lily occupied another nearby stool. The three of them had become a familiar sight on the projection screens. Every time the commentators showed Tony, spectators laughed or complained. The reason was simple. While hundreds of participants struggled desperately to protect their positions, Tony looked as though he had arrived to watch a show rather than participate in one. At one point he even yawned. The live audience nearly exploded. How is he still sitting there? A spectator shouted. Nobody is challenging him, someone answered. Would you challenge him? The first spectator asked. Good point, the other replied. As the final 30 minutes approached, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Participants who had spent the entire competition hiding their strength began making desperate moves. Several challengers launched attacks against stronger opponents in hopes of stealing better positions. Others attempted surprise attacks. One elderly cultivator successfully stole a seat after waiting patiently for nearly 2 hours. Another participant lost his position with only 20 minutes remaining. The cruelty of the competition became apparent. The closer the end approached, the more desperate people became. Near the western section of the arena, a young participant lost his seat after an exhausting battle. He hit the ground and stared blankly at the stool that had been taken from him. 3 hours. 3 hours of effort, gone within seconds. The sight caused many spectators to sigh. Such scenes had repeated throughout the entire afternoon. Not everyone could win. Not everyone could advance. That was the reality of competition. High above the arena, Vice Principal Merlin observed everything calmly. Beside him, several elders discussed the performances they had witnessed. This generation is stronger than expected, one elder noted. The hidden talents are especially interesting, another added. The World Tree competition should become very entertaining, a third remarked. One elder nodded, particularly after reducing the final spots to 264. The others agreed. The real competition hadn't even begun yet. These rounds merely selected who would earn the right to compete for those precious positions. As time continued passing, the remaining participants gradually stopped provoking unnecessary conflicts. Nobody wanted to lose a seat during the final moments. Even the most aggressive challengers became cautious. The giant clock displayed above the arena slowly approached 0. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes. The spectators stood from their seats. The surviving participants tightened their grips on weapons. Several final battles erupted across the battlefield. One desperate cultivator launched a reckless attack and managed to steal a seat with less than a minute remaining. The crowd erupted. The atmosphere reached its peak. Then the final countdown began. 10, 9, 8. The entire arena joined together. 7, 6, 5. Participants held their breath. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A deep bell echoed throughout the Battle God arena. The sound rolled across the battlefield before gradually fading into silence. At that exact moment, every ongoing battle stopped. The competition had officially ended. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then Vice Principal Merlin rose to his feet. His voice echoed clearly throughout the arena. The second round has concluded. Congratulations to the 500 participants who successfully retained their positions. You have advanced to the next stage of the Golden Air Tournament. Thunderous applause erupted from every direction. Some participants smiled, others collapsed from exhaustion. Several looked as though they could hardly believe they had succeeded. Julie released a long breath. We survived, she said. Tony glanced at her. Did you ever doubt it? He asked. Julie pointed at the battlefield. Half the people here got eliminated. Of course I doubted it. Lily smiled. Although she remained calm outwardly, she felt relieved. The pressure of the second round had been greater than expected. Merlin waited until the applause subsided before continuing. The remaining 500 participants will receive details regarding the third round this evening. You are advised to rest, recover, and prepare yourselves. His expression became serious. Because from this point onward, every round will bring you closer to the World Tree blessing. Those words reignited excitement throughout the arena. 500 remained. Only 264 would ultimately enter the World Tree. The path was narrowing rapidly. As participants began leaving the battlefield, discussions spread through the crowd. Predictions, rankings, rumors. Everyone wanted to know the same thing. What would the third round be? And more importantly, who would survive it? Chapter 172. The moment the bell signaled the end of the second round, a wave of relief spread across the Battle God arena. Participants who had spent 3 exhausting hours defending their seats finally relaxed. Some collapsed directly onto the stone floor. Others immediately consumed recovery pills. A few simply stared blankly into the distance as the tension left their bodies. 500 remained. 500 had fallen. The tournament had reached its final selection phase. As the participants began leaving the arena, one figure suddenly changed direction. Mark Smith, the Imperial Family genius, walked directly toward Tony without the slightest hesitation. His movement immediately attracted attention. After all, Mark Smith and Tony Clark were considered the 2 most discussed participants in the entire tournament. One represented overwhelming strength. The other represented overwhelming shamelessness. People quickly slowed their steps. Some openly stopped walking. Even reporters hurriedly focused their cameras. Mark stopped before Tony and looked him up and down. His expression contained obvious contempt. You know, watching today's competition was disappointing. I expected at least a little dignity from a Clark family heir. Julie immediately frowned. Lily silently looked away. Trouble had arrived. Tony glanced at Mark lazily. Oh, did you come all the way here just to praise me? Mark sneered. Praise you? You spent the entire competition hiding behind your reputation and bullying weak participants. If this wasn't a tournament, I would almost admire your talent for shamelessness. Several nearby spectators struggled not to laugh. The description was surprisingly accurate. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at Mark. Then at the sword. Then back at Mark. Finally, he sighed. Mark, you're supposed to be one of the strongest geniuses in the world. Why are you standing here crying about me? Shouldn't somebody as powerful as you be preparing for tomorrow instead? The surrounding crowd immediately became interested. Mark's eyes narrowed. Tony continued with a smile. Honestly, I'm already worried enough. I've been thinking all day about how I'm supposed to beat your ass tomorrow. Now you're making things worse by distracting me. The silence lasted exactly 1 second. Then laughter erupted from every direction. Even some Imperial family members almost choked. Mark's face darkened instantly. Nobody in the younger generation dared speak to him like that. Yet Tony looked completely serious. It was as though he genuinely believed the problem wasn't whether he could beat Mark. The problem was how. Mark stared at him for several moments before speaking. Tomorrow? Tony nodded. Tomorrow. A dangerous smile appeared on Mark's face. Good. I hope you survive long enough to try. Tony immediately smiled back. Likewise. The two men stood staring at each other for several seconds before Mark finally turned around and left. The moment he disappeared, the discussions exploded. Everyone understood one thing. If those two met during the final round, things would become very entertaining. Far away, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, crystal white structures glowed beneath the dark sea. Inside the demonic sea tribe settlement, several projection screens floated in the air displaying recordings from the tournament. Luca sat quietly while reviewing important participants. The giant with the iron pillar, the bald monk, Emma Rock, Mark Smith, Tony Clark, especially Tony Clark. She had spent weeks hearing Da Vinci praise him. According to the Academy Master, Tony possessed terrifying potential. According to Da Vinci, Tony might become one of the most important participants during the World Tree Blessing. According to Da Vinci, Tony this, Tony that, Tony everything. As a result, Luca had unconsciously developed certain expectations. Then she watched the recordings. The old woman remained silent for a long time. Beside her, Elsa watched as well. Then another recording played. Tony loudly declaring himself young Master Clark. Another participant surrendering his seat. Julie obtaining a seat through association. Tony sitting comfortably while everyone else fought. The room remained quiet. Finally, Luca nearly spat out her drink. Cough. Elsa immediately looked over. The old woman stared at the screen, then stared again, then rubbed her forehead. This is the genius Da Vinci keeps talking about. Elsa burst into laughter. Grandmother, maybe he has hidden depths. Luca pointed toward the screen. He stole a seat by threatening people with his family name. Another clip played. Tony smiling shamelessly. Elsa laughed even harder. Meanwhile, several demonic sea tribe elders watched with equally strange expressions. One eventually spoke. I don't know whether he's a genius or a bandit. Luca sighed. At this point, I'm not sure he knows either. Despite her words, however, her eyes remained thoughtful. Because beneath all the nonsense, Tony had still reached the top 500. Without revealing much strength. Without exhausting himself. Without exposing important cards. That alone made him dangerous. The old woman eventually leaned back. I hope Da Vinci knows what he's doing. Elsa smiled. If not, Luca's eyes sharpened. Then we'll find out inside the World Tree. That same night, a new announcement shook the entire martial world. Every participant received it. Every spectator read it. Every major power immediately began discussing it. The final selection round had been revealed. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, thousands gathered before giant projection screens. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone understood that this round would determine who entered the World Tree Blessing. Vice Principal Rutherford personally appeared on the screen. His voice echoed throughout the academy. The third and final qualification round has been confirmed. Silence spread instantly. Rutherford raised one hand. A giant projection appeared behind him. The crowd immediately became confused. Because what appeared wasn't a battlefield. It wasn't a maze. It wasn't a mountain. Instead, 207 numbered positions appeared in a long line. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Rutherford continued. Tomorrow, 207 flags will be arranged. The projection changed. 3 special flags appeared. 1 golden, 1 red, 1 white. The remaining 204 flags were black. The participants looked increasingly confused. Then Rutherford smiled. The rules are simple. Every participant focused intensely. The golden flag grants 30 World Tree slots. The red flag grants 20 World Tree slots. The white flag grants 10 World Tree slots. Shock spread through the academy. Rutherford continued before anyone could react. The remaining black flags each grant a single World Tree slot. The projection immediately displayed the calculations. 30, 20, 10, plus 204. Total, 264 slots. Exactly matching the available positions. The crowd exploded. People finally understood. There would be no complicated scoring. No hidden calculations. No points. No rankings. Only choices. Rutherford's next sentence stunned everyone. You may choose any flag. Silence. Then complete uproar. Some participants immediately understood the implications. Others took longer. Then realization struck. The black flags represented safety. 1 flag. 1 slot. 1 winner. Simple. But the top 3 flags, those were entirely different. 30 slots. 20 slots. 10 slots. Meaning, multiple people could qualify through a single flag. The temptation was enormous. The risk was equally terrifying. Rutherford's final words echoed through the academy. Tomorrow, you may decide your own fate. Choose the easy road. Choose the difficult road. Choose safety. Choose ambition. His smile widened slightly. But remember, if everyone wants the same prize, someone must lose. Throughout the academy, participants fell silent. The final round had suddenly become much more complicated. Because tomorrow wasn't merely a battle for qualification. It was a battle between greed and caution. And nobody knew which choice would prove correct. Chapter 173. The night after the second round became one of the most restless nights Nine Lotus Academy had experienced in decades. Nobody slept peacefully. Not the participants, not the spectators, and not even the powerful families watching from afar. The rules of the final qualification round had completely overturned everyone's expectations. There would be no mountain trial, no arena battle, and no complicated elimination process. Only a choice. A choice so simple that it became terrifying. Throughout the academy, groups gathered late into the night, discussing the same question. Which flag should they choose? Some argued that the black flags were the smartest option. One flag, one slot, one winner. No sharing, no uncertainty. If a person believed in their own strength, that was the safest path. Others argued differently. The golden flag alone contained 30 slots. Even if the competition around it became brutal, 30 people could ultimately succeed. The reward justified the risk. The arguments continued until sunrise. No clear answer emerged because nobody knew what tomorrow would bring. Inside the Imperial Family residence, Mark Smith sat alone while studying the final rules. Several family elders surrounded him. The atmosphere remained serious. One elder finally broke the silence. The black flags are safest. Another immediately disagreed. They are also the most crowded. Mark remained silent. The old men continued debating. Eventually, the young genius raised his head. I am choosing the golden flag. The room instantly became quiet. Nobody looked surprised. The Imperial Family elders had expected that answer. One of them nodded. Good. Another smiled. The strongest should stand where the strongest gather. Mark looked toward the morning sky. His eyes remained calm. He was not interested in safety. If he could not dominate the strongest competitors, then entering the world tree held little meaning. Elsewhere, Emma Rock received the news with a sharp, mocking laugh. A healing tower elder looked at her helplessly. At least pretend to think about it. Emma shrugged. Why? The golden flag. The elder sighed. Sometimes talented people were exhausting. Inside the Clark family compound, the atmosphere was considerably less harmonious. Several elders had gathered around Patriarch Ryan Clark. Arguments filled the room. The black flags. Absolutely. Our family already has several qualified participants. We do not need unnecessary risks. The third elder nodded repeatedly. Exactly. Unfortunately, one person was missing. Tony. Which meant nobody knew what Tony planned to do. The thought alone made several elders nervous. Meanwhile, Tony slept peacefully. Very peacefully. Unlike everyone else, he was not spending the night calculating possibilities. He was not analyzing probabilities. He was not creating battle plans. He simply slept. The system spirit floating nearby looked increasingly speechless. You are supposed to be preparing. Tony yawned. I already prepared. When? Yesterday. The spirit gave up. Reasoning with Tony rarely produced results. Morning finally arrived. The academy grounds exploded with activity. Every road leading toward the final competition area became crowded. Compared to previous rounds, today's audience was even larger because everyone understood the significance. This round would determine who entered the World Tree Blessing. This round would decide the final 264 slots. As participants entered the battlefield, they immediately saw the arrangement. 207 positions stretched across the enormous field. At the center stood 3 elevated platforms. Upon those platforms rested 3 special flags: golden, red, and white. The remaining black flags extended outward like a giant fan. The visual impact alone caused countless spectators to become excited. The competition had not started, yet the battlefield already felt dangerous. High above the arena, the 9 house masters observed everything quietly. Ancestor Long sat at the center. Even he appeared interested, because nobody could predict what would happen. Vice Principal Merlin eventually stepped forward. His voice spread throughout the battlefield. You have 1 hour. The crowd became confused. Merlin smiled. 1 hour to choose your position. A wave of discussion immediately erupted. Participants began moving. Some headed directly toward black flags. Others approached the special flags. Every decision attracted attention. Mark Smith moved first. Without hesitation. Without consultation. Without even slowing down. He walked directly toward the golden flag. The crowd erupted. As expected, Mark chose gold. The Imperial Family monster. Many participants immediately crossed his name off their plans. Nobody wanted unnecessary trouble. Moments later, Emma Rock arrived. Golden flag. No hesitation. The crowd became even louder. Then the bald monk chose gold. The giant carrying the iron pillar chose gold. Several famous hidden talents followed. Gradually, the strongest competitors gathered around the same location. The atmosphere became increasingly intense. Meanwhile, the white flag attracted considerable attention. Many participants viewed it as the perfect balance. Risky, but manageable. Within minutes, dozens of people gathered there. The red flag became even more crowded. The 20 available slots tempted countless participants. As the hour continued, numbers gradually stabilized. White flag, 50 participants. Red flag, 30 participants. The spectators exchanged surprised looks. Those numbers already exceeded the available slots, meaning bloodshed was inevitable. Then people noticed something strange. The golden flag. Only 13 participants stood there. 13. 30 available slots. Yet only 13 people had chosen it. The entire arena became quiet. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Most participants instinctively avoided the strongest battlefield. The result created a bizarre situation. The flag containing 30 slots actually possessed the smallest group. Even the commentators looked confused. Then a new figure entered the golden section. Several people casually glanced over. The next moment, the entire arena erupted. What? No way. Is he insane? Even the commentators stood up. Because the newcomer was Tony Clark. The same Tony Clark who had spent previous rounds finding the easiest possible path. The same Tony Clark who weaponized shamelessness. The same Tony Clark who avoided unnecessary effort whenever possible. And yet, here he was, standing calmly among the 13 participants surrounding the golden flag. Julie stared from the white flag area. Lily stared. Leo Clark stared. Kevin Clark nearly stumbled. Even Mark Smith looked over. The Imperial genius had expected many people. Tony was not one of them. The spectators became even more confused. Did he walk to the wrong place? Maybe he misunderstood the rules. Someone explain this. Far away, Luca watched through a projection screen. The old woman rubbed her forehead. Yesterday Tony had been stealing seats through reputation. Today he voluntarily walked into the strongest battlefield. Nothing made sense anymore. Meanwhile, Tony looked around at the gathering monsters. Mark Smith, Emma Rock, the bald monk, the giant, several terrifying hidden geniuses, a collection of individuals most sane, people avoided. Tony smiled. For the first time since arriving, he genuinely looked excited. And somehow, that expression made the other 12 participants slightly uneasy. Chapter 174. The shock created by Tony Clark's appearance beneath the golden flag refused to die down. Even several minutes later, spectators throughout the arena continued staring toward the same location. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly as though expecting Tony to suddenly realize he had walked to the wrong place. Others began questioning whether the rules contained hidden details nobody else understood. After all, this was Tony Clark. The same person who had spent the first round stealing opportunities. The same person who somehow advanced through the second round while looking more relaxed than most spectators. Yet now he stood among the strongest competitors remaining in the entire tournament. It made no sense. Around the battlefield, the final numbers had already stabilized. 50 participants gathered beneath the white flag. 30 stood beneath the red flag. Only 13 had chosen the golden flag. The contrast looked absurd. The flag containing 30 available World Tree slots had attracted the fewest participants because everyone understood one thing. The strongest monsters had gathered there. Mark Smith stood there. Emma Rock stood there. The giant carrying the iron pillar stood there. The bald monk stood there. Several terrifying hidden talents stood there. And now, Tony Clark stood among them. The spectators could understand courage. They could understand ambition. What they could not understand was Tony. Meanwhile, Tony looked completely relaxed, as though he had accidentally wandered into the wrong gathering and simply decided to stay. Leo Clark stood nearby with his sword resting against one shoulder. The moment Tony stopped beside him, Leo laughed and shook his head. I honestly thought you would choose a black flag and spend the entire day avoiding trouble. Tony patted his brother's shoulder. Brother, what kind of person do you think I am? Leo looked at him for a moment. A shameless person. Tony immediately nodded. Exactly. Which means if I choose the safest option, people will expect it. Since they expect it, I naturally have to do the opposite. Leo stared at him. Unfortunately, the explanation somehow sounded logical. Nearby, Lily Frost silently listened to the conversation. Unlike most participants, she was not surprised by Tony's choice anymore. Experience had taught her a simple lesson. Trying to predict Tony Clark usually ended in disappointment. The moment a person thought they understood him, he would immediately do something ridiculous. You should stop trying to find logic in his decisions, Lily said calmly. Leo sighed. You are probably right. Behind them, Emma Rock happened to overhear everything. Her expression immediately darkened. The Healing Tower genius had spent the entire night analyzing possible opponents and preparing for difficult battles. She expected pressure, competition, and dangerous confrontations. Instead, she arrived this morning only to discover Tony smiling as though he were attending a family gathering. The contrast annoyed her more than she cared to admit. Tony eventually noticed her glare. He turned around and smiled. Why are you staring at me like that? Emma crossed her arms. I am trying to understand whether you are brave or stupid. Tony thought for a moment. Can I choose both? Several nearby participants almost laughed. Emma simply looked away. Continuing the conversation would only raise her blood pressure. At that moment, another familiar figure entered the area. Kevin 10. The young genius had originally been walking toward the red flag section. However, the moment he noticed Tony standing beneath the golden flag, he stopped. His expression changed slightly. The favor Tony had done for him earlier remained fresh in his memory. Without Tony's help, certain matters would have ended very differently. Kevin 10 remained silent for several moments before changing direction completely. The spectators immediately became curious. He walked directly toward the golden flag, straight toward Tony. When he arrived, he nodded respectfully. Tony returned the gesture. Neither spoke much. The exchange lasted only a few seconds, yet the meaning behind it was not lost on the crowd. Kevin 10 changed flags. He was originally heading toward red. Why? Several people quickly noticed the connection. The answer stood directly before them. Tony Clark. Far away, Kevin Clark witnessed the entire scene. His original choice had been practical. A black flag. A guaranteed path. A sensible decision. Unfortunately, the more he looked toward the golden flag gathering, the more uncomfortable he felt. Leo stood there. Tony stood there. Kevin 10 stood there. The strongest competitors stood there. Meanwhile, he would be standing alone at a black flag, while everyone else fought glorious battles. The thought irritated him. Damn it. Before anyone from the Clark family could stop him, Kevin Clark changed direction. The spectators erupted once again. Even several elders stood up. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? He already chose a position. The complaints accomplished nothing. Kevin Clark ignored everyone and walked directly toward the Golden Flag group. When he arrived, Leo immediately laughed. You changed your mind. Kevin snorted. I simply don't want outsiders thinking the Clark family lacks courage. Tony looked touched. Then he ruined the moment. I knew you came because you could not bear being separated from me. Kevin immediately regretted everything. Around them, the number beneath the golden flag increased. 14. Then 15. The strongest battlefield continued attracting dangerous people. Far above the arena, Academy Master Da Vinci finally rose from his seat. The discussions gradually faded. The participants became serious. Everyone understood that the selection phase was about to begin. Unlike the previous rounds, Da Vinci personally floated toward the center of the battlefield. His appearance immediately attracted attention. Even the commentators became excited. The Academy Master himself acting as Arena Master could only mean one thing. The final qualification round would not be simple. Da Vinci's gaze swept across the gathered competitors before he smiled faintly. I see most of you have already made your choices. Good. A martial artist should be responsible for his own decisions. Whether those decisions lead toward glory or humiliation depends entirely upon your abilities. His voice echoed clearly throughout the enormous arena. Several Academy elders soon appeared carrying crystal boxes. Inside the boxes rested dozens of colored balls. The participants immediately understood. Opponent selection. Random. Fair. Direct. The elders approached the Golden Flag group first. A strange excitement spread through the crowd. Everyone wanted to know which monsters would collide first. Mark Smith stepped forward. Emma Rock followed. Leo Clark. Kevin Clark. Kevin 10. The Giant. The Bald Monk. One after another, the competitors reached into the crystal box. Colored balls appeared continuously. The tension grew, because every color represented a future opponent. Some participants smiled, others frowned. Then Tony stepped forward. Without much interest, he reached into the box and pulled out a ball. The elder responsible for the draw suddenly froze. The crowd noticed immediately. Da Vinci raised an eyebrow. Even the commentators stopped speaking. The elder checked the remaining balls, then checked again. Finally, he looked toward Tony. Participant Tony Clark. Tony blinked. Yes. The elder coughed awkwardly. You advance directly to the next phase. Silence. Complete silence. Then the entire arena exploded. Out of all the competitors beneath the golden flag, out of all the possible outcomes, Tony Clark had somehow drawn the only unmatched ball. Once again, he escaped the first elimination battle. Emma Rock nearly crushed her own ball. Mark Smith's face darkened visibly. Kevin Clark looked ready to curse. Meanwhile, Tony stood there blinking innocently before a smile slowly spread across his face. Somewhere among the spectators, a frustrated participant shouted, "Does heaven have a personal relationship with this bastard?" For the first time that day, the entire arena agreed with him. Chapter 175. The atmosphere beneath the golden flag grew heavier, as the first elimination battles began unfolding one after another. Every participant gathered there was a genuine genius. Unlike the previous rounds where weaker competitors had often been carried forward by luck or clever decisions, nobody standing beneath the golden flag lacked confidence in their own abilities. Mark Smith's battle ended exactly as everyone expected. The Imperial Family genius stepped onto the arena, exchanged several moves with his opponent, and crushed him without ever drawing the serpent spirit sword on his back. The spectators were left amazed, but not surprised. That was the standard expected from Mark Smith. Emma Rock's battle proved more entertaining. Her opponent was the mysterious woman carrying the bamboo umbrella, and for several minutes neither side managed to gain a clear advantage. The battlefield trembled repeatedly under the force of their attacks, before Emma finally overwhelmed her opponent through sheer aggression and secured her victory. The giant carrying the iron pillar won. The bald monk won. Several hidden talents revealed shocking abilities. One after another, the competitors beneath the golden flag demonstrated why they had dared choose the most dangerous battlefield. Meanwhile, Tony remained seated comfortably on a nearby platform, occasionally glancing toward the ongoing battles, while chewing fruit, as though he had paid for a front row ticket rather than being one of the participants. The sight made many people grind their teeth. His direct pass still irritated countless spectators. Unfortunately, no matter how angry they became, nobody could change the result. Then Leo Clark's name appeared. The discussions throughout the arena immediately grew louder. Unlike Tony, Leo possessed a respectable reputation. He was not considered among the absolute monsters like Mark Smith or Emma Rock, but everyone acknowledged his strength. His swordsmanship had attracted attention throughout the tournament, and many believed he possessed a genuine chance to enter the World Tree Blessing. His opponent was a spear wielder from a hidden martial faction. The young man carried himself with remarkable confidence. His eyes continuously swept across the spectators as though he enjoyed being watched. The battle began. At first, neither side held an advantage. Leo's sword moved with precision and discipline, while the spear user's attacks carried tremendous momentum. The sound of metal colliding echoed repeatedly throughout the battlefield as sparks exploded in every direction. Several exchanges later, even experienced elders watching from above nodded in approval. This was a genuine battle between talented warriors. The spectators became completely immersed. The spear user attacked. Leo countered. The spear user advanced. Leo retreated and immediately launched a counterattack. The battle remained balanced. Then something changed. The spear user suddenly abandoned his previous rhythm. His aura surged. His spear began vibrating strangely. The battlefield seemed to fill with countless overlapping shadows. Leo immediately recognized the danger and attempted to create distance. Unfortunately, the hidden genius had been waiting for exactly that reaction. The spear shot forward. The shadows merged. A terrifying attack erupted. The impact struck Leo directly. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his body staggered backward. The spectators gasped. Leo fought desperately to recover, but the initiative had already shifted completely. The spear user pressed forward relentlessly. Every attack arrived faster than the last. Every strike forced Leo further onto the defensive. Finally, after exchanging more than 30 moves, the hidden genius unleashed a devastating spear technique that shattered Leo's defense completely. The explosion echoed throughout the arena. Leo's body flew from the stage and crashed heavily against the ground. The battle was over. A brief silence followed. Many Clark family members watching from the audience frowned. Losing was not shameful. Everyone understood that. The golden flag gathered monsters. Defeat was possible, even expected. What happened next, however, instantly changed the atmosphere. The spear user lowered his weapon and looked toward the fallen Leo. A smile appeared on his face. Not a respectful smile. Not the smile of a victorious warrior. A mocking smile. "So this is the famous Clark family," he said, loud enough for half the arena to hear. "I expected something more impressive." Several spectators frowned. The battle had already ended. There was no need to continue. Unfortunately, the man was not interested in stopping. Leo pushed himself upward, trying to stand. The spear user suddenly stepped forward and kicked him directly in the chest. The kick was not powerful enough to cause serious injury. That was not its purpose. Its purpose was humiliation. Leo rolled across the ground. The spectators immediately erupted in outrage. Even neutral observers looked displeased. The hidden genius laughed openly. "What happened?" he mocked. "Cannot stand anymore? I thought the Clark family produced heroes." High above the battlefield, several Clark family elders stood from their seats. Patriarch Ryan's face darkened. Kevin Clark clenched his fists. Even Mark Smith frowned slightly. The victor had crossed a line. Meanwhile, Tony slowly rose from his seat. At first, nobody paid much attention. They assumed he intended to help Leo. Then they noticed his expression, and the arena gradually became quiet. Those familiar with Tony immediately sensed something was wrong. Very wrong. The smile was gone. The laziness was gone. The playful attitude that constantly surrounded him had disappeared completely. Tony walked forward. Not quickly, not dramatically, just a simple walk. Yet somehow, every step seemed to carry tremendous pressure. The spear user noticed him approaching and laughed. "What?" he asked. "Another Clark family member?" Tony ignored him. He arrived beside Leo first. Without speaking, he extended a hand and helped his brother stand. Leo wiped the blood from his mouth and shook his head. "It is fine," he said. Tony remained silent. Leo suddenly felt uneasy. Because Tony was not looking at him. Tony was looking at the spear user. And there was something terrifying hidden within those eyes. Finally, Tony stepped onto the battlefield. The arena immediately exploded with discussions. The spear user laughed again. "What now?" he asked. "You want revenge?" Tony raised his head. His voice remained calm. Far too calm. "Academy Master," he called out. Da Vinci looked down. Tony continued. "Take this as my second round battle." The entire arena froze. Even Da Vinci narrowed his eyes slightly. A challenge. A direct challenge. The Academy Master turned toward the spear user. "Do you agree?" he asked. The hidden genius immediately laughed. Why would he not agree? Tony had not fought a single battle today. His reputation mostly came from strange incidents and shameless methods. Defeating him before the entire martial world would only increase his own fame. "I agree," he said. Da Vinci studied both young men briefly before nodding. Challenge accepted. The words instantly ignited the entire arena. The spectators jumped to their feet. Even the commentators stopped pretending to remain calm. The spear user casually spun his weapon. "I will make this quick," he said. Tony finally looked at him. For some reason, the spear user's confidence wavered slightly. Then Tony spoke. "What is your surname?" The question confused everyone. The spear user frowned. "What?" he asked. "I asked for your surname," Tony repeated. "Parker," the spear user replied. Tony nodded slowly. A faint smile appeared. Yet the smile somehow felt colder than anger. "Good," he said. The spear user suddenly felt uncomfortable. Tony continued walking forward. "The reason I asked is simple," he said. "When somebody humiliates my family in public, I prefer remembering the name attached to the mistake." The spectators became silent. The spear user sneered. "You talk too much," he said. His spear exploded forward. The attack was fast. Fast enough that many spectators failed to follow it. Then, something happened. The spear stopped. No, it had not stopped. Tony had disappeared. The hidden genius's expression changed instantly. "Where?" he thought. Where did he go? The next moment, a strange dragon roar echoed throughout the battlefield. It was not loud, yet somehow every person present heard it clearly. The spear user slowly turned around. Behind him stood Tony, his fist drawn backward. Golden energy coiled around his arm like a living dragon. For the first time since the tournament began, genuine fear appeared in the hidden genius's eyes. And high above the arena, Da Vinci suddenly stood from his seat. because even he had not expected this. The dragon-shaped energy surrounding Tony's fist felt ancient, powerful, and completely unfamiliar. The punch had not even been thrown yet, but every powerful expert present instinctively focused their attention upon the battlefield. Chapter 176. The entire Battle God arena seemed to stop breathing for a brief moment. Thousands of spectators stared toward the battlefield. Hundreds of participants stood frozen in place. Even the ongoing battles beneath the red and white flags gradually slowed, as people instinctively turned toward the disturbance occurring beneath the golden flag. The hidden genius named Parker felt cold sweat forming across his back. It was not because the cultivation of Tony frightened him. It was not because the reputation of Tony frightened him. It was the fist. The strange dragon-shaped energy coiling around the arm of Tony radiated a pressure that defied all logic. Parker had faced powerful opponents before. He had fought geniuses. He had challenged older experts. Yet this feeling was completely different. It felt ancient. It was as though some sleeping beast had suddenly opened one eye. What kind of technique is that? Parker demanded. Tony smiled. Unfortunately, that smile contained no warmth. No idea. Let's find out together. The next second, Tony moved. The spectators expected speed. They expected power. What they did not expect was violence. Pure violence. The stone beneath the feet of Tony did not simply crack. It exploded. His body transformed into a golden blur that crossed the battlefield instantly. The instincts of Parker screamed danger. The spear in his hands erupted forward with full power. Layers of spear shadows appeared. Dozens. Hundreds. The same technique that had defeated Leo Clark returned once more. The spectators recognized it immediately. Many believed Tony would be forced to dodge. Instead, he did something completely unreasonable. He punched directly through the onslaught. A thunderous roar filled the air as the dragon-shaped energy surged forward. The spear shadows shattered like glass. The spectators stood up simultaneously. The eyes of the hidden genius widened. It was impossible. His strongest technique had been destroyed through brute force. Before he could react, the fist of Tony arrived. Parker desperately raised his spear horizontally to block. The result shocked everyone. A sharp crack echoed clearly throughout the arena as the spear snapped in half. The fist continued forward, driving straight into the chest of Parker. The impact was not loud. It did not need to be. The moment the punch landed, the entire body of the young genius bent backward unnaturally. His feet left the ground. His eyes rolled upward. Then he flew. The spectators followed his body instinctively. Parker crossed 100 meters, then 200, then 300. The man finally crashed through 3 protective barriers before disappearing into a distant wall. The explosion shook the entire arena. Silence. Absolute silence. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The commentators stared at the projection screens with open mouths. Several Academy elders looked as though they had forgotten how to blink. Even the expression of Mark Smith became serious. Everyone understood something profound. Tony had not won through technique. He had not won through strategy. He had simply overwhelmed the opponent completely. The difference was not small. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, Tony slowly lowered his fist. The golden dragon-shaped energy gradually disappeared. The battlefield remained silent. Then, a loud laugh suddenly echoed from the spectator stands. Ancestor Long, the founder of the Octopus organization, was laughing openly. I like this brat more and more. The words instantly broke the silence. Discussions erupted everywhere. What was that technique? Did anyone recognize it? Was that a heaven-rank martial art? No. Then what was it? The questions spread rapidly. Nobody possessed an answer. Not even Da Vinci. The Academy Master kept his eyes fixed upon Tony. For the first time since the tournament began, genuine curiosity appeared on his face. That fist was not part of the information he possessed. Tony had hidden another card. A very powerful card. Meanwhile, beneath the battlefield, Leo Clark finally recovered enough to stand properly. He looked toward the distant wall where Parker had disappeared. Then he looked toward Tony. A strange expression appeared on his face. You did not have to do that. Tony turned around. The coldness in his eyes immediately vanished. What nonsense. Somebody kicked my brother. Leo laughed helplessly. It was not that serious. Tony snorted. That is because I handled it. The simple answer left Leo speechless. For a moment, neither brother spoke. Then Tony placed one hand on the shoulder of Leo. If you lose, you lose. That is normal. Even old monsters lose. But if somebody humiliates a Clark after winning fairly, then the problem stops being yours and becomes mine. Leo stared at him, then laughed. It was not because the situation was funny. It was because it felt good. Very good. Far above the battlefield, Patriarch Ryan Clark silently sat back down. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. Nearby elders exchanged strange looks. The Clark family often argued internally. They competed. They mocked one another. They fought constantly. Yet moments like this reminded everyone why the family remained united. Meanwhile, Emma Rock continued staring at Tony. Her expression had become unusually serious. Earlier she believed Tony was troublesome. Now she was not so sure. The power displayed by that punch was not normal. Mark Smith clearly reached the same conclusion. The Imperial Family genius slowly walked forward until he stood several meters away. The crowd instantly became excited again. 2 monsters, face to face. The gaze of Mark remained fixed upon Tony. Interesting. Tony looked at him. What is you? Tony immediately looked disappointed. I was hoping for something more original. Mark ignored the joke. What you used was not ordinary martial arts. Tony smiled. What makes you think I would tell you? The two stared at each other, and invisible pressure gradually formed between them. Many spectators subconsciously held their breath. The clash had not happened yet, but everyone could already feel it approaching. Soon, very soon, these two would collide. The thought alone excited the martial world. Then Da Vinci suddenly raised his hand. The atmosphere immediately shifted. His voice echoed throughout the arena. The first elimination phase is complete. The participants gradually turned their attention back toward him. Da Vinci continued calmly. Those who won remain. Those who lost will enter the secondary qualification pool. The projection screens changed instantly. New names appeared. New brackets formed. The next phase was beginning. However, the moment the names appeared, the expressions of many participants changed, particularly those beneath the golden flag. Several winners would now be forced to fight one another. Monsters against monsters, geniuses against geniuses. And for the first time since arriving at the tournament, Tony saw a familiar name appearing opposite his own. The smile slowly disappeared from his face. Chapter 177. The shock created by the victory of Tony lingered throughout the Battle God Arena, long after Parker had been carried away by medical personnel. The projection screens continuously replayed the moment. The broken spear, the dragon-shaped energy, the terrifying punch, the body flying across the arena. Many spectators had initially viewed Tony Clark as an entertaining participant, a shameless opportunist, a lucky fellow, constantly escaping difficult situations through absurd methods. Nobody laughed anymore. Even the commentators had become cautious. Something powerful was hidden beneath the carefree personality of Tony. Something dangerous. Meanwhile, the tournament continued. Academy Master Da Vinci eventually restored order and announced the next elimination phase. The competitors gathered once more. Another draw began. Another round of matches awaited. The spectators quickly focused their attention, especially beneath the golden flag, because that battlefield contained the strongest collection of talents. The crystal balls were drawn, one by one. Then the result appeared. A strange silence spread. Tony Clark received another bye. For several seconds nobody reacted. Then the entire arena exploded. What? Again? Impossible. Did he bribe heaven itself? Technically, Tony fought the second round in the process of taking revenge for his brother. That is why he promoted to the third round directly. Da Vinci clarified to elders. Tony blinked several times before smiling brightly. Academy Master, I think fate likes me. Several participants nearly vomited blood. Emma Rock closed her eyes. The jaw of Mark Smith tightened slightly. Even the calm bald monk seemed momentarily distracted. Meanwhile, Tony shamelessly returned to his seat and began eating fruit again. The audience wanted to riot. Unfortunately, the rules were the rules. Since Tony had already used his challenge battle against Parker, his victory counted. The numbers happened to create another unmatched participant. And somehow, that participant was Tony Clark. Again. The remaining battles began shortly afterward. Mark Smith faced the giant carrying the iron pillar. The moment both men stepped onto the battlefield, excitement erupted throughout the arena. The giant had dominated every previous opponent. His physical strength appeared almost monstrous. Meanwhile, Mark Smith represented the pride of the Imperial family. The battle started violently. The giant attacked first. His iron pillar descended from the sky like a falling mountain. The impact shattered the stage. The spectators gasped. Mark responded by finally drawing his sword, the Serpent Spirit Sword. For the first time during the tournament, the legendary weapon revealed itself completely. A gigantic serpent phantom appeared behind him. The pressure instantly doubled. The battle became a clash of raw force. Pillar against sword. Mountain against serpent. The giant fought bravely. Several times, he even forced Mark backward. Unfortunately, Mark was Mark. The Imperial genius eventually unleashed a terrifying sword strike that split the battlefield apart and blasted the giant completely off the stage. The crowd erupted. The Imperial family stood proudly. Mark advanced. The next battle attracted less attention initially. Lily Frost versus the Bald Monk. Many spectators immediately favored Lily. She belonged to the Frost family. She had performed consistently throughout the tournament. Her sword techniques were elegant and deadly. The monk, meanwhile, appeared almost ordinary. He smiled too much. He bowed too often. He looked more like a wandering priest than a fighter. The battle began. Lily attacked first. Snow-like energy filled the battlefield. The temperature dropped noticeably. Many spectators nodded approvingly. Her opening attack alone exceeded the level displayed by most participants. The monk smiled. Then he bowed, and bowed, and bowed again. The spectators became confused. Lily became irritated. Every attack she launched somehow missed by the smallest margin. Every sword strike that should have landed touched empty air. The monk continued smiling. The monk continued bowing. The monk continued apologizing. Forgive me. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Please slow down. The audience began laughing. Lily nearly exploded. Eventually she unleashed her strongest technique. Ice blooming. The battlefield turned into a beautiful, deadly garden. Ice crystals formed everywhere, locking the air in place. The sword of Lily moved through the frozen space like a serpent. Fast. Deadly. A direct strike toward the throat of the monk. The monk sighed. He did not draw a weapon. He did not dodge. He simply raised one palm. The moment the sword touched his skin, a strange, golden light erupted. A sharp, clear ringing sound echoed throughout the arena, like a bell. Lily froze. Her eyes widened. The sword was stopped. Not by armor. Not by force. By skin. The monk smiled gently. Amitabha. He flicked his finger. A pulse of golden energy rippled outward. The sword of Lily shattered into ice shards. She flew backward, barely managing to land on her feet. The entire arena went dead silent. The monk had not fought back. He had simply existed. The power difference was absolute. Lily looked at her broken blade, then at the smiling monk. For the first time, fear appeared in her eyes. She had not just lost. She had not even reached the true strength of the opponent. I surrender. She spoke the words quietly. The monk nodded, bowed one last time, and stepped off the stage. The audience remained stunned. Another hidden monster. The tournament had clearly reached a new level. Mark Smith watched the monk with narrowed eyes. Tony, meanwhile, finally finished his fruit. He looked at the monk, then at Mark. Well, he stood up and stretched. It seems like things are getting interesting. The remaining battles concluded rapidly. Some were intense. Some ended in moments. Eventually, the second elimination phase reached its conclusion. Only a few remained. The top tier. The monsters. The final phase was approaching. Academy Master Da Vinci stood up. The air in the arena became heavy. The final phase will begin. The top 8 participants will fight until the final winner is decided. He waved his hand. 8 names appeared on the projection screens. Tony Clark, Mark Smith, the Silent Monk, and others. The crowd roared. The real tournament was only now beginning. Tony looked at the screen. He smiled. The dragon-shaped energy briefly pulsed beneath his skin. It was time. The crowd could not believe it. The Healing Tower disciples began screaming. The Imperial Family members looked horrified. Then came the final exchange. Mark unleashed everything. Emma unleashed everything. The collision illuminated the entire arena. The explosion shook the protective barriers. When the dust settled, only one person remained standing. Emma Rock. The Battle God arena exploded. The cheers became deafening. Healing Tower disciples jumped from their seats. Several elders openly laughed. The Imperial Family remained silent. Mark Smith stared at Emma for several moments before finally lowering his sword. The result was undeniable. He lost. Emma Rock had defeated him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Tony slowly stood up and began clapping. The sound echoed clearly throughout the battlefield. Everyone turned toward him. The smile of Tony widened. Not bad. Emma looked toward him. The crowd followed her gaze. Suddenly everyone remembered something. The next battle. Tony Clark versus the Bald Monk. The 2 strangest participants remaining. One hid terrifying power behind a shameless smile. The other hid terrifying power behind endless bows. Chapter 178. The atmosphere of the Battle God arena remained heated long after the shocking victory of Emma Rock over Mark Smith. Supporters of the Imperial Family were still struggling to accept reality. The Healing Tower disciples continued celebrating loudly. Meanwhile, the projection screens throughout the arena displayed the next battle. Tony Clark versus the Bald Monk. The moment the names appeared, the spectators immediately forgot about everything else. Both competitors had become famous for completely different reasons. The monk was mysterious. Tony was ridiculous. The monk smiled constantly. Tony caused headaches constantly. The monk defeated Lily Frost. Tony punched people through walls. Nobody knew what would happen. Even Da Vinci looked interested. High above the arena, Ancestor Long leaned forward slightly. I like this one. Several house masters nodded. They were not interested in the result. They were interested in the process. Because nobody could accurately judge Tony anymore. Every time they believed they understood him, he revealed something new. Meanwhile, the 2 competitors entered the battlefield. The Bald Monk wore his usual smile. Tony wore his usual lazy expression. The moment they faced each other, the monk immediately cupped his hands. Amitabha. This humble monk greets Tony. Tony blinked. Then he cupped his hands. Amitabha. This humble Tony greets the monk. The monk smiled. Tony smiled. The spectators looked confused. The monk bowed. Tony bowed. The monk nodded. Tony nodded. The monk smiled again. Tony smiled wider. The audience began laughing. Even Da Vinci looked speechless. Was this a martial competition, or a temple gathering? The monk finally spoke. Tony possesses great destiny. Tony nodded seriously. The monk possesses a shiny head. The monk froze. The crowd erupted. Even Emma Rock laughed. The monk quickly recovered. Amitabha. Physical appearance is merely illusion. Tony nodded. I agree. Unfortunately, your baldness is very real. The audience nearly exploded. The smile of the monk twitched slightly. For the first time during the tournament, somebody managed to annoy him. Then the monk bowed again. Tony bowed deeper. The monk bowed lower. Tony bowed even lower. 5,000 people watched 2 geniuses competing in a bowing contest. Then, a sudden, heavy thud echoed across the arena. The monk vanished. His foot shot toward the chest of Tony. A sneak attack. The audience gasped. The monk had used politeness to hide a killing move. Unfortunately, the kick passed through empty air. The body of Tony blurred, and after image shattered. The eyes of the monk widened. What? Several blurry figures suddenly appeared across the battlefield. 1 Tony, 2 Tonys, 5 Tonys, 10 Tonys. The spectators immediately stood up. Nobody could identify the real body. The heavenly mirage steps. The speed was so fast that after images remained standing even after Tony had already moved elsewhere. The expression of the monk finally became serious. The laughter of Tony echoed throughout the arena. Monk, did not Buddha teach honesty? Why are you kicking people during greetings? The monk attacked again. Palm strikes exploded. Golden Buddhist energy filled the arena. The Tony before him vanished. Another afterimage. Then another. Then another. The spectators watched in amazement. The monk appeared to be fighting ghosts. Every attack missed. Every strike hit illusions. Tony casually walked around the battlefield as if taking a stroll. At one point, he even stood behind the monk. Wrong direction. The monk turned. Tony vanished. Another afterimage exploded. The audience laughed loudly. The face of the monk darkened. For the first time since entering the tournament, he looked frustrated. The battlefield transformed into a comedy. A very expensive comedy. Tony appeared left. Tony appeared right. Tony appeared above. Tony appeared behind. Nobody knew which was real. Even the powerful experts watching carefully struggled to follow. The monk suddenly roared. Golden light erupted around him. A giant Buddhist palm descended from the sky. The attack covered almost the entire battlefield. This time, Tony could not rely on simple evasion. At least, that was what everyone thought. Then Tony moved. His body became a blur. The spectators only saw a flash. Mountain Dragon Dash. The fourth form of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. A thunderous crash shook the arena floor as the giant palm missed completely. The battlefield exploded. Tony appeared directly before the monk. Too close. Far too close. The expression of the monk changed. Tony smiled. Amitabha. The monk instinctively replied. Amitabha. A sharp, solid strike landed directly in his stomach. The monk coughed blood. His eyes nearly popped out. The audience froze. Tony stepped back respectfully. Then he bowed. The monk instinctively bowed back. Another sharp strike. More blood. The monk staggered backward. The spectators began laughing uncontrollably. This was not a battle anymore. This was bullying. The monk desperately attacked. Tony vanished. Afterimages shattered. The monk turned left. Tony appeared right. The monk turned right. Tony appeared behind him. Then came another bow. The monk reflexively returned it. A heavy kick. The flying dragon kick. The monk flew across the battlefield. The audience roared with laughter. Even Lily Frost covered her face. This idiot. Emma Rock could not stop smiling. Mark Smith stared silently. The speed. The control. The confidence. Tony was revealing frightening abilities. Meanwhile, the monk climbed back up. His robes were torn. Blood covered his mouth. The smile had completely disappeared. Tony slowly walked toward him. Then he bowed again. The face of the monk twitched. Don't you respect Buddha? Tony asked loudly. The spectators immediately sensed trouble. The monk remained silent. Tony frowned dramatically. Monk, this is unacceptable. The monk suddenly felt danger. A tremendous danger. Tony pointed toward the sky. Bow to Buddha. The monk refused. The next second, Tony vanished. Fire Dragon Heart Punch. A burning, dragon-shaped fist slammed directly into the chest of the monk. A massive explosion of energy rocked the arena. The body of the monk shot upward. Blood sprayed. The spectators stood frozen. The dragon-shaped energy twisted around the monk before exploding completely. When the smoke cleared, the bald monk crashed heavily onto the battlefield. His body bounced twice, then stopped moving. Silence. Complete silence. The monk opened his mouth, coughed another mouthful of blood, then fainted. Da Vinci glanced toward the medical team. Carry him away. Only then did the arena finally react. The audience erupted. The cheers became deafening. Tony stood alone at the center of the battlefield. Not a scratch on his body. Not a single wound. Not even heavy breathing. The victory had been completely one-sided. Tony looked toward the unconscious monk and shook his head sadly. You should have bowed to Buddha. The audience exploded with laughter once more. High above the arena, even Ancestor Long laughed openly. Meanwhile, Emma Rock watched silently. The smile had disappeared from her face, because the next opponent was no longer Mark Smith. It was Tony Clark. And for the first time since entering the tournament, Emma was not completely confident. Far above them, Da Vinci narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, because he noticed something nobody else had. Throughout the entire battle, Tony still had not revealed his true limits. Chapter 179. The Battle God Arena had not yet recovered from Tony Clark's overwhelming victory over the bald monk. Every corner of the academy buzzed with discussion. Some talked about the strange movement technique that left behind countless afterimages. Others argued about the dragon-shaped fist that had shattered opponents like toys. Many were already predicting Tony would win the Golden Flag competition and secure all 30 World Tree slots. Among the happiest people present was Patriarch Ryan Clark. The usually stern patriarch looked 10 years younger. His laughter echoed repeatedly throughout the Clark family's viewing platform. Ryan slapped his knee and pointed toward the arena. Good, good, excellent. That is my son. Several elders nodded enthusiastically. Nobody had expected this outcome. Not a single person. When Tony first entered Nine Lotus Academy, most family elders viewed him as a troublesome heir who relied too heavily on luck and strange opportunities. Yet somehow, that same troublemaker had reached the final battle of the Golden Flag competition. 30 slots. 30 precious opportunities. Enough to alter the future of an entire family. Ryan barely contained his excitement. As Tony returned from the battlefield, his father grabbed his shoulder. Tony, you must win this match. 30 slots. Do you understand what that means? If our Clark family controls those positions, our influence will rise dramatically. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Several elders nodded eagerly. One even stepped forward. Young Master Tony, if you secure those 30 slots, your contribution will exceed any previous generation. Tony remained silent. The excitement around him faded as his unsmiling expression became apparent. Unlike everyone else, he remained grim. Ryan frowned. What happened? Tony turned his gaze toward the distant preparation area where Emma Rock stood quietly with Natasha. His voice dropped to an unusually calm tone. Father, do you remember Emma? The smile disappeared from Ryan's face. Several elders exchanged awkward glances. Nobody answered immediately. The memory hung in the air. Years ago, Emma had briefly entered the Clark family. At that time, she possessed a special constitution that attracted attention. After obtaining what they wanted, the family had cast her aside without hesitation. The matter had been buried long ago. Or so they thought. Tony continued staring toward Emma. She was my wife once. Silence spread throughout the platform. Ryan sighed. That was years ago. Tony shook his head. Years ago for us. Not for her. The patriarch suddenly looked older. For the first time since arriving at the tournament, genuine guilt appeared in his eyes. Tony continued. Today everyone talks about 30 slots. Everyone talks about family glory. But nobody talks about what happened to her. The surrounding elders lowered their heads. Nobody possessed a good answer. Finally, Ryan spoke. When the World Tree blessing is over, I will personally deal with this matter. Whatever compensation is necessary, the Clark family will provide it. Tony looked at him carefully. Promise? I promise. Only then did Tony nod. Unfortunately, their conversation did not remain private for long. News spread rapidly. The entire martial world already knew Emma Rock and Tony Clark would fight next. Now rumors regarding their past relationship resurfaced. The story spread like wildfire. Within hours, countless powerful families began approaching the Clark family. They did not come because of Emma. They came because of the 30 slots. If young Master Tony wins, our family wishes to purchase 3 positions. Our sect is willing to offer heaven rank resources. We can exchange ancient manuals. The Clark family platform became crowded. Everyone wanted a piece of the golden flag reward. Meanwhile, nobody asked Emma what she wanted. Far away, inside a quiet preparation area, Natasha stood beside Emma Rock. The healing tower master remained silent for a long time. The younger woman adjusted her gloves. She stood with total composure. Too much composure. Natasha reached out and patted her shoulder. Are you ready? Emma smiled faintly. Since the day you found me. For a brief moment, memories resurfaced. A younger Emma. Abandoned. Broken. Cast away after serving her purpose. Most people would have disappeared after such treatment. Instead, Natasha found her, protected her, trained her, raised her within the healing tower. Every achievement Emma possessed today originated from that second chance. Natasha's eyes softened. You do not owe anyone revenge. Emma remained silent. Then she looked toward the arena. No. Her voice became quiet. But I deserve answers. Natasha did not argue. She understood the weight of the request. Some wounds healed. Others remained. Unfortunately for Emma, the Clark family had their own ideas. Several elders quietly approached her preparation area shortly before the match. Natasha frowned. Emma watched calmly. The leader of the group stepped forward with a forced smile. Miss Emma. The title itself felt strange. Years ago they barely acknowledged her existence. Now they spoke politely. Emma waited. The elder cleared his throat. You were once part of the Clark family. Emma's expression did not change. The elder continued. Misunderstandings happened in the past. The family recognizes that mistakes were made. Natasha's eyes became colder. The elder ignored her. Therefore, if you withdraw from today's match, the Clark family is willing to welcome you back. The area became silent. Another elder quickly added. You would regain your status, a respected position, as Tony's wife. We can discuss additional compensation. The moment those words left their mouths, Natasha laughed. It was not because the request was funny. It was absurd. They still did not understand. They thought Emma wanted status. They thought she wanted wealth. They thought she wanted family recognition. They understood nothing. Emma slowly stood. The Clark elders immediately smiled. They believed negotiations were progressing well. Then Emma spoke. Years ago, when I needed a family, you threw me away. The smiles vanished. When I needed protection, you abandoned me. Nobody answered. When I needed justice, you gave me silence. Her gaze sharpened. And now that I am useful again, you want to invite me back? The elders became embarrassed. Emma took a step forward. No. Her answer was simple, firm, absolute. No amount of resources will buy my decision. The elders tried speaking again. Emma interrupted them. You should leave now. The tone in her voice left no room for discussion. Eventually, the elders retreated. Natasha watched them go before shaking her head. Idiots. Emma laughed softly. For the first time all day, she seemed genuinely relaxed. Then she looked toward the arena entrance. The smile disappeared. Beyond that entrance stood Tony Clark. The final obstacle. The final question. The final piece of a past she could never completely forget. A former husband. A former family. Soon, the arena bells began ringing. The spectators erupted with excitement. The final golden flag battle was about to begin. Emma slowly walked toward the battlefield. At the opposite end of the arena, Tony waited. Neither of them knew whether this match would end with victory, or with the reopening of wounds that had never truly healed. Chapter 180. The moment Tony Clark and Emma Rock stepped onto the battlefield, the entire Battle God arena fell silent. A subtle shift permeated the air. Mark Smith versus Emma had been a clash between geniuses. Tony versus the bald monk had been entertaining. This felt personal. Emma stood at one end of the battlefield. Tony stood at the opposite side. Neither moved. Neither spoke. The pressure between them continued rising. Far above the arena, Da Vinci observed quietly. Ancestor Long narrowed his eyes. The 9 house masters stopped discussing amongst themselves. Something unusual was happening. The first sign appeared around Emma. Silver life energy emerged from her body. It was not ordinary spiritual energy. Life energy gathered around her like flowing moonlight. Bodies lightened. Some older warriors widened their eyes. Exhausted bodies felt refreshed, merely from being near the energy. Then, a golden aura appeared around Tony. His life energy emerged like a sleeping dragon, awakening from ancient slumber. The difference was instant. Emma's life energy felt gentle. Tony's felt domineering. The two energies spread across the battlefield. Neither side attacked. Neither side retreated. The silver and golden energies collided in the middle. The air exploded. The audience gasped. Several weaker spectators nearly fell from their seats. Far above, Natasha's expression changed. She understood why the scene felt so strange. The life energies were not merely clashing. They were resonating. It was as if they once belonged together. Meanwhile, Tony and Emma continued staring at each other. The battle had not begun. Yet everyone felt as if they were already fighting. Finally, Emma spoke. Her voice was not loud. Yet somehow every person in the arena heard it clearly. "Tell me something, Tony." Tony remained silent. "When your family threw me out that night, did you know?" The arena became confused. What night? What was she talking about? Only a handful of people understood. The Clark family elders, Patriarch Ryan, Natasha, and Emma herself. Tony did not answer immediately. His gaze remained fixed on her. No. The answer stunned many people. Emma laughed. It was not happy. It was not angry. It was just tired. "So you really did not know." The spectators exchanged confused looks. The conversation made no sense. The Clark family elders felt increasingly uncomfortable. Several wished the battlefield would simply explode and end the discussion. Emma was not finished. "For years, I wondered whether you knew." Tony clenched his fists. "I wondered whether everything was planned. Whether every smile was fake. Whether every promise was fake." The arena grew quieter. Even the commentators stopped speaking. Nobody understood the full story. Yet everyone could hear the pain hidden beneath the words. Tony finally took a step forward. "I did not know, but I know now." Emma's eyes trembled slightly. Genuine emotion appeared on her face, for the first time since entering the arena. She laughed again. "You know now. How convenient." Silver energy erupted. The battlefield cracked. The battle began. Emma vanished. The spectators gasped. Her speed exceeded anything she had displayed against Mark Smith. Tony moved simultaneously. The two figures collided in the center. A shockwave swept across the arena. The protective formations lit up instantly. Before the dust settled, another explosion erupted. Then another. Then another. The spectators could barely follow. Silver and gold flashed continuously throughout the battlefield. Palm strikes, fists, kicks, movement techniques. The collision of life energies created waves, powerful enough to shake the arena. Emma attacked fiercely. Tony defended. Tony counterattacked. Emma retaliated. The battle became a storm. Neither side held back. Neither side yielded. High above the arena, Mark Smith narrowed his eyes. He realized both competitors had hidden strength during previous battles. Far more than anyone suspected. Emma's voice echoed again. "Did you ever search for me?" A silver palm descended. Tony dodged. His body split into multiple after-images. Phantom of illusion. The spectators gasped. 5 Tonys. 10 Tonys. 20 Tonys. Emma shattered 3 instantly. The remaining after-images scattered throughout the battlefield. Tony's voice came from everywhere. "No." The answer stunned her. Even Natasha looked surprised. "I did not search." Emma's expression darkened. "I was not strong enough." The battlefield became quiet for a moment. Emma froze. Tony appeared before her. He was not attacking. He was not defending. He simply looked at her. "When I learned the truth, I wanted to kill people. The problem was that I could not." The spectators looked completely confused. What truth? What was happening? Only the Clark family elders lowered their heads. Shame filled their faces. They understood every word. Emma stared at him. She attacked again. A silver spear formed from life energy. Tony responded immediately. Mountain Dragon Dash. The battlefield exploded. The spear shattered. The dragon-shaped aura surged forward. The spectators roared. The battle entered another level. Neither side spoke for several minutes. Only attacks. Only destruction. Only emotions transformed into violence. Both landed on opposite sides of the battlefield again. They breathed heavily. Sweat covered their bodies. Their life energies continued raging around them. Emma's voice became quieter. If you knew what happened, what would you have done?" The question echoed throughout the arena. Nobody understood its significance. Nobody except the people who mattered. Tony looked at her. For a long moment, he said nothing. Golden dragon energy slowly gathered around his fist. Not the first form. Not the second. Not the third. Something stronger. Something heavier. The arena itself trembled. Even Da Vinci slowly rose from his seat. "If I knew then, the Clark family would have lost a son that night." Silence. Absolute silence. Even Emma stopped breathing. The Clark family elders looked horrified. Natasha closed her eyes. She knew. He was not lying. The dragon aura continued expanding. Emma's silver life energy rose in response. The battlefield cracked beneath their feet. The spectators stood. Every single one. They could feel it. The battle was reaching its climax. Neither side wanted to lose. Neither side wanted to win. Beneath the clash of techniques, a question remained unanswered. Could revenge truly heal the past? Or would this battlefield simply create another wound? The answer would be decided by the next exchange. Chapter 181. The silver lotus hanging above the battlefield continued descending with unstoppable momentum. Its countless petals illuminated the sky above Nine Lotus Academy, until day and night seemed to merge together. Every spectator sensed the terrifying life energy contained within it. Many older warriors stood from their seats, because they understood exactly how dangerous the final attack had become. This was no longer a technique designed merely to defeat an opponent. It was the culmination of years of resentment, years of loneliness, and years of unanswered questions condensed into a single strike. Emma knew it. Tony knew it. Neither looked away. The distance separating them was not measured in meters anymore. It was measured in years. The enormous silver lotus reflected within Tony's eyes as he slowly drew a breath. The dragon aura surrounding him stopped expanding and began condensing inward. Golden energy flowed toward his right arm from every corner of his body, gathering around his fist until the surrounding space itself began trembling. Emma's voice echoed across the battlefield. When I was thrown out of the Clark family, I spent an entire year waiting for someone to come. Every morning I convinced myself that maybe today would be different. Maybe someone would explain everything. Maybe someone would tell me there had been a mistake. The spectators exchanged confused looks. Most of them still did not understand. Only Natasha lowered her eyes. Only Patriarch Ryan Clark clenched his fists. Only the core elders of the Clark family looked increasingly uncomfortable. Emma laughed softly. The sound carried more exhaustion than hatred. Then 1 year became 2. 2 became 3. Eventually I stopped waiting. The silver lotus descended another several meters. The pressure intensified as cracks spread across the protective barriers surrounding the arena. Tony remained silent because there was nothing he could say. No explanation could erase those years. No apology could return them. The only thing he could offer was the truth. Unfortunately, truth often arrived far too late. Emma raised her hand. The giant lotus behind her erupted with dazzling light. "Do you know what I hated most?" she asked. Tony looked directly at her. Emma smiled. "I hated myself for hoping." The words struck harder than any attack. Chills swept through the spectators. For the first time, many people stopped viewing this as a competition. This was a reckoning. It was a collision between the past and present, a wound refusing to remain buried. Then Emma moved. The silver lotus transformed into a torrent of destructive energy that surged toward Tony like a heavenly river, descending from the skies. The battlefield vanished beneath the overwhelming light, as the terrifying attack swallowed everything in its path. The audience stopped breathing. Several weaker participants instinctively closed their eyes. The attack looked unstoppable. Yet amidst the silver radiance, a golden light appeared. It was small at first, but it grew brighter. It grew brighter still, until it resembled a newborn sun, rising from within the storm. A dragon roar echoed throughout the battlefield. It was deep, ancient, and domineering. The silver lotus trembled. Emma's pupils contracted. Tony finally took a step forward. The golden dragon aura erupted around him, but unlike before, it did not spread outward wildly. Every strand of energy compressed toward his fist, creating a frightening concentration of power that caused even Da Vinci to slowly rise from his seat. The Academy Master had witnessed countless geniuses throughout his life, yet even he felt surprised. The energy surrounding Tony no longer resembled ordinary martial power. It felt alive. Tony looked at Emma. He did not look at her as an opponent, an enemy, or even a former wife. He looked at her as someone who had suffered because of decisions made by people stronger than both of them. He spoke. His voice was not loud, yet the entire arena heard every word. "If I had known." The silver lotus continued descending. The dragon aura continued growing. "If I had known what happened to you that night, I would have left the Clark family myself." Emma's body trembled. The spectators froze. The Clark family elders turned pale. Patriarch Ryan slowly lowered his head. He heard the sincerity in Tony's voice. There was no performance, no lies, and no excuses. Only regret. Emma stared at him. The hatred she had carefully preserved for years suddenly felt unstable. It was dangerously unstable. The battlefield shook violently. The silver lotus descended. The golden dragon rose. They collided. The impact surpassed every previous exchange. The sky itself seemed to split apart. Silver petals exploded in every direction, while golden dragon energy surged upward like an unstoppable tide. The protective formations surrounding the arena shattered, layer after layer under the terrifying pressure. Spectators stumbled backward. Elders activated defensive techniques instinctively. Several buildings throughout the academy trembled as the shockwave spread outward. For a brief moment, nobody could see anything. The battlefield disappeared beneath endless light. Silence followed. The light slowly faded. The first thing people saw was the giant crater occupying the center of the arena. The second thing they saw was Tony. He was still standing. His clothes were torn. Blood dripped from one arm. His breathing had become heavy. Yet he remained standing. Several meters away, Emma's silver lotus had completely vanished. The silver energy surrounding her body flickered weakly before gradually dispersing into the air. The result was obvious. The battle was over. Yet Emma was not looking at the battlefield. She was not looking at the spectators. She was not even looking at the victory screen beginning to form above the arena. She was looking at Tony. For the first time since the day she left the Clark family, she finally believed him. The realization hurt. It hurt far more than defeat. Years of anger suddenly lost their foundation. Years of hatred suddenly felt misplaced. The emotion proved overwhelming. Her knees weakened. Her body tilted forward. Before she could fall, Tony appeared beside her. His hand caught her shoulder. Above them, Da Vinci looked toward the devastated battlefield and released a slow breath. His voice echoed throughout Nine Lotus Academy. The winner of the Golden Flag Challenge is Tony Clark. Thunderous applause erupted instantly. Yet neither Tony nor Emma paid attention. Some battles were not fought for victory, and some wounds could not be healed by revenge. Far above the arena, Natasha silently watched the scene, while a faint smile appeared on her face. Emma had been trapped inside the same memory. Today, that prison finally cracked. Sometimes, that was worth more than winning. Chapter 182. The announcement of Tony Clark's victory echoed across Nine Lotus Academy, long after the spectators had left the arena. For many participants, the tournament ended the moment they were eliminated. For the martial world, however, the real impact was only beginning. Before sunset had even arrived, recordings of the Golden Flag battle spread across every major martial network in the country. Countless clips replayed the same scenes repeatedly. Tony shattering Parker's spear with a single punch. Tony humiliating the bald monk. Tony and Emma's final clash beneath the collapsing Silver Lotus. Every major news outlet competed to release analysis videos, expert reviews, and speculation regarding the mysterious dragon techniques he had displayed. The headlines became increasingly dramatic. Clark family heir dominates Golden Flag. Tony Clark claims 30 World Tree blessing slots. The dark horse no more. Is Tony Clark the strongest young genius of this generation? By midnight, the discussion had completely exploded. Millions of views, millions of comments, millions of arguments. The martial world had found its newest obsession. Meanwhile, the financial world reacted even faster. The Clark family's business network experienced a surge unlike anything seen in years. Investors who had been hesitant only days earlier suddenly rushed toward Clark-owned companies. Family-linked corporations saw their stock values rise dramatically overnight as confidence returned to the market. Several analysts openly described it as the Tony effect. The logic was simple. The World Tree blessing represented opportunity. Opportunity meant resources. Resources meant future power. And power always attracted money. Throughout the night, communication departments inside the Clark family remained fully occupied. Partnership offers arrived continuously. Investment proposals flooded their inboxes. Old business rivals suddenly became friendly. Long-forgotten allies suddenly remembered past friendships. The entire family seemed to rise several levels in status overnight. Inside the Clark family headquarters, celebration filled the main hall. Several elders laughed loudly while reviewing reports. One old man nearly spilled his tea after reading the latest numbers. Another 12% increase. A second elder immediately snatched the report. Impossible. A third elder burst into laughter. 30 World Tree slots. Do you think people are stupid? Every major family wants a relationship with us now. At the center of the gathering sat Patriarch Ryan Clark. The smile never left his face. His son had completely exceeded expectations. Not just his expectations, everyone's expectations. Even now, he occasionally reread the official ranking announcement, simply because it felt satisfying. Tony Clark, Golden Flag Champion, 30 World Tree slots. The words looked beautiful. Unfortunately, the subject of all this excitement was not present. Tony had quietly returned to his room shortly after the tournament ended. The celebrations interested him far less than everyone assumed. Meanwhile, across the city, another family experienced a very different atmosphere. The Imperial Family residence remained unusually quiet. Nobody celebrated. Nobody laughed. Nobody discussed business opportunities. The defeat of Mark Smith had struck harder than most outsiders realized. For years, the Imperial Family heir represented an invincible image among the younger generation. Regardless of whether he ranked first or second, people always assumed he would eventually stand above everyone else. Then Emma Rock defeated him publicly. The result shattered more than pride. It damaged confidence. Inside a private training hall, Mark sat alone. His sword rested beside him. The room remained dark. Hours passed without movement. Eventually the door opened. King Jamie Smith entered quietly. Unlike many fathers, he did not begin with criticism. He simply walked forward and sat beside his son. Several minutes passed before either spoke. The silence felt comfortable, familiar. Finally Jamie placed a hand on Mark's shoulder. Still thinking about it, Mark laughed bitterly. How can I not? The king nodded. That answer made sense. After all, defeat always hurt, especially the first meaningful defeat. For a long time, Jamie stared toward the distant night sky, visible through the windows. Then he spoke calmly. Do you know why I came personally? Mark shook his head. Jamie smiled slightly. Because you remind me of myself. That finally caught Mark's attention. The king continued. When I was your age, I lost too. It felt like the world was ending. I could not eat, could not sleep, could not accept reality. Mark remained silent. Jamie chuckled softly. Then my father beat me and told me to stop acting like an idiot. Despite himself, Mark laughed. The tension eased slightly. Jamie's expression became serious again. The golden flag is finished. Forget it. Mark frowned. Forget it. Yes. The king's eyes sharpened. The tournament is not over. A dangerous aura slowly emerged from him. Tomorrow, the red flag competition begins. 20 World Tree slots. 20 opportunities. 20 reasons not to make another mistake. Mark looked toward his sword. The disappointment inside him gradually transformed. Not into anger. Into determination. Jamie patted his shoulder once more before standing. Learn from defeat. Then he smiled. But do not marry it. The king left. The room became quiet again. This time, however, Mark's eyes no longer looked defeated. They looked focused. Very focused. Elsewhere, inside the Nine Lotus Academy's guest residences, Emma Rock faced a completely different problem. Visitors. Too many visitors. Ever since the truth about her background became public, powerful families suddenly developed remarkable interest in her. An orphan. A top genius. A future powerhouse. No political baggage. No family obligations. To many organizations, she represented a perfect investment. Invitations arrived continuously. Marriage proposals. Partnership offers. Adoption requests. Training opportunities. Resource sponsorships. Some families even offered direct elder positions, despite her age. Emma looked increasingly tired. Natasha sat nearby drinking tea while observing the pile of invitations growing larger every hour. Finally, Emma dropped another letter onto the table. Rejected. Natasha smiled. That makes 23. Emma sighed. 24. Another servant arrived. Another invitation. Emma did not even open it. Rejected. Natasha nearly laughed. At least read them. Emma leaned backward. Why? Natasha raised an eyebrow. Emma looked out the window toward the distant academy grounds. Because none of them are offering what I want. The older woman became quiet. She understood immediately. The issue was never status, never wealth, never resources. Emma already possessed those things. What she wanted was far more complicated. Outside, the academy slowly settled into silence. The tournament would continue tomorrow, with the red flag competition. 20 World Tree slots remain undecided. 8 days remain before the World Tree blessing blooms, marking the greatest opportunity of their generation. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, cracks are spreading across a giant golden pod, and ancient energy is pulsing through the sea, like the heartbeat of a sleeping god. Chapter 183. The excitement surrounding Tony Clark's victory lasted a single night before the tournament moved forward once again. Nobody complained. Nobody questioned it. Everyone understood that the Golden Flag battle had merely decided who controlled the largest prize. The remaining positions still needed owners. 20 slots attached to the red flag. 10 slots attached to the white flag. 204 individual positions still waited for their final masters. The next morning, Nine Lotus Academy opened its gates once more. The atmosphere had changed dramatically, and the participants had changed as well. The previous rounds were battles for survival. These were battles for value. Everyone understood the numbers. Tony's first place granted 30 World Tree spots. Emma's battlefield offered 20. The white flag offered 10. Beyond that, rankings became nearly meaningless. Whether a person ranked 4th or 204th, the reward remained exactly the same. One spot. Only one spot. That realization changed the mentality of countless participants. Many ambitious geniuses had already fallen. Many weaker participants had already secured positions. People became practical, very practical. Several competitors surrendered when facing opponents they could not defeat. Others intentionally avoided strong enemies. Many chose safer paths, risking severe injuries merely to improve from rank 70 to rank 38 offered absolutely no benefit. The academy elders watching the competition could not help laughing. The younger generation had suddenly become much smarter, or perhaps much more realistic. Meanwhile, the red flag competition became Emma Rock's personal stage. Ever since defeating Mark Smith, her confidence reached another level. The emotional burden she carried for years seemed lighter. The silver life energy surrounding her became smoother, sharper, and more dangerous. One opponent after another challenged her, and one opponent after another fell. Some battles lasted several minutes, others ended within seconds. Nobody managed to stop her advance. Even powerful hidden geniuses eventually found themselves overwhelmed by the healing and destructive abilities she displayed. By late afternoon, only 2 competitors remained beneath the red flag, Emma Rock and a spear user from a northern military faction. The result surprised nobody. The man lasted less than 10 exchanges. When he finally admitted defeat, the arena erupted into applause. Academy disciples celebrated loudly. Healing Tower supporters screamed until they were hoarse. Even neutral spectators acknowledged the result. Emma had earned it, completely. As Da Vinci announced her victory, countless people compared the rankings. First place, Tony Clark, 30 slots. Second place, Emma Rock, 20 slots. Nobody could have predicted such a result when the tournament began. Meanwhile, the white flag battlefield produced an even stranger outcome. The bald monk, the same monk who suffered a humiliating defeat against Tony, the same monk who spent half his battles smiling and bowing, the same monk everyone underestimated, somehow won. Again, and again, and again. Every opponent underestimated him, and every opponent regretted it. The monk advanced quietly, while stronger and more famous geniuses eliminated each other. By sunset, he stood alone beneath the white flag. Third place, 10 World Tree slots. The spectators stared at the smiling monk in disbelief. The monk merely joined his palms together. Amitabha. Luck was kind. Half the arena nearly fainted. Luck. The man had defeated multiple geniuses, yet he still called it luck. Even Tony could not help laughing when he heard the statement. Thus the top 3 finally emerged. First place, Tony Clark. Second place, Emma Rock. Third place, the bald monk. The rankings spread throughout every martial network. Arguments exploded. Some people supported Tony. Others supported Emma. Many claimed Mark Smith deserved a higher position. The debates became endless. Unfortunately for them, the tournament was not interested in public opinion. The results remained unchanged. After the top 3 positions were settled, the remaining battles lost much of their intensity. Nobody cared about rank anymore. A participant ranked 4th received 1 World Tree slot, and a participant ranked 200th received 1 World Tree slot. The reward was identical. Consequently, many competitors became extremely practical. Some surrendered, some negotiated, some deliberately avoided powerful opponents. Several geniuses openly refused unnecessary battles. Why risk severe injuries before entering the World Tree blessing? Only idiots would do that. As a result, the final rankings beyond 3rd place became chaotic. One famous genius might rank 15th, another might rank 93rd. Nobody cared. They had already achieved their goal, a World Tree slot. That was enough. Among the remaining battles, one confrontation attracted considerable attention. Mark Smith versus Kevin Clark. The moment the names appeared, the atmosphere changed. Everyone could feel Mark's mood. The Imperial Family genius had remained quiet ever since his defeat against Emma. The pressure surrounding him felt dangerous, very dangerous. Kevin Clark realized it immediately, but there was nowhere to run. The battle began and ended quickly, painfully quickly. Mark unleashed every ounce of frustration he carried from the previous days. His sword energy exploded across the battlefield like a storm. Kevin defended desperately, but the difference in strength proved overwhelming. Within moments, Kevin found himself blasted across half the arena. The spectators winced. Even Tony looked sympathetic. The battle ended with Kevin embedded inside a stone wall. Mark lowered his sword and snorted. "If not for your surname, nobody would remember you." The statement spread throughout the arena. Kevin's face darkened. He could not argue, not after losing so thoroughly. Meanwhile, Mark finally looked slightly better. Not happy, not satisfied, but better. At least somebody had suffered more than him today. As darkness descended upon Nine Lotus Academy, the final participant lists were completed. 264 slots, 264 qualified participants. The greatest gathering of young talents in the world. The tournament had ended. For the first time in days, the academy became quiet, very quiet. Every genius present understood the same thing. The tournament prizes no longer mattered. The rankings no longer mattered. The arguments no longer mattered. Only one thing mattered now: the World Tree blessing. 7 days remained, and 7 days before hundreds of ambitious geniuses entered the most dangerous battlefield of their generation. Chapter 184. The conclusion of the Golden Flag, Red Flag, and White Flag battles should have brought peace to Nine Lotus Academy. Instead, the martial world became even more chaotic. Every major martial network, financial platform, and business channel discussed only one name: Tony Clark. The young man who entered the tournament as a controversial participant emerged as the biggest winner of the entire event. 30 World Tree blessing slots. First rank, Golden Flag champion, owner of the most discussed dragon techniques in the younger generation. Within a single week, Tony's popularity exploded to a level nobody anticipated. Videos of his battles circulated endlessly. Martial analysts spent entire nights discussing his techniques. Some claimed he possessed an ancient dragon inheritance. Others believed he secretly inherited the legacy of a forgotten supreme expert. The more people discussed him, the more mysterious he became. And whenever mystery appeared, money followed. Across the nation, Clark family business shares surged repeatedly. Investment companies rushed to establish partnerships. Several powerful families openly announced strategic cooperation agreements with Clark-owned enterprises. A famous financial expert stated publicly that if Tony Clark survives the World Tree blessing, the Clark family may become one of the strongest forces among the younger generation factions within 20 years. The statement immediately caused another market surge. Meanwhile, the Clark family itself became a political battlefield. Every elder wanted access to Tony. Every branch family wanted favors. Every business representative wanted signatures. Every alliance wanted promises. The reason was simple: 30 World Tree slots, 30 opportunities capable of changing destinies. Inside the main ancestral hall, dozens of elders gathered around a giant conference table. The atmosphere remained heated. Arguments continued endlessly. 3 slots should be auctioned. No 5. We need resources. We need allies. We need influence. We need future investment. The discussion grew increasingly chaotic until Patriarch Ryan slammed his hand onto the table. The entire room became silent. The old patriarch stood slowly. He looked toward the young man sitting quietly near the window. Tony, the owner of 30 slots. The biggest surprise of the generation. Ryan's gaze softened slightly. Tony. The room focused on him. Tony looked up lazily. What is it, father? What are your plans regarding the 30 slots? The room became silent. Everyone waited. They feared Tony would do something unpredictable with those 30 spots. Tony stretched slowly before answering. Leo already has a slot. Lily has hers. All the important people related to me got a World Tree blessing spot. So, I decided to give them to the family. Silence followed. Complete silence. Several elders thought they misheard. One elder stood up. All 30? Tony looked confused. Are you eliminating me? 29. I need one for myself, right? The old man almost suffered internal injuries as he realized the mistake. Meanwhile, Patriarch Ryan stared at Tony for a long moment. He understood what those words meant. His son was not merely giving away resources. He was giving away a trump card. Finally, Ryan laughed after realizing the opportunity presented before him. He looked toward every elder present, then toward every representative. I have made a decision. The Clark family exists today because each generation produces someone capable of carrying its future. The elders nodded. Ryan continued. Sometimes that person is chosen through blood, sometimes through talent, sometimes through merit. His gaze settled on Tony. This time, there can be no debate. Several elders already understood. Others widened their eyes. Ryan raised his hand slowly. From this day forward, Tony Clark shall become the crown prince of the Clark family. The hall exploded. Several elders stood instantly. Others gasped. Some nearly dropped their tea. The title carried enormous meaning. Only one person in each generation could receive it. The designated successor. The future patriarch. The heir of the entire family. Ryan continued before anyone could interrupt. Unless death or extraordinary circumstances prevent it, Tony Clark will inherit leadership of the Clark family in the future. The room became completely silent. The decision was final. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then the ancestor stood up first. I support the decision. Now, there was no turning back as the ancestor approved it. The third elder's face turned ugly. Kevin Clark held his fists with an unwilling look. Another elder rose. I support it. Then another, and another, and another. Within moments, every elder had stood. Unanimous approval was something almost unheard of within the Clark family. Tony smiled without any pride. For him, this was not his target now. The announcement spread across the Marshall networks less than an hour later. The reaction exceeded every expectation. The entire nation exploded. Clark family names new crown prince. Tony Clark officially becomes future patriarch. The biggest surprise of the generation. From dark horse to heir apparent. Millions of comments flooded the networks. Even rival families struggled to believe it. Meanwhile, deep inside the Imperial Family residence, Mark Smith read the announcement quietly. The paper crumpled slightly inside his hand. Tony Clark. First rank. Future patriarch. 30 world tree slots. Everything seemed to revolve around the same person. Mark lowered the report slowly. His expression remained calm, because the anger had already passed. Only determination remained. The world tree blessing would decide everything. There, no family title would matter. No political influence would matter. Far away, Emma Rock received the same announcement. Several invitation letters still covered her desk. Marriage proposals, alliance offers, adoption requests, resource contracts, all were ignored. She glanced at Tony's newly announced title before setting the report aside quietly. Then she rejected 3 more invitations. The messenger leaving the room looked completely defeated. Natasha could not help laughing. You really aren't interested? Emma shook her head. No. What are you interested in then? Emma looked toward the distant ocean, visible beyond the academy. The world tree. The upcoming blessing. The opportunity that would change countless destinies. A faint smile appeared on her face, getting stronger and taking revenge. Meanwhile, far beyond the academy, far beyond the cities, far beyond the reach of ordinary humans, a giant crack appeared across the surface of the World Tree Blessing Pod. Golden light erupted into the heavens. The ocean trembled. The sky changed color. Every qualified participant's identity token lit up simultaneously. A single message appeared. World Tree Blessing opens in 5 days. Chapter 185. The announcement regarding Tony Clark becoming the crown prince of the Clark family shook the Marshall world for an entire day. Even after the discussions about the tournament rankings began fading, the topic refused to disappear from Marshall networks. Some praised the decision of the Clark family. Others claimed the family had become blinded by short-term success. A few older experts simply laughed. They understood something the younger generation did not. Families were not built through talent alone. They were built through results. And among the younger generation, nobody had produced greater results than Tony Clark. 30 world tree slots. First place in the greatest youth tournament held in decades. The future patriarch position. The value behind those achievements was enough to silence most criticism. Unfortunately, Tony could not care less. Late that night, after escaping countless elders, avoiding family celebrations, rejecting business meetings, and somehow surviving 3 hours of political discussions, he finally locked himself inside his residence. The door clicked shut, and he released a long breath. Being famous is exhausting. The room remained silent. A familiar voice sounded inside his head. Ding. Tony froze. A smile spread across his face. Finally, the system. The mechanical voice echoed again. Ding. Major fate arc completed. Calculating rewards. Calculating. Calculating. Tony sat upright. Genuine excitement appeared on his face. Compared to family politics, system rewards were much more attractive. A golden screen appeared before him. Its familiar glow illuminated the dark room. Tony widened his eyes. He was not prepared for the number of notifications. Fated Villain System. Villain, Tony Clark. Age, 18 years and 11 months. Martial arts, Grandmaster Warrior, peak stage. Comprehension, Heaven-devouring origin scripture. Fighting technique, Tyrant Dragon Fist, major success. Movement technique, Heavenly Mirage Steps, minor success. Healing inheritance, Pleasure Dr. Pigma, active. Tyrant Dragon Physique, first evolution, complete. Trump card, Overlord rank kill strike, 1 use remaining. Tony nodded. Nothing unusual there. He reached the reward section and nearly jumped from his chair. Fate points, unclaimed. Defeated Parker, 80 fate points. Defeated Bald Monk, 120 fate points. Defeated Emma Rock, Heaven-blessed individual, 300 fate points. Suppressed Mark Smith reputation, 150 fate points. Became Golden Flag champion, 300 fate points. Obtained 30 World Tree Blessing slots, 200 fate points. Chosen as Clark Family Crown Prince, 500 fate points. Altered Emirok Fate Line, 200 fate points. Established dominance over younger generation, 250 fate points. Total unclaimed fate points, 2,100. Tony choked. 2,100. That number exceeded everything he accumulated previously. His heart raced. The rewards continued. Unclaimed rewards. Defeated Bald Monk, Buddhist Origin Relic Fragment. Defeated Parker, Spear Intent Comprehension Card, 6 hours. Defeated Emirok, Heaven Grade Enlightenment Card, 24 hours. Defeated Heaven Blessed Individual, Fate Plunder Gift Box, Gold. 1 Golden Flag Tournament, Tyrant Dragon Physique, 2nd Evolution. 1 Golden Flag Tournament, Dragon Bone Tempering Pool Access, 1 time. Obtained 1st place in Academy Tournament, Heavenly Mirage Steps Insight, 3 days. Obtained 30 World Tree slots, World Tree Detection Compass. Became Clark Family Crown Prince, Family Fortune Protection Token. Changed Emirok Fate, Ancient Life Crystal, 1. Established dominance over younger generation, Villain Aura Upgrade. Tony stared, then stared again. He rubbed his eyes, then stared a 3rd time. His breathing grew heavier. Every reward was valuable. Every reward would be useful. But one line captured his attention. Tyrant Dragon Physique, 2nd Evolution. The Dragon Lord transformation obtained inside the World Tree had already changed his body dramatically. If the physique evolved again, Tony did not know what would happen. The system was not finished. A new golden notification appeared. The room instantly became brighter. Special hidden reward triggered. Condition, become champion, defeat Heaven Blessed Individual, and obtain family heir position. Reward, Dragon Lord Blood Essence, 3. Reward, Ancient Dragon Soul Fragment, 1. Reward, World Tree Entrance Map, incomplete. Tony stood. His expression became serious, especially when his eyes landed upon the final reward. World Tree Entrance Map. The timing could not be more perfect. The World Tree Blessing would open within days. Yet before he could investigate further, another notification appeared. This one looked different. Darker, more mysterious. Even the system voice changed slightly. System notice. The villain has successfully completed a major fate arc. Current world influence increased. Future fate interference rewards increased by 200%. A new main quest has been generated. Tony's heartbeat accelerated. Main quest. Enter World Tree Blessing and obtain Chaotic Life Seed. Reward, unknown. Failure, unknown. Warning. A major fate collision has been detected within the World Tree Blessing. Tony stared at the final line. Major fate collision. The system rarely used warnings. When it did, things became dangerous. The smile disappeared from Tony's face. His thoughts drifted toward the mysterious spirit he met inside the World Tree barrier. The creator trapped in another world. The gathering of chaotic life energy. The incomplete map. The accelerated blooming. Everything seemed connected somehow. Before he could think deeper, a familiar figure appeared beside him. The little spirit. The same mysterious system spirit who had guided him inside the World Tree. She floated above the table while looking at the rewards. Her eyes widened. Dragon Soul Fragment. Tony looked toward her. You know it. The spirit nodded rapidly. Her expression became unusually serious. Don't absorb that carelessly. Tony blinked. That answer surprised him. Why? The spirit floated closer. Because that thing is not merely energy. Her voice lowered. It is a key. Tony's expression changed instantly. A key. The spirit nodded. She pointed toward the World Tree entrance map notification. A key connected to that. The room became quiet. Outside, the celebration of the Clark family continued. Inside, Tony stared at the golden notifications floating before him. For the first time since winning the tournament, he felt that everything until now had merely been preparation. The real story was beginning. Somewhere deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, another crack appeared across the giant golden pod surrounding the World Tree Blessing. This time the crack stretched for hundreds of meters. Ancient energy leaked outward. The ocean trembled. The sky changed color. And hidden within the deepest part of the World Tree, something ancient slowly opened its eyes. Chapter 186. The celebration inside the Clark family estate continued deep into the night. Servants ran between halls carrying expensive wine. Elders laughed loudly, while discussing future plans, and representatives from countless organizations waited patiently outside the gates hoping to establish some connection with the family that had suddenly become the center of attention. Only 1 month ago, many of these same people viewed the Clark family as a declining giant slowly losing influence among the upper circles. Now the situation had completely reversed. 30 World Tree slots were enough to change the destiny of an entire generation, and those 30 slots belonged to Tony Clark. Inside the ancestral hall, Patriarch Ryan sat quietly, while several reports floated before him. Every few minutes another message arrived. Business partnerships, resource exchanges, strategic alliances, even ancient families that rarely interacted with outsiders had begun making contact. The old patriarch looked at the numbers and could not stop smiling. The rise was not limited to prestige alone. The family commercial branches were experiencing explosive growth. Stock values linked to Clark Enterprises had surged repeatedly throughout the day. Investors were practically throwing money at every project carrying the Clark name, and numerous Marshall corporations were competing for cooperation agreements. Yet despite all the excitement, the topic discussed most frequently was not the 30 World Tree slots. It was Tony himself. the future patriarch, the crown prince of the Clark family, the greatest surprise of the younger generation. Several elders still found it difficult to believe. Some of them clearly remembered criticizing Tony only months ago. Others remembered arguing against giving him resources. One particularly shameless elder even claimed he had always recognized Tony's potential, a statement that immediately earned ridicule from everyone present, because they all remembered him calling Tony a hopeless troublemaker not long ago. Meanwhile, the person responsible for all this chaos had escaped. Tony sat alone atop the highest roof within the family compound, staring toward the distant seaport lights. The cold night wind brushed past his face, while the sounds of celebration echoed faintly below. For the first time in days, he finally enjoyed a moment of peace. Unfortunately, the peace did not last. A familiar golden screen appeared before his eyes. The faded villain system interface glowed softly in the darkness. Tony's eyes locked onto the newly acquired rewards. 2,100 fate points, a dragon soul fragment, a world tree entrance map, and the tyrant dragon physique second evolution. Each reward possessed tremendous value, yet his attention repeatedly returned to one item, the dragon soul fragment. The warning from the system spirit still lingered in his mind. The spirit warned him, don't absorb that carelessly. The reaction alone had been strange enough. Throughout their interactions, the little spirit had remained calm even when discussing the world tree, the chaotic life energy, and the mysterious creator trapped in another world. Yet the moment she saw the dragon soul fragment, genuine fear appeared on her face. Tony raised his hand, and a golden fragment materialized above his palm. The object looked like a piece of crystal carved from condensed sunlight. Ancient patterns moved beneath its surface like living creatures, and faint dragon roars occasionally echoed from within. The moment it appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy became restless. Tony narrowed his eyes as he studied the object. The fragment was not releasing power. It was breathing. It felt like a living creature sleeping beneath countless years of dust. The realization caused a chill to travel down his spine. At that exact moment, the system spirit appeared beside him so quickly that she nearly crashed into the roof. Her tiny face turned pale. She gasped, "You took it out." Tony frowned. "You look like you have seen a ghost." The spirit did not answer immediately. Instead, she stared at the fragment as though it might suddenly explode. Several seconds passed before she finally spoke. "Put it away." Tony raised an eyebrow. "No." The spirit nearly choked on her own surprise. "No." Tony shrugged. "You tell me not to touch it. You tell me not to absorb it. Then you refuse to explain anything. If you want me to listen, start talking." The little spirit opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. For once, she seemed genuinely conflicted. Finally, she floated downward and sat cross-legged in midair. "Do you know what dragons are?" Tony laughed. "Big lizards that like treasure." The spirit rolled her eyes. "That is exactly why your civilization is doomed." Tony grinned, but the spirit ignored him and looked toward the fragment once more. True dragons do not leave inheritances the way humans do. Their memories, bloodlines, and souls are intertwined. When a dragon reaches a certain level, even a tiny fragment can preserve traces of its existence. Tony's smile slowly disappeared. The spirit continued, "This is not simply a treasure. It is a remnant." Tony looked at the fragment again. The golden crystal suddenly seemed far more dangerous. "A remnant of what?" The spirit hesitated, then spoke softly. "A dragon lord." The night wind suddenly felt colder. Tony immediately remembered the dragon lord transformation he obtained inside the world tree barrier. The transformation had altered his life energy, strengthened his physique, and changed the very structure of his body. If this fragment truly belonged to a dragon lord, its value was unimaginable. The spirit continued, "The good news is that it is dead." Tony relaxed slightly. "The bad news?" The spirit looked directly at him. "Dead does not always mean gone." The smile disappeared from Tony's face completely. Silence settled over the rooftop. Far below, the sounds of celebration continued. Far away, the academy remained brightly illuminated. The world looked peaceful. Yet Tony suddenly felt as though he had touched something ancient, something dangerous, something connected to secrets far older than the world tree itself. The spirit eventually pointed toward another reward floating inside the system interface, the incomplete world tree entrance map. "Forget the dragon soul fragment for now. That is not your immediate problem." Tony followed her gaze. "The map." The spirit nodded. "The world tree is changing." That answer immediately caught his attention. "What do you mean?" "The first time you entered, you only disturbed the outer layer. The structure remained stable. But after absorbing chaotic life energy and triggering the Dragon Lord transformation, some things inside started waking up earlier than expected." Tony's expression became serious. "Waking up?" The spirit slowly nodded, looking toward the distant horizon, where the Pacific Ocean lay hidden beyond mountains and cities. The World Tree Blessing was not supposed to open for another 13 days. Tony understood instantly. Now only 4 days remained. The accelerated blooming, the spreading cracks, the strange warnings, everything connected together. The spirit's next words made the situation even more unsettling. "When the world tree opens, the geniuses entering it will not be the only ones competing for opportunities." Tony frowned. "What else will be inside?" The spirit stared toward the darkness. For the first time since meeting her, a trace of fear appeared in her voice. "Things that should still be sleeping." The Guardian Spirits. Chapter 187. "What did you say?" Tony asked in surprise. The system spirit stared toward the distant horizon without answering. Neither spoke for several moments. The celebration inside the Clark family estate continued below, yet it felt strangely distant now. The laughter of elders, the noise of servants, and the endless discussions about resources and alliances all seemed insignificant compared to the warning he had just heard. Things that should still be sleeping. The phrase lingered in his mind. Eventually Tony broke the silence. What exactly are these things? He asked again with impatience. The spirit looked at him before releasing a slow breath. Guardian spirits. The answer surprised him. Of all the possibilities he imagined, guardian spirits were not among them. The spirit continued, her voice carrying an unusual seriousness. Every world tree blessing is not merely an inheritance ground. That is the mistake humans always make. They see opportunities and treasures, so they assume the place exists for them. The truth is the opposite. The world tree existed long before human civilizations appeared. The blessings, fruits, inheritances, and seeds are merely byproducts of its existence. Tony listened quietly. The world tree protects itself. It always has. Ancient guardian spirits were created for that purpose. Some guard treasures. Some guard pathways. Some guard specific inheritances. Others simply destroy intruders who do not belong there. The more she spoke, the more dangerous the world tree sounded. Tony frowned. If they are guardians, why are you worried? The spirit immediately looked annoyed. Because they should not be awake. That answer made much more sense. The spirit pointed toward the incomplete map floating within the system interface. Normally the outer layers open first. Geniuses enter. They fight. They collect opportunities. Then deeper areas awaken gradually based on talents. That is how the process is supposed to work. Tony understood where the conversation was heading. And because I entered early. The spirit nodded. And because you absorbed chaotic life energy. And because of the Dragon Lord transformation. Congratulations. You accidentally kicked the world tree while it was sleeping. Tony rubbed his forehead. When she described it that way, it sounded considerably worse. The little spirit floated toward him and sat on his thigh. The good news is that most guardians probably remain dormant. The bad news is that if even a few awaken early, the danger level inside the world tree could increase dramatically. Okay, do not confuse me with half guesses. First, I need to know about this. Tony looked toward the dragon soul fragment again. The fragment remained suspended above his palm, glowing faintly beneath the moonlight. Does this have anything to do with the Dragon Lord? The spirit became silent. Tony slowly turned toward her. You know something. The spirit looked away. Tony narrowed his eyes. You definitely know something. The spirit continued looking away. Tony immediately laughed. Every time you do that, it means I am right. The little spirit groaned dramatically before finally giving up. The Dragon Lord inheritance was not supposed to appear yet. Tony froze. What? The Dragon Lord inheritance was not supposed to appear yet, she repeated. It belonged to a deeper layer of the world tree. A much deeper layer. For several seconds Tony simply stared at her. Then his expression became strange. So, you are saying I stole an inheritance ahead of schedule? The spirit pointed a tiny finger at him. Exactly. Tony could not help laughing. The situation sounded ridiculous. Unfortunately, the spirit was not laughing. Do you know what happens when someone removes a cornerstone inheritance from an ancient structure? Tony's smile slowly faded. The spirit answered before he could. The structure changes. For the first time since entering the world tree secretly, Tony realized his actions might have consequences beyond simple rewards. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, the Pacific Ocean continued changing. The giant golden pod surrounding the world tree had become increasingly unstable. Massive cracks spread across its surface like rivers of molten gold. Every few hours, ancient energy leaked into the sky, causing unusual weather patterns across nearby regions. Martial government satellites watched continuously. Martial organizations monitored every development. Countless experts gathered near the ocean. Nobody understood the reason behind the acceleration. Nobody knew the truth. Inside a crystal palace hidden beneath the sea, Luca sat quietly, while several reports floated before her. The old woman's expression had become increasingly grim over the last few days. The timing still bothered her. Everything about the timing bothered her. One report described the accelerated blooming. Another described unusual fluctuations near the world tree. A third described the movements of the demonic sea tribe member, who had secretly escorted Tony into deep waters. Luca read the reports repeatedly. The answers remained the same. Eventually Elsa entered the room carrying her curved blade across one shoulder. You have not slept. Luca ignored the observation. Instead she slid one report across the table. Elsa glanced at it briefly, then frowned. Tony Clark. The old woman nodded. The dates match. Elsa remained silent. Luca continued. The woman who guided him claims she never approached the world tree itself. She only escorted him toward the region. After that, he disappeared. The room became quiet. Elsa finally sat down. Do you think he entered? Luca did not answer immediately. Instead she looked toward the glowing golden silhouette visible beyond the palace windows. I think something major happened. The distinction was subtle. Meanwhile, inside Nine Lotus Academy, another meeting was taking place. Academy Master Da Vinci stood before a massive projection map showing the World Tree region. Around him sat representatives from various organizations, including family elders, sect leaders, and government officials responsible for supervising the upcoming blessing. The atmosphere remained serious. No one discussed rankings. No one discussed business. No one discussed politics. Because all of them had received the same report. The world tree would open sooner than expected. Much sooner. Da Vinci tapped the projection map lightly. The opening has accelerated again. How much? 3 days, Da Vinci answered calmly. The room instantly became silent. 3 days. Only 3 days remained. Even Da Vinci appeared slightly surprised by the development. Because according to every historical record, nothing like this had happened before. Far away, on a rooftop illuminated by moonlight, Tony's identity token suddenly vibrated. A golden notification appeared before him. The spirit immediately looked toward it. Both read the message simultaneously. World Tree Blessing opening time updated. 72 hours remaining. Tony stared at the notification, then toward the dragon soul fragment floating above his palm. 3 days. Only 3 days. The waiting was almost over, and somewhere beyond the visible world, hidden inside ancient roots and forgotten chambers beneath the world tree, a pair of golden eyes slowly opened in the darkness. The creature did not move, and after sleeping for countless years, its first thought was surprisingly simple. A dragon lord's scent. Someone had touched a forbidden inheritance. Chapter 188. The Pacific Ocean had transformed into the center of global attention. Civilian ships were no longer permitted within thousands of kilometers of the designated region. Governments from multiple nations established exclusion zones around the surrounding waters, while military fleets appeared one after another, creating layers of security around the area. Satellites continuously monitored the giant golden pod, floating above the ocean, and every major news channel dedicated 24-hour coverage to the phenomenon. The reason was simple. The World Tree Blessing was not merely a martial opportunity. It was an economic event, a political event, a national event. Every fruit, every herb, every inheritance, and every treasure that emerged from the world tree possessed enormous value. Entire industries rose and fell depending on what resources appeared during each opening. Pharmaceutical companies increased investments. Martial corporations adjusted future projections. Resource markets fluctuated daily. Stocks related to cultivation medicine, spirit metals, and martial technology rose dramatically as investors prepared for the wave of discoveries expected to emerge from the blessing. Across countless television channels, experts argued endlessly. The upcoming blessing might be the richest in 50 years. The accelerated blooming indicated unusually dense energy accumulation. Historical records suggested the possibility of rare resources. No, the danger level might also increase. Nobody truly knew. Everyone speculated. Meanwhile, above the Pacific Ocean, the giant golden pod continued developing new cracks. Each crack released streams of ancient light into the heavens. Each crack increased the anticipation. Each crack reminded humanity that the countdown was rapidly approaching zero. Inside Nine Lotus Academy, the atmosphere was entirely different. The excitement remained, but tension had replaced celebration. 263 qualified participants gathered inside the Academy's largest assembly arena. The giant hall stretched hundreds of meters in every direction, yet even such a massive space felt crowded beneath the pressure created by so many geniuses gathered together. Nobody sat alone. Not anymore. Groups had already begun forming. The Frost family occupied one section. The Clark family members occupied another. The Imperial family gathered around Mark Smith. Healing Tower disciples naturally moved toward Emma Rock. Numerous smaller families and independent geniuses quickly sought allies wherever they could find them. Some alliances formed naturally. Others formed through negotiation. Several participants openly exchanged resources in return for protection agreements. A wealthy young master from a commercial family could be seen promising future benefits to 3 stronger participants willing to assist him if danger arose inside the World Tree. Nearby, a group from a regional martial organization quietly finalized a mutual defense agreement. Elsewhere, less pleasant discussions occurred. One participant gestured toward a weaker competitor with a sharp look. If you find anything valuable, remember who helped you survive. Otherwise, do not blame us if accidents happen inside. The weaker youth immediately nodded. No one interfered. Everyone understood the reality. Once inside the World Tree, laws became weaker. Very few actually trusted one another. At the front of the hall, Emma Rock sat quietly with several Academy disciples. Unlike most groups, they were not discussing profits or protection arrangements. Emma observed the growing chaos, while Natasha stood nearby speaking with several Academy elders. Not far away, Mark Smith remained surrounded by Imperial Family representatives. His expression remained calm, yet the once arrogant air had become noticeably quieter since the tournament ended. The giant carrying the iron pillar sat cross-legged near one corner. The bald monk smiled peacefully, while accepting tea from several admirers. Kevin Clark spent half his time discussing opportunities and the other half calculating profits. Leo Clark simply looked exhausted. The noise continued growing. Then, sudden silence. The enormous doors at the front of the hall opened. Academy Master Da Vinci entered. Every conversation stopped. Every gaze turned toward him. Several Academy elders followed behind. Da Vinci walked toward the central platform, while observing the crowd before him. For a moment, he appeared satisfied. These were the future pillars of the martial world. The strongest young generation assembled in decades. Then an Academy elder approached and handed him a report. Da Vinci glanced at it. 263? The elder nodded. Yes, Master. Da Vinci looked up. There should be 264. Who died? The hall instantly became silent. Many participants exchanged strange looks. Died? Before entering? That would be ridiculous. The elder hesitated briefly before answering. Nobody died, Master. Then why are we missing one? The elder looked even more uncomfortable. It is Tony Clark. Silence spread throughout the hall. Even Da Vinci paused. Several participants immediately began whispering. The elder continued. He still has not reported. Da Vinci stared at the report for several seconds. Several instructors already expected a furious reaction. Instead, Da Vinci simply folded the report. We will deal with him later. The hall erupted with quiet laughter. Only Tony Clark could make Academy Master Da Vinci react this way. The old master waved his hand. Immediately, hundreds of storage bags appeared in the hands of Academy staff. The bags looked ordinary at first glance, but powerful seals covered their surfaces. Ancient runes intertwined with modern technology, creating a unique design that clearly belonged to the Octopus organization. The atmosphere gradually became serious. Da Vinci addressed the room. Everyone, take one. The participants obeyed. Within moments, every person held a storage bag. The old master waited until the distribution finished before continuing. These bags are not gifts. That sentence immediately attracted attention. Many participants frowned. Da Vinci raised one identical bag. This storage bag serves 3 functions. First, protection. Every bag contains emergency defensive yantras, capable of saving your life once. Second, recording technology. Everything important that happens around you will be automatically recorded. The crowd nodded. Reasonable. Then Da Vinci smiled. The smile immediately made several people nervous. The third function is supervision. The atmosphere changed. Many participants exchanged looks. Supervision? Da Vinci continued calmly. Every treasure, herb, spirit fruit, or artifact, resource, or physical object obtained inside the world tree must be placed inside this bag. The hall erupted. What? Impossible. That is ridiculous. Several people stood immediately. Others began protesting. Da Vinci simply waited. Eventually the noise decreased. Then he delivered the real blow. Upon leaving the world tree, every participant will undergo inspection by the Octopus organization. Complete silence. Several expressions darkened instantly. Everyone understood what that meant. Da Vinci looked around the hall before continuing. Attempting to conceal resources outside the official storage bag will result in confiscation, penalties, and permanent disqualification from future World Tree blessings. The crowd immediately became restless again. Many participants clearly disliked the rule. Da Vinci did not care. The Octopus organization invested enormous resources into opening this opportunity. These are the conditions. Nobody argued further. Nobody possessed the authority. The old master finally placed the bag down. His expression gradually became serious. Far more serious than before. The next matter is more important. The hall immediately quieted. Even the strongest geniuses paid attention. Da Vinci looked toward the giant projection screen displaying the world tree. Several enormous cracks now covered the golden pod. The image alone felt unsettling. Then he spoke. The world tree blessing is behaving abnormally. The words instantly attracted everyone's attention. According to all available records, the internal energy fluctuations are approximately 3 times higher than previous openings. Several elders behind him exchanged uneasy looks. Even they lacked explanations. Da Vinci continued. We do not know the reason. That statement caused the hall to become completely silent. If even Da Vinci did not know, then nobody knew. The old master looked at every participant individually. The opportunities inside may be greater. The dangers may be greater as well. Chapter 189. While the human world remained busy discussing rankings, alliances, resources, and the upcoming World Tree blessing, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, the demonic Sea Tribe was preparing for something entirely different. The enormous crystal plaza at the center of the Sea Tribe settlement swarmed with warriors. 66 selected participants stood in organized rows beneath the glow of countless underwater crystals. Every warrior had earned a qualification slot through the internal selection process. Each one represented the future generation of the demonic Sea Tribe. Ancestor Luca stood at the front. Her wrinkled face carried none of the excitement visible among human organizations. The old woman released a wave of pressure that silenced the entire plaza. She raised a hand and said, "Listen carefully." Her voice remained low, yet every warrior heard it clearly. She looked over the crowd. The human forces are currently celebrating. They are discussing treasures, inheritances, and opportunities. A mocking smile touched her lips. Idiots. Luca slowly raised her hand. Several elders stepped forward carrying dozens of enormous storage conches. Unlike the human storage bags distributed by the Octopus organization, these conches served as unique treasures of the demonic Sea Tribe. Each one utilized ancient methods passed down through generations. They possessed far greater storage capacity than ordinary equipment. The conches drifted through the water and landed beside each selected participant. The warriors attached them to their waists. Luca continued. I don't care about treasures. Silence followed her statement. I don't care about resources. More silence filled the air. I don't care about inheritances. Several younger disciples looked surprised. Luca let her gaze turn cold. What I care about is reducing human numbers. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Murderous intent bled into the water. If you remove the human participants, the resources inside the world tree naturally belong to our demonic Sea Tribe. The logic remained simple. It was brutal and effective. Several sea warriors smiled, for this sounded like a proper mission. Luca walked slowly before the gathered disciples. The world tree is large. It is very large. It remains large enough for accidents. The corners of her mouth curled upward. They will be very unfortunate accidents. Many of the younger warriors grasped the implication immediately. No further explanation was necessary. The Sea Tribe had never been friendly toward human organizations. The upcoming World Tree event merely provided another battlefield. Eventually Luca stopped before three particularly powerful disciples. One was a giant warrior covered in blue scales. The second carried a pair of crescent-shaped blades. The third was a silent young woman with emotionless eyes. The surrounding participants straightened. These three represented the strongest combatants of the younger C generation. Luca let her gaze settle on them. I have a separate mission. The three warriors bowed in unison. The old woman's eyes narrowed. Tony Clark. The name drew immediate attention. After all, the Golden Flag champion had become famous even among the sea tribes. Luca continued. And the bald monk. The three nodded without hesitation or questions. The giant warrior grinned. We will bring back their heads. Luca shook her head. Do not underestimate them. The warning surprised everyone present. Very few people received such caution from ancestor Luca. The old woman folded her arms behind her back. The monk is strange. The Clark boy is even stranger. Her thoughts drifted toward the suspicious reports received recently, including the missing hours, the deep sea incident, and the accelerated blooming. None of it proved anything. Yet her instincts continued to warn her. Something about Tony Clark felt wrong. She dismissed the matter, knowing the World Tree would provide answers one way or another. After another hour of instructions, warnings, and mission assignments, the gathering finally ended. The selected warriors returned to their residences. Excitement filled the settlement. Tomorrow everything would begin. Soon only two people remained inside the Crystal Plaza, Luca and Elsa. The beautiful sea tribe genius stood calmly beneath the crystal lights waiting for the others to leave. Only then did Luca wave her hand to reveal a storage ring. Unlike the ordinary rings used throughout the martial world, this one was crimson and covered in ancient sea runes. Elsa's eyes widened slightly. Ancestor. Luca tossed the ring toward her, and Elsa caught it. The moment her spiritual sense entered the ring, her breathing stopped. A jade manual rested inside. Its cover shimmered with ancient blue light as powerful fluctuations leaked from its surface. The title caused her heart to race. Ocean God's Phantom Tide Steps. Elsa's pupils contracted. This was a sky rank movement technique. It was not a fragment or an incomplete inheritance, but a complete sky rank movement art. Luca watched her reaction calmly. Open it. Elsa obeyed and turned several pages. The deeper she looked, the more shocked she became. The complexity of the movements, transitions, and concepts far exceeded anything she had practiced before. Luca finally spoke. This technique once belonged to a sea king. Elsa looked up as the old woman pointed toward a floating crystal container. Inside rested a crimson pearl the size of a human fist. It released terrifying fluctuations. The Red Sea Pearl. Elsa had heard stories regarding the treasure. It was a supreme cultivation resource available only once every several generations. Luca's expression became serious. I want you to use it tonight. Elsa understood. The old woman was giving her an opportunity to transform before entering the World Tree. Luca's next words carried unmistakable expectations. Master the first stage before tomorrow. Elsa nodded. The old woman continued. Inside the World Tree, speed matters. You must get those seeds. Elsa remembered the ancient records of the true treasures of the World Tree, the seeds capable of changing destinies. Luca stepped closer. I don't care who obtains inheritances, who becomes famous, or who wins battles. The old woman pointed toward the jade manual. I only care that you become the fastest person inside. A smile appeared on Elsa's face. She looked toward the title again. Ocean God's Phantom Tide Steps. Reading the name felt powerful, and the excitement inside her chest became impossible to suppress. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, inside the Clark family estate, another cultivation session reached a critical point. Outside a heavily protected meditation chamber, Tony's personal servant Mary stood anxiously holding a communication device. She had arrived 3 times already and failed 3 times. The Academy had issued another summons regarding tomorrow's preparations for all selected participants. The problem was simple, for Tony was not answering. Mary stared helplessly at the sealed cultivation chamber. Young master. No response came from within. She knocked lightly, but nothing happened. She knocked again, but still, nothing occurred. Inside the chamber, Tony could not hear a single word. His entire consciousness had entered a strange state. Golden Buddhist symbols floated around him as ancient chants echoed endlessly throughout the room. The Buddhist origin relic fragment obtained from the bald monk's reward had already merged halfway into his spiritual sea, bringing new insights every second. The fragment did not increase his cultivation. Instead, it strengthened his mind, tempered his will, and refined his spirit. At the same time, the dragon bone tempering pool granted by the system had transformed the chamber into a miniature dragon domain. Golden liquid covered Tony's body as ancient dragon runes moved beneath his skin. His muscles broke apart and reformed, and his bones released faint cracking sounds as impurities were expelled and replaced by increasingly powerful structures. The process should have been excruciatingly painful. Yet Tony remained completely immersed in cultivation, because he had already discovered something extraordinary. The Buddhist relic and dragon bone tempering pool were not conflicting. They were complementing one another. One tempered the body, and the other tempered the soul. The combination created results that neither reward could achieve alone. Hours passed and the night deepened. Outside, Mary eventually sat beside the door with a defeated expression. Inside, golden dragon energy and ancient Buddhist light continued to intertwine around Tony's body. Neither he nor anyone else realized that tomorrow's gathering would proceed without him once again. Somewhere far beyond the horizon, the giant golden pod surrounding the world tree released another massive crack that illuminated the night sky. The waiting would finally end tomorrow. Chapter 190. The day finally arrived. Before the sunrise could even paint the horizon, strange changes appeared throughout the Pacific Ocean. At first, nobody noticed. A faint fragrance drifted through the air. The scent spread across the sea like an invisible tide. Every cultivator who inhaled it experienced their spiritual energy becoming slightly more active. Some weaker martial artists even discovered minor bottlenecks loosening inside their bodies. Then came the second change. The sky transformed. The clouds above the World Tree Blessing region gradually turned into swirling golden rings. Countless streams of light flowed between heaven and earth, as the entire world breathed alongside the giant golden pod floating above the ocean. The third change shocked everyone. Space itself began distorting. Small cracks appeared around the world tree barrier. They were not destructive tears. Instead, they resembled transparent mirrors constantly breaking and reforming. Every satellite monitoring the region immediately transmitted emergency reports. Every military fleet entered maximum alert. Every major organization activated emergency protocols. Because according to historical records, the blooming had begun. The giant golden pod suspended above the Pacific released wave after wave of ancient energy. Massive cracks continued spreading across its surface, while golden roots slowly emerged from within the fading shell. The world tree, humanity's greatest opportunity, was awakening. Warning sirens sounded throughout the surrounding exclusion zones. Military commanders issued new orders. Government observers activated monitoring equipment. News channels around the world interrupted normal programming. Every screen displayed the same image of the awakening world tree. The waiting was finally over. 1 hour later, the sea surrounding the world tree was crowded with experts. Massive warships floated across the ocean. Flying platforms hovered in the sky. Countless organizations occupied designated positions around the awakening tree. The strongest generation of the current era had arrived. Nine Lotus Academy occupied one of the largest floating platforms. Academy Master Da Vinci stood at the front with his hands behind his back, while several Academy elders remained nearby. Behind them gathered the selected participants, each carrying their assigned storage bags and emergency equipment. Mark Smith stood among the Imperial Family group. Emma Rock stood beside Natasha. The bald monk smiled peacefully, as though he were attending a religious gathering rather than entering a dangerous inheritance ground. Kevin Clark looked around with excitement. Leo Clark appeared considerably more nervous. Nearby, Supreme Warrior experts from numerous organizations watched the world tree with serious expressions. Above them floated Ancestor Long. The old expert's presence alone caused surrounding space to tremble slightly. Although he was not the strongest person present, nobody dared underestimate him. This was especially true after Tony's recent rise. The Clark family had become considerably more influential. The humans were not alone. Far across the sea, another massive formation approached, the demonic sea tribe. 66 selected participants stood upon enormous crystal platforms, floating above the ocean. Behind them followed numerous tribe elders, while Ancestor Luca stood at the very front. Her gaze remained fixed on the world tree. Occasionally, it drifted toward the human camp, particularly toward the area where the Clark family gathered. Elsa stood quietly among the sea tribe geniuses. The Crimson Pearl had already been absorbed. The ocean god's phantom tide steps had reached the first stage. Her aura had become noticeably sharper, faster, and more dangerous. Several sea tribe participants instinctively kept their distance from her. Even they could sense the difference. The atmosphere continued becoming increasingly tense. Everyone understood the truth. The moment the barrier disappeared, the competition would begin. Hours passed as the world tree continued blooming. Its enormous branches stretched toward the heavens, while countless golden leaves illuminated the surrounding sea. Strange fruits could occasionally be seen forming among distant branches. Ancient runes drifted through the air. The fragrance grew stronger, while the distortions became more violent. Several elders monitored the barrier's condition. Eventually, one expert stood up suddenly and announced that it was weakening. Every gaze turned toward the world tree. The transparent barrier surrounding the ancient tree had begun fading visibly. The process was not rapid, yet everyone could see it. The final seal was disappearing. The excitement among the younger generation exploded. Many participants tightened their grips, while others activated movement techniques in advance. Some even began circulating spiritual energy through their bodies. Nobody wanted to lose the opening advantage. Da Vinci stepped forward, his voice spreading throughout the Academy group. He told them to stay calm. The excitement lessened. The Academy Master stared toward the fading barrier. He remarked that this was the most dangerous moment, because the first ones entering were not necessarily the luckiest. Several participants frowned while others understood. The first wave often attracted the greatest dangers. However, nobody intended to retreat. Then, a distant roar echoed across the ocean. Everyone looked toward the sky. A military-grade warjet appeared above the clouds. The aircraft descended rapidly before slowing near the Academy platform. Several participants recognized the symbol painted across its surface, the Clark family. Many expressions became strange. The bald monk smiled. Even Emma turned slightly. The jet door opened and a familiar figure emerged. It was Tony Clark. The Golden Flag champion stepped onto the platform, as though arriving late to a family dinner rather than the most important event of the younger generation. A grin rested comfortably on his face. His hands remained inside his pockets. Everything appeared normal, at least initially. Then people noticed his eyes. Something was very different. Tony's cultivation had not changed significantly. His aura had not become overwhelmingly stronger. Yet, everyone felt the same thing, danger. The young man standing before them now felt less human. The sensation resembled standing before a sleeping beast that appeared relaxed and harmless, yet could become terrifying at any moment. Even Ancestor Long looked slightly surprised. The old expert carefully observed Tony before smiling faintly. Tony greeted familiar faces, while ignoring the strange stares directed toward him. Eventually, Academy Master Da Vinci approached. The old man stopped beside Tony. His expression remained calm with a gentle smile on his face. To outsiders, it looked like a simple greeting. Nothing appeared unusual. Yet, the moment Da Vinci reached him, his voice became almost inaudible. Only Tony could hear him ask if he had prepared himself well. Tony grinned and claimed he tried his best. Da Vinci studied him briefly. The Academy Master had witnessed countless geniuses throughout his life. Standing this close, even he could sense the changes hidden beneath Tony's calm exterior. Something had happened during these last few days. Something significant. The old man did not ask, but instead he lowered his voice further to ask if he remembered their deal. Tony immediately understood. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he confirmed that he did. Da Vinci narrowed his eyes. Tony's smile widened slightly. He stated that he never forgot profitable business. The Academy Master nearly laughed. Even at a moment like this boy still sounded like a merchant. Before Da Vinci could respond, a violent tremor spread across the entire ocean. Boom! The sea exploded as thousands of meters of water surged upward. The World Tree released a dazzling pillar of golden light that pierced the heavens. Every branch illuminated, every root awakened. Chapter 191. The moment the final barrier surrounding the World Tree blessing shattered, the atmosphere across the Pacific Ocean changed completely. Golden light erupted from the colossal tree, ancient branches stretched toward the heavens, and countless streams of spiritual energy flowed through the sky like rivers of liquid sunlight. Every participant could feel the opportunity hidden beyond those roots and branches. Every genius present knew that a single lucky encounter inside could change their destiny forever. Yet before anyone could move, an unexpected voice echoed across the gathering. Look at him. The famous Tony Clark finally arrived. The speaker was a young warrior from the demonic sea tribe, standing proudly among his companions, while pointing directly toward Tony. His voice carried far across the ocean thanks to spiritual energy. For a brief moment, countless eyes shifted toward the golden flag champion. The sea warrior laughed loudly before continuing. For days I listened to stories about this fellow, future patriarch, golden flag champion, #1 genius. The more I listened, the more curious I became. Then I finally saw him with my own eyes and realized something. Several sea tribe members immediately grinned. The warrior slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. He is not a genius. The surrounding sea tribe warriors joined in. He is a businessman. More laughter erupted. I heard he spent the entire tournament collecting favors, bargaining with people, stealing opportunities, and acting shamelessly whenever possible. Forget martial arts. Somebody should open a merchant guild and let him become the chairman. The crowd reacted immediately. Many human disciples tried suppressing their laughter. Several academy participants remembered Tony's behavior during the tournament and found themselves unable to argue. Even Kevin Clark almost choked. The sea warrior noticed the reactions and became increasingly excited. Golden Flag Champion. I think we should rename him. Instead of Dragon Genius, let's call him Black Suitcase Tony. The nickname exploded through the crowd. Some sea warriors laughed so hard they nearly doubled over. A few human disciples failed completely and started laughing openly. Even the bald monk's shoulders trembled slightly. The warrior pointed dramatically toward Tony and continued. Everyone talks about cultivation and strength, but this fellow probably calculates profits before every battle. If the World Tree sold admission tickets, he would have bought first place before entering. This time even more people laughed. The joke was not particularly clever. The problem was that it felt believable. For several seconds, the atmosphere became strangely relaxed despite the tension surrounding the World Tree. Then the warrior made his mistake. His grin widened as he looked directly at Tony. Tell me, champion, did you pay somebody for the golden flag too? The laughter slowly faded. It was not because the joke was not funny, but because Tony had finally moved. Tony slowly reached behind his back and pulled out a black bow. The movement immediately attracted attention from nearby experts. The sea warrior frowned. What? You cannot take a joke? Tony smiled. Actually, I enjoyed the joke. The warrior laughed again. Then why the bow? Tony casually pulled the string, and an arrow formed with dark life energy. Because you made one mistake. The sea warrior narrowed his eyes. What mistake? Tony's smile widened slightly. You forgot my other name, Evil Boy. The string released. The sound was not loud, yet every expert present heard it clearly. Twang! The arrow disappeared. For a split second, even Da Vinci lost sight of it. The sea warrior's instincts exploded with warning. Every hair on his body stood upright as danger flooded his mind. Defensive treasures activated instantly. A blue barrier appeared around him, a water shield emerged, and spiritual armor covered his chest. It was all meaningless. The arrow appeared far behind the mocking young man. The young warrior froze. His laughter vanished, and his eyes slowly widened. Then he looked down, where a fist-sized hole had appeared through his chest. It was a clean, perfect hole. One could see the ocean through it. The arrow had passed directly through his heart before continuing hundreds of meters into the distance. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The warrior opened his mouth as though trying to say something. Blood flowed instead, his body swayed, and then it collapsed into the sea, dead. The laughter disappeared entirely, and the ocean became silent. Thousands of eyes turned toward Tony. Many had witnessed him fight before, and many knew he was strong. Yet watching a genius die so casually created a completely different feeling. The most terrifying part was not the attack, but Tony's expression afterward. The young man looked completely calm, as though he had merely swatted away an annoying insect. Across the sea, murderous intent erupted from the demonic sea tribe. Several warriors stepped forward immediately. Weapons appeared, and spiritual energy surged as the atmosphere exploded into chaos. You dare, human bastard, kill him. The sea around them started shaking violently. Human participants instinctively moved as well. Academy disciples stepped forward, Imperial Family experts prepared themselves, and elders from multiple organizations immediately became alert. The situation threatened to spiral into open warfare. Then the sky suddenly darkened, and a terrifying pressure descended upon the ocean. The waves flattened instantly. The wind disappeared, and even spiritual energy became sluggish. Ancestor Long had moved. The old expert simply waved his hand. A massive wave of energy swept across the battlefield. Every participant felt as though an invisible mountain had landed on their shoulders. The strongest young geniuses could barely remain standing. The weaker ones almost collapsed. Ancestor Long's voice echoed across the ocean. If anyone wishes to start a war before entering the World Tree, I can grant that wish immediately. The old man's tone remained calm, which made it even more frightening. No one doubted him, and no one questioned him. The chaos gradually settled. The weapons lowered, though the killing intent remained. Across the sea, Luca stared at the floating corpse of her disciple. Her expression remained terrifyingly calm, yet everyone familiar with her knew that the old woman had become genuinely angry. Slowly, she turned toward the remaining members of the demonic sea tribe. Her voice spread throughout the entire battlefield. Listen carefully. The 65 remaining participants immediately straightened. I do not care about treasures. I do not care about inheritances. I do not care about resources. Luca pointed toward Tony. I want him dead. The sea tribe warriors immediately became excited. Luca continued. Inside the World Tree, whoever brings me Tony Clark's head will become the next supreme member of the demonic sea tribe. Shock spread across the battlefield. Even several elders looked surprised, as that reward was enormous. The position of supreme member represented power, influence, resources, and status, and it was the dream of every young sea warrior. Now Luca had placed that dream on Tony's head. Immediately, dozens of sea warriors stared at him with burning eyes. To them, Tony no longer looked like a person. He looked like opportunity, a walking promotion, and a reward waiting to be claimed. Yet Tony merely laughed. Then he slowly looked across the 65 remaining sea tribe participants. His gaze moved from one face to another. 66 came. One already died. The atmosphere instantly became colder. His smile widened. If the rest decide to follow him, do me a favor. Run together. That way, when I bury all 66 of you, at least the skeletons can stay in the same place. Silence. Absolute silence. Is he brave or stupid? Lily muttered in shock, as she could not believe Tony was threatening the entire sea tribe in front of their strongest ancestor. Chapter 192. The moment the final barrier surrounding the World Tree blessing collapsed, the entire region descended into madness. Thousands of participants who had been waiting for this exact moment transformed into streaks of light as they rushed toward the enormous golden tree. Nobody cared about appearances anymore. The elegant geniuses abandoned their composure. The arrogant young masters forgot their pride. Even the calmest cultivators accelerated with everything they had because everyone understood the same truth. The first opportunities were often the most valuable. Golden mist covered the sky while ancient energy flooded every corner of the World Tree. The massive fruits hanging among distant branches remained hidden behind layers of divine light that distorted vision and spiritual perception. Even participants who specialized in eye techniques found themselves unable to see clearly. The World Tree protected its treasures from greedy eyes, just as it had done countless times throughout history. Tony crossed the barrier and immediately activated heavenly mirage steps. His figure blurred before disappearing from the sight of nearby participants. Several sea tribe warriors who had been watching him carefully immediately chased after him, while numerous human geniuses followed from behind. To an outsider, it looked as though Tony had become the center of attention the moment everyone entered. Tony simply laughed inwardly. He understood Luca's intentions perfectly. The old woman never expected 65 sea tribe members to kill him immediately. Such a thing would be impossible even if they attacked together. Their real mission was obvious. Delay him, distract him, force him into meaningless battles, while others claimed the true opportunities hidden within the World Tree. Unfortunately for them, Tony had already decided what mattered most. The seeds. Nothing else mattered. The spirit had repeated the same warning so many times that even Tony could no longer ignore it. Whatever those seeds were, they possessed enough value to make a mysterious being from another world repeatedly emphasize their importance. The landscape around him changed continuously as he advanced. Ancient forests appeared and vanished. Golden rivers crossed his path before disappearing into the distance. Massive roots larger than mountains stretched through the terrain like giant dragons, sleeping beneath the earth. The entire world felt unreal, as though reality itself had been reconstructed according to rules older than human civilization. Eventually, the terrain opened into an enormous stone region surrounded by towering walls. Participants continued arriving one after another. Mark Smith arrived. Emma Rock arrived. The bald monk arrived. The sea tribe warriors arrived. More and more people gathered as confusion spread throughout the crowd. The location appeared completely sealed. Ancient walls stretched toward the horizon in every direction without revealing a single gate or passage. Countless participants searched frantically for hidden entrances. Some climbed the walls, others activated detection techniques. Several formation experts even examined every stone they could find. Nothing worked. There was no visible path forward. The only unusual object inside the entire area was an ancient stone while standing silently at the center. Tony ignored everything else and walked directly toward it. Naturally, this attracted attention. After all, everyone else was investigating the walls, while Tony appeared interested in the least impressive object present. He stepped onto the edge of the well and looked downward. Then he waited. Lily stared at his back impatiently. Even though she wanted to stop him, she did not take any action. She was angry at him because he had been ignoring her for days. The surrounding participants gradually became impatient. Several Sea Tribe warriors watched him with open suspicion. Others began wondering whether the Golden Flag champion had discovered some hidden clue. Even Emma occasionally glanced in his direction, while continuing her own observations. Tony remained completely focused on the darkness below. The spirit had already warned him that many opportunities inside the world tree required timing rather than strength. Charging forward blindly often produced worse results than waiting. Eventually, a faint sound drifted upward from deep within the well. The moment the sound reached his ears, his eyes brightened. Without explaining anything, he immediately jumped. The crowd reacted instantly. Several participants rushed toward the well. By the time they reached the edge, Tony had already vanished. There was no splash. The darkness swallowed him completely. The scene immediately caused a chain reaction. One participant jumped, then another, then 5 more. Soon dozens of figures were disappearing into the well, as everyone realized the obvious truth. The well was not a decoration. It was the entrance. Tony felt neither falling nor movement. His consciousness drifted through a strange space where time seemed meaningless. Ancient images flashed before his eyes. Cities rose and collapsed. Kingdoms flourished and vanished. Countless unfamiliar faces appeared and disappeared within an endless flow of history. When his vision finally cleared, he discovered that the world around him had changed completely. The scent of perfume filled the air. Soft music drifted through the room. Silk curtains surrounded a luxurious bed, large enough to accommodate several people. Beautiful lanterns illuminated ornate decorations that reflected extraordinary wealth. Tony sat upright slowly while staring at his surroundings. He examined the room again, then examined it a third time. The conclusion remained unchanged. He frowned. "Don't tell me." His gaze moved toward the doorway where several elegantly dressed women walked through a corridor, while laughing among themselves. A long silence followed. Finally, Tony rubbed his forehead and sighed. Out of all the places in an ancient inheritance, I somehow wake up inside a pleasure house. The system spirit coughed lightly before answering. Technically speaking, this is not a real place. The participants have entered a dream realm. Their consciousness has been projected into different lives from an ancient era connected to the world tree. Tony narrowed his eyes immediately. The important part was not the pleasure house. The important part was the phrase different lives. You are telling me everyone arrived somewhere different? The spirit nodded. The experiences will not be the same. The identities will not be the same. The choices will not be the same. Every participant will awaken in a different role inside this ancient world. Tony's expression gradually became serious, because that explanation created a dangerous possibility. If every participant experienced different lives, then some would receive opportunities, while others received disasters. Some would gain advantages, others would lose time. Tony slowly stood from the luxurious bed. "Where are you going?" Tony's ears tingled as he heard the seductive tone. He slowly turned his head and swallowed hard. Oh my god. Chapter 193. Where are you going? Tony had barely pushed himself upright from the enormous silk bed. A pair of soft arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind, stopping him before he could even place his feet on the floor. The embrace was not forceful. It did not need to be. Whoever owned those arms clearly believed she had never needed strength to stop him before. Leaving so fast. Do you not want to do that with me? The voice carried obvious dissatisfaction. It sounded as though she had discovered a child trying to sneak away, rather than a man attempting to leave a room. Tony turned slowly. The woman standing behind him was undeniably beautiful. Her long black hair flowed across her shoulders, her eyes carried a lazy charm, and her loose silk robe looked as though she had thrown it on carelessly after waking up. There was no grand conspiracy hidden in her expression, no secret scheme waiting beneath the surface. The only thing visible was annoyance. Pure annoyance. She clearly did not like the fact that he was leaving. "Seems like I have a wedding today," Tony answered as he retrieved a fragment of blurry memory. The woman's face immediately fell. Again, it was the same reaction one would expect from a child hearing terrible news. "Why are you still thinking about that?" She moved directly in front of him before he could stand completely, then sat on the edge of the bed. She blocked the path toward the door as naturally as someone claiming ownership over a favorite chair. Tony stared at her. She stared back. Neither moved. Finally, she folded her arms. "You are not going." Tony almost laughed. The confidence in her voice suggested that this conversation had happened many times before. Unfortunately for her, the person sitting before her was not the same fool who had apparently spent years running after her. "They are waiting." She immediately shrugged. "Let them wait." Tony looked at her for several seconds. The woman looked completely serious. There was not a single complicated thought hidden behind her answer. The woman scooted closer and rested her chin against his shoulder. She spoke in a tone that sounded almost sleepy. Stay here today. Just today. You can deal with all those annoying people tomorrow. Tony shook his head. The wedding is today. She frowned immediately. Then let them cancel it. The answer came so naturally that Tony could not help staring at her. The woman misunderstood the look and smiled brightly. Clearly, she thought she was winning. See? That is a good idea. If they cancel the wedding, nobody can force you anymore. The original owner of this body truly was hopeless. Any intelligent person could see that the woman was not offering solutions. She simply wanted him to stay. The woman suddenly noticed him reaching for his outer robe and immediately grabbed his sleeve. You are still leaving? Tony nodded. Her expression became increasingly dissatisfied. Without hesitation, she pulled harder and forced him back onto the bed. She received 1,000 spirit stones for this one task. If she failed, the consequences would be severe. That is why she was putting her entire body at stake, to keep Tony with her. The lady named Maria started kissing his neck and slowly moved down his body. After 5 more minutes of kissing, she pulled off her lower garments. Oh, you came prepared, Tony commented after seeing her shaved area. Stop talking, Maria shouted while pressing his head between her slender thighs. Like an obedient student, Tony licked her, his tongue twisting with purpose. He continued to massage her mounds and pinch her nipples without stopping the rhythmic motions. After 5 more minutes, Tony shifted his focus to the top portion. He sucked her nipples while inserting his long, thick fingers inside her. Suddenly, Tony thought of a curious thing and immediately activated his supervision. What are you doing? Maria asked with a confused face as Tony stopped abruptly. Instead of answering her question, Tony placed his thumb on her clitoris and inserted his middle finger inside her. Instantly, Maria's body began vibrating like a magnet. What are you doing? Stop now, Maria cried out as her body trembled with lust. Who said the G-spot is a myth? Tony uttered while rubbing his middle finger on the particular spot inside her. Maria started crying out as Tony played with her body. Please stop. I beg you, please. Maria started pleading with him as Tony played with her body. Tony continued his remote sensing activity with the help of his special vision. He finally stopped after seeing tears in her eyes caused by lust. His entire hand was already drenched with a transparent, wet liquid. As Tony looked at his wet fingers, Maria slapped his face and directly forced him to insert his manhood inside her. You bastard. Where did you learn that? Because of you, I am unable to walk properly, Maria yelled in an aggrieved tone. Instead of apologizing, Tony threatened her with one more session of vibrating action. She became a silent kitten after hearing his warning. That is my girl, Tony said while thrusting into her with a 90-degree angle. While looking into her eyes and playing with her nipples, Tony enjoyed the sensation. Young master, the sun is reaching the peak. We must hurry to the marriage hall, the servant shouted, weeping because he could not bear the noise of moaning. Someone needs to hurry, Maria announced with a kittenish voice. Yes, I need to hurry, but first I will finish this. Tony directly moved her body upside down and pulled her hips back toward him. What? You still want to attend the wedding? Maria shrieked with slight resistance. I know your tricks, lady. I am just playing with you before leaving. Now, let us focus. Some people call it doggy style, but for us, it is a horse race because I need to hurry, Tony replied while holding her hips firmly. The loud smacking sounds and deep shrieking sounds of Maria filled the entire room. His movements were fast and relentless. Maria tried to say something, but only a moaning noise released from her. Chapter 194. Wait, please don't go, Maria Lynn begged while covering her chest with silk cloth. Tony ignored her. You are still going? He nodded and Maria stood to follow him toward the door. Don't go. Tony continued dressing, though she trailed behind him. Seriously, don't go. He continued to ignore her. She grabbed his sleeve again. You never used to ignore me. The original owner probably never ignored her. Not once, which explained why she looked genuinely shocked. She stared at him for several moments, finally asking the question that had been bothering her from the beginning. What is wrong with you today? Tony smiled. Nothing. He opened the door. Outside, a servant knelt with tears flowing from his eyes. The moment he saw Tony, relief exploded across his face. Master, The servant struggled to speak. Tony held up his palm. Let's go. The servant smiled like an idiot. After a short ride on a wooden carriage, he arrived at the hall. As Tony followed the servant through the corridor and stepped into the ceremonial hall, he felt as though he had entered a different world. The scale of the wedding far exceeded anything he had imagined. Hundreds of floating spirit lamps illuminated the enormous hall with a warm golden glow, while countless jade pillars stretched toward a ceiling, painted with ancient divine beasts and celestial formations. Red silk decorations flowed from pillar to pillar like rivers of fire, and every table was filled with influential guests, whose names alone could shake entire regions. For a few seconds, Tony stood stunned. The original owner's fragmented memories had prepared him for a wedding, but not for this. The entire city seemed to have gathered here. Representatives from powerful clans occupied the front rows. Merchants with wealth rivaling kingdoms sat beside famous cultivators. Elders from numerous organizations watched from elevated platforms, while musicians played ceremonial melodies in the background. The atmosphere felt grand. Within moments, hundreds of eyes landed directly upon him. The music and the ceremony continued, yet whispers spread like wildfire. So he finally came. I thought he ran away. The Sky family almost cancelled the marriage. The Clark family has completely lost face today. I heard he spent the entire night with Madame Lan. That fool truly does not know how fortunate he is. Many guests did not bother lowering their voices. Several Sky family elders openly glared at him, and some younger disciples looked as though they wanted to challenge him on the spot. Many members of the Clark family appeared embarrassed. Tony suddenly understood why the servant had looked ready to cry earlier. This was not simply a wedding, but a political alliance and a public event. This was a gathering witnessed by the entire region, and he had nearly destroyed it before it began. The servant beside him lowered his head so deeply that he almost looked guilty by association. "Young master, please keep walking." Tony finally snapped out of his thoughts and continued forward. The crowd naturally parted before him. Many guests looked curious, while others looked angry. Yet the angriest gaze came from a single person seated near the ceremonial altar, the Clark family patriarch. The old man's expression remained calm, and Tony wisely avoided eye contact. Several attendants rushed forward and placed the ceremonial golden crown upon his head. The crown was an ancient treasure passed down through generations of the Clark family. The moment it settled into place, countless formation runes lit up across its surface. The surrounding guests relaxed slightly. At least the groom was present, the ceremony could continue, and nobody would become the laughingstock of the century. The officiating elder looked as though he had just escaped death. Without wasting another second, he resumed the interrupted ceremony and guided Tony toward the seat beside the bride. Tony sat. Finally, he looked at her properly. The woman sitting beside him was beautiful. She possessed a beauty that naturally created distance between herself and others. Her silver ceremonial robes seemed woven from moonlight, while the phoenix crown resting upon her head gave her an elegant and noble appearance. Everything about her felt elegant and refined. Yet the most noticeable thing was not her appearance. It was her expression of annoyance, as though somebody had forced her to attend a meeting she never wanted. The moment Tony sat beside her, she did not even turn her head. She simply continued staring forward while the elder recited ceremonial blessings. Several moments passed, then her voice quietly entered his ears. "You actually came." Tony smiled. "I know. A shocking development." The bride finally glanced toward him. The look she gave him could probably freeze a lake. "Do not flatter yourself. I was simply surprised that you remembered where the wedding hall was located." Tony almost laughed. "Interesting. Very interesting." The woman clearly possessed no intention of acting like a gentle bride. The ceremony continued as the guests watched and the musicians played. Meanwhile, the bride continued attacking him quietly. "Without your grandfather, you would not even qualify to carry my shoes." Tony turned toward her. The woman remained completely serious. "If not for his reputation, my family would not even consider this marriage." Tony nodded thoughtfully. "I see." The bride frowned at the unexpected reaction. Normally such words would provoke anger, but he looked genuinely interested. The woman narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but Tony simply smiled. The truth was that he was not offended. How could he be, when the woman was ridiculously beautiful? When beautiful women insulted people, they somehow sounded less threatening. The bride immediately noticed his smile. "Why are you grinning like an idiot?" Tony answered honestly. "Because you are beautiful." The bride froze. The surrounding guests remained unaware, because the conversation stayed hidden beneath the ceremonial chants, yet the woman clearly heard every word. For several seconds she simply stared at him before turning away. "Shameless." Tony laughed quietly as the ceremony continued. The bride occasionally glanced toward him. The more she observed him, the stranger he felt. This was not the same Tony she remembered. The original Tony would have spent the entire ceremony looking guilty, depressed, or distracted. This version appeared completely relaxed. Eventually, Tony spoke again. "I like you." The bride nearly turned her neck too quickly, her eyes widening. For the first time since he arrived, genuine surprise appeared on her face. "What?" Tony looked completely calm. "I said I like you." The woman stared at him as though he had suddenly become insane, before looking around to make sure nobody else heard. "What kind of ridiculous game are you playing now?" "No game." Tony shrugged casually, though the bride remained suspicious. Tony continued. "I already ditched her." The woman's expression changed. "Who?" "The lady from the pleasure house." The answer immediately caught her attention, and for several moments she simply watched him, trying to determine whether he was joking. Tony continued calmly. "I will not be visiting her again." The bride genuinely did not know how to react, as the statement felt impossible. The entire city knew how obsessed he had been. The entire city knew how much trouble he had caused because of that woman. Now he was casually announcing that everything had ended. The bride eventually recovered. Unfortunately for Tony, her response was not particularly romantic. "Even if that is true, I still will not let you sleep with me." Tony laughed. The bride immediately regretted speaking, and a faint trace of red appeared on her ears. The damage had been done, and Tony looked even more amused. The woman glared at him. "If you are imagining some miraculous future where I suddenly become a loving wife, abandon that fantasy immediately." Tony continued smiling, and the bride became increasingly annoyed. The officiating elder finally reached the last stage of the ceremony, before either side could create more trouble. An attendant presented the sacred marriage thread. The entire hall immediately became quiet. Hundreds of guests focused upon the ceremonial platform for this most important moment. Tony accepted the thread, and the bride reluctantly extended her hand. Their eyes met briefly, and then Tony tied it. The marriage was complete. Instantly, the hall exploded with sound. Massive drums thundered throughout the venue, and musicians began playing celebratory songs. Spiritual fireworks erupted above the hall as guests stood and applauded. Elders released relieved sighs. The Sky family alliance was secured, the Clark family reputation was saved, and the wedding had succeeded. Yet beneath the applause, countless young men silently cursed their misfortune. Many stared toward the bride with envy burning inside their hearts. Chapter 195. By the time the wedding ceremony finally ended, the entire Sky City had fallen into celebration. Clan leaders who had spent the afternoon maintaining dignified expressions were now drinking together. Elders who had nearly started arguments over alliance terms were discussing old stories from decades ago. Even members of the Sky family and Clark family, who clearly disliked one another, were temporarily acting friendly for the sake of appearances. The marriage was complete. The alliance was complete. Most importantly, the disaster everyone feared had been avoided. Tony hadn't run away. That fact alone seemed worthy of celebration. Several young masters raised wine cups toward him while laughing. Young Master Clark, you nearly gave half the city a heart attack today. You should thank your ancestors for surviving this wedding. If I arrived that late, my father would have broken both my legs. Tony laughed and accepted the teasing. For some reason, the atmosphere felt refreshing. Perhaps because nobody here knew he was not truly the Tony they remembered. The Clark family patriarch sat at the highest table, while repeatedly drinking with the Sky family elders. Although the old man maintained a calm appearance, Tony noticed the occasional look of relief crossing his face. The old man had been worried, genuinely worried. Eventually Tony stood and walked toward the elders' table. The moment he arrived, countless eyes turned toward him. Several people immediately became curious. The groom approaching the elders during the wedding banquet was not unusual. However, this groom had developed a reputation for doing unusual things. To everyone's surprise, Tony suddenly bowed. The entire table became silent. Even the musicians nearly missed a beat. Several elders looked as though they had seen a ghost. Tony straightened and smiled. Thank you, elders. Silence. Complete silence. Then an elderly man from the Sky family nearly spat out his wine. Who are you and what have you done with the real Tony? The entire hall erupted into laughter. Even the Clark family patriarch could not suppress a smile. Another elder shook his head dramatically. This boy disappeared for one day and returned as a different person. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. The fake one is actually more polite. More laughter spread through the hall. Tony simply smiled. The Dream Realm memories told him that the original owner had rarely shown respect toward anyone outside his grandfather. The elders clearly were not accustomed to this behavior. The Clark family patriarch finally waved his hand. Enough. Let him leave before he returns to normal. That sentence triggered another wave of laughter. Even Tony could not help laughing. After exchanging several more words with the elders, he finally escaped the banquet and headed toward the residence prepared for the newly married couple. The celebration continued behind him. Eventually he arrived before a beautifully decorated courtyard. Red lanterns hung from every corner. Flower petals covered the stone pathways. Ancient formations glowed softly beneath the walls. The entire place screamed wedding night. Tony pushed open the door and entered. The room was empty. After taking several steps forward, he noticed the figure resting upon the large bed positioned at the center of the room. The bride was already asleep, or at least pretending to be. The elaborate red ceremonial veil that tradition required him to remove had already been discarded somewhere in the room. Her heavy wedding robes had also been replaced by far more comfortable clothing. Tony stared for several seconds, then sighed. So much for tradition. According to the memories he received, the groom was supposed to remove the veil personally. Apparently his new wife did not care. Tony walked toward a nearby chair and sat down. The room became quiet. Tony leaned back and opened the system interface. A familiar translucent screen appeared before him. The spirit materialized in translucent form and looked considerably more relaxed than usual. Tony immediately asked the question that had been bothering him since arriving in this strange ancient world. What exactly is the purpose of this dream realm? The spirit floated lazily through the air. Nothing complicated. This is one of the World Tree's defensive measures. Many people believe opportunities should simply be handed to them. The World Tree disagrees. Tony frowned. So this is a test. A test, a defense mechanism, an opportunity. It is all three. The spirit crossed her arms. The World Tree seeds are valuable enough that ancient powers spent countless generations creating protections around them. The dream realm is one of those protections. Tony considered her words. Then why place us inside different lives? The spirit smiled. Fate. Every participant receives a different identity based on fate. Some become nobles, some become commoners, some become powerful figures, or some become insignificant people. Then she laughed. You should consider yourself lucky. Tony became interested. How lucky? The spirit pointed toward the luxurious room. You were born into a powerful clan. Other participants might awaken as farmers, servants, or even pigs. Actual pigs. Animals, grass, beggars, merchants, princes, generals. Every fate receives a different starting point. Tony suddenly felt slightly better about his situation. A difficult wedding seemed preferable to becoming livestock. What should I do here? Enjoy it. This realm preserves fragments of an ancient era. You cannot bring treasures, resources, or artifacts out. Tony frowned. Then what is the reward? The spirit smiled. Knowledge. The spirit pointed toward the city outside. The people living in this era possess techniques long forgotten in the modern world. cultivation methods, movement arts, forbidden skills, and ancient understandings. Tony finally understood. The dream realm was not about resources. It was about learning. The spirit gradually faded. Before disappearing completely, she spoke one final sentence. Try not to waste the opportunity. Then she vanished. The room became quiet once again. Tony sat thoughtfully for several minutes while considering everything he had learned. Eventually he noticed something. The room was not as silent as before. Someone was awake. Tony slowly turned his head toward the bed. The bride had opened her eyes. Apparently she had been awake for quite some time. The woman looked at him calmly. What are you staring at? Tony smiled. Definitely not your chest. The bride immediately narrowed her eyes. You were staring directly in this direction. Tony nodded. That does not mean I was staring there. The woman looked unconvinced, then sat upright. Do you intend to escape halfway through the night and run back to Madame Lan's residence again? Tony laughed. The question sounded completely serious. Apparently his predecessor had created quite the reputation. The bride folded her arms. I am asking because it would save everyone's time if you informed me beforehand. Tony stood and walked closer. The woman immediately became alert. Tony sat at the edge of the bed. The bride watched him carefully. Then Tony smiled. Actually, my eyes are set on someone else now. I feel sorry for her already. Tony pointed directly at her. Tell me honestly, what exactly would I need to do before you willingly shared a bed with me? The woman genuinely looked speechless. Chapter 196. The room remained silent for several moments after Tony asked what he needed to do before she would willingly share a bed with him. The bride sat upright against the headboard while staring at him as though she had just discovered an entirely new species. Throughout the entire day, this man had continued saying things that made no sense. First, he claimed he would abandon Madame Lan. Then he behaved like a normal person during the wedding ceremony. Now he was asking questions that sounded suspiciously sincere. The more she observed him, the more uncomfortable she became. The thought annoyed her immediately. Stop looking at me like that, she said. Tony smiled. Like what? Like you want to eat me? That answer genuinely surprised him. The woman sighed before shaking her head. My name is Skylar Sky. Since we are apparently married now, I suppose I should at least remind you. Tony nodded. Skylar, beautiful name. The woman immediately ignored the compliment. Then, after several moments of hesitation, she finally spoke again. Defeat Peter Jaint. Tony blinked. That was not what he expected. The woman continued. Before this marriage was arranged, I wanted to marry Peter Jaint. His father is the city magistrate. Our families maintained close relations for years. Everyone expected the marriage to happen eventually. She looked toward the window. The Clark family needed an alliance. The Sky family needed support. That is why I agreed to this marriage. If you truly want my body, defeat Peter Jaint. Tony immediately stood. Where are you going? Tony stretched his shoulders. You already gave me the answer. Tomorrow I will find Peter Jaint. Skylar stared. You have not even met him. So, he is one of the strongest young cultivators in the city. Tony shrugged. So, Skylar became increasingly annoyed. Do you understand what I am saying? Tony nodded seriously. You wanted to marry him. So naturally I need to beat him. For several seconds, Skylar genuinely did not know how to respond. The confidence sounded ridiculous. The logic sounded ridiculous. Everything about the statement sounded ridiculous. Yet somehow, the fool standing before her made it sound completely reasonable. Tony walked toward the door. Skylar finally recovered. Where are you actually going? Tony stopped briefly. Live the life before it is too late. The answer made absolutely no sense. Before Skylar could ask further questions, Tony had already disappeared through the doorway. The woman sat silently inside the room. She shook her head. She muttered, definitely insane. The Clark family residence had become much quieter after midnight. Most guests remained drunk. Most servants remained exhausted. This made it the perfect time for Tony to explore. According to the fragmented memories he inherited from the original owner, the family possessed a surprisingly impressive library. The original Tony rarely visited, because books could not compete with beautiful women. Fortunately, Tony possessed different priorities. After avoiding several patrolling guards, he eventually arrived before a massive stone building located behind the ancestral hall. The library. Rows of formation lamps illuminated the interior, while countless books occupied enormous shelves stretching toward the ceiling. Tony entered. Now this looked like an opportunity. The spirit had already explained the rules. No treasure can be taken away. That meant every book inside this dream realm possessed value. Tony immediately began reading. This ancient world proved far more powerful than the modern era. Several major clans controlled territories larger than entire modern nations. Ancient cultivation paths remained complete. Techniques lost for thousands of years still circulated openly. Eventually Tony became bored. Finally his eyes landed upon a thicker volume resting near the back of a shelf. Classification of martial techniques. Tony immediately became interested. He thought, now this is useful. He carried the book toward a nearby table and sat down. The first few pages explained cultivation rankings. The following chapters explained body refinement methods. Then came movement techniques, sword arts, spear arts, forbidden techniques, ancient classifications, and lost inheritances. Tony's eyes brightened. This was exactly what he needed. The deeper he read, the more excited he became. Many concepts had vanished entirely from the modern world. Several movement techniques sounded superior, even to currently existing Sky rank arts. Most importantly, the book frequently referenced something called origin martial paths. Tony immediately marked the term. Anything repeatedly emphasized by ancient experts could not be ordinary. The night continued quietly. The library remained peaceful. Meanwhile, somewhere else within the dream realm, another participant was having a considerably better evening. Inside the magistrate manor, luxurious music echoed throughout a magnificent dining hall. Beautiful dancers performed. Rare wines flowed endlessly. Powerful officials laughed while discussing city affairs. The atmosphere could not have been more different from the quiet library where Tony currently studied. At the center of the gathering sat the magistrate's son, Peter Jaint. At least, that was the identity everyone believed he possessed. The young man raised a wine cup while listening to the surrounding conversation. Yet behind those eyes existed another consciousness entirely. Mark Smith, the former Imperial genius, had awakened inside this role hours earlier and was still adapting to the absurd amount of luxury surrounding him. Servants attended his every need. Officials flattered him constantly. Even city leaders treated him with respect. The experience felt wonderful. One elderly official suddenly laughed. What a pity about the Sky family marriage. Indeed, young Master Peter and Lady Skylar would have been a perfect match. Mark paused. Skylar. The name sounded familiar. Another official continued. Instead, she ended up marrying that fool from the Clark family. The table erupted into laughter. Mark frowned slightly. He thought, Clark family. Why did that sound familiar? The officials continued discussing the topic. The fellow nearly missed his own wedding. I heard he spent the night with a courtesan. The Sky family must be furious. Mark's expression gradually changed. A strange feeling emerged. Then a name appeared. Tony Clark. The moment the name surfaced, something inside Mark's mind stirred. Nobody noticed the change. Tony Clark. The name kept echoing. Mark thought, if he is the real Tony, I can defeat him at this stage and eliminate him before the real world tree blessing appears. Mark smiled while staring into the mirror. Tonight he intended to enjoy being the son of the most powerful magistrate in the region. Outside, moonlight covered the city. Inside the library, Tony continued reading forgotten martial knowledge. Inside the wedding residence, Skylar lay awake while wondering whether her new husband had gone completely insane. Chapter 197. While Tony spent his night buried inside ancient books and forgotten martial records, countless other participants scattered throughout the dream realm were experiencing entirely different lives. The world tree did not care about talent, reputation, family influence, or social status. Once consciousness entered the dream realm, fate decided everything. For some, fate was generous. For others, fate was cruel. And for a few unfortunate souls, fate possessed a twisted sense of humor. Lily Frost belonged somewhere in the middle. The moment she awakened inside the dream realm, she found herself inside the body of a servant family's daughter, living in a small city far away from the great clans. Her new identity possessed no powerful background, no cultivation inheritance, and certainly no wealth worth mentioning. The tiny house she woke up in contained barely enough furniture for daily life, while her dreamrealm parents spent most of their days working for local merchants. Many participants would have become depressed. Many would have considered themselves unlucky. Lily's reaction was completely different. The young woman nearly laughed herself to tears. She looked around the small room. She laughed. A servant? She looked around the room once more. Then she laughed. I finally do not have to attend noble family meetings. The first thing she did was not cultivation. The first thing she did was not investigating the dream realm. Instead, she spent an entire day challenging people. The local martial schoolmaster, the butcher's son, and the guards stationed near the city gates became her targets. The poor residents quickly discovered that the cheerful servant girl had apparently gone insane overnight. By sunset, Lily had already defeated most of the younger generation in her district. While returning home, she could not stop smiling. The dream realm fascinated her. Unlike many participants, she completely understood her situation. This was not real life. This was not permanent. If she wanted to experience something different, now was the perfect opportunity. She felt excited. Maybe tomorrow I will challenge the city lord's son. Meanwhile, in another region of the dream realm, Leo Clark experienced a completely different fate. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he had been born into the family of a swordsmith. Initially, Leo felt disappointed. Then he thought that it might be an opportunity to learn a skill. Everything changed. Instead of searching for battles, Leo buried himself inside the family workshop. Ancient forging methods, metal purification techniques, rune carving methods, and spirit weapon construction filled his daily life. The old swordsmith who played the role of his father constantly complained that his son had suddenly become hardworking overnight. Leo could not care less. Every day he learned something new. Every day he discovered techniques that no longer existed in the modern world. Many cultivators spent entire lifetimes searching for opportunities. Leo suddenly realized that the world tree had handed him one. He felt excited. If I can remember even half of this after leaving. While some participants embraced their new lives, others were learning a much harsher lesson. Outside the world tree, reality remained far less peaceful. The giant golden tree continued shining above the Pacific Ocean, while countless experts monitored its condition. Da Vinci stood alongside the octopus organization masters, while watching the massive projection screens displaying participant statuses. Suddenly, one screen flashed red, then another, and Academy Elder immediately stood. Someone is coming out. The surrounding experts became serious. Moments later, a figure was violently expelled from the world tree. The unconscious participant crashed onto a medical platform prepared in advance. The young man's body shook uncontrollably. Blood flowed from his mouth. His spiritual aura had become chaotic. Several healers immediately rushed forward. Another participant emerged. Within an hour, more than a dozen competitors had been expelled. Every one of them suffered severe injuries. None were dead, yet all appeared terrified. Da Vinci personally questioned one of the Academy disciples after he regained consciousness. The disciple's face remained pale. His hands shook. His eyes carried genuine fear. What happened? Da Vinci asked. The disciple swallowed nervously. I died. The surrounding experts frowned. The disciple continued. I do not mean almost died. I actually died. Silence spread. The young man lowered his head. I was born into a poor family. A local conflict happened. I thought it was a dream. I thought actions did not matter. Then he got involved in a fight and someone stabbed him. The disciple's breathing became heavier. The pain was real. Everything felt real. The surrounding experts exchanged looks. The disciple clenched his fists. When I died, I was expelled. Dream realm. The term soon circulated throughout the observation camps. Fear followed immediately. Some participants' families became nervous. Others became relieved. Many people who failed to qualify for the World Tree suddenly felt fortunate. If death inside the dream realm resulted in elimination, then the competition had become far more dangerous than expected. Even the Octopus organization possessed limited historical records regarding this phenomenon. The uncertainty frightened everyone. Meanwhile, inside the dream realm itself, another familiar face had awakened. Emma Rock slowly placed down a tray of wine, while observing the wedding residence from a distance. Unlike Tony, fate had not been particularly kind to her. Emma had been born into the role of a servant working directly inside the Sky family estate. The moment she understood her identity, she almost cursed the World Tree. Yet after calming down, she discovered something unexpected. This servant happened to work inside the household of Skylar Sky, which meant she had witnessed the wedding. Emma stood quietly beneath a quarter while recalling the ceremony. Tony. The moment she saw him, something felt wrong. Emma narrowed her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. A dangerous thought gradually formed. What if he is real Tony? I can take my revenge at least in this way, she thought. The possibility immediately attracted her attention. After all, Tony Clark had never been predictable. Emma looked toward the residence where the newlyweds currently stayed. Then a cold smile appeared. She was not jealous. At least that is what she told herself. She simply disliked seeing Tony marry another woman, even if it happened inside a dream. Emma turned and began walking toward the servants' quarters. If that truly was Tony, she would find out. And if necessary, she would personally eliminate him before he gained any advantage inside the dream realm. Far away, inside the library, Tony suddenly sneezed. He returned to reading. He remained completely unaware that his greatest future problem inside the dream realm was not the magistrate's son. Chapter 198. Inside the wedding residence, Skylar slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she noticed was silence. The second thing she noticed was that Tony was not there. The third thing she noticed was that she was not particularly surprised. A sigh escaped her lips. For a brief moment, she almost expected him to have run toward Madame Lan again. After all, that would have been normal. That would have been familiar. That would have been the Tony she knew. Yet when she questioned her personal servant, the answers only confused her further. The young master entered the family library last night. He never left. He is still there. Skylar stared at the servant in disbelief. What is this fellow planning? The first rays of morning sunlight had yet to appear over Sky City, yet the Clark family library remained illuminated by dozens of formation lamps. Most members of the family were still sleeping after the wedding celebrations that had continued deep into the night. Servants moved quietly through courtyards while guards changed shifts along the walls. Inside the library, however, Tony had not slept at all. Several thick books lay scattered across the table around him. Ancient martial manuals, historical records, cultivation theories, clan archives, and forbidden technique discussions formed a chaotic mountain of information. If any elder entered and witnessed the scene, they would probably suspect possession by an evil spirit. The original Tony had never willingly entered this library. Not once. The current Tony looked as though he intended to devour every book inside it. His eyes remained fixed on a yellowed volume titled Origin Martial Paths and Ancient Foundations. The deeper he read, the more shocked he became. The current cultivation system used throughout the modern world was incomplete. It was severely incomplete. Ancient cultivators did not merely cultivate spiritual energy, they cultivated concepts. Some followed sword paths, some followed destruction paths, some followed elemental paths, some followed beast paths. The most talented individuals created their own paths and forced heaven itself to acknowledge them. Modern cultivation felt crude compared to what these records described. No wonder the spirit told me knowledge is the true reward. Tony slowly closed the book. For the first time since entering the dream realm, he felt genuine excitement. If he could memorize even a fraction of these theories before leaving, the benefits would be unimaginable. His thoughts suddenly paused. The title Origin Martial Paths continued echoing in his mind. The concept felt familiar. It was too familiar. Then realization struck. The heaven-devouring origin scripture. His own cultivation method contained the word origin. Tony immediately reopened the book. Page after page disappeared beneath his gaze. The more he read, the more questions appeared. Every answer seemed connected to even older mysteries. Eventually he leaned back and rubbed his forehead. Ancient people really had too much free time. The moment he stood, a familiar voice echoed nearby. That is the first intelligent thing you have said all morning. Tony froze. Slowly turning his head, he discovered Skylar standing near the entrance. The woman wore simple blue robes instead of ceremonial wedding clothes. Without the elaborate wedding decorations, she appeared even more beautiful. Unfortunately, she also appeared even less friendly. Skylar crossed her arms. Most newly married husbands spend their first morning with their wives. Tony nodded. Reasonable. They do not usually spend the entire night hiding inside libraries. Tony nodded again. Also reasonable. Skylar narrowed her eyes. You seem unusually calm for somebody being insulted. Tony smiled. You are too beautiful to be intimidating. The woman immediately regretted coming. Why did every conversation with this man become exhausting? Tony closed the book and stood. Skylar glanced at the table. The sight nearly caused her to choke. Dozens of books were open. They were all apparently read. The original Tony would rather jump into a river than voluntarily read. Something was definitely wrong. You actually read these? Tony looked confused. What else would I do with them? Skylar stared silently. The urge to hit him became stronger. Before she could continue questioning him, Tony pushed her out and sat back before the desk with a serious look. Meanwhile, Emma Rock silently stood atop a nearby rooftop, her gaze fixed on the brightly lit library window in the distance. Earlier tonight, she had followed Tony with a completely different intention. The moment she learned that he had married Skylar inside the dream realm, an inexplicable irritation rose inside her heart. She did not care whether this world was real or fake. She did not care whether the marriage would disappear once everyone left the dream realm. The mere thought of Tony spending his wedding night with another woman was enough for her to decide on a simple solution. Kill him. As a servant within the Sky family, approaching the bridal residence was not difficult. She had already prepared several opportunities. If Tony entered the wedding chamber and behaved like a newly married husband, she intended to strike without hesitation. Instead, the situation developed in a way she never expected. Tony left the bedroom. The fool actually locked himself inside the Clark family library. Hours passed. Emma watched from afar while Tony remained seated beneath the spirit lamps, surrounded by mountains of books. Ancient records, martial manuals, cultivation theories, and historical texts covered the entire table. Every time he finished one book, he immediately reached for another. His expression carried complete concentration, as though the wedding, the bride, and the entire city no longer existed. Emma's brows gradually furrowed. This was not the Tony she knew. The Tony she remembered would rather chase women for 3 days straight than spend 3 hours reading books. Yet the man before her looked completely absorbed. Slowly, the killing intent in her eyes weakened. This was not because she had changed her mind, but because curiosity had replaced anger. What exactly happened to you, Tony Clark? She muttered softly while continuing to observe the strange man inside the library. On the other hand, Tony thought about how to use this limited time wisely. He was looking for a unique skill that he could not find with the system or wealth. Chapter 199. The bald monk's fate inside the dream realm turned out to be surprisingly fitting. He stood apart from all the others. While others became nobles, servants, young masters, merchants, and village warriors, the monk awakened in the body of a wandering preacher attached to the city combat hall. The position carried little authority and even less wealth. His daily duties consisted of cleaning a small shrine near the arena entrance, offering blessings to participants before matches, and occasionally giving public speeches that nobody cared about. Most people would have considered it a terrible fate. The bald monk considered it perfect. Every morning, fighters gathered inside the combat hall to challenge one another, settle grudges, and prove their strength. The atmosphere constantly overflowed with arrogance, anger, ambition, and pride. Yet in the middle of all that chaos stood the monk, smiling peacefully, while holding a wooden staff. Victory over others is temporary. Victory over yourself lasts a lifetime. That sentence had become famous throughout the district. It was not because people respected it, but because they heard it every single day. Many young warriors deliberately walked past the shrine just to hear what strange wisdom the monk would say next. One afternoon, 2 fighters arrived with blood-covered faces after a brutal match. The monk looked at them and smiled. If both of you are injured, perhaps neither of you truly won. The 2 fighters stared at him. Then one pointed at the other's broken nose, remarking, he lost more. The monk sighed. Some lessons clearly required more time. By sunset, dozens of citizens had gathered around him, while he calmly explained ancient teachings regarding patience, discipline, and self-control. Most listeners forgot the lecture before reaching home. The monk did not care. Whether inside reality or inside a dream realm, his path remained unchanged. Unfortunately for everyone else, the city's most famous preacher was also one of the strongest participants hidden within the World Tree. The following morning, the Clark family residence remained unusually lively. News of the wedding still dominated every conversation throughout Sky City. Merchants discussed it while opening their stores. Cultivators discussed it while drinking tea. Even servants whispered about it while carrying water through the courtyards. Unfortunately for Tony, most discussions were not particularly flattering. The groom who nearly missed his own wedding had become famous overnight. Meanwhile, the person responsible for the chaos sat comfortably inside the Clark family's library, a thick martial manual resting before him. Tony slowly turned another page. The ancient explanations regarding movement techniques fascinated him far more than family politics ever could. Several concepts described inside these books had completely disappeared from the modern world. Even the heavenly mirage steps he currently possessed felt incomplete compared to some of the movement arts recorded in ancient texts. Just as he reached an interesting section discussing origin martial paths, hurried footsteps echoed through the library. A servant rushed inside, calling out, "Young master." Tony did not even look up. What happened? The servant blinked and handed him a letter, stating, "The magistrate manor sent this." That immediately caught Tony's attention. He accepted the letter and broke the seal. Several moments later, his expression became strange, then slightly amused. Finally, he placed the letter on the table. The servant waited nervously. Tony rubbed his forehead, asking, "What kind of idiot sends challenge letters before breakfast?" The servant nearly choked. Inside the letter was a formal challenge from Peter Jaint, who was the magistrate's son. He was the young genius of Sky City, and the man who, according to Skylar, had originally been her preferred marriage candidate. Tony leaned back, finding the situation interesting, even very interesting. Yesterday his new wife casually mentioned Peter Jaint. Today a challenge letter arrived. The timing could not be more perfect. The servant cautiously asked, "Should I refuse it?" Tony immediately shook his head. "Why?" The servant looked confused. "Young master, Peter Jaint is famous throughout the city." Tony laughed. "So am I." The servant opened his mouth to reply. Tony picked up the challenge letter once more. Originally, he had intended to investigate Peter Jaint eventually. He did not do it because he felt threatened, but because Skylar's words had sparked his curiosity. Any man capable of making that cold woman openly admit she once wished to marry him could not be completely ordinary. Now the fellow had saved him the trouble. "Accept it," Tony commanded. The servant blinked. "Accept it." Tony nodded. "Tell them I will attend." The servant hurried away. Meanwhile, Tony returned to his books. His expression remained calm. A challenge was merely a challenge. Ancient knowledge remained far more valuable. Unfortunately, peace never lasted long. Less than an hour later, another servant arrived. This one appeared even more confused than the previous one, saying, "Young master." Tony slowly looked up. "What now?" The servant hesitated, then handed over another letter. Tony accepted it. The moment he saw the contents, his expression became completely blank. "Is this a joke?" The servant immediately shook his head. "No, young master." Tony lowered his gaze toward the letter once more. The challenge was not from a famous genius. It was not from a powerful young master, and it was not from a noble family. Instead, it came from a village girl. Tony genuinely did not know whether to laugh. The servant scratched his head awkwardly. The messenger seemed very serious. Tony read the name. There was nothing more written, no family title, and no prestigious background, just the name Lily. The challenge itself contained only a few lines. The writer demanded an official battle against the Clark family's young master. Tony leaned back and stared at the ceiling. What is happening today? The servant wisely remained silent. Tony eventually placed the second letter beside the first. One challenge from Peter Jaint, and one challenge from a random village girl. The contrast felt absurd. What Tony did not know was that the author of the second challenge was not random at all. Several meters outside the Clark family estate, a young woman stood atop a large boulder overlooking a dusty training ground. Her expression carried excitement. Her clothes were simple, and her appearance looked ordinary. Yet her eyes shone with battle intent. Lily Frost stretched her shoulders while reviewing information she had gathered. The Dream Realm represented a rare opportunity. While many participants searched for status, wealth, or influence, Lily cared about something entirely different. It was combat, pure combat. The ancient world possessed stronger foundations than the modern era. Martial understanding remained complete. Warriors trained differently, and experts fought differently. For Lily, this place was paradise. The village experts had already been defeated. The local martial schools had already been defeated. Several guards had already been defeated. Now she needed stronger opponents, much stronger opponents. According to the city rules, challenging certain prominent figures required official procedures. The easiest shortcut was to defeat a representative from a major family. And among all major families within Sky City, the Clark family happened to possess the most famous young master at the moment. Lily grinned. She knew absolutely nothing about Tony Clark. She simply saw Tony's name and felt it might be a coincidence. The young woman cracked her knuckles, saying, "If he is Tony, this is my chance to test his strength and identity. Hopefully he won't disappoint me." Far away inside the Clark family library, Tony suddenly sneezed. Then he looked toward the two challenge letters resting on his table. One was from a future rival. One was from an unknown village girl. Neither side realized it yet, but the peaceful days inside the Dream Realm were rapidly coming to an end. Chapter 200. Lily Frost stood outside the enormous Clark family gates with her hands clasped behind her back. She was trying very hard to suppress the smile threatening to appear on her face. The challenge letter had already been delivered more than an hour ago. Ever since then, she had been waiting outside like an ordinary village girl, seeking an audience with a powerful family young master. Unfortunately, her thoughts were anything but ordinary. The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous the situation became. "There is no way it can be him," she muttered quietly while kicking a small pebble along the stone road. The world tree assigns identities according to fate. How could Tony end up as the young master of a first-rate family again? If that is really him, then heaven must secretly be his father. A nearby guard glanced at her strangely. Meanwhile, Lily's thoughts continued racing. She still remembered waking up inside the body of a village girl and feeling slightly disappointed. She had expected at least a decent family background. Instead, she received a small village, a wooden house, and several chickens. Still, Lily muttered, Tony should not be this lucky. Just as she finished speaking, the enormous family gates slowly opened. Several servants stepped aside respectfully. A young man walked out while reading a challenge letter. The moment Lily saw him, her eyes narrowed. That face was not exactly Tony's, yet something felt familiar. The way he walked, the way he carried himself, and the annoying confidence radiating from every movement were unmistakable. Lily immediately became interested. Meanwhile, Tony was completely focused on the challenge letter. So a village girl challenges me. The ancient world truly has no respect for hierarchy. As he approached the gate, another scene attracted his attention. Two servants stood beside the entrance talking enthusiastically. One servant was explaining some gambling story, while the other laughed loudly. Their conversation was so lively that neither seemed to care about anything happening around them. They even ignored the arrival of their own young master, so Tony slowed his pace. The servants continued talking. Tony stood there for several seconds. The servants remained completely focused on their discussion. One of them even glanced in Tony's direction before casually looking away again. Tony smiled. A dangerous smile. Lily immediately recognized it. Without warning, Tony stepped forward and drove his foot directly into one servant's stomach. Ah! The unfortunate man flew through the air before crashing against a stone pillar several meters away. The second servant froze. His face turned pale, and his brain completely stopped working. Lily covered her mouth, not because she felt sympathy, but because she was trying not to laugh. The scene was simply too familiar. Tony clasped both hands behind his back and slowly walked toward the remaining servant. Interesting. The servant immediately dropped to his knees. Young master. Tony tilted his head. So you can speak. Young master, forgive me. Tony ignored the plea. Tell me something. Did the Clark family change ownership overnight? Have I become a servant while sleeping? Or have you become the family patriarch without informing me? The servant nearly cried. Young master, I apologize. You what? I made a mistake. Tony nodded seriously. That is true. Continue. The servant's face twitched. Even Lily had to admit that Tony had become more annoying than before. Tony looked toward the servant, who was still rolling on the ground while holding his stomach. Then he sighed. If I cannot even receive a greeting while leaving my own home, perhaps the servants have become too comfortable. The kneeling servant immediately started kowtowing. Young master, please forgive us. Tony pointed toward a nearby wall. You. The servant looked up hopefully. Kneel there until evening. The servant's expression collapsed. Tony continued calmly. If I see you standing before sunset, I will transfer your entire family to stable duty. If I catch you slacking again after today, I will hang you upside down from the gate and use your body as an example during servant training. The servant nearly fainted. Meanwhile, the servant who had been kicked actually looked relieved. Compared to kneeling all day, a kick suddenly felt merciful. Lily watched everything with amusement. Now she was absolutely certain, 100%, without question, this was her husband Tony. No other person could turn a simple greeting issue into a public lesson. Tony finally turned toward her, his eyes sweeping across her figure. Then he nodded thoughtfully. You are the village girl? Lily nodded. Tony folded the challenge letter. You know, sending challenge letters to handsome men is dangerous. Lily blinked. Why? Tony sighed dramatically. Because some women accidentally fall in love after losing. Lily nearly laughed. Still shameless, still Tony. She decided to play along. So you are admitting you will lose? Tony looked offended. Young lady, I am trying to be polite. That is your polite version. Yes. Terrifying. Tony nodded proudly. I hear that often. Lily could barely contain her laughter. The fool had not recognized her. Not at all. That realization immediately inspired mischief. Young Master Tony, might your wife kick you if she sees us talking like this? Tony waved his hand. My wife is reasonable. Lily laughed. Tony became increasingly suspicious. You seem very brave. I originally planned to accept your challenge and send you away with a few bruises. Lily crossed her arms. And now? Tony pointed at her with the challenge letter. Now I have decided to break a few bones. Lily rolled her eyes. Hubby, you still have not recognized me. The nickname struck Tony like lightning. Hubby, only one person uses that name. Tony's eyes widened. No way, Lily? Correct. Tony pointed at her face. Village girl? Lily pointed at his. Family prince? The two stared, then simultaneously burst into laughter. The surrounding servants looked completely confused. What was happening? Moments ago they were enemies. Now they looked like old friends. Tony shook his head. This world is unfair. Lily immediately agreed. Exactly. I became a village girl while you became a family prince. Tony looked proud. Clearly fate recognizes talent. Finally, he grabbed her wrist. Come. Lily blinked. Where? Inside. Just like that? This is my house. Lily followed while shaking her head. The two walked through the gates together, while talking and laughing like old friends reunited after years apart. Behind them, every servant had stopped working. Mouths hung open, and eyes widened as rumors exploded instantly. The young master had been married for one day. Now he was personally holding another beautiful girl's hand, while bringing her into the family estate. By lunchtime, the entire Clark family would know. By evening, the entire city would know. By tomorrow morning, a certain wife named Skylar would definitely know. Tony, however, seemed completely unaware of the disaster approaching, or perhaps he simply did not care. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon. Stay tuned.